Chapter 1136. 100 Treasures Concourse. Why are there so many houses? Qin Shao asked in confusion. Babata smiled and said, "Oh right, Lord, I forgot to introduce 100 Treasures Concourse to you in detail. 100 Treasures Concourse is very interesting and has its own characteristics. 100 Treasures Concourse is actually not a store, but a huge alliance." A huge alliance? Qin Shao didn't understand what it meant. Yes, Lord, a huge alliance. But how should I put it? Let me put it simply. 100 Treasures Concourse made itself into a huge store and then let others put things in its store to sell. My lord, you see so many houses, but they actually represent many different shops. And what 100 Treasures Concourse does is to gather all these different stores together to form a 100 Treasures Concourse, similar to a huge alliance. These different shops are actually selected from all over the world in the core of all things. They are not some small shops in Bai City. Hearing this explanation, Qin Shao understood what 100 Treasures Concourse meant. This was the first time Qin Shao had seen this kind of model, and it sounded very novel. Qin Shao thought for a while and said, "Babatu, if this is the case, will there be any hidden dangers? If there are too many small stores, won't it be hard to manage? Secondly, won't there be some chaos? Thirdly, the competition will be fierce. Fourthly, there is no way to guarantee quality and credibility, right? If this is the case, I think 100 Treasures Concourse is not as good as the other two." Babata shook his head and said, "Lord, this is not the case. Although 100 Treasures Concourse has gathered hundreds of small stores, the stores that can enter 100 Treasures Concourse are all carefully selected by 100 Treasures Concourse. In terms of credibility, there is absolutely guarantee. And if you want to join 100 Treasures Concourse, you have to pay a huge price as a guarantee. As long as a store enters 100 Treasures Concourse, everything has to follow 100 Treasures Concourse's arrangements. 100 Treasures Concourse will give customers all the guarantees. If there is any problem, 100 Treasures Concourse will bear the responsibility. Therefore, you can rest assured when you buy things in Baibao Exchange. 100 Treasures Exchange's reputation is there. Naturally, it has a very perfect model. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to do so much. Qin Shao thought for a moment and nodded. Now that he thought about it, that was indeed the case. It seemed that he was overthinking it. Speaking of which, it was normal for Qin Shao to think more about such a novel situation. Since his reputation was guaranteed, there was nothing to be afraid of. Qin Shao casually walked around and said, "Babatu, there are so many merchants in 100 Treasures Hut. There must be a lot of competition between them, right? Also, look over there. There's a shop called 100 Treasures Exchange. That should be 100 Treasures Exchange's own shop, right? Since 100 Treasures Hut has its own stores, it should have a huge advantage in this aspect, right?" Babata nodded and said, "Right, 100 Treasures Exchange must have their own shops. Otherwise, if they only do alliances, then their profits would be limited. 100 Treasures Exchange's own shop is definitely the biggest and strongest here. But since the other shops can continue to operate, there must be room for survival. In terms of individual scale, the Red Mountain House and the Myriad Kingdom Constabulary are indeed stronger than 100 Treasures Exchange. But 100 Treasures Exchange's strength doesn't lie in itself, but in its huge alliance model. Bai City is just a small city. In our 100 Treasures Exchange, there are about 300 merchants. It is said that in the headquarters of 100 Treasures Exchange, there are more than 100,000 merchants. Therefore, in terms of overall scale, 100 Treasures Exchange is definitely the largest in the world of all things besides the Temple of All Things. There is no doubt about this. In our Bai City, the overall scale is definitely greater than the Red Mountain House and the Myriad Kingdom Constabulary. As Sir said, when there are more merchants, there will definitely be competition. After all, everyone has their shops together, and they are all the same. It is said that people of the same trade are enemies. Since there are so many enemies, it's inevitable that there will be conflicts. It's precisely because of this normal competition that the customers are given a better opportunity. Therefore, there are often some promotional activities. For example, there are many activities such as discounts, gifts, and so on. There are even some shops that engage in price wars to attract customers. And these are all things that are very beneficial to customers. With so many merchants, there will always be some activities to attract customers every day. Everyone was taking turns, right? Using such a strategy to suck more customers' blood. As long as 100 Treasures Exchange's total number of customers can be maintained at a high level, all the merchants will be able to survive. In terms of treasures, each merchant has their own methods and their own characteristics. Therefore, you can always find what you want here. Everything will be very complete. But in the Red Mountain House and the Myriad Kingdom Constabulary, that is not necessarily the case. 100 Treasures Exchange will be more complete. It just feels a little more chaotic. Qin Xiao nodded. Even without Babata's explanation, Qin Xiao could easily understand this basic principle. The situation was indeed like this. These merchants would not have people soliciting customers at the door. At most, if there were activities, they would hang a sign at the door and say something. And some of the words on these signs were very interesting and very eye-catching. For example, there was a sign that said, Pear Garden's million-year anniversary, great discount, buy, get, vomit blood sale. As long as you dare to come, we will dare to give as soon as you enter. There was also a sign that said, buy one, get 3 free. Dear customers, please do not miss this opportunity. Even more interesting was this, buy 2 pieces of everything, 2 pieces of everything. 2 pieces of Omni Stones, you will not suffer a loss. 2 pieces of Omni Stones, you will not be cheated. Qin Xiao felt that the most attractive was this. As long as you bring home the top-notch cultivation method, you will become a 2-star Omni Master. You will roam the battlefield of beasts and walk to the peak of life. Seeing these words, Qin Xiao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It made him feel that the person who wrote these words was too talented, right? To be able to write such attractive words, it was really admirable. In any case, Qin Xiao felt that the words were quite celebratory. I don't think some of these shops sell cultivation methods or treasures, right? Qin Xiao asked. Babata nodded and said, yes, not all of them. In short, 100 Treasures Confluence has the most things. They sell everything. Not only do they sell cultivation methods and treasures, but they also sell weapons, blades, and the like. They also buy many materials. And in this place, some shops only sell, some only buy, and some both buy and sell. Shops that only sell make up the majority and are also the mainstream here. It's just that the things they sell are a bit mixed. After all, there are too many shops here. So many shops will have their own specialties. For example, the shop that sold 2 pieces of Omni Stones just now. What can 2 pieces of Omni Stones buy? It can't be that you can buy a cultivation method or a treasure, right? So, 2 pieces of Omni Stones are actually just used to buy some small trinkets, weapons, and the like. They aren't considered valuable things. These things are usually sold to people who like to play or to starless people. True starless people rarely look at this kind of thing. Even if they look, they will only look at it with the mentality of looking at it for fun. They definitely won't look at it deliberately. Qin Xiao nodded and was relieved. It turned out that this was the case. This was also in line with the characteristics of this 100 Treasures Confluence. It was indeed a very interesting place. However, Qin Xiao didn't have much interest in looking around slowly. Instead, he said, Babatu, if I want to sell things, which shop do you think is better? Babata shook his head and said, this is really hard to say. In fact, it's all about the same. However, let's take a look first. If any shop has a bigger activity, then we can take a look. Otherwise, it's all about the same. If we sell, we can do whatever we want. The main thing is that if we buy, then we need to look at it more and compare it more. After all, there are endless cultivation methods, and not all cultivation methods are suitable for us. Yes, it doesn't matter if we sell. It probably won't be much different. The most important thing is to buy. For me now, what I need is cultivation methods. Qin Xiao nodded. Babata looked around and said, there's no rush. Let's take a look. It's best to find a shop that is both buying and selling. It just so happens that it's holding an activity. In some stores, if you buy things from them, they can give you a higher price. This way, it's more cost-effective. Qin Shao let Babata search for him. He also looked around, relying on his feelings to take a look. The two weren't in a hurry. They slowly strolled around 100 Treasures Confluence. They went crazy for half a day. Finally, Babata stopped in a shop called Alien Star Pavilion. There was also a sign hanging on the door of this shop, but the things written on this sign were more normal. 90% discount. 90%? Is it a gimmick? Qin Shao curled his lips. Babata shook his head and said, "No, sir. 100 Treasures Confluence has strict rules and regulations. No shop is allowed to make any false advertising. They must ensure the authenticity. So, sir, when you saw some of the more interesting slogans in the front, it's actually just interesting, but it's not false. For false advertising, they will be punished. With 100 Treasures Confluence's reputation, these shops don't dare to do this. So, since this sign says that it's 90% discount, it must be true. So it's like this." Qin Shao smiled and felt relieved. It seemed that the management of 100 Treasures Confluence was really very good. It was no wonder that it could accumulate such a reputation. It was indeed not simple. Thinking about it, if every shop made some false advertising, then the reputation of 100 Treasures Confluence would be completely ruined. This kind of thing really couldn't be done. The influence was too great. Without credibility, there would be no future. If the shop lost its credibility, it was equivalent to walking on a dead end. "Then let's go. Let's take a look at this shop," Qin Shao said to Babata, then walked in first. Babata also quickly followed in. Chapter 11:37. Selecting a cultivation method without a waiter to receive them, Qin Shao and Babata went to the cultivation method display area by themselves. For Qin Shao, the most important thing was still the cultivation method. He was only willing to do business here if there were good cultivation methods. "Sir, look here. These are all displayed cultivation methods. Just here, there are more than 100 types. But this is not all. If sir has any other needs, you can ask the shopkeeper to see more. Of course, if you want to see more, the requirements will be higher. Those that are not displayed are all fine products," Babata said. For most cultivators, cultivation methods were actually more or less the same. As long as there was a cultivation method, there were no other requirements. Cultivation techniques, in fact, were all the same. The fundamentals were all the same. Cultivation methods were only auxiliary means of cultivation. They were only bridges and lamps on the road forward. With the assistance of cultivation methods, the path of cultivation would be easier. For most people, this was indeed the case. Cultivation methods were like a master that could teach you. Therefore, cultivation methods were naturally very important to people on the path of cultivation. It was worth it for cultivators to fight with their lives. But cultivation methods were not absolute. Qin Shao was very clear that the most important thing in cultivation was one's own comprehension. No matter how good a cultivation method was, it was only an external thing. But to truly cultivate a Tao, it required one's own comprehension and mastery step by step. If you could not comprehend it yourself, then no matter how good a cultivation method was, it would be useless. The great Tao was the foundation, and everything else was auxiliary means. Therefore, Qin Shao was naturally different from others in terms of cultivation methods. He would definitely be very picky and have higher requirements. Qin Shao would definitely not take a fancy to ordinary cultivation methods. If the cultivation method's external assistance was relatively small, then Qin Shao would rather not have the cultivation method. After all, if he cultivated a cultivation method, it would also require a lot of energy and time. Of course, apart from the price being very expensive, the main reason was that it was difficult to obtain a good cultivation method. No matter how good a cultivation method was, if you couldn't even obtain it, it would be useless. Therefore, to the vast majority of one-star all things masters, any technique was about the same. It was just like picking out clothes. To put it bluntly, clothes were just clothes to wear. In fact, no matter the style or color, it was almost the same. It was just a matter of personal taste. "My lord, look at this cultivation technique. Heaven-seizing creation art, TSK. Just by looking at the name, one would know how majestic it was. Moreover, today's special price is only 899 myriad stones. It's quite worth it." In the past, I thought it would be 900 something. Today's price has indeed dropped. Babata pointed to a cultivation method and said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao also noticed this cultivation method. Just by looking at the name, it indeed gave off a majestic feeling. However, after Qin Shao looked at the introduction of the technique, she shook her head. If I'm not wrong, this heaven-seizing creation technique should be a simplified version, right? Babata was slightly stunned. After looking at Qin Shao in astonishment, he nodded and said, "Yes, my lord really has good eyesight. You can actually see that this cultivation method is a simplified version at a glance. The fame of the heaven-seizing creation technique is extremely great. It's a top-grade cultivation method. It's our heart of all things world's top-grade cultivation method." The classification of cultivation methods in the heart of all things world was relatively simple. There were a total of 4 grades: high, middle, low, and top grade. It was the same as the classification of Great Tao. Top grade was the highest and low grade was the last. This simplified version of the heaven-seizing creation technique was at the low grade level. Therefore, even if this heaven-seizing creation technique is an extremely simplified version, no matter what, the main body is still extremely powerful. Therefore, even if it's simplified, its fame is still extremely great. This heaven-seizing creation technique is definitely the most popular cultivation method here. Not only here, it's the same in other places. I feel that this cultivation method is quite good. My lord might as well consider it. For this cultivation method to be promoted in the entire heart of all things world, it's enough to show that this cultivation method is extraordinary. It's cheap and affordable. It's also easy to get, and its potential is limitless. It's indeed a good choice. Although Babatu strongly recommended it, Qin Shao still shook his head. It's too simplified. Some of the good things have been removed. And the result of this is that a lot of things have been destroyed, making this cultivation method extremely unstable. The deeper the cultivation, the greater the influence. It seems easy to get started, but there are too many hidden things behind it. It's not a good choice. For ordinary people, for some cultivators without ambition, this was indeed a good choice. Qin Shao didn't deny this point, but Qin Shao didn't like it. The essence of this extremely simplified cultivation method wasn't present. Some of the fundamental things had been destroyed. If one cultivated this cultivation method in depth and used this cultivation method to use the heart of all things Tao, it would only be a counterattack. The deeper one went, the more counterattack there would be. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't be able to see this point, but Qin Shao understood it very well. With his vision, he could naturally see things very far and deep. This was something that Babatu couldn't understand. So hearing Qin Shao's words, Babatu was very confused. He looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression. He wanted to say something, but didn't. Luckily, there weren't any attendants here. Otherwise, he would have to have a good discussion with Qin Shao. My lord, then what about this? Babata pointed at a cultivation method called Heartless Sword and introduced, "My lord, this cultivation method uses the sword to use the heart of all things Tao. I've seen some my lord who cultivated Heartless Sword before. The power displayed by this cultivation method is indeed very strong. This cultivation method leans towards battle. If my lord wants to increase your battle strength, then you might as well consider this cultivation method. I think it's pretty good." According to the general classification of cultivation methods, they could be roughly divided into a few categories. The first category was more towards combat and emphasized on attacking power. One type leaned towards defense, walking the direction of defense. One type was comprehension, truly helping to promote the use of the heart of all things Tao. It was the most helpful in raising one's cultivation level. If one could calm down, then this cultivation method was clearly a very good choice. One could calmly cultivate and wholeheartedly raise one's cultivation level. There was no need for a momentary struggle. One's cultivation level was the foundation. It was everything. Only raising one's cultivation level was the most important. For Qin Shao, his final goal was to become the controller of the heart of all things Tao. Everything else wasn't important. As long as he could reach this step, then everything would return to one. The overall classification was roughly like this. Everything else would be between these three categories. Of course, there were very few cultivation methods that were completely focused on one category. They would basically cover everything. It was just a matter of emphasis. Qin Shao also looked at the introduction of Heartless Sword and shook his head. No, this cultivation method is a quick cultivation method. It seems like cultivation will increase quickly, but the disadvantages will also seep in. Once it explodes, there will be endless troubles. Moreover, this cultivation method's path is a little unconventional. It has the taste of a sword going unconventional. I don't like this path. Cough. All right, then let's look at other things. Anyway, there are more cultivation methods here. We can slowly look at them. Babata laughed dryly. These years, he had been a guide in Bai City and received no less than 1,000 one-star All Things Down Masters. Most of them bought cultivation methods. And these people who came to choose cultivation methods were basically dazzled. They didn't know which one to choose, but not many were picky. After all, there was no need to be picky. Any one of them could be used for cultivation. They had to choose because there were too many good things, and they didn't know which one to choose. Babata recommended a few more cultivation methods, but they were all rejected by Qin Shao one by one. Qin Shao was sharp enough to find some flaws in those cultivation methods and pointed out the problems. And these problems were something that Babata had never thought about. No one had ever said these things to him. The one-star All Things Down Masters he brought before were not like this. Therefore, Qin Zhao's words also subverted some of Babata's ideas, which really surprised Babata. Qin Shao looked at one cultivation method after another, but he didn't see one that he was satisfied with. Every cultivation method was defective in Qin Zhao's eyes. So in the end, Babata didn't dare to say anything and let Qin Shao choose. But after this, there was no way to choose anymore. This situation made Qin Shao very helpless. It was not that he wanted to be picky, but it was because these low-grade cultivation methods had too many flaws and too many problems. Qin Shao was unwilling to compromise. After all, he didn't have many All Things stones on him now. Even if he sold all the things on him, he should only be able to get more than 1,000 All Things stones. These All Things stones were definitely only enough to buy one cultivation method. So in terms of cultivation methods, Qin Shao still couldn't be careless. Otherwise, the impact in a short period of time wouldn't be small. Qin Shao couldn't be blamed. Who asked him to be an existence comparable to a ruler in the divine world? He was an existence that stood at the peak of the Hongmeng universe. How high was his vision? He had come into contact with many cultivation methods, the top 10 absolute arts, and secret books. So the low-grade cultivation methods of the all things world naturally couldn't enter Qin Zhao's eyes. My lord, if you choose like this, I'm afraid it will be difficult to choose a satisfactory cultivation method. Seeing that he was about to finish choosing, Babata couldn't help but remind him. Qin Shao smiled and shook his head. Yes, if he continued to choose like this, there was no way to choose. But Qin Shao also didn't want to compromise. Qin Shao really felt that these low-grade cultivation methods were not necessary. It was better for him to cultivate them himself. After all, in terms of foundation, he was very strong. This wasn't something that ordinary people could compare with. Qin Zhao's cultivation experience was too rich. Although he couldn't directly copy it, there were still many similarities. So he could draw inferences about other things. Low-grade cultivation methods were indeed not necessary. At least, the ones that Qin Shao saw now were very unnecessary. They couldn't even force Qin Shao to choose. If there were better quality cultivation methods, Qin Shao could reluctantly accept them. But the ones in front of him really couldn't be helped. What a newcomer who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Boy, I've been observing you for a while. You've picked all the cultivation methods here. You're really good, boy. There are more than 100 cultivation methods here, and all of them are fine. But in your mouth, they're all worthless. I'm starting to suspect that you deliberately came to this shop to cause trouble. A harsh voice suddenly sounded. The person who spoke was a black-clothed man. Looking at his fierce face, one could tell that he wasn't a good person. There was a companion beside him, who also had a strange face. He didn't look like a good person. Chapter 1138. Pavilion Master Mu, the black-clothed man's voice immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the store. Many strange gazes landed on Qin Shao. A few attendants also came over and looked at Qin Shao with displeasure. Wasn't he causing trouble in the store? The surrounding crowd also began to point and whisper. Where did this brat come from? He's actually so ignorant. Is he a spy sent by another family? From the looks of it, he should be a newcomer who just entered the city. Humph, humph, he just became a one-star all-things master, and he's already so arrogant. He can't even tell north, south, east, and west. What a joke. That's right. The cultivation methods here are all top-notch. How could he say that they're so unbearable? He has bad intentions. Get lost, brat. Don't cause trouble here. If you can't afford it, then get lost. A beautiful female attendant walked over with a cold face. She looked at Qin Shao indifferently and said, "Customer, if you don't want to buy our store's cultivation methods, then please leave. Don't use vicious words to lead others and ruin our store's reputation." After saying that, the female attendant coldly looked at Babatu and said, "If you casually bring people to the store to cause trouble again, then don't come to our store in the future." Babatu's face turned green. He was embarrassed, but he didn't dare to refute the attendant's scolding. He could only stand there with a red face. Babata looked at the female attendant apologetically. Then, he gently pulled Qin Shao and said, "Sir, why don't we go to another store?" Qin Shao had never been the type to meekly submit to adversity, but these people's insults to him really made Qin Shao feel very uncomfortable in his heart. If he left with his tail between his legs, wouldn't they hit the nail on the head? Everyone had self-esteem. Is it wrong for me to want to buy a better cultivation method? I'm just expressing my personal opinion. There's no other meaning, right? Qin Shao looked at those people calmly and said, "Humph, someone like you wants to buy a better cultivation method? Do you have that many Omni stones? Bah, who doesn't know how to brag? I even said that I wanted to buy a top-grade cultivation technique. Unfortunately, this shop doesn't have it. Otherwise, I would definitely buy it." Ha ha ha. He's a newcomer. He thinks he's unbeatable. It's normal for him to have such an arrogant attitude. Let's not scare him. The female attendant said again, "Sir, it seems that you are not here to purchase the cultivation method sincerely. Then please leave. Our shop welcomes anyone. Since you're just here to take a stroll, we welcome you as well. However, we don't welcome guests like you who speak without thinking and speak rudely, damaging the reputation of our shop. If you don't know your place, then don't blame us for being impolite." There is clearly a hint of threat in these words. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown as he stared coldly at the female attendant. Is this how your Alien Star Pavilion does business? As the saying goes, true gold fears no fire. I just said a few words, and you're already angry from embarrassment? Humph. If that's the case, then I really think that you have a guilty conscience. If that's the case, then it's fine if I don't buy it. There are so many shops in the 100 Treasures Exchange. I don't have to buy it from your Alien Star Pavilion. There's one more thing I want to say. Newcomers also have dignity and can't be humiliated by others. As soon as Qin Zhao's words came out, it caused a roar of laughter. Obviously, the onlookers snorted and were very disdainful. Newcomers talking about dignity? Only those with strength could talk about this. Those without strength should behave themselves. Otherwise, they would suffer a big loss. The waitress also snorted coldly and was about to come up and asked Qin Shao to leave. At this moment, a solemn-looking old man walked over and shouted softly, "Stop!" Hearing this voice, the waitress immediately stopped and retreated to the side. When the onlookers saw the person who came, they obviously restrained themselves a lot. None of them dared to be presumptuous anymore and no longer humiliated Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the person who came. The person who came was also a one-star all-things master, but his body exuded an extremely fierce aura. Obviously, the strength of this old man was definitely very powerful among the one-star all-things masters. Even if he was not a two-star all-things master, his strength was probably close to the level of a two-star all-things master. And seeing the reaction of the others, Qin Shao also knew that the old man in front of him should be the manager of this Alien Star Pavilion. This is Pavilion Master Mu of the Alien Star Pavilion, the manager here. Babata whispered in Qin Zhao's ear. As the manager of this Alien Star Pavilion, the status of the person who came was obviously not low. However, Qin Zhao was neither servile nor overbearing. He looked at the person who came with a calm and indifferent face. The disrespectful behavior in the eyes of others. In the eyes of Pavilion Master Mu, there was a little appreciation. He had seen too many people who flattered him and had long been numb to it. Therefore, this person who could calmly look at him as an equal made Pavilion Master Mu feel a little special. He could see a trace of temperament in Qin Zhao that an extraordinary person could possess. This was a unique temperament. Little brother, are you not interested in any of the 136 cultivation methods I've displayed here? Pavilion Master Mu was not angry. Instead, he asked with a calm expression. Qin Zhao nodded non-committally and said, "Yes, I do not like them. There are many flaws in them. They are not really high-quality, low-grade cultivation methods. A real high-quality cultivation method should not be like this. These are at most close to high-quality cultivation methods. Is this the foundation of your Alien Star Pavilion?" These words sounded quite disrespectful, causing the onlookers to look at Qin Zhao with strange eyes. They all felt that this kid was going to suffer. How dare he be so disrespectful to the Alien Star Pavilion in front of Pavilion Master Mu? This was simply challenging the dignity of the Alien Star Pavilion. However, Pavilion Master Mu was not angry. Instead, he chuckled and said, "This is just a branch of our Alien Star Pavilion. Naturally, there are not many high-quality cultivation methods here. If there were, they would not be displayed in this display area. Looks like this little brother's standards are very high. If you don't like these little brothers, then please follow me to the back of the palace. There are also a few elite cultivation methods. See if you like them." "Okay, let me take a look." Qin Zhao nodded and agreed. Pavilion Master Mu took the initiative to make an inviting gesture to Qin Zhao. Then, Qin Zhao followed Pavilion Master Mu into the back hall. Babata was stunned for a long time before he quickly followed. Such a scene left the others dumbfounded. Pavilion Master Mu actually believed his words? Pavilion Master Mu is retreating in order to advance, right? If he takes out a real high-quality cultivation method, and that kid still says the same thing, Pavilion Master Mu will probably be angry. At that time, he will not be criticized by others. Yes, that must be it. Humph, this kid is really ignorant. Let's see how he will die. He's just a newcomer who has just become a one-star all-knowing. He definitely can't afford the cultivation methods in this display area. Otherwise, why would he say such sarcastic words? Let's wait for a good show. Some of the customers in the store were about to leave, but now they all stopped and waited for a good show. After entering the back hall, there were no outsiders around. Pavilion Master Mu waved his hand, and 10 jade slips flew out. There were 10 cultivation methods recorded in them. Little brother, these 10 cultivation methods are the most high-quality cultivation methods in our branch. 5 of them are low-grade cultivation methods, while the other 5 are middle-grade cultivation methods. If you still can't choose one of these 10 cultivation methods, then I have no other choice. We only have so many cultivation methods here. If you really need something better, then you can only go to Longhua Mansion. There are many high-quality cultivation methods there, and even high-grade cultivation methods." Pavilion Master Mu said. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on these 10 cultivation methods. There were 5 middle-grade cultivation methods, which should be enough. No matter how much he wanted to pursue, it was indeed not very practical to talk about. After all, this was only Bai City, a city the size of a pellet. Naturally, there would not be many good things here. Moreover, his realm was still too weak. As a one-star all-knowing, it would be difficult for him to pursue a good cultivation method. The most important thing was that Qin Zhao's financial resources were very limited. Even if he had some pursuits, there was no way he could afford it. Therefore, Qin Zhao also knew that he couldn't ask for too much. It would be fine if it was just about the same. Qin Zhao checked these 10 cultivation methods. 5 low-grade cultivation methods could barely be regarded as high quality. At least, they were much better than the more than 100 kinds of cultivation methods he saw in the display area just now. Although Qin Zhao could still find the flaws, it was still all right. They were all small flaws, and there wasn't much of a problem. Speaking of which, these 5 low-grade cultivation methods could barely enter Qin Zhao's eyes, but they were not enough to satisfy Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the other 5 cultivation methods. These 5 were middle-grade cultivation methods. Seeing Qin Zhao looking at the middle-grade cultivation methods, Pavilion Master Mu's expression did not change, but his gaze obviously changed subtly. It was the first time he had seen and heard that a one-star all-knowing who had just entered the city had such a big ambition. At least, it was the first time he had met someone who wanted to buy middle-grade cultivation methods. This kind of person, even in the whole world of all things, was also very rare. Babatu, who was on the side, looked a little bit sad. He knew Qin Zhao's financial resources. Although he was relatively rich, there was no way he could afford middle-grade cultivation methods. Wasn't it looking for trouble if he wanted middle-grade cultivation methods? This ambition really wasn't ordinary. Even Babata didn't know what to say. He had been a guide for so many years, but he really had never encountered such an embarrassing thing. If this matter was not handled well, then he would even be banned by the Alien Star Pavilion and listed as a person who would not be entertained. But Qin Zhao insisted on doing this, and he had no way to stop him. He could only stand silently and watch all this happen, pale and powerless like an ant. Sky's silkworm skill, using the sky as the silkworm, the earth as the silkworm, and all things as the silkworm. This cultivation method reaches the intermediate level of all things Tao, turning the Tao into a silkworm, binding the heaven and earth. Once bound, there is no way to escape. This cultivation method is very strange. The first middle-grade cultivation method that Qin Zhao looked at was an attack type. In fact, Qin Zhao did not have a clear requirement for the type of cultivation method. Whether it was an attack type or a perception type, Qin Zhao did not care. Most importantly, it depended on whether he liked it or not, and whether he liked it or not. This sky silkworm skill was not bad. It turned all things into silkworms, and its power was extremely terrifying. It could be considered as a choice. Chapter 1139. 100 years was enough. Qin Zhao looked through the 5 middle-grade cultivation methods one by one. In fact, these 5 middle-grade cultivation methods were similar, but they leaned towards different directions. 3 of them were focused on attacking, 1 was focused on comprehension, and the last one was focused on movement and defense. Except for the different leaning, the 5 cultivation methods were similar. The middle-grade cultivation methods could be considered to be able to enter Qin Zhao's eyes. After thinking for a while, Qin Zhao decided to choose the cultivation method that leaned towards emotion. Among the 5 middle-grade cultivation methods, the cultivation method that leaned toward perception was called Ode to Mountains. The name itself sounded rather strange. Little brother, it seems that you have a special liking for middle-grade cultivation methods. But the price of a middle-grade cultivation method is more expensive. The price is about 10 times that of a low-grade cultivation method. Pavilion Leader Mu saw through Qin Zhao's thoughts. However, he felt that the person in front of him was not so rich. He should not have the ability to buy a middle-grade cultivation method. Therefore, although his words seemed to be an introduction, it also conveyed an important message to Qin Zhao. That was, middle-grade cultivation methods were very expensive. 10 times? Hearing this number, Qin Zhao could not help but frown slightly. However, this was also within his expectations. It was very normal for a difference of 1 level to have 10 times the price difference. However, Qin Zhao's financial resources were indeed limited. He was very embarrassed. An ordinary initial rank cultivation method would cost around 900 myriad stones. If it was 10 times the price, then it would cost around 9,000 myriad stones to buy a middle rank cultivation method. If all of Qin Zhao's possessions were added together, he wouldn't have more than 1,500 myriad stones. This was his limit. Therefore, Qin Zhao was too far away from buying a middle-grade cultivation method. It was so far away that people did not dare to imagine it. Pavilion Leader Mu continued, "Little brother, these 5 low-grade cultivation methods of mine are the real best. They were carefully selected. It can be said that they are the best of the best. Every single one of them was very close to a middle-grade cultivation technique. If used well, the effect would not be inferior to that of a mid-tier cultivation technique. If you buy them now, I'll give you a 10% discount. It'll be around 15 million myriad stones. Around 1,500 myriad stones was the limit of what Qin Shao could afford. Any more, and he definitely wouldn't be able to take it out. This price was indeed acceptable. However, Qin Shao was still not interested in low-grade cultivation methods. What he needed the most was middle-grade cultivation methods. Therefore, this matter really put Qin Shao in a difficult position. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, "Pavilion Master Mu, I, Qin Shao, am not an arrogant and ignorant person, nor am I a newcomer who has never seen the world. It's just that I have high standards, so I might leave a bad impression on others. They might think that I don't know what I'm doing. My requirements for cultivation techniques are indeed very high. To be honest, at present, I'm most satisfied with this ode to mountain song. However, if I add up all the myriad stones I estimate that I only have around 15 million myriad stones. I'm still far from being able to purchase the ode on mountain songs, but I don't want to make do with it. I wonder if Pavilion Master Mu has any good suggestions for me?" Oh, Pavilion Master Mu's face showed some surprise. He knew that the number of myriad stones he had was far from enough, but he still wanted a middle-grade cultivation technique. Should he say that he was ambitious or wishful thinking? It was the first time that Pavilion Master Mu had seen someone so confident when he didn't have enough myriad stones. The young man in front of him was not simple, extremely not simple. Pavilion Master Mu had lived for countless years and had seen many people. He thought that he had some ability to judge people. Therefore, he quickly made a judgment in his heart and gave Qin Shao a very high evaluation. He felt that if Qin Shao could grow up smoothly, his future would be immeasurable. Such a young man was indeed worth making friends with. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Pavilion Master Mu said, "Young friend Qin Shao, there are ways to compromise. If little friend Qin Shao insists on wanting the ode on mountain songs, I can provide little friend Qin Shao with two options. The first one is on credit. I can vouch for you, young friend Qin Shao. You can buy it on credit in my Alien Star Pavilion, but you have to pay it back as soon as possible, at most within 10,000 years. There are not many precedents for this. In Bai City, I have never made an exception. Today is the first time. Could he buy it on credit?" This was a path that could be considered. Qin Shao didn't think much of it, but Babatu, who was next to him, almost wanted to worship Qin Shao. He had been worried about Qin Shao just now and secretly worried about Qin Shao. But the situation had changed, and the situation had changed for the better. He didn't expect Pavilion Master Mu to appreciate Qin Shao so much that he would even make an exception for Qin Shao. This treatment was very unusual. Lord Qin Shao actually had such charisma that even Pavilion Master Mu was intimidated. It was truly admirable. To pay back all the credit within 10,000 years was a very difficult task for the average person. It was too difficult to pay back 8,000 to 9,000 Omni Stones, and he only had 10,000 years. However, Qin Shao didn't think it was difficult for him. At most, it would just take a little more time and trouble. Of course, Qin Shao didn't like trouble, so Qin Shao decided to listen to the other way first. The second one is time-limited comprehension. Pavilion Master Mu said again. Time-limited comprehension? Qin Shao looked at Pavilion Master Mu with a puzzled face and asked, "Pavilion Master Mu, what does that mean? What is time-limited comprehension?" Pavilion Master Mu patiently explained, "Time-limited comprehension means that you have 100 years. You can only comprehend the ode to Mountain Song in our Alien Star Pavilion. Once the 100 years are up, we will take back the Jade Slip. How much you can comprehend will be your own fortune. And this cultivation method is not sold to you, but you have 100 years to comprehend it." Qin Shao nodded and understood what was going on. To put it simply, the time-limited comprehension was not selling the cultivation method, but selling the time to comprehend it, which was equivalent to renting it. One was selling, and the other was renting. The situation was naturally very different. Just like Qin Zhao's renting of the corner land, the price difference between renting a courtyard and permanently buying a courtyard was very big. This was also a place where different tunes could be shared. If he bought it, Then Qin Shao could impart the ode to mountain song to others. If he rented it, he could only stay in the alien star pavilion to comprehend it, and there was no way to impart it to others. And 100 years was a short time. This was a middle-grade cultivation method. How much could he comprehend in 100 years? This was also an unknown matter. If it was an ordinary person, there was no way to comprehend much of it in 100 years. Pavilion Master Mu said again, "Little friend Qin Shao, if you want to choose this path, then I can make an exception. According to the precedent of our headquarters, if you choose this path, I can only charge you 1,500 Omni Stones and let you comprehend it for 100 years. If you have the ability to comprehend it completely, then you will have made a profit. Of course, if you can't comprehend much and feel that you are at a disadvantage, that is also your problem. So, you have to carefully consider this before making a decision. The time is only 100 years. It is not a long time, but it is also not a short time. 1,500 Omni Stones to buy the right to comprehend for 100 years. It sounded like it was better to take a step back and buy a low-grade cultivation method. 100 years is far too little. Generally, a one-star all-knowing expert would be able to successfully cultivate a low-grade technique in 10,000 years. That was because they were relatively experienced. 100 years is not even enough to cultivate an ordinary low-grade cultivation method. How much can you comprehend for a middle-grade cultivation method? Babata shook his head and felt that it was not worth it. It did sound like it was not worth it. If it was someone else, they would definitely not consider it. However, Qin Shao was not frightened. Instead, he said with a determined face, 100 years is enough. 100 years is enough? It was just a few words, but they shocked Pavilion Master Mu deeply. What kind of confidence was this? What kind of confidence was this? And these words came from Qin Zhao's mouth. Obviously, he was not bluffing. Pavilion Master Mu was full of praise for his confidence. It could even be said that it made Pavilion Master Mu full of expectations for Qin Shao. He also wanted to see if Qin Shao was really so experienced. If he could successfully cultivate a middle-grade cultivation method in 100 years, it would really be heaven-defying. Then, in the entire heart of all things world, he would probably be a rare existence. It was just that 100 years was too short. How could it be possible to cultivate a middle-rank cultivation technique in 100 years? No matter how much Pavilion Master Mu admired Qin Shao, he did not think that Qin Shao could really do it and succeed. Babato admired Qin Shao more and more. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was prostrating himself in admiration. Ah, good, very good. Very ambitious. I admire a young person like you. Pavilion Master Mu, who had always been serious, actually laughed loudly. He nodded at Qin Shao and said, "Since you have made up your mind, then I will respect your choice. Now, I am very much looking forward to your performance. Let's see if you can create a new miracle. But before that, official business still has to be done. First, hand over 1,500 Omni Stones. I will immediately arrange the other matters for you." Qin Shao nodded. With a wave of his hand, he took out all the items on his body and piled them up into a small mountain. It was a dazzling collection of items. TSK, there are so many materials. How many fierce beasts did you kill to collect this? Hey, there are actually 3 amethyst flowers. This is good stuff. If this thing is sold in the black market, each flower can be sold for a good price. Looking at the small mountain of things, Babatu's eyes suddenly lit up. When he saw that there were a few sets of assessment area tasks in these things, Babata suddenly felt a rush of excitement. If he could pick a set, then he could become a one-star all-things master. However, he could only think about this kind of thing. A complete set was worth several hundred Omni Stones. How could he possibly have the wealth to buy it? Chapter 1140. Start cultivating. Pavilion Master Mu also nodded at Qin Shao and said with a smile, "You don't look very old. You should have just arrived. But I didn't expect you to be able to collect so many things. Looks like the number of fierce beasts that died in your hands is uncountable. Moreover, you even have 3 amethyst flowers. Your harvest is indeed huge. It's really rare to see such a great harvest in the assessment area. Qin Shao smiled and didn't explain much. He just casually replied, maybe my luck was a bit good. Pavilion Master Mu, take a look at the things here and see how much you can sell them for. If the price is right, I'll sell them all here. Just in time, let's see if we can gather 1,500 myriad stones. Pavilion Master Mu nodded, but he began to count the items. Golden Rhino Horn, I'll give you 10 for 1 myriad stone. Fire Scorpion Pincer, 20 for 1 myriad stone. Black Python Gallbladder, 8 for 1 myriad stone. Pavilion Master Mu would give a specific price for each item so that Qin Shao could refer to it. Soon, he reached the end. Amethyst flower is a bit more precious. The Myriad Temple's price is 20 myriad stones for 1 flower. I can give you 22 myriad stones for 1 flower. The total price is 1,547 myriad stones. I'll round it up for you and give you 1,550 myriad stones. Little friend Qin Shao, what do you think of this price? Hearing this price, Qin Shao was actually very satisfied. This was more or less the same as what he expected. It was even a bit better. Qin Shao's expectation was around 1,500 universal stones. If Pavilion Master Mu's price was a bit higher, then even 1,500 universal stones would be a bit of a risk. But the final price gave Qin Shao a bit of a pleasant surprise. It was actually an extra 50 myriad stones. This was the best result. But Qin Shao still asked Babatu, what do you think of this price? Not bad at all. It's a bit better than what I expected. In comparison, Pavilion Master Mu's price is indeed very good. If you take it to other places, you might not be able to get this price. Babatu said honestly. Qin Shao nodded. Actually, even without Babatu saying it, he already knew. Asking Babatu could be considered Qin Shao's trust in Babatu. All right, Pavilion Master Mu. Then we'll go with your price. Mine is 1,500 myriad stones. You can directly give me 50 myriad stones. Qin Shao said. With a wave of his hand, Pavilion Master Mu put away all the items. Then to give them all the myriad stones, to give them to Qin Shao's hands. Qin Shao did not hesitate to accept them. She put away the 30 Omni stones and gave the other 20 to Babatu. Babatu was slightly taken aback. He immediately shook his head and waved his hand. Sir, you don't have to be in such a hurry to pay me for my services. And 10 myriad stone, and to give myriad pay. If I pay now, I'll be breaking the rules. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. It's fine. I'll pay you in advance. I'll stay here and cultivate for 100 years, so you can leave first. I'll give you the reward first, so you can take it without worry. If I need anything later, I'll come find you. After 100 years, you can come here and wait for me. I'll see if there's anything I need. Or you can come to my courtyard to find me. Babatu still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Qin Shao. Okay, don't say anything else. I gave it to you. You just have to take it. Otherwise, I won't be able to pay you later. That's breaking my promise. I will definitely not allow such a thing to happen to me. That would be destroying my reputation. Babatu knew that he couldn't refuse anymore. He could only accept it. All right, myriad stone, then I'll take it first. Thank you very much. Since you can trust me so much, I, Babatu, will also repay you with sincerity. After 100 years, I'll definitely come here to welcome you. Babatu was moved. He was just an insignificant person who lived at the bottom of the hierarchy. He had never been respected by anyone. He had always lived a lowly life. But with Qin Shao here, he was respected and felt dignity. This moved him very much. After sending Babatu away, Pavilion Lord Mu brought Qin Shao into a secret room and said to Qin Shao, Little friend Qin Shao, you can stay here and cultivate. For 100 years, no one will come to disturb you. When the 100 years are up, I'll come personally. 100 years isn't long, so little friend Qin Shao, you have to make good use of it. Now, it's all up to your luck and fortune. I'm looking forward to your performance. I hope you can have a very good harvest. With that, Pavilion Master Mu waved his hand and handed the jade slip containing the ode on mountain to Qin Shao. Qin Shao received the jade slip and said solemnly, All right, then I'll be indebted to Pavilion Lord Mu. I won't let you down. Pavilion Lord Mu said his goodbyes and left the secret room. The door of the secret room closed, and a protective formation was activated, completely isolating this place from the outside world. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately calmed his heart. He began to cultivate. Qin Zhao's consciousness entered the jade slip and started to comprehend the cultivation method. As soon as his consciousness entered the jade slip, Qin Shao immediately entered a new world. This was the world of the Ode of Mountain, the world of comprehension, the world of the intermediate use of the myriad things Tao. Everything in this world was a kind of exquisite use of the myriad things Tao. Immediately, Qin Shao immersed himself in comprehension. The comprehension of the grand Tao was the most difficult. On the other side, Babatu came out from the back hall, and many gazes looked over at him. Hee, I was right, didn't I? You really stir up trouble. Look, only this guide came out. That kid probably died in the hands of Pavilion Lord Mu, right? Even if he didn't die, I'm afraid he won't have a good time. How dare he make fun of Pavilion Lord Mu? It's not enough to kill him. That's right. This is an open challenge to the dignity of the Alien Star Pavilion, right? If we don't kill him, then where is the dignity of the Alien Star Pavilion? How could Pavilion Lord Mu allow such a clown to make a fuss here? The onlookers didn't leave. They were still waiting to watch a good show. Listening to these people's conjecture about Lord Qin Shao, Babatu was really angry. He couldn't help but say, "Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, okay?" And what did he say? A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Babatu's words clearly made many of the onlookers very unhappy. A starless person, a lowly ant, dare to say such words to them? He really has guts. A ferocious one-star, all-living things warrior looked at Babatu. Murderous aura gushed out from his face, oppressing Babatu. Babatu's complexion turned pale, and he grimaced. Facing the oppression of a one-star all-things expert, how could Babatu resist at all? A lowly person like him would die in vain if he was killed by a one-star all-things expert. No one would say a word for him. Ant, you're really courting death. What right do you have to speak here? An ant actually doesn't know his place. How can I let you live? The ferocious man shouted harshly. After speaking, he was about to attack Babatu. Obviously, he had made up his mind to kill him. Am I going to die? Babatu also felt the killing intent of this ferocious man, but he didn't have any power to resist at all, so he could only watch the danger come and descend on him. Stop! Right at this moment, a dignified and cold voice resounded. Hearing this shout, the ferocious man immediately stopped and restrained his arrogance. Where was the arrogant look from before? The person who came was none other than Pavilion Master Mu. Pavilion Master Mu glanced coldly at the ferocious man and said, "If you want to kill someone, then go out and do it. Don't do it in my Alien Star Pavilion. I don't want to see blood here." Haha, I was just scaring him just now. How could I really dare to kill someone in the Alien Star Pavilion? I wouldn't dare even if I had 10 times the courage. The ferocious man suddenly had a fawning smile on his face. You better not. Pavilion Master Mu snorted coldly. He glanced at the crowd and said, "Little friend Qin Shao is temporarily cultivating in seclusion in my Alien Star Pavilion. If you want to watch the show, don't wait. Disperse." After speaking, Pavilion Master Mu turned and left. As soon as Pavilion Master Mu left, the place exploded. Voices of disbelief rang out one after another. What? That kid is cultivating in seclusion here? What's going on? The Alien Star Pavilion actually allows an outsider to cultivate in seclusion here? Did I hear wrongly? I also think I must have heard wrongly. I've never heard of such a thing. What's the background of that kid? Could it be that he has a powerful background? What kind of luck does that kid have? Those one-star, all-creation beings who were waiting to watch a good show were greatly disappointed after an uproar. Of course, there were also many who were agitated and could only disperse. Not to mention those one-star, all-creation beings who were watching. Even the few attendants in the store were confused. They did not understand why Pavilion Master Mu would allow that arrogant kid to cultivate in seclusion in the Alien Star Pavilion. Could it be that it was just an excuse? In fact, it was not like that. But Pavilion Master Mu did not seem like the kind of person who would lie. They did not understand. They really did not understand. Qin Shao turned a deaf ear to the commotion outside. With Pavilion Master Mu's personal guarantee, it was naturally guaranteed that no one would come to disturb him. It gave Qin Shao an absolutely quiet place to cultivate. Qin Shao was completely immersed in the comprehension of cultivation, wandering in the world of Ode on Mountain. At the same time as he was comprehending this middle-grade skill, Qin Shao also had many ideas about the middle-grade usage of the Tao of all creation. Slowly, he accumulated and improved. In the long run, he would finally reach the threshold of the intermediate application. However, this process was indeed very difficult. 100 years was too short. Chapter 1141. Pavilion Master Mu's Good Karma in the Secret Chamber of the Alien Star Pavilion. Light surged and strange phenomena appeared. Qin Shao waved both of his hands and shot out a strange light. All things grew and multiplied without end. The great Tao intertwined and changed constantly. The Tao of all things was the light, the scenery, the mountains, the rocks, the rivers, the clouds, the sky, and the earth. It was the cornerstone of all things. The Tao of all things was the power of the laws. It combined all these things to form a beautiful scenery. There were thousands of methods and endless changes. Different combinations produced different results. Just like a house made of the same bricks, it could be a cozy small residence, a towering building, or a huge palace. The difficulty of cultivation lay in the fact that it was ever-changing. There were countless paths and countless possibilities, but you had to be able to walk out of one. Then, one path would be extended to countless paths. Finally, all rivers would merge into the sea and return to the origin. Complete fusion would reach the extreme. This was the process of cultivation. No matter which great Tao it was the same process. All cultivation was the same process. The process was the same, but the path to walk was different. Every path was full of hardships and bumps. It was very, very difficult to walk a path to the extreme. 100 years was indeed not a long time. For Qin Shao, who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, it was very short. For other almighty people in the God realm, it was even more so in the blink of an eye. 100 years of comprehension was definitely too hasty for most cultivators. However, Qin Shao had no other choice. He did not have enough money, so he could only do this for now. Fortunately, after 100 years, Qin Shao's comprehension was not small. She had also cultivated the Ode to Mountains to a certain degree. The light gradually dimmed, and the secret chamber returned to silence. Qin Zhao's brows slightly furrowed. He shook his head and silently sighed to himself. Although I am extremely ambitious, 100 years is still a little short. It is obviously impossible for me to cultivate this middle-tier cultivation technique, Ode to Mountain recital, to the great perfection stage. However, I have more or less understood this cultivation technique. What comes next will depend on time to polish it. If I could really cultivate this technique to the great circle, then my usage of the all-creation Tao would be able to break through to the intermediate level. Therefore, this is also something to be expected. How can it be so easy to break through from the elementary level to the intermediate level? I haven't accumulated enough, and I haven't tempered myself enough. There's still a natural chasm blocking my path. However, there was no rush. Haste makes waste. On the path of cultivation, comprehension was important, but so was accumulation and tempering. If your foundation isn't stable and you're too eager to succeed, you'll only get what you want. Speaking of which, Qin Zhao's cultivation speed was already monstrous enough. If other geniuses were to compare, they would probably die of shame. It was just that Qin Shao was not satisfied. After all, Qin Zhao's vision was too high. After all, he was the #1 genius of the universe era in the deity world. As the #1 genius of the universe era, it was normal for his cultivation speed to be much faster than others. The amount of comparison was different, and the way of thinking was naturally different. 100 years had passed. Qin Shao could only give up temporarily. At this moment, the door of the secret room was pushed open. Pavilion Master Mu walked in, and his gaze fell on Qin Shao. "Oh, I thought I would interrupt your cultivation. I didn't expect you to have already stopped." Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, I also just stopped. 100 years have passed. Naturally, I had to stop. Such punctuality and trustworthiness made Pavilion Master Mu praise Qin Shao again. He nodded slightly. On his face, he couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. He didn't treat others with dignity. How's the harvest? Pavilion Master Mu asked with concern. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled. He replied, "It's okay." Qin Shao didn't say the specifics. In terms of maturity, it was estimated to be 50 to 60%. However, this jade slip wasn't of much help to Qin Shao. It was almost negligible. What he lacked now was time and practice. Pavilion Master Mu said, 100 years is still too short and too hasty. After all, this is a middle-grade cultivation method. No matter how talented you are, I'm afraid you'll need at least 1,000 years to digest it before you can more or less grasp the basic principles. Then, you won't need to rely on the cultivation method and can accumulate and temper yourself to improve. This jade slip contained the cultivation method. To put it bluntly, it was equivalent to a master teaching you step by step. And for some things, once the master taught you, you could roughly understand what was going on. Then you could ponder on your own and slowly comprehend it. There was no need for the master to teach you all the time. But some things were more profound and complicated, and there were a lot of things. It required the master to spend time teaching you so that you could understand them one by one. If time was cut off, you couldn't understand many things at all. If you left the master's teaching, it would naturally be difficult to move forward. Qin Shao comprehended the cultivation method in the jade slip for this reason. If he directly bought the cultivation method, this jade slip would belong to Qin Shao. Qin Shao could comprehend it anytime and anywhere without any restrictions. If 100 years didn't work, then 1,000 years. If 1,000 years didn't work, then 10,000 years. Anyway, it was his own, and he could cultivate it for as long as he wanted. However, Qin Shao only bought the right to cultivate for 100 years, so when the time was up, he had to return it. Then it depended on Qin Zhao's ability. How much he comprehended depended on his own ability. But Qin Shao didn't need to rely on this jade slip anymore. 100 years was enough for Qin Shao. Pavilion Master Mu said again, "Little friend Qin Shao, you and I have some affinity. I admire a young man like you who is different from the rest. You have a temperament that others don't have. I believe you're a cultivator with great potential. So, I'd like to form a good relationship with you." Good relationship? Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Pavilion Master Mu and said, "Pavilion Master Mu, what kind of good relationship do you want to form with me?" Qin Shao was slightly surprised by Pavilion Master Mu's words. Was he trying to form a good relationship with him? This was definitely out of the ordinary. After all, Pavilion Master Mu was a person of high status. He was definitely a well-known figure in Bai City. He had just entered Bai City and was unfamiliar with the place. He didn't know anyone. He was just a nobody. Unexpectedly, Pavilion Master Mu thought so highly of him that he lowered his status to form a good relationship with him. This was interesting and somewhat thought-provoking. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but think about what Pavilion Master Mu meant by this. Did he sincerely just want to form a good relationship with him? Or did he have another purpose? Could it be that Pavilion Master Mu had such a unique vision based on his current performance? Did he know that he had unlimited potential and would definitely become a great person in the future? Perhaps this was possible. In general, Qin Shao had a good impression of Pavilion Master Mu. He shouldn't be a sinister and cunning person. Of course, this was just a temporary feeling. After all, Qin Shao was not familiar with Pavilion Master Mu, so he wouldn't jump to conclusions. He still had to be careful. One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always be on guard against others. Here's the thing. If you want to continue to comprehend the Ode on Mountain Chant, I can guarantee in my name that you can continue to comprehend it for another 100 years. If 100 years is not enough, you can continue for another 200 years. If you continue for another 100 years, it will be difficult. In 200 years, I can form a good relationship with you in my name. It depends on whether you are willing to do it or not, little friend Qin Shao. Pavilion Master Mu pursed his lips and looked at Qin Shao with a smile. His face was kind, which was a little different from his usual majesty. However, Qin Shao could feel that Pavilion Master Mu wasn't putting on an act. In terms of judging people's eyesight, Qin Shao was naturally confident. If Pavilion Master Mu was too deliberate, he must have other intentions. Qin Shao would definitely respect, but fear such a person. Qin Shao couldn't hate Pavilion Master Mu. Of course, Qin Shao also knew that Pavilion Master Mu probably didn't just want to form a good relationship with him. Perhaps there were other reasons, but he didn't say it clearly. Qin Shao didn't ask much, but said, "Pavilion Master Mu, thank you very much for your kindness, but there's no need for that. 100 years is enough. If I comprehend it for another 100 years, I won't gain much. Instead of spending money on it, it's better to practice it. I believe the effect will be better." Oh. Qin Shao's light words really surprised Pavilion Master Mu. He looked at Qin Shao with a little surprise in his eyes. How could he not understand the meaning of these words? In this way, in just 100 years, Qin Shao had almost comprehended the ode on Mountain Chant. What a monster! What a monster! An absolute genius. This made Pavilion Master Mu want to form a good relationship with Qin Shao even more. Ha! It seems that little friend Qin Shao is really talented. A hero comes from a young age. In that case, the old man is too lenient, Pavilion Master Mu said with a smile. Qin Shao curled his lips and said with a smile, "Pavilion Master Mu, you're being kind. Qin Shao will remember it." Well, Pavilion Master Mu, 100 years have passed. I have to leave. If I need anything next time, I will definitely come to your Alien Star Pavilion again. Pavilion Master Mu nodded and said, "Okay, you're welcome at any time. Let me see you out." Pavilion Master Mu personally saw him out. This treatment made Qin Shao feel a little flattered. Pavilion Master Mu personally saw Qin Shao out, which also made the female attendants of the Alien Star Pavilion look at Qin Shao completely change. It was indeed very unusual to be able to enjoy such treatment. Babata had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw Pavilion Master Mu personally see Qin Shao out, he was quite surprised. He naturally understood the knack of it. "Pavilion Master Mu, please wait. Qin Shao will take his leave." Qin Shao cupped his hands and said. Pavilion Master Mu stopped and nodded at Qin Shao with a smile on his face as a sign of acknowledgement. After saying goodbye to Pavilion Master Mu, Qin Shao patted Babatu, who was a little stunned, and said, "Let's go." Babatu came back to his senses and hurriedly led the way in front, but in his heart, he admired Qin Shao even more. After leaving 100 Treasures Confluence, Qin Shao did not go anywhere else, but went straight back to his courtyard. It was time to digest, so Qin Shao decided to go into seclusion for the time being. Chapter 1142, Universal Pool, Cultivating and Comprehending the Grand Tao of all creation in the Universal Core World is truly a blessing from the heavens. The effects are hundreds and thousands of times better than outside. The Universal Core World is a world completely formed by the laws of all creation. Under the power of the laws, it is much easier to comprehend. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques of the Universal Core World are completely compatible with the laws and will not be affected at all. Therefore, the effects of these cultivation techniques are so good. This is unimaginable outside. In the God world, the grand Tao of all creation strives for glory. Cultivation and comprehension will be affected by the interference of other grand Taos. There is no such pure environment. Cultivation techniques originate from the grand Tao itself. They are a bridge. Bridges that lead to different grand Taos will often be suppressed by other grand Taos. This is something of the grand Tao itself. It is extremely complicated. Qin Shao had come into contact with many absolute arts in the God world. There were also some that aided in the use of grand Taos. However, compared to the Universal Core World, their effects were far inferior. Even the 10 absolute arts were not enough. Therefore, the 10 absolute arts in the God world could only be cultivated to the grand Tao itself. It was very difficult for them to bring out much of their brilliance. There were very few cultivation techniques and absolute arts to cultivate in the God world. It was the same in the God world. The level of application was more dependent on one's own comprehension. However, the mystical aspect of the Universal Core World was that it could make cultivation much easier through such a good method. With the assistance of cultivation techniques, it was indeed much easier than comprehending on one's own. Of course, such a situation would only exist in the universal core world. It was impossible to do it outside. The universal core world was the holy land for cultivation of the Tao of all creation. It was indeed worthy of its name. With the 3 years of experience in the assessment area and the 100 years of comprehension in the Alien Star Pavilion, Qin Shao had many new ideas about the use of the Tao of all creation. This closed-door cultivation lasted for 300 years. It was not a long time, but it was enough for Qin Shao to digest the gains of these years. In terms of the use of the Tao of all creation, there was naturally a lot of improvement. However, there was still some distance before he could break through to the intermediate level of application. It was simply too difficult to break through to the next level. It seems that I still have to go out more often. There are many good places for cultivation in Bai City. If I can communicate with other cultivators, experience more, walk around more, and comprehend more, I believe I will have unexpected gains. Qin Shao did not continue to cultivate in seclusion, but left the courtyard. Qin Shao contacted Babatu, and Babatu rushed over as fast as he could. "My lord, you came out of seclusion so quickly. Did you gain anything?" Babatu asked with a smile. Qin Shao curled her lips and smiled faintly. "I've gained something, but not much." Babatu said, "Your Excellency, don't be anxious. After all, you've only been in closed seclusion for 300 years. Not having much harvest is also normal. The path of cultivation was an extremely long and slow path. 1,000,000 or 10 million years of cultivation is not considered a long time. Countless people use 100 million or 10 billion years of cultivation to record their cultivation. Your Excellency, you have only been in Bai City for 400 years, which is too short. Cultivation also needs time to accumulate. I believe Your Excellency will definitely go far and become famous in Bai City." Babatu's words were comforting on one hand, and on the other hand, there was a hint of flattery in them. But what he did not know was that Qin Zhao's harvest was not much for him. But if this harvest was released, it would probably scare many geniuses to death. Of course, Qin Shao did not explain this to Babatu. Instead, she said, "Babatu, I want to use some practical things to hone myself, or practical experience. Do you have any good suggestions for me?" "Hone?" Babatu was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, "Your Excellency, if you want to hone yourself, I think you should do it step by step. There are many places in Bai City to hone yourself. For example, the most terrible is the ferocious beast battlefield. The most lively is the all-creation arena, and the most difficult is the star-picking tower. In addition to these most famous training places, there are many other places worth visiting. I think you can go to the Red Mountain House." Red Mountain House. Qin Shao could not help but frown slightly. She looked at Babatu with a puzzled expression and asked, "Isn't the Red Mountain House a place of business? What's worth visiting there?" Babatu grinned and said, "Your Excellency, you don't know. The Red Mountain House is indeed a place of business, one of the 3 major places of business in Bai City. I've told you before that 100 Treasures Conglomerate, Red Mountain House, and Myriad Kingdom Conglomerate all have their own characteristics. Your Excellency, you know the characteristics of 100 Treasures Conglomerate. The characteristic of Red Mountain House is that it has a free sacred place for cultivation, called the All-Creation Pool. Myriad Kingdom Conglomerate is even more interesting. The All-Creation Arena I mentioned just now is organized by Myriad Kingdom Conglomerate. It can be said that it has the entire world of all creation. I think Your Excellency should go take a look at the All-Creation Pool. After all, it's free." "Free?" Qin Shao was even more puzzled. Since it was a sacred place for cultivation, it was an important cultivation resource. How could the Red Mountain House be so generous to let people cultivate for free? Seeing Qin Zhao's puzzlement, Babatu smiled and explained, "Your Excellency, it's like this. This is one of the methods the Red Mountain House uses to attract customers. Every star-level all-creation expert can have one free opportunity. Of course, there's only one opportunity. If you want to have another opportunity, you have to pay a high price. Therefore, this can be considered as giving others some benefits first. After tasting this benefit, it will attract many people to pay all creation stones for the opportunity to cultivate. Of course, this is not the only reason why it's free. If the Red Mountain House wants to compete with 100 Treasures Conglomerate and Myriad Kingdom Conglomerate, they must have something attractive. Otherwise, how can they attract customers? This is also a method. Only then did Qin Shao feel relieved, knowing what was going on. This kind of method was understandable. Qin Shao was quite interested in the all-creation pool. Babato, tell me more about the all-creation pool. What's so special about it? If you want to talk about the uniqueness of the Myriad pool, there's a lot to talk about. Your Excellency, the all-creation pool is definitely a sacred object for comprehension. If one were to enter the Myriad pool to gain enlightenment, they would benefit greatly. If one can stay in the all-creation pool for a long period of time to comprehend, it can even increase the level of a cultivator. In any case, everyone who enters the all-creation pool praises the all-creation pool and wants to enter again to cultivate. The all-creation pool has indeed helped many people. That's why it's so famous. In any case, all-star level all-creation experts in Bai City will go to the all-creation pool. After all, the first time is free. Who wouldn't want a free lunch falling from the sky? Qin Shao smiled and said, "Yes, it's indeed a free lunch falling from the sky. Right now, I'm also very tight on money. Speaking of free stuff, it's indeed enough to attract me. All right, since you're saying it's so good, then I have to go and take a look. It's free anyway." Babata laughed mischievously. This was the good thing about free stuff. It was definitely a godly weapon that could attract people. Babata brought Qin Shao, and the two quickly arrived at the Red Mountain House. The Red Mountain House was indeed bustling with activity. To obtain the opportunity to cultivate in the all-creation pool for free, one had to fulfill two conditions. First, one had to be a star-level all-creation expert. Second, it had to be the first time. The Red Mountain House would have a record. The branches of the Red Mountain House were opened in almost every city in the all-creation core world. Moreover, the records were all connected. Therefore, no matter which branch of the Red Mountain House you were in, as long as you cultivated for free once, you couldn't do it again. If you wanted to cultivate in the all-creation pool again, you would have to pay a considerable price. For example, in Bai City, if you wanted to enter for the second time, you would have to pay 100 all-creation stones. This price wasn't small at all. Babata brought Qin Shao to get a token. After verifying his identity, he entered the area of the all-creation pool. This area was also bustling with activity. There were hundreds of people gathered here. Almost all of them were one-star all-creation experts. 100 square feet pool appeared in front of Qin Zhao's eyes. White mist curled around it, making it look like a divine realm. This is the all-creation pool? Qin Shao furrowed his brows. Just by looking at it, he couldn't see anything special about it. From the looks of it, it was just a very ordinary pool. At this moment, there were close to 100 people cultivating in the pool. It seemed that this place was quite popular. There were so many people cultivating in it. "Sir, that's the all-creation pool. You can go there directly with this token," Babata said. Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry. He first looked around. Although he couldn't see anyone around the all-creation pool, Qin Shao could clearly feel that there were many gazes in that direction. If there was any disturbance, someone would come out. Not many people had the guts to act rashly here, right? After looking around for a while, Qin Shao quickly discovered something. "Babatu, why do the one-star all-creation experts in the all-creation pool have painful expressions on their faces?" The all-creation pool was a sacred pool for cultivation. Why would it cause people to have painful expressions? Qin Shao was indeed very puzzled by such a situation. Babata nodded. "Sir, there's something you don't know. The all-creation pool is a sacred pool for cultivation. It's also an extremely tyrannical place. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to last a month in the all-creation pool. They would be defeated by the all-creation Tao energy in the pool. Sir, when you received the token, you didn't tell us that you could cultivate in the all-creation pool. That's because there's no need to tell us. If you can't take it anymore, you'll come out. Once you come out, it'll be over. So that's the case. No wonder. Qin Xiao finally understood. He was also puzzled by this question and wanted to ask Babadu. This was a little interesting. Ordinary 1-star, all creation experts can only last a month? Qin Xiao asked. Babada nodded. Yes, sir. Those who can last a month definitely aren't considered short. They should be considered average. Some can't even last half a month. I even know of a person with the lowest number who didn't even last a day before collapsing. A month should be the average. It's rare to see someone who can last longer than a month. Those who can last longer than 3 months are experts. An average of a month. Chapter 1143. Young Master Yi Xiao month's time, even for ordinary mortals, could be said to pass in the blink of an eye, let alone for gods. How much could one comprehend in a month's time? Fortunately, the first time was free, so it was acceptable. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. Thinking about it carefully, Qin Xiao quickly understood. If not, the Red Mountain House would not be so generous as to give everyone a free chance. If one could stay in the pool of all things for a long time, it would have been overcrowded and there would not only be 100 or so people in front of him. Babatu, does that mean that as long as you can stay in the pool of all things without being defeated, you can stay for as long as you want? The Red Mountain House will not interfere? Qin Xiao asked again. Babada shook his head and said, My lord, they won't. The Red Mountain House is a top power in the heart of all things world. There will naturally be no problem in terms of credibility. As long as you can stay in there, you can stay for as long as you want. Furthermore, the Red Mountain House has also given out rewards. Not only will the Red Mountain House not interfere, but you will also receive a handsome reward. Oh, there are rewards. This was interesting, and Qin Xiao's interest was greatly piqued. Not only was it free, but there were also rewards. Interesting. My lord, look at the 2 stone tablets over there. On them are the records of the top 10,000 people with the best results. The higher tablet is the overall ranking of all the Red Mountain houses, while the lower tablet is the ranking of our Bai City's Red Mountain House. Hee, as long as my lord can enter this ranking, you will receive a corresponding reward, and the reward will be very generous. Babada said, Top 10,000? It was not an easy task to enter the top 10,000. Babada continued, However, this reward is very difficult to obtain. Over the countless years, just in our Bai City alone, countless people have entered the pool of all things to cultivate and comprehend. The number of people in the top 10,000 over the countless years is unimaginable. Not to mention the countless years. In just 1 year, the number of people in our Bai City who entered the pool of all things is no less than 1 million. After countless years of accumulation, the number has reached an unimaginable level. Being in the top 10,000 is also something that no one can imagine. Qin Xiao curled her lips. That was indeed the case. The accumulation of endless years was naturally very terrifying. However, for Qin Xiao, it wasn't that scary. Records were always created by people. In the Yangtze River, the waves behind would always surpass the waves in front. Most people were ordinary. Only a small number of people had the ability to fight for a ranking. This was never a difficult challenge for Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao walked to the 2 stone steels and looked at the ranking records of the 2 stone steels. The tall stone tablet was called the Red Mountain List, which was the overall list. The lower steel was called the Bai ranking, which represented the ranking of Bai City. Bai list number 1, Yin Luofa, persisting for 1 year, 3 months, and 5 days. Second place on the Bai list, Fei Hong 2, persisting for 1 year, 3 months, and 4 days. Bai list 736th place, Yuan Bao, persisting for 1 year and 6 days. Bai list 10,000th place, Feng Nan, persisting for 6 months and 8 days. Qin Xiao curled her lips. That is to say, it only takes more than 6 months and 8 days to get on the Bai list. Most people can only persist for about a month. It seems that it's really difficult to reach 6 months and 8 days. It's more than not small. It's very, very difficult. More than 99% of people can only persist for a month. Those who can persist for 3 months are very talented. It's hard to find one in a year. It's hard to get on the Bai list in 1,000,000 years, let alone 10,000 years. It's too difficult, let alone a gap of a few months. Even a gap of 1 day or 2 hours can be said to be huge. It's too difficult to get on the buy list. Sir, I think you'd better not think in this direction, unless you have a lot of psychological pressure, Babat has said immediately. In fact, he wanted Qin Shao to give up this idea, but he didn't say it clearly. This kind of thing was just wishful thinking for the vast majority of people who were in charge of production. How could it be so easy to get on the top 10,000 list? It was hard to find a person on the list in a million years in Bai City. So when Babata heard that Qin Shao wanted to get on the Bai list, he couldn't help reminding her. Qin Shao smiled at Babata's kind reminder and didn't say anything. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on the Hongshan list again. This list was far from being comparable to the Bai list. The first place of the Hongshan list was more than 100 years old, which was almost 100 times worse than the first place of the Bai list. This disparity could be said to be huge. And the last place of the Hongshan list was more than 3 years old. That was to say, the first place of the Bai list was far from the last place of the Hongshan list, and the gap was very big. From this, it could be seen that Bai City was really a small place. This gap is really big, Qin Shao said, curling her lips. Babata said, yes, it is big. But sir, there are some things that you may not know. Those who enter the creation pool to cultivate are not just 1-star all things masters. 2-star all things masters, and even 3-star and 4-star all things masters can enter. So, there are very few 1-star all things masters on the list. Most of them were created by 2-star and 3-star all things masters. Especially the Hongshan list. It is said that the first place was created by a 3-star all things master. That's why these lines aren't much of a reference for a 1-star all-knowing being. Qin Shao was relieved. So it was like this. No wonder the gap was so big. It turned out that there were 2-star, 3-star, and even 4-star all things masters who entered the creation pool to create results. In this case, there was no way to compete at all. In a small place like Bai City, not to mention a 3-star all-knowing expert, even a 2-star all-knowing expert was a pitifully rare existence. There were certainly no 3-star all things masters. Even if there were, they would have left Bai City and gone to the prefectures. So, the first place of the Bai list was definitely created by a 2-star all things master at most. It was understandable that there was a big gap between it and the last place of the Hongshan list. Babatu, do you know what the best result of a 1-star all things master is? Qin Shao asked. Babata scratched his head and thought for a while. After a while, he said, I am not sure. According to what I know, the best result of a 1-star all things master should be the 87th place of the Bai list. The 87th place of the Bai list. Qin Shao looked over. Qidong, persisting for 1 year and 23 days. Not bad, persisting for more than a year. Who is this Qidong? How is he now? Speaking of Qidong, Babatu still had some reservations. He made a shushing gesture to Qin Shao, looked around, and said in a low voice, Sir, Qidong is the city lord of our Bai City. This record should have been set by him 100,000 years ago. At that time, it seemed that the city lord of Qidong City had just entered Bai City. Later, he rose rapidly and grew very fast. In less than 30,000 years, he defeated the previous city lord and became the new city lord of Bai City. It is said that the city lord of Qidong City has reached the level of a 3-star all things master and is preparing to leave Bai City. However, this is only a small rumor for the time being. I don't know if it is true or not. The city lord of Qidong City is an absolute genius. The speed of his growth is monstrous. So, sir, you should be careful and don't say anything. Otherwise, it will bring disaster upon itself. Becoming a city lord in 30,000 years? This speed was not very fast, right? Of course, Qin Shao just thought about it in his heart and did not say it out directly. This speed was not fast for him, but for others, it was very heaven-defying. Those who were able to set records were definitely extraordinary. Being able to become the city lord of Bai City was enough to show that he was very unusual. However, the corner of Qin Zhao's mouth hooked up into an evil smile. 1 year and 23 days, huh? It seems that I have to set a small goal here first. However, my target is not you, the city lord of Qidong City, but the genius on the Red Mountain list. Qin Xiao did not know the best result of a one-star all-things master on the Red Mountain list, but he was sure that he was much stronger than Qidong. Therefore, Qin Zhao's target was not Qidong at all. Qidong was not Qin Zhao's target. No, Yi Xian can't hold on any longer. It seems that it's impossible for him to be on the buy list. It's a pity. Yes, it's only been 5 months. There's still 1 month before the buy list. It's impossible. Look, Yi Xian is defeated. He's out. Although he failed to break into the buy list, he's a genius. He has held on for 5 months and 3 days. Such a good result has not been seen in the last tens of thousands of years, right? Well, no. It's the best result in the last tens of thousands of years. He deserves to be called Master Yi Xian. He's really a monster. His future is limitless. If Master Yi Xian is given time to grow, it's not a problem for him to become a 2-star all-things master. It's said to like father, like son. It's true. The bustle here also attracted Qin Zhao's attention. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on a handsome figure. This person was very impressive and elegant. There's also a bit of arrogance between his eyebrows. He might be a bit young and frivolous. Gee, Master Yi Xian is really experienced. He has held on for more than 5 months. It's the best result in the last tens of thousands of years. Babatu also looked admiring. Qin Xiao asked, "What's the background of this Yi Xian?" Babatu said, "Sir, Master Yi Xian is the adopted son of the Qidong City Lord. He can be regarded as the successor of the Qidong City Lord. Master Yi Xian's reputation has always been very famous in Bai City. Not everyone knows him, but I guess he's almost there. He's a well-known figure. He's always had a halo around him. He's very talented. He can be regarded as the leader of the 1-star all-things masters in Bai City. And I heard some gossip that the Qidong City Lord intends to cultivate Master Yi Xian as his successor to replace him as the Lord of Bai City. Therefore, many people flatter Master Yi Xian because Master Yi Xian is expected to be the next Lord of Bai City and become a big figure with real power." Chapter 1144. Entering the myriad pool, it seemed that Yi Xian had some background. Firstly, he had a good father. With a father who was a city lord, it was normal for him to have such talent and potential. However, compared to the radiance of the Qidong City Lord back then, it was far from enough. Although it wasn't enough, it was more than enough. This result could be considered heaven-defying. It could be considered the best result for a 1-star all-things expert since the Qidong City Lord. Although there were many discussions about this result, Yi Xian himself seemed to be quite satisfied. There wasn't any trace of discouragement or displeasure on his face. Instead, there was a smile on his face. Under the compliments of a large group of people, Yi Xian left the place with the radiance of a victor. After Yi Xian left, the place quieted down and there were fewer people. However, there were still many praises for Yi Xian. Hearing these praises, Qin Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. However, his chuckle had attracted trouble for himself. Immediately, a few angry gazes swept over. They were as sharp as blades and incomparably vicious. "Brat, what are you laughing at? We're talking about you. Why are you frowning?" "Humph. Are you mocking young Master Yi Xian?" "I think so. How could young Master Yi Xian be someone you can offend? I think you're courting death." Hearing these people's curses, Qin Zhao's frown deepened. He felt a wave of displeasure in his heart. What was wrong with these people? He merely shook his head and chuckled. How could he provoke such anger? Did these people worship young Master Yi Xian so much? They couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of offense? Furthermore, Qin Xiao didn't feel that he had offended young Master Yi Xian. These people were truly unreasonable. However, Qin Xiao had seen many unreasonable people in the God realm. Therefore, after thinking about it carefully, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong. In this world, there was no lack of trash and scum. Qin Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. He directly walked towards the myriad pool. When they saw that Qin Xiao was ignoring them, they became even more excited and started cursing. However, Qin Xiao turned a deaf ear to them and paid no attention to them. This only served to inflate those people's arrogance, and they cursed incessantly. The moment Qin Shao entered the creation pool, a strange energy enveloped her. This was the power of all things. What a powerful and pure energy. The purest Tao, the purest true intent, the laws of the great Tao, everything about the great Tao was completely presented in this pure power. Furthermore, this power contained the usage of the great Tao. This was simply the guidance of light. Because of this, the moment Qin Shao entered the myriad pool, he immediately entered the ocean of myriad existences. He wandered around the true intent of the grand Tao and freely absorbed its nutrients. This kind of feeling was like rain falling from the sky after a long drought. The great Tao of all things and the use of the heavens were all deduced in a very direct way and presented in front of Qin Shao. This kind of direct analysis would make it easier for one to comprehend the great Tao and the usage of the myriad Tao. From there, one could find a suitable path for oneself and cultivate step by step. The benefits that the myriad pool brought to cultivation were indeed much better than an intermediate grade cultivation technique. The effects were very direct. Even those who were slightly less talented would be able to benefit greatly from it. It was no wonder that the myriad pool was so famous and could be found in every city in the myriad core world. However, the powerful Tao aura within the myriad pool was also fiercely attacking Qin Shao. It wanted to expel Qin Shao from the myriad pool. It was as if the pool had its own willpower and wanted to expel an intruder. It was precisely because of this terrifying Tao aura that people couldn't stay in the pool for long. No matter how good the effects were, one wouldn't be able to benefit much in a month's time. Therefore, many people would spend money to enter the myriad pool again to gain insights. The Red Mountain House used this free strategy to capture the hearts of many star-level all things experts. It was like being poisoned and addictive. Wandering in the myriad pool, Qin Zhao's body was relaxed, and his face was filled with satisfaction. Even though the terrifying Tao aura of all things was powerful, it didn't pose much of a threat to Qin Shao. Qin Shao was still able to face it calmly. How high was Qin Zhao's mental state? Even when facing the Tao aura of all things in the myriad pool, Qin Shao was still incomparably relaxed. He wasn't affected at all and was able to fully immerse himself in his comprehension. Such a realization also allowed Qin Zhao's use of the myriad things Tao to be greatly improved. He had a lot of ideas, and his path was broadened a lot all of a sudden. He was able to see more and see further. Qin Shao was completely immersed in his comprehension. Babadu was waiting at a corner. He was also looking forward to Qin Zhao's good results and gains. In the myriad pool, there would be people coming out and entering from time to time. There was a constant flow of people. There were also over 100 people cultivating in the myriad pool at all times. There were also many people watching from the side. It was very boring. With regard to the situation in the myriad pool, they were also pointing and discussing it. Look, Qin Feng can't hold on any longer. Yeah, he has already held on for 4 months. That's enough. Yeah, I thought it would be good if Qin Feng could hold on for 3 months. I didn't expect him to have already held on for 4 months. It's normal for him to reach his limit. If he can hold on for a little longer, he'll be comparable to young Master Yi Xian. The Qin clan has produced a genius. This is something the Qin clan hasn't produced in hundreds of millions of years, right? Isn't that right? Ever since Qin Feng showed his talent in the myriad arena, he has been singing all the way. He is now one of the publicly acknowledged 3 great geniuses in our Bai city. That's not bad. After all, Qin Feng's background is rather ordinary. He can't be compared to young Master Yi Xian or Lu Hushi. Hey, do you guys think Lu Hushi has a way to break young Master Yi Xian's record? Lu Hushi and Qin Feng entered the myriad pool together. Looking at Lu Hushi's current situation, he should be able to hold on for a little longer. However, it's hard to say if he can surpass young Master Yi Xian. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Babada discovered that there were 2 publicly acknowledged young geniuses in the myriad pool, Lu Hushi and Qin Feng. Yi Xian, Lu Hushi, and Qin Feng were publicly acknowledged as the 3 great geniuses in Bai City. They were publicly acknowledged as the 3 with the most potential among the 1-star all things experts. They had an illustrious reputation in Bai City and were idolized by others. Yi Xian was the son of the city lord. Although he was a foster son, he still had the title of young city lord. Lu Heshi was the young master of the ancient Lu clan. Although the Lu clan wasn't as powerful as the 100 Treasures Confluence, Red Mountain House, and myriad country residents, it was still an extremely powerful clan. The Lu clan of Bai City was just a branch family. The Lu clan's main clan was an existence that dominated a prefecture. As for Qin Feng, he was relatively ordinary. The Qin clan couldn't be considered a major power in Bai City. At most, it was an intermediate power. It wasn't too small, but it wasn't too big either. Relatively speaking, it was very ordinary. The three of them had different backgrounds and all had monstrous talent. Therefore, they were often compared by others. Moreover, the three of them were secretly competing with each other. Yi Xian came to the myriad pool again and said that he wanted to follow in his foster father's footsteps and kill his way onto the Bai list. When Lu Heshi and Qin Feng heard this, they also came to the myriad pool. Therefore, this was a battle in the dark. Now that young Master Yi Xian had left the myriad pool, he had created the best result besides the city lord of Qidong City in the past 1,000,000 years. Lu Heshi and Qin Feng still had to work hard. As expected, it didn't take long for Qin Feng to be defeated. His final result was 4 months and 6 days. He was still a month away from Yi Xian's result. This gap wasn't small. Therefore, Qin Feng was very dissatisfied with this result. He frowned and walked out of the myriad pool. He shook his head and left. Qin Feng's defeat also caused an uproar. It seems that Qin Feng is slightly worse than young Master Yi Xian and Lu Heshi. This result is quite a big difference. That's normal. After all, Qin Feng came from an ordinary background. How can he be compared to Yi Xian and Lu Heshi? If Qin Feng had such resources and environment, he might be able to surpass young Master Yi Xian and Lu Heshi. That's true. However, this is also very difficult to say. Forget it. Let's take a look at Lu Heshi. Yes, that's right. Lu Heshi still has hope to compete with young Master Yi Xian. It's rare that 3 peerless geniuses appeared in our Bai City in the same era. This will probably write a page of our Bai City's glory. I'm looking forward to it. That's right. Our Bai City has always been very ordinary. I hope we can make a name for ourselves in front of other cities. Hey, look at that brother over there. He looks very calm and relaxed. Following a voice, many gazes landed on a figure. It was none other than Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had been in the pool of myriad things for almost a month. However, Qin Xiao's performance was still incomparably calm. There was no trace of pain on his face. This calmness was even better than Yi Xian, Lu Heshi, and Qin Feng. Therefore, it naturally attracted the attention of others. Originally, everyone's gazes landed on Lu Heshi and Qin Feng. However, after this voice, many gazes landed on Qin Xiao. That's right. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. It seems that this brother has been in the pool of myriad things for almost a month. His performance is very impressive. Yes, it's been almost a month. However, look at how relaxed he is. He doesn't feel any pressure at all. From the looks of it, he should be able to achieve a good result. Who is this brother? I don't know. He looks unfamiliar. It feels like he just entered Bai City not long ago. It can't be. Just entered Bai City not long ago? How can he be so monstrous? It should be. When I saw him, he was brought here by a guide. Everyone's discussion shifted to Qin Xiao. In a corner, Babata was also rather surprised. Although he also hoped that Qin Xiao could achieve a good result, he felt that it wasn't very likely. After all, Qin Xiao was still a newcomer. It was already not bad for a newcomer to last a month in the pool of myriad things. However, the situation in front of him greatly exceeded his expectations. Therefore, he looked at Qin Xiao in a new light. He felt that Qin Xiao was extraordinary and different from ordinary people. Since it was so lively here, Babata finally understood that it was because Lu Heshi and Qin Feng were competing with young Master Yi Xian. No wonder there were so many people gathered here to watch. Chapter 1145. Competition. As time passed, more and more attention was paid to the myriad pool. It became more and more lively. After all, Yi Xian, Qin Feng, and Lu Shi were competing with each other. Naturally, it was also very interesting and very eye-catching. However, a dark horse that had appeared this time also attracted a lot of attention. This dark horse was naturally Qin Shao. He was noticed not because he had persisted for more than a month, but because he had persisted for more than a month without any change in expression. From his expression, it seemed that he could still persist for a long time without showing any signs of collapsing. Such a situation was indeed rare and terrifying. Even Yi Xian had not been able to do it so casually and comfortably. After all, the might of the Grand Tao and the Myriad Pool was extremely terrifying and powerful. The focus of attention, Lu Shi, was also defeated in the end. He had persisted for 4 months and 26 days, which was 20 days more than Qin Feng. Unfortunately, he had not been able to catch up to young Master Yi Xian, break his record, and overshadow his limelight. However, the gap between the two of them was not very large. It was less than 10 days. Lu Shi's result was 1 in a million years. The 3 great geniuses of Bai City, Qi Jinghui, had become a story that spread widely in Bai City. It had become a lively topic. Lu Shi had ended his training in the Myriad Pool, but the commotion did not die down because of this. Everyone's focus shifted from Lu Shi to the dark horse, Qin Shao. Qin Shao had persisted in the Myriad Pool for almost 2 months now, but there was still no sign of defeat on his face. Even Lu Shi was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stopped and watched. Clearly, in his opinion, Qin Shao was a cultivator with great potential. The strong had the pride of the strong. If his limelight was overshadowed by an unknown newcomer, he would obviously not be happy to see it. The pride in his heart made him want to see how far this dark horse could go. He wanted to see if he could really create a legend. On the other side, Babata was also busy. Many one-star, all-knowing experts came over to ask Babatu about Qin Shao. Babata knew very little and could only speak the truth. From Babata's words, everyone finally confirmed that the dark horse Qin Shao was a newcomer who had just entered Bai City a few hundred years ago. Moreover, Qin Zhao's background was quickly discovered, and a shocking piece of news quickly spread. It turned out that Qin Shao had actually broken the historical record in the assessment area, creating a miraculous data of becoming a 1-star all-knowing in 3 years. That number was enough to kill everyone in Bai City. Even Yi Xian, Lu Shi, and Qin Feng were far from being able to compare to him. In fact, they were far inferior. The 3 of them had spent close to 100 years to become a 1-star all-things expert. The difference was dozens of times. Qin Zhao's name was also mentioned by everyone and spread far and wide. For a time, many forces in Bai City began to pay attention to Qin Shao. Originally, this matter was kept secret by the Omniscient Temple, so it hadn't spread before. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. No matter how well it was kept secret, it would still be found out. Now that it was being investigated and the news spread, it naturally caused a huge uproar and caused the entire city to be alarmed. There were even many people who had raised Qin Shao to a level where he could be compared to Yi Xian, Qin Feng, and Qin Feng, giving rise to the title of Bai City's 4 great geniuses. Yi Xian and the other 2 naturally had different opinions on this matter. Yi Xian and Qin Feng also returned to the all-creation pool and began to observe as well. They wanted to see who exactly was this person who had used only 3 years to complete the mission and become a 1-star all-creation wielder, breaking the historical record. They wanted to see who exactly was this person and what exactly was his background. Such a monstrous genius was truly unique. Even in the entire core of all things world, it would be hard to find one. Once the news spread, the all-creation pool became incomparably lively. Many people flocked over, wanting to see who Qin Shao was. The all-creation pool, which originally only had a little over 1,000 people, suddenly had over 100,000 people. Naturally, it became incomparably lively. This was because the Red Mountain House saw that the situation was out of the ordinary and immediately took measures to restrict even more people from entering. They also transferred many guards over to maintain order and prevent people from causing trouble. At this moment, Qin Xiao, who was cultivating in the all-creation pool, naturally didn't expect that he would cause such a huge uproar. Originally, his performance in the myriad pool was naturally not enough to cause such a huge commotion. It was mainly because of his monstrous performance in the assessment area, his record-breaking results, that caused 1,000 ripples like a stone thrown into a lake. It attracted the curiosity of countless people and attracted the attention of many factions. Those major forces in Bai City had long been ready to make a move in the dark. But Badu felt so happy that he was about to faint. He didn't expect that Sir Qin Xiao would cause such a huge reaction. He shocked the entire Bai City with a single brilliant feat in an instant. He went from an unknown person to a peerless genius comparable to young Master Yi Xian and the others. In the face of Qin Zhao's popularity, it was extremely loud. It even suppressed the momentum of young Master Yi Xian and the others. Such momentum naturally made young Master Yi Xian and the others very unhappy. It's already been 3 months, and he's still as steady as Mount Tai. There's no sign of him losing. What monster? Yeah, it seems like he's going to break young Master Yi Xian's record. Could it be that he's going to break the City Lord's record? It's hard to say. If this continues, it's possible. It shouldn't be, right? The City Lord's record was for more than a year. It's still far from his record. Let's wait and see. The voices of discussion were incessant. Nameless heroes and nameless geniuses surged forth, and they would always receive no small amount of criticism. There were many exclamations of admiration and also some rumors. Qin Feng, your record is about to be broken by him. If it's based on the first time, he's already broken your record. Your first time's record isn't even 3 months. Lu Hushi said. Qin Feng shook his head and said, yeah, he's already broken my first time's record. He's about to break your first time's record. There are talents in every generation. This brother doesn't have any background, but he's so monstrous. He's really heaven-defying. I can't help but be convinced. Looks like it's not necessarily impossible for someone of humble origin to shine brilliantly. It's not impossible for him to compete with the heavens. Competing with the heavens was also Qin Feng's great wish. It was precisely because of his humble origin that he had to work harder. His desire to become stronger was also stronger. Everything could only be changed with strength. He knew that only by becoming stronger could he change everything. Aren't you angry at all? Lu Hushi sneered. Qin Feng shook his head and said with a smile, what's there to be angry about? I'm happy. All this time, I've been suppressed by you and young Master Yi Xian. I feel like I can't breathe. I'm a humble person. You're a young master. If this brother Qin Xiao can amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, we'll be able to appreciate each other. It's really rare for someone of humble origin to shine brilliantly. They're as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Shouldn't I be happy that there's someone similar to me? Lu He, she said coldly. Looks like you're still hoping for someone to break the temporary balance we've maintained. If you want to appreciate each other, you'll have to let them agree to appreciate each other. Don't get the cold shoulder for your hot face. It's my problem to get the cold shoulder. There's no need for brother Lu He to worry about it. Qin Feng said. Lu He waved his hand in defeat and didn't say anything else. Young Master Yi Xian had a profound expression. A peculiar light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Since he couldn't get along with Qin Feng, Lu He looked at the silent young Master Yi Xian and said, what do you think? If this continues, I reckon your record will be broken. Moreover, this is your first time coming to the Myriad Pool. If we're talking about your first time's record, it'll be much worse than this. If we're talking about your first time's record, it'll be broken very quickly. Moreover, it's certain that it will be broken. This child's monstrous talent is truly extraordinary. Just like that, such a monster had appeared out of nowhere. Our positions are about to be shaken. They were used to standing at the top. If their limelight was stolen by someone else, it'd naturally be very uncomfortable. Geniuses all had unparalleled arrogance. After a moment of silence, young Master Yi Xian said, perhaps we've been at ease for too long. Perhaps this is a wake-up call for us to understand that we can't cultivate without pressure. My adoptive father often told me that there's always someone better in the world. As a person, we must have a humble heart. We can't be insufferably arrogant and conceited. Perhaps we've been walking too smoothly these past few years. That's why we've become arrogant and insufferably arrogant. This time, perhaps it'll be a painful lesson for us to experience setbacks. Luoshi frowned and looked strangely at young Master Yician. Then are we just going to let him compete with us? How can we allow a newcomer to break the balance maintained by the three of us? An unknown newcomer is going to suppress our brilliance with such lightning speed. Yician, are you really willing to do this? Don't forget that you're the leader of our Bai's three geniuses. I'm afraid this title will soon change hands. Moreover, his limelight is at its peak. I reckon he'll soon surpass you. Yician's expression was cold. So what if I'm unwilling? Do you still want to play any tricks? The rise of a genius isn't something we can stop, especially when it's a sudden and astonishing rise. Right now, all the factions are eyeing him. I'm afraid they've already begun to stir and want to take him for their own use. Rather than making an enemy out of him and causing trouble, it's better to rope him in for their own use. I reckon that my adoptive father will send me a message very soon. You should also receive it soon. I know you're unconvinced, but calm down. Don't get agitated. Some things need to be done carefully. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lu Hashi snorted coldly. I don't care so much. If you want me to curry favor with this kid, I won't be able to do it. As the saying goes, a mountain can't accommodate two tigers. If my Lu family wants to rope this kid in, I definitely won't agree. So, don't even talk about this. You and I have competed for so many years. You've always been able to suppress me. That's fine, I'll accept it. But this kid popped out of nowhere and wants to suppress me. That really pisses me off. Chapter 1146. Surging from all sides City Lord's mansion, cultivation room. A figure swiftly walked to the door of the cultivation room and bowed respectfully. Sir, I have important information. Rumble. As soon as the figure finished speaking, the door to the cultivation room opened. A powerful aura surged out from the cultivation room, causing the figure to be even more respectful and quickly walk in. In the cultivation room, a man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s sat cross-legged on a piece of jade. He wore a long robe with purple gold carvings, looking very noble. There was not much expression on his face, only a little solemn, but not cold and handsome. His face was chiseled with a knife, his eyebrows were like the crescent moon, his eyes were phoenix-shaped, his lips were red, and his nose was hooked like an eagle's. His eyes, which were as deep as the stars, shot over, causing the entire cultivation room to be plunged into darkness. It was so powerful that it caused the void to tremble and caused the light to be routed. The sharpness between his eyebrows was like a peerless treasure sword that could cut through everything in the world and eliminate all light in the world. This person was none other than City Lord Qidong, the ruler of Bai City and the undisputed #1 expert. As long as one was in Bai City, no matter who it was, they would have to give City Lord Qidong some face. The figure respectfully stood in front of City Lord Qidong and said, Sir, the Myriad Pool has sent a message. This is all the information about the person called Qin Xiao. Please take a look. With that, the figure handed a jade slip to Qidong. Qidong took the jade slip and quickly checked all the information recorded in it. After reading the information, Qidong's face suddenly revealed a look of surprise. He only used 3 years to become a 1-star all-creation user in the assessment area. He only stayed in Bai City for 400 years before going to the Myriad Pool. Moreover, he has persisted for almost 5 months and still shows no signs of defeat. It seems like he is going to break the record I set back then. Moreover, it hasn't even been 500 years since he descended. He can't be any more new. Monster, he is indeed a monster. I didn't expect to meet such a peerless genius when I am about to leave my position as City Lord of Bai City. It seems that my previous concern was not wrong. This can be considered a generous gift from the heavens. The potential that this child has displayed is completely above mine back in the day. If he is properly nurtured, then his future is bound to be limitless. He might even become a great help to me in the future. The figure nodded and said, Yes, my lord. This child's talent is unprecedented. Even in the entire heart of all things world, he can be called a genius. It's really rare for a small place like Bai City to have such a genius. If he was properly nurtured, his potential would be immeasurable. However, I'm afraid that this kid is also extremely arrogant. He might not be roped in by us and be of use to us. My lord, why don't I head over to the Myriad Pool to observe the situation and report back to you as soon as possible? Qidong pondered for a moment before replying, not for now. If you go to the Myriad Pool, your intentions will be too obvious. Others will see through you with a single glance. The other factions should be keeping an eye on Qin Xiao now. If we try too hard to rope him in, I'm afraid that those old fellows will gossip. How about this? I'll send a message to Yi Xian and let him act according to the circumstances. He should know how to handle it. With him around, there's nothing to worry about. The figure said, My lord, young Master Yi Xian is indeed still in the Myriad Pool. However, would young Master Yi Xian really be willing to rope in a genius that overshadows his brilliance? Qidong smiled and said, Then you don't understand Yi Xian at all. Although he's extremely arrogant, he still has a bottom line. He's arrogant and conceited, but he's not to the point of being unparalleled in the world. I've already said that we should give him a bit of a setback when appropriate. Otherwise, if his path is too smooth, he might lose himself. Qin Zhao's appearance is a good thing for Yi Xian. It will motivate him. I believe that he will understand this principle. Continue to pay attention to this matter. If there are any new developments, report to me immediately. As for the rest, I'll arrange them accordingly. The figure was slightly taken aback, but immediately nodded and left respectfully. Qidong's face revealed a deep smile. Interesting, Qin Xiao. You're really not an ordinary monster. Hee, I didn't expect to meet you here. Interesting. Coming to the Myriad Pool world for 100,000 years has been rather boring. After 100,000 years, I still haven't become a 3-star Myriad Pool master. This speed is rather slow. 100 Treasures Conclave, Inner Hall. An old man with white hair and beard sat upright and still, stroking his beard with a slight smile on his face. In front of the old man, an exceptionally beautiful woman stood there. Her figure was mature and voluptuous, and her body exuded a unique charm. Yao Ji, this child has great potential. Go out and rope him in. The Red Mountain House is close to him, but we can't let them get the moon first. We have to fight for this. The white-haired old man said solemnly. Yao Ji smiled charmingly. Yes, sir. I will do my best. The Red Mountain House is close to him, but the Lord of Qidong City is not to be trifled with. Also, the Myriad Country residents has probably already had their eyes on this little fellow. Such a monstrous genius will definitely be fought over. This battle won't be easy for us. Yes, they will definitely have their eyes on him. However, only the 4 of us have the strength to fight for him. The Lord of Qidong City indeed has the most advantage, but the Lord of Qidong City represents the Myriad Palace. Therefore, there are many rules and regulations, and he will be greatly restricted. And if the Lord of Qidong City represent himself, then his strength will definitely be inferior to the 3 of us. Therefore, there is still a chance to fight for him. We and the Myriad Country residents have both lost the initiative, so our biggest opponent should be the Red Mountain House, and not the Lord of Qidong City. The white-haired old man nodded. Yao Ji also nodded. Indeed. No matter what, our 100 Treasures Conclave will do our best to fight for him. I will immediately arrange for this matter. But sir, what do you think this kid's background is? He can't be a pure newcomer, right? In less than 500 years, he can come to such a stage. Our Bai City has never seen such a monstrous genius before, right? Even in the entire Myriad world, he must be in existence as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. This kid is really monstrous, too heaven-defying. The white-haired old man shook his head and said, Let's not worry about this first. No matter what his background is, we must try our best to win him over. All right, go. Yao Ji did not say anything else, nodded and left. Myriad Country residents, Underground Palace. This is a good opportunity for us. We must win this monstrous genius over at all costs. I have already reported this matter to the higher-ups. It is possible that the higher-ups will send someone. This matter cannot be allowed to have the slightest mistake. Go. Not only were the various forces ready to make a move in secret, but Bai City was also incomparably lively. Everyone was discussing Qin Shao before and after tea. It was even to the extent that many heroic deeds of Qin Shao had already spread out. Of course, all of these were fabricated. What made people not know whether to laugh or cry was that these made-up things were actually passed around as if they were real. Therefore, there were many miraculous deeds of Qin Shao. There were also some people who claimed to be Qin Zhao's brothers, who had gone through life and death together in the assessment area. Moreover, there were many people who said this, and each of them said it as if it was true. Because of this matter, many people even fought each other. On a street, a fat figure was walking on it, looking around curiously. When he heard that everyone was talking about Qin Shao, he was also surprised. It has only been more than 400 years since we last saw each other, and Qin Shao has made such a big name, to the extent that the whole city knows about him. It is really amazing. This person was not someone else, but Fatty. After Qin Shao left, he continued to wander in the assessment area for more than 400 years. With Qin Zhao's encouragement, he also had a lot of motivation. 400 years of experience also made him improve a lot. Although he had not reached the point where he could complete the task by himself, he felt that his strength had made great progress. Therefore, he also had some confidence to become a one-star all-creation master. With a set of things given to him by Qin Shao, he directly turned in the task and successfully became a one-star all-creation master. Today, when he just entered the city, he heard an overwhelming number of discussions about Qin Zhao's heroic deeds, which really made Fatty exclaim and admire him to the extreme. Qin Zhao's image in his heart had long reached a point where it could not be any higher. Bai City was in an uproar. It was very lively outside, but Qin Shao, who was cultivating in the all-creation pool, was not aware of the situation outside. He was wholeheartedly immersed in his cultivation and turned a deaf ear to the outside world. It has been 6 months, and there is still no trace of failure. Is he really going to break the rhythm of the Qidong City Lord's achievements? I think another new record is going to be born. I really don't know how far he can go in the end. Yes, it's too scary. I admire him so much. Continue to wait. The onlookers at the all-creation pool were waiting patiently. Qin Zhao's astonishing feat had caused Babadu to undergo an earth-shattering change, and he had become a delicious cake. Many people came over to befriend him and took the initiative to express their goodwill to him. There were even people from several major forces. Such a huge change really made Babada feel flattered and overwhelmed, and he was very fearful and in awe. He also did not expect that he, Babatu, would have such a day. Thanks to Qin Shao, he was able to enjoy treatment that he had never dared to imagine before. Even though Babada knew that these people were expressing their goodwill to him, not because of him, but because of his relationship with Qin Shao. This was the so-called when a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs will also ascend to heaven. Time continued to move forward, and month after month passed. Very quickly, Qin Shao had been in the all-creation pool for more than a year. The various forces were paying closer attention, and even the Red Mountain House had sent people over to guard here, waiting for Qin Shao to come out of the all-creation pool. If any force could rope in such a genius, it would be like digging up a treasure. Naturally, no one would let go of such a genius, and everyone would fight for him. The Red Mountain House was in a favorable position and had the advantage. Moreover, if one could enter the buy list and break the record, there would be generous rewards. The Red Mountain House could use this opportunity to rope in Qin Shao. Chapter 1147. Another record was broken. In the elegant room of the Red Mountain House, 2 elegant figures were playing chess and sipping tea. It was quite a pleasant scene. A very young, handsome, and elegant man in blue robes had a calm expression on his face as he casually picked up a piece. Sitting opposite the blue-clothed man was a graceful and luxurious woman. She was dressed in red and looked exceptionally gorgeous. With gold ornaments on her head, she looked like a queen and had a strong aura. Both of them gave off a strong aura. From the marks between their eyebrows, it could be seen that they were both 2-star all-things possessors. In a small place like Bai City, a 2-star all-things possessor was definitely a top figure. Basically, a 3-star all-things possessor would not appear in a small city. The strongest person in Bai City, the governor of Chidong City, was only a 2-star all things possessor. Although there were rumors that the governor of Chidong City might have reached the level of a 3-star all things possessor, he had not officially become a 3-star all things possessor. The difference of a single level meant a huge difference in status and position. The number of 2-star all things possessors in Bai City could be counted with one hand. There were 2-star all things possessors in front of him. Zine, it seems that the higher-ups really value Qin Shao a lot. They even sent you here. It seems that they are determined to win. The woman in red said. Her voice was like the sound of a silver bell. It was pleasing to the ear. Just her voice alone was enough to make people intoxicated. It seemed that the woman in red had some attainments in music. The man in blue, Ziyin, smiled faintly and said, Not entirely, Yin Yang. I just wanted to come out for a walk, so I took the initiative to come here. Although the higher-ups still attach great importance to this guy, it is not to this extent. They didn't intend to send anyone here. They just gave you the power to ask for more conditions. But now it seems that it is necessary for me to come here. Yin Yang smiled and said, Yes, I also think it is necessary for you to come here. After all, I'm just a small steward in Bai City. Even if the higher-ups give me some power, I don't have the confidence to ask for more favorable conditions. With you here, Zine, I don't have to worry about anything. In any case, the higher-ups won't say anything even if you state more conditions. With you around, I have more confidence in snatching people away. It had to be said that Qin Shao was indeed an unprecedented monstrous talent with a peerless appearance. If this child is properly nurtured, his future will be limitless. Perhaps I might be able to catch up to you, haha. Catch up to me. The man in blue smiled and said, Yin Yang, you're spurring me on. It seems that I have to work harder. Haha, I wouldn't dare to spur you. Yin Yang smiled and said, Who in Crimson Mountain House doesn't know of Ziyin's peerless beauty? Your strength has already reached 3-star omnipotent. You just aren't in a hurry to become one. Among the younger generation of our Red Mountain House, you are one of the most outstanding existences. No matter how monstrous Qin Shao is, there is still a huge gap between you and him. Ziyin smiled and said, I can't say that it's huge, it's actually not that big. If we talk about the results of the myriad pawn back then, Qin Shao might be able to surpass me. Now, he has persisted for more than a year and has already broken the record of the Chidong City Lord. He will soon break the record of the Bai list. When I was a 1-star omnipotent, I only persisted for 2 years in the myriad pawn for the first time. If this continues, he might be able to surpass my results. Yin Yang said, Isn't there a gap of almost a year? This gap is incomparably huge. Your results back then were also heaven-defying enough. Yin Yang, do you think he can surpass my results? Zine pursed his lips and asked Yin Yang with a smile. Yin Yang hesitated for a while before saying, It's hard to say for now. With Qin Zhao's current situation, no one can say for sure how long he can persist. But at least, he won't be defeated in a short time. So, I can't see how great his potential is at the moment. You might as well not have said anything. Forget it. I won't make things difficult for you. Ziyin shook his head. Yin Yang smiled. Naturally, she couldn't say such words. The two continued to play chess leisurely. As time went by, the craze brought about by Qin Shao didn't subside. Instead, it became more and more intense. Results were broken one after another. Again and again, people's understanding of the limits was refreshed, and people's nerves were shaken again and again. At the beginning, there was a heated discussion about whether he could surpass young Master Yi Xian's results, whether he could break the record set by the Chidong City Lord, and whether he could create the best results on the Bai list. These were all broken by Qin Shao one by one. At this time, Qin Shao had persisted for 1 year and 8 months. He had surpassed the first place of the Bai list for almost 5 months. The limit was constantly refreshed by Qin Shao. Therefore, the craze of the crowd was stimulated by Qin Shao again and again. They admired him. They couldn't help but admire him. Therefore, what people discussed most now was where Qin Zhao's limit was and where he could go in the end. The limits were refreshed one by one. So people didn't dare to make assertions lightly and speculate where Qin Zhao's limit was. The repeated shocks had already made people numb. Young Master Yi Xian and the other two had long been forgotten by the crowd. Compared with Qin Zhao, their results were like heaven and earth. The gap was so big that it wasn't even worth mentioning. This caused the light on the three of them to completely dissipate. They were completely dim and lightless. Babatu had also become a celebrity, receiving the goodwill of many people. There were even many one-star all-things experts who lowered their status to address Babatu as their brother or something. This really made Babatu feel that his gloomy life had completely brightened up. Moreover, he also received a lot of gifts. Even several big forces sent gifts to Babatu. After all, the only person Qin Zhao was acquainted with in Bai City was Babatu. Moreover, Qin Zhao and Babatu got along very well. This situation was naturally not a secret. It was very easy for those big forces to investigate. With this situation, those big forces also wanted to get on Babatu's good side. Maybe he could be of some use in the future. Anyway, they only had to pay a small price. This was nothing to them. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. 2 years was originally very short. However, at this moment, it felt very long to the people of Bai City. It was said that the emperor was not anxious, but the eunuchs were. Waiting was the most anxious and the slowest. Some people started to wonder if Qin Zhao had a limit. Some people also suspected that Qin Zhao was hiding his strength and that he wasn't a one-star all-things expert at all. There were also many people who said that Qin Zhao might directly kill his way to the Red Mountain list. If a one-star all-things expert could directly kill his way to the Red Mountain list on his first visit to the creation pool with the strength of a one-star all-things expert, it should be an unprecedented feat, therefore. Some people who worshipped and supported Qin Zhao were also looking forward to seeing if Qin Zhao could directly kill his way to the Red Mountain list. In the historical records of Bai City, no one had ever killed his way to the Red Mountain list. Therefore, now that Qin Zhao had killed his way to the Red Mountain list, it had become the focus of attention in Bai City. Qin Zhao, who had been in the creation pool for more than 2 years, had indeed gained a lot of insights and improved a lot. Although he couldn't break through to the intermediate level of the myriad material path in one fell swoop, he should be able to break through to the intermediate level of the myriad material path if he digested it properly and honed it for a while. Then, he should be able to break through to the intermediate level of the myriad material path. This matter could not be rushed. It had to be digested slowly. Accumulation was a process. The process of building a foundation was the most important process in cultivation. No matter how good one's emotional power was, it still needed time to accumulate. After more than 2 years of cultivation, I'm almost full. There's not much point in continuing to stay here. Although the creation pool's assistance in cultivation is not bad, I've reached a bottleneck and am stuck there. Therefore, the help of the creation pool has become almost negligible. Qin Zhao thought to himself. He could still easily persevere, but he felt that it was meaningless. Qin Zhao couldn't help but think in his heart. If he continued to persevere, how far would he go? At least for now, he did not feel much pressure. Although the pressure would become stronger as time passed, it was not a threat to Qin Zhao for now. Therefore, Qin Zhao felt that it would not be a problem for him to persevere for a few more years. Perhaps, if he really continued to persevere, he should be able to at least kill his way into the top 10 of the Red Mountain list. Of course, Qin Zhao only thought about it for a moment before he immediately rejected it. If he really did such a thing, then who knew how many people would be scared to death, and he would probably bring some unnecessary trouble to himself. Therefore, after thinking about it, he gave up. After persevering for more than 2 years, he had already broken the record of the Bai list. He had been in first place for more than 9 months. 9 months? That was a very frightening number. No one will be able to break this record in the future. It would probably become an ancient legend that would be passed down for generations. It's time to end it. It's time to go out. It seems that these 2 years have been very lively. I've caused quite a stir. Qin Zhao smiled in his heart. Although he had been completely immersed in his cultivation these past few years, it was getting more and more lively. Although Qin Zhao was not distracted, he could feel it. At first, Qin Xiao didn't expect that he would cause such a huge reaction. It was really beyond his expectations. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. He had persevered for more than 2 years. It would be strange if he did not cause such a huge stir. Records were broken one after another, and limits were broken one after another. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was crazy. Red Mountain House, elegant room. Yin Yang smiled and said, Ziyin, it seems that you are not angry at all. Qin Xiao has broken your record. It seems that you have already expected it. Angry? What's there to be angry about? There are many geniuses in this world. I, Ziyin, am not the most talented one in the world of all things. Why should I be angry? Can't I allow others to be more talented than me? I'm not that overbearing. Ziyin shook his head and said, I've already expected it, but I really didn't expect that he could really go this far. It's quite amazing. Qin Zhao's potential is really unlimited. Moreover, it's hard to say how far he can go. He's really experienced. I have to admire him. Chapter 1148. Invitation. Ziyin looked at her and asked, What's wrong, Yin Yang? Yin Yang arched her eyebrows, and her eyes flashed with surprise. She said, Ziyin, Qin Xiao, that brat, actually withdrew directly. He obviously hasn't reached his limit yet. He quit? Ziyin was surprised, but he smiled and said, He has some character. Is it because he doesn't want to? Or does he want to keep a sense of mystery? He hasn't reached his limit yet, but he doesn't want to fight for more glory? Or does he want to keep a low profile? Interesting. It's really interesting. I haven't met such an interesting person in a long time. Perhaps, Yin Yang, you're right. I really need to be spurred on and treat him as an opponent. Treat him as a rival? Yin Yang was startled by these words. She looked at Ziyin strangely and said, This boy is not qualified to be your opponent for the time being, is he? Ha! Ziyin laughed. Yin Yang, you're too short-sighted. You have to look forward. A person's potential is unlimited. The higher you go, the harder it is to go. At least, I'm in danger now. He hasn't shown his full potential yet, but it's already unbelievable. And I don't know how much potential he has. He looks young, but you don't know that he's mature and steady. You can't look at him with normal eyes. His rival doesn't have to be now. It could be in the near future. Hearing that, Yin Yang nodded. It made sense. Indeed, there were many things that were hard to say. However, one thing was certain. Qin Xiao was definitely an extremely monstrous genius. She had already blossomed into a peerless beauty. Ziyin put down the chess piece and stood up. He smiled and said, Yin Yang, let's go. It's time for us to fight. I think we'll have a tough fight. A tough fight? Yin Yang was surprised. But she said, I think so. I think the other factions will go all out. However, our Red Mountain House enjoys the advantage of being in a favorable position. Furthermore, you, Ziyin, are here in person. Our chances of winning are still very high. Ziyin said, Yin Yang, you can't be too careless. It's hard to say. We can't use normal thinking to deal with an extraordinary person. Otherwise, we'll lose miserably. Qin Xiao is not an ordinary person. Thus, if you want to rope him in, there will be many variables. On the other side, the Lake of Creation was in an uproar. What's going on? Why did he quit? He didn't even. Qin Xiao-chan was at his limit. He's right, he didn't. I think he could last for another year. Even if he doesn't, he can't. A Red Mountain House rankings. TSK. That would be an unprecedented feat. I don't understand. Don't they all collapse when they reach their limits? Capricious. He's too capricious. I'm not convinced by anyone except Qin Xiao. He's my idol. Don't fight with me. Qin Xiao is mine. Bah, don't be so disgusting. Brokeback Mountain, Qin Xiao belongs to us women. Qin Xiao, you're too handsome. Can we be friends? Or I can even take you as my master. Hey, don't go. Say something. Qin Xiao walked out of the Lake of Creation and immediately became the center of attention. Fawning voices were endless. There were even people who wanted to hug Qin Xiao's thigh. The current Qin Xiao was the idol in the hearts of countless people. Qin Xiao was calm when he saw the situation. He didn't take it to heart. He had seen this kind of scene many times in the God realm. He was used to it and was numb to it. Qin Zhao's gaze swept through the crowd. He saw Yi Xian, Lu Hushi, and Qin Feng. The three of them had different expressions. Lu Hexi's face was gloomy and ugly. He was clearly unhappy. Yi Xian and Qin Feng didn't mind. Yi Xian even cast a friendly look. Soon, Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Babatu. Babata had also seen Qin Xiao, but he didn't dare to come forward. After all, things were different now. Qin Xiao was famous. He was a peerless genius that everyone in Bai City knew. Plus, he had broken a few records. He had improved the highest score on the Bai ranking by nearly a year. Therefore, it could be expected that Qin Xiao would definitely soar to the sky in one go. His status and identity were naturally different. Right now, Qin Xiao was definitely a very popular genius that everyone would fight over. There were countless people who wanted to curry favor with him. Babatu was a small character. Naturally, he had a guilty conscience. However, he didn't expect that Qin Xiao would walk toward him. At this moment, Babatu's eyes were brimming with tears. He was overwhelmed by the favor. He had never felt this way before. He was a small and insignificant character. He had always lived at the bottom of Bai City. He didn't dare to offend anyone and suppressed himself. However, at this moment, he was respected and warmed. This kind of affection couldn't be expressed with words. People were often touched by small things. At this moment, a figure walked over. That elegant, luxurious, and somewhat charming figure had indeed taken everyone's breath away. The moment she appeared, she emitted an aura that could mesmerize all living things. The originally noisy lake of creation immediately quieted down. Everyone couldn't help but shut their mouths. Then they looked over in a daze. The crowd also automatically opened up a path, allowing that figure to leisurely walk over. She was extremely beautiful and had a peerless beauty. However, her powerful aura was also intimidating. No one dared to disrespect her. It was as if a high and mighty queen had descended. Qin Zhao's gaze quickly fell on the person who had come. He wasn't mesmerized by the beauty in front of him. Instead, he maintained his calm. Seeing the person who had come, many people were surprised. The little housemaster of the Red Mountain House, Yin Yang, had actually come personally. However, after thinking about it, they quickly understood. With the birth of such a heaven-defying genius like Qin Xiao, it was normal for Yin Yang to appear personally. Obviously, she was trying to rope in Qin Xiao. In a crowd of onlookers, a few figures also frowned slightly. Yin Yang had a charming smile on her face. She had a charm that could mesmerize all living things. She walked leisurely in front of Qin Xiao. The surroundings were silent. It was as if everyone was immersed in her beauty. Only Qin Xiao was able to maintain absolute clarity of mind. Yin Yang was secretly surprised by his performance. To be able to remain unaffected by her charm, his state of mind was truly exceptional. With such a state of mind, even an ordinary two-star all-knowing expert might not be able to compare. Not simple. Indeed, he was extremely not simple. Qin Xiao. A voice that was like the sound of nature rang out. Her red lips parted slightly. Her voice was like a silver bell, enchanting one's soul. This voice clearly had a special charm that could mesmerize all living things. Everyone in the myriad pool seemed to have sunk into a dreamland, as if they were intoxicated by this strange scene. Even Yi Xian, Lu He, and Shi Tai Feng weren't any better. Qin Xiao looked around and said with a smile, "What a powerful musical technique. You can make over 100,000 people fall into a foreign world at once." Housemaster Yin Yang truly lives up to her reputation. Her methods are extraordinary. Yin Yang's smile was like a silver bell. "It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning. I can mesmerize 100,000 living things, but I can't mesmerize you. You're just a junior. To be able to be so monstrous and heaven-defying, you're truly extraordinary. You can still do this in front of me. If it were someone else, they would have died long ago." Indeed, Yin Yang was a two-star all-knowing expert. She was the little housemaster of the Red Mountain House's Bai City branch. Her status was extremely high. Even if the Bai City master Qi Dong saw her, he would have to treat her with respect. However, Qin Xiao didn't have the slightest bit of respect. Instead, he interacted with her as if she was his equal. This was a great disrespect. One must know that no matter how monstrous Qin Shao was, he was only a one-star, all-knowing expert. His status naturally couldn't be compared to Yin Yang's. Qin Shao smiled and said, "If I were to flatter her like that, I'm afraid Yin Yang would turn around and leave. She would look down on me." It's said that young people can't be frivolous. This isn't without reason. People who bow and scrape always feel that they lack some toughness and aggressiveness in their bones. Isn't this a sign of cowardice? I don't like this. I like to fight, I like to rush, and I like all kinds of challenges. Yin Yang, you're a senior. I respect you, but I don't have to flatter you and be submissive in front of you, right? Being neither servile nor overbearing is also a kind of respect. Yin Yang smiled and said, "Then you're indeed very unusual and special. However, I admire your courage." Qin Shao, first of all, congratulations on breaking several records. According to the rules of our Red Mountain House, there will be a generous reward for you. However, there are too many people here. I wonder if you can come to my place and have a talk. Yin Yang invited him so politely. This was a great honor. Many people would be envious of this kind of thing. Qin Shao also knew that the Red Mountain House had many corresponding rewards. He had broken so many records. It was needless to say that there would be a generous reward. However, how could Qin Shao not see Yin Yang's intention? This was an invitation to him. "Thank you for your kindness, Yin Yang. However, let's talk about the reward later. I just came out of the pool of all creation. I have many comprehensions. Right now, I want to go into seclusion to digest these comprehensions. Therefore, about the reward, let's talk about it after I come out of seclusion. What do you think, Yin Yang?" Qin Shao said with a serious face. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yin Yang frowned slightly. Yin Yang didn't expect that Lin Fan would reject her so easily. However, Yin Yang was also a smart person. She could somewhat see Qin Zhao's intention. Therefore, the smile on her face didn't fade, and she said, "All right. Since you want to go into seclusion, I won't say anything more. When you come out of seclusion, I'll invite you over again. When the time comes, you must come." "All right, of course. Thank you for your understanding, Yin Yang." Qin Shao nodded to Yin Yang, cupped his hands, and agreed. Yin Yang smiled and nodded. She made a gesture to Qin Shao. Qin Shao also smiled and nodded. He looked at Babatu and indicated for him to follow him. Babata naturally understood and walked over with joy. His heart was filled with excitement. Chapter 1149. Scrambling to come, Brother Qin Shao. A hearty voice was heard as a well-dressed man walked over quickly with a friendly smile on his face. He came to Qin Zhao's side. Although he was trying to be friendly, he didn't make it seem so deliberate. It was as if they were old friends and were very casual. Unknowingly, they seemed to have become closer to each other. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the newcomers as his eyes narrowed slightly. Young Master Yi Xian, Qin Feng. Young Master Yi Xian was very friendly, and Qin Feng had come with him. Qin Shao naturally knew the two of them. Lu Hexi's expression became even more gloomy when he saw the two of them approach Qin Shao. The resentment in his heart also increased by a lot. How hateful. Isn't it just breaking a record? What's the use of breaking a record? The record in the universal pool doesn't really represent one's talent and potential. It's not absolute. Moreover, there are countless geniuses who die prematurely. They have to grow up first. If they can't grow up, what's the use of being monstrous? The universal pool isn't absolute. Lu Hexi muttered to himself. He had never bowed down to anyone in Bai City. Even if it was Ye Xian, who had been suppressing him all this while, he was not convinced and wanted to fight back. The pride in his heart was his capital. However, this time his limelight had been completely overshadowed. How could he accept it so easily? The pride in his heart had been completely aroused. It was fine if Yi Xian had been suppressing him, but how could an unknown newcomer suppress him? How could he accept it? "Ha, Brother Qin Shao. I, Qin Feng, rarely bowed down to anyone. This time, I'm really in awe of you. As the saying goes, there's always someone better than you. In the past, I thought that I was only slightly inferior to young Master Yi Xian and Lu Hexi, and that I could still be proud of my talent and potential. However, I didn't expect that compared to a true genius, I'm really too weak. I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. Your appearance can be considered as a loud and clear warning for me, so I have to constantly remind myself. Only by using people as the leaderboard can we go against the flow and brave the winds and waves. Qin Feng said with a smile. Young Master Yeshin nodded as well. That's right. I can't help but be impressed. Compared to you, Brother Qin Xiao, we really can't be regarded as geniuses. In such a small place, it is indeed a little narrow-minded. Qin Xiao didn't reject them when they took the initiative to befriend each other. Qin Xiao curled her lips and said, You flatter me. This is nothing. After all, the heart of all things world is so big. If you look a little further, it's just that. This result was really nothing for Qin Xiao. After all, he couldn't be measured by an ordinary person. If the foundation was the same, then Qin Xiao might not be able to do it. Therefore, Qin Xiao was very indifferent to this result and did not feel anything. Qin Xiao didn't say much to Yeshin and Qin Feng. He prepared to return to his cultivation ground first. Seeing this, Yeshin opened his mouth again. Brother Qin Xiao, it's fate that we met. I wonder if you can give the three of us the honor of having a small gathering and drink to our heart's content. Qin Xiao naturally knew that Yeshin took the initiative to invite him. On one hand, he wanted to befriend him. On the other hand, he was inviting him on behalf of his father. The Red Mountain House was the first to send an invitation. The City Lord Mansion also sent an invitation. This was also within Qin Xiao's expectations. When dealing with this matter, Qin Xiao was naturally more experienced. After all, he was someone who had lived in the God realm for close to 400,000 years. How high was his vision? Naturally, he wouldn't be so hot-headed and make such an impulsive decision. This time, I want to go back and properly report my gains from the pool of all things these 2 years. After I send you off, I'll invite you to my residence for a gathering. How about it? Qin Xiao said. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Yeshin and Qin Feng immediately smiled. Although Qin Xiao rejected Yeshin's invitation, he also sent out a friendly signal at the same time. Qin Xiao took the initiative to invite them to his residence as guests. This meant that he didn't put on any airs at all. This could also be considered as a kind of proactive goodwill. Such an action naturally made Yeshin and Qin Feng understand in their hearts. They were worried that it would be difficult to befriend Qin Xiao. Now, it seemed that their worries were unnecessary. For such a peerless genius to be so amiable, without any airs or arrogance, it was indeed too rare and precious. Yeshin happily said, Good. Then we'll wait for you to come out of seclusion. It's a deal. Haha, just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. All right, it's a deal. Qin Xiao nodded. Yeshin made an inviting gesture to Qin Xiao and said, Brother Qin Xiao, I've already prepared a carriage waiting outside. Right now, Brother Qin Xiao is a big celebrity in our Bai city. Everyone knows about you. I'm afraid that news of Brother Qin Xiao leaving the Myriad Pool has already spread throughout the city, so there must be a lot of people outside. If Brother Qin Xiao goes out like this, I'm afraid you'll be surrounded by people. They all want to see a peerless genius like you, Brother Qin Xiao. Haha, Qin Xiao also knew about this. Since Yeshin had such good intentions, Qin Xiao didn't refuse. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and agreed. All right, then many thanks. Haha, no need to be so polite. It's just a small matter. Yeshin laughed brightly and waved his hand. Yeshin originally thought that it would take some effort to befriend Qin Xiao. He didn't expect that it would be so easy to hook up with him. It was truly beyond his expectations. Friends were often like this. Qin Xiao's method of making friends had always been simple and not complicated. The more complicated it was, the harder it was to truly make friends. Although Qin Xiao still didn't know much about Yeshin and Qin Feng, at least he felt that they were all right. He could first familiarize himself with them. Since he came to the Myriad Pool world, he couldn't be so reckless. He had to familiarize himself with this world and slowly assimilate into it. Only in this way could he more easily absorb what he needed from the Myriad Pool world and grow up in it. Finally, he could walk step by step towards the level of Myriad Pool world's controller. The path of cultivation was long. Every step had to be taken with heart. Right now, Qin Zhao's mind was completely immersed in the myriad pool world. When in Rome, do as the Romans do and adapt to life in this world. It was necessary to make some friends. After all, Qin Zhao still didn't know much about this world. Therefore, he had to learn more through some people. The group walked out of the myriad pool under everyone's gazes. As expected, outside the myriad pool, the most eye-catching luxurious carriage was parked there. 9 dragons pulled the carriage with a grand aura. 9 third-order dire beast flood dragon horses pulled a luxurious carriage. It stopped in midair and looked radiant. The aura it emitted made it so that no one dared to approach within a radius of 10,000 feet. Just these 9 third-order dire beasts were terrifying enough. It was enough to make most of the one-star all-things experts not dare to approach. After all, third-order dire beasts had the strength to kill many one-star all-things experts. Moreover, there were 9 third-order dire beast flood dragon horses. These horses were said to be the product of a flood dragon and a horse. They were the descendants of subdivine beasts. They had great strength and speed. This 9-dragon carriage was the Mount of Qidong, the Lord of Bai City. It was unexpected that he directly brought it here to send Qin Zhao back to the place of cultivation. This could be said to be huge, and it was enough to show that Qidong, the city lord, valued Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the huge carriage that could seat 100 people. He glanced sideways. 9 dragons flood dragon horses. The carriage is also made of jadeite goldstone. It's not cheap to build. I'm afraid the cost of this carriage is as high as hundreds of thousands of myriad stones. If you add in the 9 dragons flood dragon horses, the price will probably reach millions of myriad stones. It's indeed a good investment. No wonder it's the Mount of Qidong City's lord. Such a mount could indeed give people a very strong shock. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be extremely excited. However, Qin Zhao was calm. This carriage with 9 dragons was indeed not bad here. If it was in the realm of the gods, it would be ordinary. Qin Zhao even had a universe treasure. Naturally, he wouldn't be interested in this carriage with 9 dragons. However, it was still not bad in Bai City. Brother Qin Zhao, please get on the carriage. Yi Xian made a gesture of invitation. Qin Zhao wasn't in a hurry to get on the carriage. His gaze fell on 2 figures who were rushing towards him side by side. Of these 2 people, one was extremely coquettish and charming. In terms of coquettish and charming, she was far more coquettish than Yin Yang. The other person was tall and sturdy. He even had a hint of savagery. His upper body was bare, revealing his strong muscles. His bronze skin and flowing flames made him look very mysterious. Just looking at him would make people respect and fear him, not daring to get close. He also carried a huge axe on his back, which added a hint of savagery. This person was definitely a powerful person. Moreover, these 2 people were actually 2-star all-creation masters. However, Qin Zhao didn't really know these 2 people. Qin Zhao knew of a few 2-star all-creation masters in Bai City, but he didn't know any of them. Sir, this is Lady Enchantress of 100 Treasures Mart, and that is Lord Xing Fu of Wangua Mansion. Babata whispered in Qin Zhao's ear. In fact, Qin Zhao had already guessed it. Although Qin Zhao didn't know them, Qin Zhao had heard of the 2-star all-creation masters in Bai City. Enchantress of 100 Treasures Mart and Xing Fu of Wangua Mansion were both big shots in Bai City. They were the managers of 100 Treasures Mart and Wangua Mansion in Bai City. Such big shots usually wouldn't show up. It was harder to meet them than to climb to the sky. However, no one expected that today they would come hand in hand and appear here at the same time. This was an eye-opener for many people. Obviously, these 2 people also came for Qin Zhao. The alluring smile of the enchantress mesmerized all living beings. Her seductive technique caused everyone to fall into a daze and go crazy for her. Qin Zhao couldn't help but curse in his heart. She's really a seductress. Her charming skill is not bad. If it were an ordinary man, it would be difficult for him to escape from her claws. To be honest, Qin Zhao didn't like girls who had charming skills. He always felt that these women were too seductive. Ha ha ha, you must be Qin Zhao, handsome young man. You're really handsome and young. Ha ha ha, I feel sorry for you. Enchantress's words almost gave Qin Xiao goosebumps. He couldn't help but shudder. This woman really wanted to kill him. Chapter 1150. For sides competing, it would be fine if a one-star all-knowing expert dared to tease Qin Xiao like this. But it just had to be a two-star all-knowing expert. A two-star all-knowing expert with a lofty existence in everyone's eyes. They were existences on another level, unreachable and unreachable. Therefore, Yao Ji's actions naturally caused the surrounding onlookers to be taken aback. Was this still the lofty Lord Yao Ji? Indeed, it left everyone speechless. Even Qin Xiao was sweating profusely. He truly did not expect Yao Ji to disregard her image like this. It was obvious that Yao Ji wanted to get closer to she. She was really willing to put in a lot of effort. Looks like I'm really in the limelight this time. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have acted like that. I should have withdrawn from the myriad pool earlier, Qin Xiao thought to himself. However, he shook his head. He was unwilling to leave earlier. He had entered the myriad pool for the benefits of the myriad pool. The comprehension and cultivation in the myriad pool had indeed benefited Qin Xiao greatly. Yao Ji, don't scare little brother Qin Xiao. What are you doing here? Why don't you pay attention to your status? There are so many pairs of eyes looking at you. Xing Fu, who had come with Yao Ji, mocked. He even said to Qin Xiao, little brother Qin Xiao, this woman is a famous femme fatale. Countless men have died under her skirt. She likes to keep male pets, so you have to be careful. Don't fall into her trap. After being exposed in front of her, Yao Ji's beautiful face turned cold. She scolded, Xing Fu, do you want to fight with me today? Fight you? No, no, no. Xing Fu has never liked to bully women. Xing Fu shook his head. Yao Ji snorted disdainfully and spat. You have to have the ability to bully me first. Seeing these two bigwigs quarreling like commoners, Qin Xiao and the others blushed with shame. Especially Yi Xian and the other two, they were speechless. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have known that such a thing would happen between great figures. Yao Ji did not continue to bicker with Xing Fu. Instead, she looked at Qin Xiao with a charming smile and said, Handsome Qin Xiao, don't pay attention to Xing Fu. He likes to ridicule others. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat her, I would have fought her to the death. Your big sister Enchantress is a reserved and virtuous girl. It's just that big sister Enchantress is too beautiful, so others are jealous of me. Handsome Qin Xiao, big sister would like to invite you to have a few drinks with me, enjoy the night view, and chat about romance. What do you think? Yao Ji's voice made people feel numb. Normal people would not be able to withstand such a feeling. Qin Xiao couldn't stand it either. She felt uncomfortable all over. If someone with a weaker mind heard this, they would definitely be captured. Qin Xiao was so scared that she hurriedly said, Don't. I really can't bear it. Let's talk about this later. Right now, I just want to go back and go into seclusion. I don't want to care about anything else. So, I hope Big Sister Enchantress can forgive me. Call me Big Sister Enchantress. You're hurting me. What should I do? Yao Ji said with a sad face. Especially her eyes. They seemed to want to steal people's souls. Such a soft attack really made Qin Xiao somewhat uncomfortable and flustered. Xing Fu glanced at Yao Ji and laughed. Then he said to Qin Xiao, Little brother Qin Xiao, it seems that you don't want to see any guests recently. When you come out of seclusion, I'll send someone to invite you. I, Xing Fu, like to make friends with young heroes. You are now the most dazzling light in our Bai city. In the face of Xing Fu's invitation, Qin Xiao did not refuse. He said, Okay, then wait until I come out of seclusion. I'll take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Yao Ji and Xing Fu, Qin Xiao went straight back to his place of cultivation. However, to Qin Xiao's surprise, the courtyard he rented was not surrounded by people. It was actually very quiet here. Logically speaking, with his current fame, there should be some people here now that he had just returned from the all-creation pool. However, this was not the case. Was his influence in Bai City not enough? That was obviously not the case, because along the way, countless eyes fell on him. At this time, Qin Xiao's brilliance seemed to cover everything. After a careful inspection, Qin Xiao immediately understood. It turned out that there were many city guards in the dark all around. It seemed that the city lord's mansion had already sent people to clear the place and not let idle people come near. The lord of Qidong City was very thoughtful. Speaking of which, Qin Shao did not want to be disturbed by others. That would hinder his cultivation. The lord of Qidong City's move was deeply appreciated by Qin Shao. Of course, Qin Shao was not surprised by this small gesture of goodwill. He would not do anything because of this small gesture. After getting off the carriage, Qin Shao said goodbye to Yi Xian Taifeng and brought Babatu into the courtyard. Babata's mind was still shaken. He had not completely recovered from his shock. Even now, he still felt like he was dreaming. It was too unreal. He had never even thought about this kind of thing. Even in his dreams, he had never thought that he, Babatu, would have such a day. Babatu. It was not until Qin Zhao's hand gently patted Babata's body that he came back to his senses. He looked at Qin Shao with a silly smile on his face. At this moment, he actually did not know what to say. Living in a dream, he was really afraid that this dream would shatter. Qin Shao also knew Babata's mood at this moment. He shook his head and smiled. Don't be in a daze. I will go into seclusion later. During this time, if anyone comes to visit, just help me receive them. In short, no matter who it is, you don't need to pay attention to them. How to deal with them is up to you. Just don't let anyone disturb me. After that, Qin Shao entered the cultivation room. It was not until a while after Qin Shao left that Babatu came back to his senses. He was so excited that he danced with joy. Red Mountain House, elegant room. This Qin Shao. Really? Yin Yang shook her head, somewhat speechless. However, Zine smiled and said, why? Did you lose out? Yin Yang said, isn't that right? This kid is very experienced. In the face of our invitations, he rejected them one by one. However, he also agreed to other opportunities. This kid is very cunning. Zi nodded. He is indeed experienced and very smart. Because he doesn't want to be passive, he wants to take the initiative. This way, he will have more choices, and he will be able to maximize his benefits. Moreover, I'm afraid that he doesn't understand our factions too well. Therefore, he won't easily agree. By doing this, he has thrown the problem to us and let us fight for it. He will take the initiative to maximize the bargaining chips. This is indeed an extremely smart move. Yin Yang said, then what do you think we should do now? This kid is so smart. I don't know what he is planning. Ziyin pondered for a moment, then said, when dealing with smart people, we have to use smart methods. Ordinary methods will only lead to an appropriate response. From my observation, he is not like an ordinary person. Although he is pursuing his own benefits, he cares more about other things. Pure benefits are very superficial. Therefore, from this point of view, the situation of our four factions is more or less the same. Although the Lord of Qidong City has the advantage of being the host, he does not represent the universal temple. Therefore, his advantage will be balanced out and will not appear to be too great. If we three factions are willing to invest in him, we will naturally not be weaker than the Lord of Qidong City. Therefore, the crux of the problem lies with Qin Shao himself. I think he is not a person who keeps people at arm's length. He can even negotiate with Yi Xian Taipei. Moreover, the Lord of Qidong City has also taken action. In addition, Yi Xian is there. I'm afraid this will be a variable. Yin Yang also said with some worry, yes, Yi Xian is able to lower his status and take the initiative to curry favor with Qin Shao. On this point, Lu Hushi is more arrogant. The Lord of Qidong City has secretly sent people to protect Qin Zhao's cultivation place. This kind of frequent show of goodwill has already taken the initiative. I thought that our Red Mountain House would be the first to gain the advantage. I didn't expect that the Lord of Qidong City would beat us to it. Now we are a bit passive. Passive. The corners of Ziyin's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. That may not be so. City Lord's Mansion, Conference Hall. Father, we have the initiative. We should take advantage of the victory and take down Qin Shao with irresistible force. If Qin Shao can be used by Father, then Father's road ahead must be smoother. It was only a matter of time before he became the manor head. At that time, Father's grand plan can also be revealed. Yi Xian's face was full of high spirits. as if he was going to conquer the world. The Lord of Qidong City was as majestic as a mountain, sitting firmly on the throne. His eyes were like coal mountains and stars, deep and unfathomable. It was as if his future had already bloomed in his eyes. Yi Xian, you are still too immature. There must be a limit to everything. It is easy to cross it. For extraordinary people, they must be treated extraordinarily. To achieve great things, they must have a big picture. The matter of Qin, Shao must not be rushed. It must be done step by step. The Lord of Qidong City said. Yi Xian was a bit anxious, but Father, 100 Treasures Mart, Red Mountain House, and Wanhua Mansion are not easy to deal with. They are also doing their best. If we don't make the first move to gain the upper hand, then I'm afraid they will beat us to it. Brother Qin Zhao's potential is absolutely limitless. It is absolutely worth it to rope him in regardless of the cost. The Lord of Qidong City waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter. If he is so easily roped in by others, then I'm afraid we can't use him. An extraordinary talent must be extraordinary in some way. A genius who can really be roped in for our use will certainly not be a Philistine and will certainly not be driven by some benefits. This kind of person is more concerned about future development and growth. He will certainly not be confused by the present. Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled, but for the time being, he could only listen to his father. At the same time, the higher-ups of 100 Treasures Mart and Wanhua Mansion were also discussing this matter. A battle in the dark had already begun. This contest would probably be unprecedentedly vast, and it was also something that the whole city was looking forward to. Such a big movement was probably something that even Qin Shao did not expect. Chapter 11:51. One step away in the cultivation room. Qin Shao sat there as he carefully reviewed the comprehensions he had gained over the past 2 years in the Myriad Pool, reorganizing the various comprehensions he had gained. With the insights he gained in the pool of creation over the past 2 years, Qin Shao had indeed improved a lot. His usage of the Tao of all creation had also improved a lot. Now, what Qin Shao needed to do was to integrate all these insights and naturally break through to the intermediate level of usage of the Tao of all creation. This kind of breakthrough was not an easy thing to do. Although it was only a single step from the beginner level of usage of the Tao of all creation to the intermediate level of usage of the Tao of all creation, it was a huge chasm. Countless cultivators were unable to break through in their entire lives. On the path of cultivation, every step was extremely difficult. Every step forward was extremely difficult. No matter how talented Qin Shao was, it was not easy to reach the intermediate level of usage of the Tao of all creation from the beginner level of usage of the Tao of all creation in such a short time. He had indeed gained a lot of insights from this trip to the pool of creation, but it was still not enough. He was still lacking a little bit. Therefore, in the 100 years of seclusion, other than digesting the insights he had gained in the pool of creation, he did not have any other improvements. Wanting to break through was naturally an extravagant hope. Just a little bit more, and I can step into the intermediate level of usage of the Tao of all creation. Just a step away, but it is like the distance between heaven and earth. Difficult, too difficult. Qin Shao shook his head and stopped cultivating. If he continued to suppress his cultivation after reaching a bottleneck, the results would not be good. Forget it. My accumulation is still far from enough. Previously, I had broken through to the beginner level of usage of the Tao of all creation in the assessment area. At the very most, it has only been a few hundred years. Wanting to break through to the intermediate level of usage of the Tao of all creation is indeed an extravagant hope. In such a short time, even if I have gained a lot of insights, my accumulation is still too weak. This natural chasm is definitely not something that can be easily crossed. Qin Zhao's state of mind was more open-minded, and he wasn't discouraged at all because of the failure this time. Actually, his speed of improvement was already at the heaven-defying level of a peerless monster. It was just that Qin Zhao's requirements were too high, so she naturally couldn't look at the problem with the eyes of ordinary people. Qin Zhao walked out of the cultivation room and looked outside. The corner of her mouth hooked up into a faint smile. When it's time to make a choice, there will always be a choice to be made. In the past 100 years, the powers of the four sides had probably been secretly competing with each other. You can't wait any longer, right? Speaking of which, I really don't know much about the powers of the four directions. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to make a choice. Only by knowing more will we be able to make better choices. For the time being, it is indeed necessary to join a force. Otherwise, I might not have been able to progress smoothly in this world. Although he would have to pay a price for joining a faction, he would not hesitate to do so. After all, I won't stay in this world for long. Everything is for the sake of my growth. It's still necessary to take advantage of the situation. By borrowing the strength of others, he would be able to avoid many detours. Cultivation, to put it bluntly, was a process of borrowing the strength of others. Joining a force, obtaining opportunities, receiving guidance from seniors, and obtaining powerful cultivation methods. Basically, it was all about borrowing strength, borrowing external strength to improve oneself. Borrowing strength, this kind of thing, depended on how you grasped it. If you grasped it well, it would indeed allow you to progress at lightning speed. As soon as Qin Xiao walked out of the training room, Babato hurriedly walked over. It was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. With an incomparably anxious face, he came forward and said, "Sir, you have finally come out of seclusion. If you still didn't come out, I would have collapsed." Seeing Babata anxious like an ant on a hot pan, Qin Xiao couldn't help but smile. She sat down leisurely, poured herself a glass of wine, and drank by herself. Qin Xiao wasn't anxious, but Babato really couldn't help it. He said again, "Sir, say something. You don't know that during the 100 years you were in seclusion, people came to find you almost every day. I felt a little crazy, and a lot of gifts were sent here, almost filling up this place. I can't accept it, but I can't refuse it either. I really don't know how to deal with it." These 100 years, for a person like Babata who hadn't seen much of the world, was definitely a kind of torture. The people who came to see Qin Xiao were really endless. Sometimes, there were even dozens of waves a day. The people who came would more or less bring some gifts, and these gifts were naturally incomparably precious to Babatu. Little drops made a mickle. The accumulation of 100 years was indeed a very considerable number. However, Qin Xiao wasn't interested in these things at all. Instead, he said indifferently, "Babatu, calm down. I've already expected these troublesome matters. Therefore, I left you behind to block these troubles for me. It seems that these years have been hard on you." "Hee, it's not hard, it's not hard." Babata was flattered by Qin Xiao's words and quickly scratched his head and laughed. This feeling was really too good. In fact, these 100 years couldn't be considered hard for Babatu. It was just that he had to deal with all kinds of big shots every day. For Babatu, it was indeed very fearful. After all, he was just a small character who lived in the lowest level of Bai City. "Babatu, what's the situation with the City Lord's mansion, 100 Treasures Hut, Red Mountain House, and Myriad Kingdom Mansion these years?" Qin Xiao asked. When it came to serious matters, Babatu immediately perked up and said with a serious expression, "Sir, the four forces are still fine. Aside from sending people to deliver some gifts, they didn't do anything else. The main thing is that some other forces came to curry favor with Master in advance." Qin Xiao curled his lips. He wasn't surprised at all. This was completely within his expectations. The four forces were the main consideration of Qin Xiao. As for the others, they could be completely ignored. However, Qin Xiao still needed to know more about these four forces. "Babatu, how much do you know about these four forces?" Qin Xiao asked. Babata seemed to be prepared and immediately said, "Sir, I have specially understood and studied the situation of the four forces over the years. Although I definitely don't understand the deeper things, I don't know much about them. Although I don't know much about them, I think I should be more clear about some basic situations." Qin Xiao smiled. It seemed that Babatu had done his homework well in the past 100 years. In terms of subordinates, Babatu was indeed a qualified subordinate. However, his strength was indeed a little weak, and his talent potential was also a little weak. The value of training him was relatively low. Otherwise, he could really nurture him. Who knows, he might even become a powerful helper. A powerful subordinate would indeed save a lot of trouble sometimes. "Well, tell me in detail. I also want to know more," Qin Xiao said. Babatu immediately perked up and said with a spirited expression, "Sir, let's talk about the City Lord's Mansion's forces first." Qin Zhao's understanding of the City Lord's Mansion mainly came from the Qidong City Lord. As the City Lord of Bai City, Qin Zhao naturally knew a lot about the City Lord of Qidong City. The City Lord of Qidong City was indeed a great figure, which Qin Zhao also somewhat appreciated. "Sir, you should know the responsibilities and status of the City Lord's Mansion. It is the ruler of our Bai City, the guardian of the rules, the executor, and acts on behalf of the divine of all things. It can be said that the City Lord's Mansion is sacred and inviolable. As long as it is in Bai City, no matter who or what force can overpower the City Lord's Mansion. Even a 3-star all-things master can't overpower the City Lord's Mansion. This is where the authority of the City Lord's Mansion lies." Qin Zhao nodded. Even if Babata didn't say this, he also knew about it. No matter where it was the same. This was the most basic law, the rules set by the strong. The City Lord of Qidong City is a legendary figure. He was even known as a peerless genius in our Bai City for millions of years. He has written many legends. The City Lord of Qidong City is definitely a legendary figure, and he is deeply supported by all of us in Bai City. He is an impeccable City Lord. It is said that he is also very heroic and righteous. But sir, the City Lord of Qidong City is trying to win you over, which represent himself, not the City Lord's Mansion in the pure sense. Oh, not the City Lord's Mansion in the pure sense. How do you explain that? Qin Zhao asked curiously. Babata nodded and said, "Yes, sir, it is indeed not in the pure sense. To put it simply, the City Lord of Qidong City is trying to win you over, which is completely his personal move. In fact, it has nothing to do with the City Lord's Mansion. After all, the City Lord's Mansion represents the divine of all things. If it has something to do with the City Lord's Mansion, it simply means that it has something to do with the divine of all things. The divine of all things is the ruling power of the world at the heart of all things. It is a supreme existence that no one dares to disrespect or rebel against. So, if it really rises to the level of the divine of all things, then there is no such thing as competition. And, sir, you naturally don't have to pick anything. You will definitely join the divine of all things without even thinking about it. But in reality, that is not the case. The divine of all things is the absolute ruling power of the world at the heart of all things. They will not easily accept disciples, and will not easily snatch geniuses from other powers. So, the divine of all things will almost never make a move. The City Lord of Qidong City can only represent himself to win you over. Once you join the City Lord's Mansion, you will also be working for Sir Qidong." Qin Zhao nodded. Only then did he feel relieved. So that was the case. If Babata did not say it, then he really would not know that there was such a thing hidden behind this. The City Lord did not represent the City Lord's Mansion. This was indeed interesting. But thinking about it, he quickly understood. It was indeed so. For a supreme ruling power like the divine of all things, they naturally would not easily accept disciples. There must be very strict conditions. Moreover, such a supreme ruling power would not easily snatch geniuses from those small powers. That would be a loss of grace. Of course, if the divine of all things really had their eyes on heaven and earth, then they would naturally take action. But how difficult was it to be chosen by the divine of all things? Chapter 1152. Advantages of all sides. If he only represents the City Lord, then what advantages does the City Lord of Qidong City have to compete with 100 Treasures conglomerate? Qin Zhao asked. Babata said, "This is also what I wanted to tell you. The City Lord represents himself. It does sound weak and does not have much competitive power. However, the City Lord also has his own advantages. Firstly, the City Lord is the Lord of a city. All factions must bow down to him. Even the powers from the 100 Treasures concourse are no exception. At least on the surface, they definitely have to be respectful to the City Lord's estate and not overstep the rules. These are the rules of all things set down by the Myriad Divine Hall. Who can go against them? Secondly, the City Lord belongs to the Universal Temple after all. Therefore, the City Lord has a certain amount of power in his hands. He can recommend some geniuses to the Universal Temple. Although they may not be accepted by the universal temple, at least there is a glimmer of hope. Moreover, it is said that the disciples accepted by the universal temple are recommended by the city lords. Thirdly, the universal temple will hold many activities and the city lord residents will select people to participate in them. If they join the city lord residents, they will naturally be given preferential treatment. Fourthly, the city lord residents will have many resources. Although the city lord can only use a limited amount, it is still quite a lot. These four advantages are only for ordinary city lords. For a legendary city lord like the city lord of Qidong City, I am afraid that he will not only have these four advantages, he will also have many disadvantages. It is just that outsiders do not know about them. All in all, the city lord of Qidong City is indeed a very good choice. Hearing Babata say this, Qin Shao also felt that the city lord of Qidong City was indeed a very good choice. However, Qin Shao was not in a hurry to vote on anything. Often, a good choice did not have to be made at the beginning. Moreover, Qin Shao's current choice was not purely based on who was stronger and who was weaker. Qin Shao would consider all aspects comprehensively. As long as there was a relatively good cultivation condition, it was enough for Qin Shao. He did not need anything else. Therefore, Qin Zhao's own wishes and future development were more important when making a choice. Let's talk about Bai Baohui, Qin Shao said again. Babatu continued to explain the situation of 100 Treasures Fair, Red Mountain House, and Wangwa Mansion to Qin Shao in detail. Qin Shao listened carefully and analyzed the advantages and disadvantages so that he could make a better judgment for himself. After listening, Qin Shao made a comprehensive analysis. He understood a lot about the four forces. Generally speaking, the situation of the 100 Treasures Club, the Red Mountain House, and the Myriad Kingdom Constabulary were similar. Each had its own advantages and disadvantages, so it was hard to say who was better and who was worse. It was just a matter of which party valued Qin Shao more. Of course, Qin Shao would be treated differently, which was also the main point of Qin Zhao's considerations. Now that he had a general understanding of the four major powers, it was time to see how the four major powers would act. Sir, the people of the four major powers are waiting outside. What does Sir plan to do? Babatu asked again. Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, Let's talk one by one. Babatu, help me contact the Red Mountain House first. Red Mountain House? Hearing that Qin Shao wanted to talk about the Red Mountain House first, Babatu was stunned. He looked at Qin Shao with a strange expression and said, Sir, why do you want to talk about the Red Mountain House first? Does Sir already have a choice? Qin Shao shook his head and said, No, it doesn't matter who I talk to first. In any case, someone has to talk to first. Let's talk to the four major powers first. There's no rush to make a decision first. Good things often have to be able to withstand tests. Only then did Babatu feel relieved. That was true. Since they were going to meet the same family, one of them had to go first. He was a bit prejudiced just now, so he didn't react for a while. With Qin Zhao's instructions, Babatu naturally did as he was told. He immediately went to arrange this matter. In the past 100 years, Babatu had been in contact with various forces, so he was naturally very familiar with them. On the Red Mountain House's side, he quickly found someone to inform them. When the Red Mountain House received Qin Zhao's words, they were naturally full of joy and immediately took care of this matter. A luxurious, exquisite jade carriage came through the air. Yin Yang actually personally drove the carriage to Qin Zhao's courtyard to welcome Qin Shao. In this way, it was enough to give Qin Shao face. Although the exquisite jade horse was only a third-rank vicious beast, its temperament was very gentle, and its appearance was very beautiful. It was deeply liked by the superiors. Although this carriage drawn by 3 exquisite jade horses was not as domineering as the 9 dragons drawn carriage of the Qidong City Lord, it was also a bit more beautiful. Qin Shao, I have waited for 100 years. Finally, you came out of seclusion. Hee, you still remember me. It really makes me happy. Yin Yang smiled and looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, How dare I forget Yin Yang's invitation? Yin Yang, you were the first to invite me, and I also agreed. So now, the first invitation is naturally given to you, Yin Yang. I, Qin Xiao, am a man who keeps his promises. I will definitely do what I have promised. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Yin Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, Qin Xiao's words conveyed two meanings. On the one hand, Qin Xiao was explaining his principles to Yin Yang. On the other hand, he also said that he had promised the governor's mansion and the other two forces, so he would definitely accept their invitation. What did it mean to accept their invitation? Didn't it mean that he had to talk to them? It was also very obvious that Qin Xiao had not decided to join the Red Mountain House for the time being. It also depended on the other three forces. Qin Xiao's words, without batting an eyelid, had already given Yin Yang a wake-up call. This way of dealing with things was indeed a little sophisticated. Yin Yang didn't show anything. She just smiled and said, Qin Xiao, I can see that you're a very loyal and principled person. I admire you for that. This temperament is very rare and precious. Well, Qin Xiao, if you have anything to say, let's drink and talk later. It will be more comfortable. Please, I have prepared a sumptuous banquet for you. After that, she made a gesture of invitation to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao nodded and did not stand on ceremony with Yin Yang, but Qin Xiao turned back and said to Babatu, why are you still standing there? Come up and accompany me to the Red Mountain House. I feel like something is missing if I go alone. I'm going too. Babatu was stunned. He pointed to his nose with a surprised face, as if he did not believe these words. It was indeed so. After all, Babatu was just an insignificant person, a starless person. He was not even a one-star, all-knowing. How could he dare to sit in the same carriage with Yin Yang? Qin Xiao said, don't talk nonsense. Just sit down. It's okay. The Red Mountain House will welcome you. Don't you think so, Yin Yang? Yin Yang wanted to say no, but naturally she would not say so. She could only smile and say, yes, of course, we will welcome you. As long as you're Qin Xiao's guest, you will naturally be our Red Mountain House's guest. Babatu, please. Hearing such an existence like Yin Yang talking to him and inviting him into the carriage, Babatu felt that something was wrong. Babatu suddenly felt as if something had exploded in his mind. There was a buzzing sound, and he could not believe his ears for a moment. After a long while, Babatu finally regained his senses. Only then did he dare to tremble and carefully walk into the exquisite jade carriage with a reserved expression. His heart was still trembling. How could he sit in such a luxurious carriage? Being in such close contact with such an important person like Yin Yang and sitting in the same carriage really made him nervous. The thing that he did not dare to think about before had now become a reality. Chapter 11:53. The System of the World of All Living Things. Red Mountain House, Backyard. The exquisite jade carriage landed smoothly. Yin Yang invited Qin Xiao to get off the carriage. The unique scenery of the backyard was unusually beautiful and pleasant, and the smell was fresh and refreshing. A figure was standing on the jade bridge. He was peerlessly handsome, like the brightest star in the starry sky. He was blooming with dazzling light. With him, the whole world was filled with light. It became incomparably bright. He was Zine. He was the leader of the younger generation of the Red Mountain House. He was a peerless genius who was blooming with dazzling light. In terms of talent and potential, even if he was placed in the whole world of all living things, he could compete with the heavens, shine with the sun and moon, and sink with 10,000 Tao. But all true geniuses had a body full of light. They had a powerful aura that could shine with the heavens. Qin Xiao got off the exquisite jade carriage. His gaze was completely attracted. Seeing the person in front of him, Qin Xiao was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the Red Mountain House had an even more powerful existence besides Yin Yang. Although they were both two-star, all-living things masters, Qin Xiao could clearly smell an extremely powerful aura from the other party. This aura was so powerful that even Qin Xiao was no match for it. It was obviously much more powerful than Yin Yang. Qin Xiao didn't need to think to know that the person in front of him must be someone sent by the Red Mountain House. It seemed that the Red Mountain House really thought highly of him. They actually sent an expert over. Qin Xiao, let me introduce you. This is Zine. He was sent by our Red Mountain House. Although he is a two-star all-living things master, he already has the strength of a 3-star all-living things master. He can break through to become a 3-star all-living things master at any time. He is one of the most talented youths in our Red Mountain house. Even among the younger generation of the world of all living things, he is definitely ranked high. In our Red Mountain house, he has a very high position. He is a core disciple. Yin Yang introduced Ziyin with a serious face. In fact, Qin Shao could vaguely guess without Yin Yang's introduction. It was similar to what he had imagined. He was indeed an important figure. Qin Shao knew very well what it meant to be a core disciple of a big force. Even if he was absorbed into the Red Mountain house, he would not become a core disciple directly. He would still need to pass many tests. It was simply too difficult to become a core disciple of a faction. This status was almost equivalent to being a sealed disciple of the Desolate Land's divine palace. Of course, this was just an analogy. The difficulty of becoming a core disciple of the Red Mountain house was definitely incomparable to that of the Temple of Desolate Land. Qin Shao cupped his hands towards Ziyin and nodded, "Greetings, Ziyin." Although Qin Zhao's tone was not too respectful, there was no trace of arrogance in it, either. It was a kind of calmness, a kind of neither servile nor overbearing. This was a kind of backbone. In the divine world, Qin Shao was on the same level as the sovereigns. In the world of all things, even if he put down his status, it was impossible for him to bow and bend his knees to others. Ziyin did not care about these details. Instead, he nodded and smiled at Qin Shao. "I have been waiting for Brother Qin Shao for a long time. It is really better to see once than to hear 100 times. After 100 years of waiting, I can finally see you in person. Please." 100 years of waiting? Qin Shao was a little surprised. So Ziyin had already arrived at the Red Mountain house 100 years ago? It seemed that he had really put in a lot of effort. However, Qin Shao did not show anything. He just nodded slightly and followed Ziyin to the Jade Pavilion not far away. Yin Yang also accompanied them, but Babada was left in place. A servant came to serve him. Babada naturally could not be present for this kind of conversation. This Jade Pavilion was fresh and unique. It was located under a small bridge and flowing water. Fragrance permeated the air. There were exotic flowers and herbs, jade rockery, and immortal birds. The three of them sat down. The table was already filled with all kinds of delicacies. The fragrance of the delicacies permeated the air and could arouse one's appetite, especially the fragrance of the wine, which could be smelled from afar. Just smelling it would make one's whole body relax and feel very comfortable. This kind of wine was definitely the best wine in this place. However, Qin Shao had drunk many good wines in the divine world. Naturally, this wine could not be compared to it. "Brother Qin Shao, when you were in the Myriad Pool, I secretly observed you. You are very extraordinary. When I entered the Myriad Pool for the first time, I could be considered to have shocked everyone. I lasted for more than 2 years. However, in the end, my result was easily surpassed by yours. You and I could be considered to have become old friends at first sight. Since you are willing to give me face and come here for a little gathering, this first cup of wine is for you." Ziyin raised his wine cup and said. Ziyin did not put on any airs, which made Qin Shao have a good impression of him. At least, his impression of him was not bad. Qin Shao valued this first impression very much. If he had a bad impression, it would be very difficult to change it. To be able to last for more than 2 years in the Myriad Pool for the first time, he was indeed an exceptional genius. This time, Qin Shao had a rough understanding of Ziyin. Brother Ziyin is too polite. Then I will accept deferentially. Qin Shao smiled and raised his cup. Ziyin was easygoing, so Qin Shao was also easygoing. In fact, Qin Shao had always been an easygoing person. He did not put on any airs. Heroes appreciated each other. Qin Shao also liked people like him who did not put on airs. Only by getting along with each other and following one's heart would one be able to be casual. After drinking a few cups of wine, they could be considered to have become familiar with each other. This made the atmosphere at the table livelier. It was not as oppressive as before. Ziyin said, "Qin Shao, you don't know much about our Myriad Pool world, right?" Qin Shao nodded noncommittally, saying Yes, I don't know much about it, let alone the myriad pool world. I'm afraid I don't even know much about Bai City. After all, I have only been here for a few hundred years. It can be considered a very short time. Haha, that's normal. You have only been here for a short time, and you have not left Bai City. It is understandable that you don't know much about the myriad pool world. How about this? Let's drink and eat. I will briefly introduce you to some basic things about our myriad pool world, so that you can have a rough understanding of our myriad pool world. Zine said. This was exactly what Qin Shao needed. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally nodded happily and agreed. Okay, then I am all ears. The three drank wine and chatted casually. The atmosphere was very good. A good atmosphere could also bring the relationship between each other closer. In fact, people often needed this kind of relaxed and pleasant atmosphere to get along with each other. The three people chatted for 3 days and 3 nights, and they talked very happily. In getting along with each other, they could further understand each other. Zine was indeed a person who could be appreciated. At least, Qin Shao felt that he was a talent that could be cultivated and also a person that could be made friends with. He was open-minded, had a strong sense of righteousness, and had the heart of a strong person. When getting along with him, there was no need to guard against anything. He was very sincere and did not have any tricks up his sleeve. In contrast, Yin Yang was more or less scheming, but this may be a common problem for women. Yin Yang could be the house master by City's Red Mountain House and was in charge of City. She must have some tricks up her sleeve. In the course of getting along with each other, Yin Yang intentionally or unintentionally played some tricks on Qin Shao. Of course, her purpose was to win over Qin Shao and let Qin Shao join the Red Mountain House. This kind of trick appeared in a woman, but it was nothing. Qin Shao was not such a stingy person. After chatting for so long, Qin Shao finally had a general understanding of the heart of all creation world. Previously, his understanding of the heart of all creation world was too general. He only knew about the temple of all creation, the temple of all creation, and nothing else. From Ziyin's words, Qin Zhao's understanding was more comprehensive. The heart of all creation world was not big. If it was placed in the divine realm, it would be pitifully small, about the size of the hidden dragon territory. However, although the heart of all creation world was not big, its system was still very strict. The heart of all creation world had been peaceful for generations, ruled by the temple of all creation, and had never been shaken by any forces. In the heart of all creation world, the temple of all creation was the supreme ruler, the absolute ruling power, the existence that people believed in, and the supreme existence that would never be overthrown by any forces. The endless years of rule had long been ingrained in people's hearts, and no one dared to go against the temple of all creation. As for the temple of all creation, it was an organization under the temple of all creation. It was used to cater to all living things in the heart of all creation world. Be it starless beings or starless beings, they could all go to the temple of all creation. It was a completely open organization that assisted the temple of all creation in managing and nurturing all living things. Therefore, the temple of all creation was opened in every corner of the heart of all creation world. It was subordinate to the temple of all creation, but it was not an organization that managed it. The ones who truly enforced the laws on behalf of the temple of all creation were the city lord, the prefecture lord, and the domain lord. The important thing was to know the 3 identities of the city lord, the prefecture lord, and the domain lord. These were the identities of the temple of all creation and represented the power and laws of the temple of all creation. The temple of all creation stood at the center of the heart of all creation world and ruled over the entire heart of all creation world. It was the center of everything in the heart of all creation world. The temple of all creation divided the heart of all creation world into territories to facilitate management. This model was also common in the divine realm. Simply put, the heart of all creation world was divided into 9 territories, and each territory was divided into 100 prefectures, and each prefecture was divided into 10,000 cities. Therefore, in general, the heart of all creation world had 9 territories, 900 prefectures, and 9 million cities. These territories formed the map of the heart of all creation world, and were then divided into domain lords, prefecture lords, and city lords to manage them. The city lord was a pretty good position. In the heart of all creation world, it could only tolerate 9 million city lords. Becoming a city lord meant becoming an official member of the temple of all creation and represented the identity of the temple of all creation. Then, everything would be different. Above, that would be the lord of the academy, a prefecture that ruled over 10,000 cities, and the status of the prefecture lord was naturally needless to say. Becoming a prefecture lord, even in the entire heart of all creation world, would definitely be considered a big shot and would be respected wherever he went. Above the prefecture lord was the domain lord. In the entire heart of all creation world, there were only 9 domain lords. Every domain lord was an overlord of their generation, a supreme existence that stood at the peak of the clouds, and a peak existence of the temple of all creation. Domain lords represented the apex of the pyramid of the heart of all creation world, and were the true holders of power. These layers of systems formed the strict hierarchy of the temple of all creation, and allowed the temple of all creation to be orderly, and allowed the heart of all creation world to maintain a stable development and never decline. Chapter 1154. The Red Mountain House's sincerity. Moreover, there was a promotion mechanism for the city lord, the mansion master, and then the lord. For example, anyone could challenge the city lord. As long as they could defeat the city lord, they could replace him. Of course, this challenge was not unlimited. It was not something that could be challenged just because one wanted to. There was a threshold. If everyone went to challenge the city lord, how many people would there be just by one person? In that case, the city lord would not have to work every day. He could just queue up to deal with the challengers. Therefore, there would be a threshold. However, this threshold was only to test one's strength. As long as you have the strength, you will definitely be able to cross this threshold and challenge the city lord as you wish. As long as one's strength was sufficient, one could replace the city lord and be promoted to a member of the Universal Palace. However, one could only challenge the city lord once every 10,000 years. Anyone could challenge the city lord as long as they could meet the threshold. However, to challenge the mansion master, one had to be qualified to be the city lord. The city lord could challenge the mansion master without any other threshold. Of course, in terms of age, it could only happen once every million years. The mansion master could also challenge the lord, from an ordinary person to a city lord, then to a mansion master, and finally to a lord. This step-by-step promotion could be achieved through challenges. As long as one's strength was strong enough, one could achieve it step by step. This promotion system gave everyone a glimmer of hope. No matter who one was, no matter what one's background was, no matter which faction one belonged to, one could use this method to raise one's status and eventually reach the peak of a universal heart world. This system was absolutely fair. No one was an exception. If one did not have any ambition, he could become a city lord and dominate a region. He could also be free and unfettered. Of course, the city lord was not so free and easy. After all, he had to be constantly vigilant against those who challenged him. Once he was challenged, not only would he lose his position as the city lord, he would also no longer enjoy the benefits of the Universal Palace. Although the city lord was also a member of the Universal Palace, it was not permanent. It was when he was the city lord, but it was not when he was not the city lord. As long as he became the mansion master, it was permanent. However, if the position of the city lord was taken away by someone else, it would also be a great humiliation. It would also motivate them to move forward. This was the system of the temple of all things. It was this system that firmly governed and managed the entire heart of all things world, allowing it to be orderly for countless years. Other than the absolute rule of the universal temple, there were also many other powers in the universal core world. These were also the family powers that had been accumulated over countless years. But no matter what, these families were still loyal to the Universal Palace. Moreover, many of the experts in these families were also members of the Universal Palace. It could be said that more than 70% of the experts in the Universal Core world had joined the Universal Temple and were all members of the Universal Temple. Therefore, no matter how powerful a family was, it was still weak to the Universal Temple. After countless years of accumulation, the 100 great clans of the world of all things had gradually formed. These forces were also known as the 100 schools of thought, or the 100 vassals. In fact, the Universal Temple even tacitly allowed these forces to establish their own orthodoxies and dynasties. Generally speaking, the Universal Temple would not be too strict with these forces, but these forces would definitely not dare to betray the Universal Temple. The Red Mountain House, the 100 Treasures Conglomerate, and the Myriad Kingdom Conglomerate belonged to these 100 vassals. And the area where Bai City was located was not too far away from these 3 vassal forces. Therefore, these 3 forces were able to take root in Bai City. As for the other forces, it was hard to tell how long they were going to take. And all along, these 3 forces had formed a tripartite balance of power in Bai City. They had almost monopolized many businesses in Bai City. Therefore, they naturally would not allow other forces to interfere. The 100 vassals were not too different in terms of strength or background. At most, some were older, and some had become stronger later on. But overall, they were about the same. After chatting for so long, Qin Shao had a basic understanding of the situation in the heart of all things world. Ziyin put down his wine cup and said with a serious expression, "Qin Shao, in just a few days of interaction, we have a feeling that heroes appreciate each other. Personally, I would like to cultivate with you and fight side by side with you. Occasionally, we can exchange pointers, drink wine, and talk about romance. Wouldn't that be fun? I've come here on behalf of the Red Mountain House. Our Red Mountain House's sincerity is definitely not inferior to any other party. Everything I can give you, I can give you. As long as you have the talent and potential, the Red Mountain House will definitely help you along the way. The pool of all things belongs to the Red Mountain House. Moreover, the pool of all things in Bai City is only a small pool. The headquarters of the Red Mountain House has the real pool of all things. As long as you're a member of the Red Mountain House, you can cultivate there. As for the Red Mountain House, we have collected all the techniques in the world. As long as you're willing to join us, you can choose any mid-grade technique or treasure you want. Even high-grade cultivation techniques and high-grade treasures can be obtained. I won't say anything superfluous. I don't think there is much meaning in talking about some substantial conditions. These are all external forces. Naturally, you don't have to worry about external guarantees. They're definitely not inferior to what any other force can give you. Most importantly, it is up to you, Qin Shao, to decide." Qin Shao pursed his lips. That was indeed the case. Qin Shao didn't care too much about material conditions. They were just external things. External things wouldn't be of much help to cultivation. More importantly, it was up to the cultivator himself. Speaking of which, whether it was the Red Mountain House, 100 Treasures Conglomerate, Myriad Nation Conglomerate, or the City Lord's residence, they would probably be able to give Qin Shao about the same. In terms of treatment, they would definitely be very good. The basic conditions were actually about the same. The most important thing was still up to Qin Zhao's own choice. As far as Qin Shao was concerned, the 100 Treasures Conglomerate, Myriad Nation Conglomerate, and Red Mountain House were all about the same. It would probably be the same no matter which one he chose. If he really had to choose from these 3 forces, then Qin Shao would definitely prioritize the Red Mountain House. After all, in the past 3 days, Qin Shao and Ziyin could be considered to have had a pleasant conversation. Qin Shao took a sip of wine and put down the cup. Then he said, "Ziyin, you and I have been getting along well these days. I have seen the sincerity of the Red Mountain House. I think the 100 Treasures Conglomerate and Myriad Nation Conglomerate can give you more or less. In fact, there is nothing to choose. I don't have high requirements for material things. Cultivating external forces is secondary. I don't rely too much on external forces. The most important thing in cultivation is to rely on one's own efforts. If I had to choose between the 100 Treasures Conglomerate, Myriad Nation Conglomerate, and Red Mountain House, I would definitely choose the Red Mountain House. Not for anything else, but because we feel like old friends at first sight and have a good chat. I have always been a simple person. I won't make things too complicated. However, I can't be completely sure about this matter for the time being. Therefore, I can't agree to join the Red Mountain House now. I can only say that the possibility of me choosing the Red Mountain House is higher. Zine smiled. Qin Zhao's answer didn't seem to be beyond his expectations. It was even better than what he had expected. Haha, I thought you would directly refuse. It seems that drinking with you these past 3 days has done some good. At least you feel that you can get along well with me. If you can give me such a good answer, then I will consider it a success. Qin Zhao smiled. It was indeed more comfortable to talk with people who he could talk to. He didn't have to think about so many complicated issues. Qin Zhao didn't want to think about scheming against each other. After the two chatted for a while, Qin Zhao got up and left. Zine and Yin-Yang naturally asked someone to send Qin Zhao back. Originally, Yin-Yang wanted to send him back in person, but Qin Zhao declined. Since he hadn't agreed to join the Red Mountain House for the time being, Qin Zhao naturally couldn't be too arrogant. After sending Qin Zhao away, Yin-Yang shook her head and said, Zine, why do I feel that our enthusiasm is a bit too much? I feel that it's going to be a waste. Zine smiled and said, It's not a waste. Even if we can't win him over, at least we know each other. If we can't be on the same side, we shouldn't be enemies. The ways of the world need to be managed. If we can be on good terms with him, we have already planted good karma. What's more, didn't Qin Zhao say that if he had to choose between the three of us, he would choose our Red Mountain House first? This sentence is not empty talk. I can see Qin Zhao's character. He won't play false. He means what he says. He is definitely not the kind of person who is smooth and slick. This principle of dealing with people is also what I appreciate about him. We still have a good chance. Now, let's see what the Lord of Qidong City will do. In fact, this is what I'm most worried about, and also the most likely place to change in my estimation over the years. From the beginning, I really didn't put 100 Treasures Conglomerate and Wangguo Manor in my eyes. Yin-Yang looked pensive for a while. However, she was also somewhat puzzled. Zine, although the Lord of Qidong City has many advantages, he can't represent the Universal Temple. Moreover, the Lord of Qidong City wants to win him over, which is very selfish and somewhat suspicious of using him. Therefore, I feel that Qin Zhao may not be moved by the Lord of Qidong City. In terms of advantages, our Red Mountain House should be bigger than the Lord of Qidong City. Zine shook his head and said with a somewhat serious face, Yin-Yang, you underestimate the Lord of Qidong City. He is not as mediocre as you think. The Lord of Qidong City will definitely be a strong opponent for us. No one knows what moves he has. To be honest, if in the end Qin Zhao chooses to join the City Lord's office, I won't feel the slightest bit strange. Even I can't figure out the Lord of Qidong City's means and cards. In the face of the Lord of Qidong City, I really don't have that much confidence. What? Yin-Yang looked at Zine in astonishment, and her face was full of disbelief. She was really puzzled by Ziyin's words. Wasn't he just the Lord of Bai City? How capable could he be? Chapter 1155. Lord of Qidong City. After returning to the cultivation place, Babata couldn't help but ask, My lord, how is the situation? Housemaster Yin-Yang personally came to take you to the Red Mountain House. This shows that the Red Mountain House values you enough. Presumably, the conditions should also be very good, right? Qin Zhao curled his lips and said, Yes, the conditions are indeed good, but I haven't agreed for the time being. Babata grinned. My lord, do you want to use this as a bargaining chip to get the other three forces to offer better conditions? I saw my lord talking with the people of the Red Mountain House over there for 3 days and 3 nights. I thought they had already reached an agreement. Speaking of which, I actually think it doesn't matter which force I join. It mainly depends on the conditions. My lord, go to whichever force values you more. If they value you enough, you will get more things you want. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, There's no hurry for the time being. It's true that the 3 forces are the same, almost the same. I think the 3 forces value me quite well. However, maybe the Red Mountain House will do a better job. For the time being, I am indeed more inclined towards the Red Mountain House. As for the 100 Treasures Concourse and the Myriad Kingdom Mansion, I will casually deal with them. Most importantly, I still want to take a look at the City Lord's mansion. Qin Shao had never been an indecisive person. He had always been very decisive and decisive when it came to matters. This time, it was not that he was very hesitant. It was as if there was a voice whispering in his ear, asking him to take a look at the Lord of Qidong City. The Lord of Qidong City was a legendary figure. Qin Shao always felt that the Lord of Qidong City was not simple, very not simple. Although in terms of talent and potential, the Lord of Qidong City was not as good as Zine. But this feeling was really hard to say. It was because of this feeling that Qin Shao did not easily agree to the Red Mountain House just now. Since it was Qin Zhao's choice, Babada naturally did not say much. Instead, he said, "Sir, should I contact the City Lord's mansion now?" Qin Shao suddenly looked outside and a faint smile appeared on her face. "No need. Yi Xian is already here. Looks like the news of me going to the Red Mountain House was long known by the City Lord's mansion." However, it was no wonder that Yin Yang personally drove the exquisite jade carriage to welcome Qin Shao. How could the City Lord's mansion not know about such a grand occasion? 100 Treasures Conglomerate and Myriad Nation Conglomerate should have known about it as well. But because Qin Shao asked Babada to inform them, no one from the other forces came out. This time, Yi Xian had taken the initiative to visit him. Perhaps he was afraid that 100 Treasures Conglomerate and Myriad Nation Manor would beat him to it, so he might as well do this. "Haha, brother Qin Shao, why didn't you tell me that you were coming out of seclusion? I was the first one to come and pick you up. I'm really sorry." A hearty voice came from afar. As the saying goes, the voice arrives before the person arrives. This was the kind of person who spoke. As soon as the voice fell, Yi Xian walked over and appeared in front of Qin Shao. Qin Shao greeted her with a smile. "I was so busy when I came out of seclusion that I forgot about you. I'm sorry." "Haha, you're right. After all, brother Qin Shao is now a big star in our Bai City. All forces are eyeing you, but you gave your debut to the Red Mountain House as soon as you came out of seclusion. I'm really envious of you. Haha, how was your chat with Sir Zine? After chatting for so long, it should be quite good, right?" Yi Xian said with a smile. She was trying to sound out Qin Zhao's words. Naturally, this little trick could not be hidden from Qin Zhao's eyes. However, Qin Shao did not take this little trick to heart. Instead, he joked, "Yes, you're right. We did have a good chat. Zine is a good person in all aspects. He's a person worth making friend with." The Red Mountain House was very sincere and offered a good offer. Yi Xian knew that Qin Shao was joking, so she joked. "Then, you were almost tempted, but at the crucial moment, you remembered that I was waiting for you here. So, at the last moment, you withdrew your thoughts and didn't continue the conversation with the Red Mountain House, right?" Yi Xian knew that Qin Shao was joking. Qin Shao smiled. "Yes, I'm still a little reluctant to part with you. I've temporarily turned down such a good offer. I always feel that I'm at a disadvantage." "Huh?" Yi Xian laughed loudly. The conversation between them was like an old friend, without any restrictions. They said whatever they wanted to say. There was no need to guard against joking. Qin Shao patted Yi Xian on the shoulder, stopped laughing, and said, "Let's get down to business. What's the matter?" Yi Xian also became serious, saying, "Brother Qin Shao, you've obviously guessed it. Why do you still ask again? I'm here, of course, to help my father snatch you away. The Red Mountain House has already beaten us to it. I can't let Baibao Conglomerate and Myriad Nation Conglomerate snatch you away, can I? That's why I'm here to block you. If I block you, then no matter who comes to invite you, I won't let you go. Hee hee, this time, I'm going back to being a bandit." Qin Shao shook his head, somewhat speechless. "You really have the potential to be a bandit like this." "Haha, that's fine. If I want to be a bandit later, I'll definitely rope you in. If we team up, we will definitely be able to do something earth-shattering." Yi Xian joked again. Qin Shao patted him and scolded jokingly. "Don't talk nonsense. Let's go. Otherwise, I'll really have to go see Baibao Conglomerate and Myriad Nation Conglomerate." Don't, brother Qin Shao, I can even call you brother. Don't go. or else I won't be able to explain to my father," Yi Xian said with a fawning expression. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled helplessly. Yi Xian's character and temperament were indeed far inferior to Zi Yin's. However, in Qin Zhao's heart, Yi Xian still had a very good impression of him, and he was someone he could make friends with. He followed Yi Xian all the way to the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was built in an unusually grand style, and there were guards everywhere. This place represented the divine authority of all things. After passing through several front halls, Qin Shao finally arrived at the main hall under Yi Xian's guidance. The majestic main hall seemed particularly cold and cheerless at this time. On the high throne, the Qidong city lord sat there. There was no banquet, only the high and mighty city lord, Qidong, was sitting there. As soon as he entered the main hall, Qin Shao saw Qidong sitting on the high throne. At a glance, Qin Shao immediately felt that the Qidong city lord's momentum was not weaker than Zi Yin's. The power of the Qidong city lord was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Qin Shao stood there, calmly looking at the Qidong city lord. Their eyes met, but he did not fall behind. His state of mind was truly dumbfounding. The two looked at each other, as if they regretted not having met earlier, but also appreciated each other. After a while, the Qidong city lord remembered something, waved his hand to Yi Xian, and said, "You go out first. Father wants to have a good chat with Qin Shao alone. You stay outside, and no one is allowed to break in without my permission. No matter what, you don't need to inform me directly. I'll take care of it later." Yi Xian originally wanted to stay and help his father win over Qin Shao, but he did not expect that his father would directly send him away as soon as he arrived. This made Yi Xian somewhat uncomfortable, but since his father had already given the order, he could only carry it out. Chapter 1156. The city lord's condition, begging for flowers at the third watch. The lord of Qidong City walked down, dressed in a gorgeous and colorful battle robe. He looked majestic and magnificent. He was like a shining star, illuminating all the darkness and suppressing all the light. A supreme domineering aura emanated from the lord of Qidong City. He was like an emperor who could make everything in the world surrender at his feet. Both the lord of Qidong City and Ziyin were very powerful people. At least Qin Shao was certainly invincible now. Although both of them were 2-star all things masters, Qin Shao could clearly feel the aura of 3-star all things masters from them. Therefore, Qin Shao was also very sure that the strength of these two people must be at the level of 3-star all things masters. Qin Zhao's current strength was only close to the level of a 2-star all things master, but certainly not at the level of a 2-star all things master. Therefore, in terms of strength, there was still a big gap between Qin Shao and the lord of Qidong City and Ziyin. However, in terms of state of mind, Qin Shao was certainly far better than the two of them. Therefore, although there was a big gap in strength, in the face of these two people, Qin Shao was still able to remain calm and composed. His face was calm, neither servile nor overbearing. This was a kind of awe-inspiring mentality, a kind of song of righteousness. "Greetings, Lord of Qidong City." Qin Shao bowed slightly and greeted him. Although the Lord of Qidong City did not have a very easygoing affinity like Ziyin, he got along with him like a brother and was more relaxed and casual. The Lord of Qidong City gave people a feeling of being unattainable. There was a powerful, invisible force around him. However, this kind of force would not make people feel that it was 1,000 miles away, making people unable to get close. Perhaps it was because of his cold and serious character. The Lord of Qidong City slightly nodded to Qin Shao and said, "Qin Shao, it's not easy to see you. How is it? How was your talk with Ziyin?" Hearing the Lord of Qidong City's words, Qin Shao was slightly stunned. The Lord of Qidong City actually asked about the situation of his talk with the Red Mountain House. What did this mean? Did he want to get some information? But it shouldn't be that bad. With the Qidong City Lord's information, it was impossible for him to not know some things. If he had really agreed to the Red Mountain House's request, the news would have already spread. This kind of thing was not a secret in the first place. There was nothing that could not be spread. Moreover, he would definitely be happy to spread the news. "It's all right. At least we had a good chat. Maybe we are birds of a feather." Qin Shao curled her lips and smiled. She didn't avoid anything. The Qidong city lord nodded and said, "Well, Ziyin is indeed a very good person. He's easy to get along with. He's righteous and heroic. He doesn't stick to one pattern. He's magnanimous and kind. Even though he was blessed by the heavens, he was kind to others and would not put on airs. However, his ambition were not small either. According to this trend, it is very likely that he will grow to a relatively high position in the future. I've met Ziyin a few times before. Although we don't have a deep friendship, we do admire each other. For the Red Mountain House to be able to send Ziyin here personally, they have indeed given you enough weight. Their generosity is indeed not small. This level of importance is indeed beyond my expectations." Hearing the Qidong city lord say so, Qin Shao was slightly surprised and said, "Qidong city lord, is Ziyin's position in the Red Mountain House so high?" The Qidong city lord nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed quite high. Perhaps there is a situation that you still don't know. Ziyin's father is a mansion lord. Ziyin's grandfather is also a mansion lord. Moreover, he is an extremely ancient mansion lord. His strength is unfathomable. Just the family's influence is enough to make Ziyin's status extremely high. Moreover, Ziyin himself is also blessed by the heavens. He is a peerless talent with supreme brilliance. Among the younger generation of the Red Mountain House, he can be considered an outstanding existence. Therefore, his status in the Red Mountain House is naturally extremely high." Qin Shao nodded. Only then did he feel relieved. Although he also knew that Ziyin was gifted and his status was definitely high, he didn't expect it to be so high. It turned out that Ziyin's father and grandfather were both mansion lords. That was indeed a high position and power. His lineage was also extremely powerful, not to mention the huge Red Mountain House behind him. With such a high status, they could still lower their status to come to Bai City to win him over. Moreover, they had waited for him for more than 100 years. It was indeed painstaking and not easy. Such a move was also worthy of praise. Therefore, even the Qidong city lord did not lack praise for Ziyin. The Red Mountain House really attached enough importance to him. Qin Shao himself could feel this. However, these were not all things that attracted Qin Shao. Things on a deeper level were often things that could touch the depths of one's heart. The prosperity on the surface was just a passing smoke. Well, let's not talk about the Red Mountain House anymore, lest I say all the good things about the Red Mountain House. Then I won't have any way to say good things about myself. That would not be worth the loss. The Qidong city lord waved his hand and returned to the main topic. Qin Shao looked at the Qidong city lord with a calm face, waiting for him to continue. The Qidong city lord said, "I may not give you better conditions than the Red Mountain House. After all, I really don't have the qualifications to compete with the Red Mountain House. Not to mention the Red Mountain House, I certainly can't compete with the 100 Treasures conglomerate and the Wangwa Mansion. I've just said that I can give you what I can, and I will do everything to help you. I dare not say that I will cultivate you. Let's grow together." The Qidong city lord's words were still more sincere, and the meaning of his words was also very clear. He wanted to win Qin Shao over, not in the form of a disciple, but in the form of a subordinate. It was more like the form of a guest elder. Therefore, Qin Zhao's status in the city lord's mansion would be very high, and he would not be subject to many restrictions. This kind of absorption was also a form of respect. There was one point that was different from the Red Mountain House. If Qin Shao joined the Red Mountain House, he was bound to become a disciple of the Red Mountain House and serve the Red Mountain House. In a sense, it was still very different. Of course, the Qidong city lord must also know that with Qin Zhao's talent and potential, he wanted to accept Qin Shao as his disciple or adopted son. This kind of method naturally would not work on Yixian. Therefore, such an invitation could be said to be full of sincerity. This kind of absorption could also be said to be a kind of friendship, but the friendship would be deeper. But at the same time, the price that the Qidong city lord had to pay was also great. Therefore, the Qidong city lord's means of winning him over surprised Qin Shao a little. He could very well recognize and accept this kind of mode. After all, as far as Qin Zhao's pride was concerned, He was really unwilling to become a disciple of a force and be restrained by restrictions. Freedom would always be something that Qin Shao would pursue. Qidong City Lord. Maybe you know a little about my character, Qin Shao. I don't care so much about external things. Of course, I will not completely not pursue them. It's okay to have something similar. More than that, I still have to rely on my own efforts to get it. What I care about is nothing more than 2 points. First, external resources. Secondly, it was my personal wish. Liking and disliking are sometimes very simple and don't need any reason. When faced with a choice, people would often fall into a dilemma. Along the way, Qin Shao was faced with a lot of choices. The absorption of the 5 great holy lands was also a very big choice, a very troublesome choice. At this level of choice, it was often not so simple to make a comparison. The most important thing was to look at one's heart. What you admire most should be freedom. The Qidong City Lord said. Freedom? Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled. Perhaps what he admired most was freedom. But how to say this thing, freedom was often relative, not absolute. No matter which force he joined, no matter how loose the conditions were, there would be some restrictions more or less. It was just a matter of whether the restrictions were big or small. When a cause was planted, there must be an effect. If there were gains, there must be losses. Compared to freedom, Qin Shao was indeed more inclined. Qin Shao shook his head and curled his lips. Qidong City Lord, if you only say this, it doesn't seem to be very attractive. The Qidong City Lord laughed and said, Yes, it is indeed not very attractive. It is indeed difficult for me to offer more attractive conditions. After all, my plate is only so big. The only thing I can offer is for you to stand on the plate and eat. But in terms of advantages, there should be some. After all, I am a member of the Universal Temple. Although I have no way of directly absorbing you into the Universal Temple, it is not as if there is no other way. I will not be the City Lord of Bai City for too long. In the future, when I become the City Lord of Bai City will be chosen between you and Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian is my adopted son, his talent and potential are indeed much weaker than yours. He will definitely not be able to compete with you. In this regard, I will not be biased. Using the position of City Lord to attract Qin Shao, this attraction was not great. Qin Shao was clear that if he wanted to develop in the future, becoming a City Lord was definitely a goal. Following this path and advancing step by step, this was the path that most cultivators in the world of all creation walked. In fact, even the cultivators of the various vassal powers would develop in this direction. The most basic measure of a feudal vassal's power was the number of city lords and manor lords in the feudal vassal's power. This was a hard indicator that could be used as a direct comparison. Therefore, the competition for the city lord position was something that all the major factions were passionate about. It was also because of this that the Universal Temple firmly controlled the entire world of all creation. This was because the cultivators in the world of all creation had basically joined the Universal Temple and were members of the Universal Temple. Therefore, even if Qin Shao did not join the City Lord's mansion and join the Red Mountain House, he would definitely become a City Lord in the future. However, it seemed that the City Lord of Qidong City could appoint someone else to be the City Lord if he was promoted. This path sounded like a shortcut and was much faster. However, it did not matter to Qin Shao. After all, being a City Lord was not a big deal. More importantly, being able to defend the City Lord position was more important. It was easy to conquer a country, but difficult to defend it. Many City Lords had not even warmed up their seats before they were kicked down by someone else. Such examples could be said to be too many to mention in the long history of the world of all creation. Qin Shao said, City Lord of Qidong City, aren't you afraid that Yi Xian will be unhappy? Yi Xian is probably waiting to take over your position. Chapter 11:57. We are on the same side, it was true. The position of City Lord was not like any other position. Anyone could challenge the position of City Lord. This position was not fixed. It was open to the capable. Everything depended on one's strength. Without strength, there was no way to sit firmly. Therefore, many times, the position of City Lord could change hands several times within a year, which made people not know whether to laugh or cry. The position of city lord was probably the ultimate dream for countless cultivators. To be able to sit firmly in the position of city lord and dominate a region was considered a free and unfettered life. There were many city lords like this in the core of all things world. They had been sitting in the position of city lord for countless years, but they were still unmoved. No one could shake their position. Ruling over a region, being a local tyrant, and managing a region, well, was quite satisfying. The growth rings of time could crush all dreams, tear all ambitions, and grind all edges and corners. Pursuit was not something that everyone would always have. When it was difficult to move forward after the baptism of endless years, it would slowly make people despair of cultivation and eventually degenerate. Countless cultivators, after reaching a certain level, could no longer move forward. The path of cultivation was also cut off. Those whose cultivation path had been cut off would have their state of mind slowly change. Therefore, many people with strange personalities were born. However, City Lord of Qidong City, the position of City Lord also needs strength to fight for. I have strength. No matter which side I am in, I can fight for it. An open and fair stage doesn't need so many doorways. Besides, it can't be faked. Qin Xiao said. The City Lord of Qidong City nodded. Yes, you're right. It's true. In this regard, I really don't have much of an advantage. Qin Xiao curled his lips and said, So, City Lord of Qidong City, you don't seem to have the conditions to persuade me? The City Lord of Qidong City chuckled and said, Yes, if that's the case, then I really don't have any good conditions to persuade you. Therefore, I also feel that my side is still quite weak. In all aspects, it's difficult to compete with the Red Mountain House. However, I do hope that you can join my City Lord's mansion. We can go out and explore together. There are many benefits to joining the City Lord's mansion. This way, you can participate in some of the activities organized by the Universal Temple. For example, the upcoming City of 10,000 Cities tournament is a very good stage, and only people from the City Lord's mansion can participate. Other than that, there are also some places that only the City Lord's mansion has the right to recommend people to. These cultivation resources are probably a form of preferential treatment given to the City Lord Manor by the Myriad Temple. Qin Xiao said, I've heard a little about this, but the City Lord's mansion has its own advantages, and so does the Red Mountain House. For example, the Red Mountain House's Myriad Pond. Their headquarters Myriad Pond is a sacred ground for cultivation. On this point, the Qidong City Lord was also noncommittal. He nodded and said, Yes, Qin Xiao, what you said is correct. Whether it's the Red Mountain House, the 100 Treasures Conglomerate, or the Myriad Kingdom Manor, they all have their own cultivation resources. Compared to the City Lord's estate, their resources are indeed not inferior. However, I'm afraid you don't know the real reason why I'm so eager to rope you in. The real reason? Qin Xiao looked at the Qidong City Lord with interest. Wasn't the City Lord trying to rope him in because of his talent and potential? When he grew stronger in the future, he would owe him a favor. The Qidong City Lord continued. Perhaps you think that I'm trying to rope you in because of your talent and potential. I'm trying to rope you in and leave behind a favor so that I can use you in the future. However, I don't really care about this point. My strength has also reached the level of a 3-star all-being. If I take another step forward, I'll be aiming for the position of the City Lord. Once I become the City Lord, I'll be at the top of the pyramid in the heart of all beings' world, at the peak of the clouds. At this point, I actually don't need a favor from an expert. After all, as long as a City Lord doesn't offend the forces of the various feudal lords, nothing will happen to him. Furthermore, the City Lord has been conferred a title by the Myriad Temple, and is a member of the Myriad Temple. As long as I don't court death, no one can threaten me. There's not much meaning in being on good terms with you. Your talent and potential are indeed good, but you also need time and speed to grow. Moreover, there are some unexpected circumstances. The more talented you are, the greater the resistance you will encounter on the road to growth. Your road to growth will certainly be full of hardships and bumps. That's why there's no need for me to bet on you. I don't think much of this point. After carefully reflecting on these words, Qin Xiao also felt that what the City Lord said was very reasonable. He could see that he wasn't lying. Indeed, no matter how great one's talent and potential were, they still needed to grow. Zine could be considered a peerless genius, but in terms of strength, Zine might not be able to suppress the city lord of Qidong City. Moreover, Qin Shao could also feel that the city lord of Qidong City had great potential. The city lord of Qidong City's ambition was to become a city lord. Qin Shao felt that since the city lord dared to say so, he must have some confidence. A city lord was definitely an important figure in the heart of all creation world. Qin Shao was somewhat puzzled. What did the city lord of Qidong City mean? Qidong smiled and continued. Qin Shao, you may not know about the mechanism by which a city lord can be promoted to a city lord. Although it's said that you can challenge anyone, you still need to have the strength to do so. Although a city lord is a member of the Universal Temple, it's only temporary and not official. As a temporary member, it's naturally impossible for him to obtain many cultivation resources from the Universal Temple. Without a certain amount of cultivation resources, even a genius's path of cultivation will be difficult. Every step must be very difficult. Therefore, we city lords also have to work hard to obtain cultivation resources. Only in this way can we advance step by step and finally challenge a city lord. The Universal Temple also has many incentives for city lords. It's a very complete system. Hearing this, Qin Shao somewhat understood. City Lord of Qidong City. This means that you want me to join the City Lord's mansion mainly to obtain the rewards of the Universal Temple. Therefore, you want to obtain more cultivation resources so that your path can be smoother? The City Lord of Qidong City did not comment. He nodded and said, yes, you can understand it this way. This is also a part of my selfishness. Attracting talents, nurturing talents, participating in competitions, and obtaining rankings, all of these will have corresponding rewards. You have a lot of potential, so if you can join my City Lord's mansion and help me, I will be able to obtain even more cultivation resources. In this way, my path of cultivation will be smoother. Of course, I'll obtain more, so I definitely won't let you work for nothing. Our relationship is not that of superior and subordinate, but of cooperation. We'll cultivate together and improve together. Whatever I can give you, I'll give it to you without reservation. Qin Shao pursed his lips and did not make a decision at the moment. This sounded a little like working hard for someone else. Qin Shao believed that the benefits must be mutual. But if that was all, it did not seem to be enough to move Qin Shao. So for a moment, Qin Shao was a little hesitant. This seemed to be a little different from what he had expected. In this way, Qin Shao felt that the Red Mountain House was the first. Originally, Qin Shao thought that there should be something special here that could move the city lord of Qidong City. But now it seemed that this was not the case. The matter of working for someone else was really hard for Qin Shao to accept. In any case, Qin Shao certainly had some pride. So after thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, City Lord of Qidong City, if that's all, then I can only say sorry. Refused? The City Lord of Qidong City was slightly stunned. He immediately shook his head and smiled, saying, it seems that you're the same as I imagined. I also expected that you would refuse, and the result is indeed so. Fine, fine. Then let's make things clear. Your Highness Qin Shao, how have you been? What? Your Highness Qin Shao? Hearing this familiar title, Qin Shao was also stunned. He looked at the City Lord of Qidong City in surprise. Qin Shao was also searching hard in his mind. He did not seem to have heard of such a person in Heavenly Court Island. To be able to call him Your Highness Qin Shao, that person must know his identity. That person should be someone from Heavenly Court Island. Qin Shao knew a lot about the powerful figures of Heavenly Court Island, but he really had not heard of this person in Qidong. So, Qin Shao looked at the City Lord of Qidong City in confusion and said, May I know who you are from Heavenly Court Island? Forgive my ignorance, but I've never heard of this person called Qidong. The City Lord of Qidong City raised his head and laughed loudly. Haha, it's normal that you don't know me, Qin Shao. I don't have much of a presence in Heavenly Court Island. I've never been in the limelight outside, so naturally I don't have much of a reputation. I've never been on the Heaven and Earth lists. I'm afraid that other than Heavenly Court Island, no one outside knows my name. The main thing is that I entered the world of all creation a long time ago. I've been cultivating inside and have never left. So even fewer people know of me. However, Your Highness Qin Shao, I've heard of your great name. You're known as the #1 genius of our universe era. Seeing you in person is better than hearing about you 100 times. I didn't expect to meet you in the world of all creation. When you first entered Bai City, I noticed you. It's just that I wasn't completely sure that it was you. So I've been secretly observing you. Now I'm completely sure that it's you. Our Heavenly Court Island's All Creation Dojo has never been open to outsiders. I didn't expect that you, Qin Shao, would have such power to make our Heavenly Court Island make an exception and allow you to enter the All Creation Dojo to cultivate. Qin Shao smiled. Since the City Lord of Qidong City had said so much, Qin Shao didn't suspect his identity. It seemed like he was someone who kept a low profile, which was why he didn't know him. This was normal. Not just Heavenly Court Island. Even in the desolate land, Qin Shao probably still didn't know of many almighty existences. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Desperate times call for desperate measures. If it weren't for the impending calamity, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to enter the all things Tao field to comprehend and cultivate. This is my destiny, so I have to grasp it even more." Chapter 1158. The Final Choice Heavenly Court Island, the head of the 5 great sacred lands. Qin Shao did not doubt the determination of the people of Heavenly Court Island to protect the God Realm. Heavenly Court Island had always been cautious in recruiting people. Just having a peerless beauty was not enough. They also had to consider how they dealt with people. Since the Lord of Qidong City was from Heavenly Court Island, he could be trusted. Qin Shao, you're now very famous in the God Realm. From time to time, I would hear news about you. You really live up to your reputation. You have only been in the world of all creation for less than 500 years, but you have already grown to such a stage. You are indeed very experienced. I cannot help but admire you. I have been in the world of all creation for almost 200,000 years, but my speed of improvement is far from yours. I'm ashamed to say that. The Lord of Qidong City said. He was very impressed with Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "You can't compare like that. Qidong, you're already very good. Because I had accumulated quite a lot before I came in, my speed of improvement in the early stages was faster. But the further I go, the harder it is to say. Cultivation was like that. The further you go, the harder it is. When Qin Shao first entered the world of all creation, everything seemed to be going smoothly. But the further he went, the more he could feel the difficulty increasing. So if this continued, it was hard to say whether Qin Shao could maintain this momentum. We can still compare. Based on my current situation, it is almost impossible to become a controller of the Tao of all creation. I am afraid that at most, I can only reach the pinnacle of the Tao of all creation. I might not even reach the pinnacle. To become a controller, it is too difficult. In the countless years of our Heavenly Court Island, many people have entered the world of all creation to cultivate. But in the end, only 1 out of 10 could become a controller. Difficult too difficult. Qidong shook his head. It could be seen that the Lord of Qidong City was also a hot-blooded and ambitious person. But that was indeed the case. To become a controller of the Tao of all creation was indeed too difficult. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Qidong, you don't look like someone who lacks confidence. I can feel that you are a very confident person. You're full of passion, and that's what drives you forward. If you say something so depressing now, I'm afraid it'll really be difficult. Even if it's 1 in 10, there's still a 10% chance. The probability of this happening was not small. So why not give it a shot?" The Lord of Qidong City nodded and said, "Yes, Qin Shao, you are right. I really shouldn't be so pessimistic. I should be more optimistic. Although my current situation isn't good, it's not to the point of despair. Besides, now that I have you, I'm even more motivated to fight. Cultivation is about fighting for all opportunities. Your departure might be a good opportunity for me. That's why I'm shamelessly trying to rope you in. I wanted to use my personal charm to rope you in, but I didn't expect that in the end, I still have to use this trump card. Qin Shao, why don't you come with me? What do you think? Each city can have 3 deputy city lords. I've already set up 2 here, and I still need 1 more. If you come, I'll give you the position of deputy city lord. If you want, you can even be the city lord. Ha ha. Qin Shao shook her head and said with a smile, "These external things don't matter. I don't care about these things. Originally, I was more inclined to the Red Mountain House, but Qidong, since you've shown your trump card, I can only be robbed by you this time." Ha ha. Qin Shao, you're really a straightforward person. I knew you would agree. No matter what, we're on the same side. In the future, I'll have to follow you. The Lord of Qidong City laughed. Qin Shao joked, "Don't say that. I should follow you. I'm still counting on you to take care of me." Cough. I guess I can only take care of you for a while. You should be able to stand out soon. When the time comes, I'll have to ask you to take care of me. The Lord of Qidong City was very polite, but what he said might also become a reality. In terms of talent and potential, Qin Shao was obviously far above the Lord of Qidong City. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before Qin Shao surpassed the Lord of Qidong City. Since the words were said and they knew each other's identity, there were less barriers between the two, and they became a lot more relaxed and casual. They were all people of the divine realm. In this world of all things, there were naturally many common languages and resonance. Just the identity of the Lord of Qidong City was enough for Qin Shao to make the final choice. Qin Shao was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. He could also chat with the Lord of Qidong City. Coupled with the resonance in their hearts, it was naturally not difficult to make the final choice. There was nothing unexpected. Qin Shao really did not care about the external conditions. The most important thing was his heart. The Lord of Qidong City had been in the world of all things for almost 200,000 years. After entering the world of all things, he lost contact with his original body. Therefore, the Qin Shao that the Lord of Qidong City knew was the Qin Shao of more than 100,000 years ago. Of course, the Qin Shao of more than 100,000 years ago was already heaven-defying enough. His name shook the entire Hongming, and his strength was also very powerful. It was just that compared to the present, it was far worse. Moreover, the Lord of Qidong City did not know that Qin Shao was now an elder of the desolate land Divine Palace. He was an existence that was on an equal footing with the sovereigns. If he knew, he probably wouldn't have gotten along with Qin Shao like this, right? After all, there was indeed a big gap between the status of the two. Even though the Lord of Qidong City was a member of the Heavenly Court Island, he still had to show sufficient respect to an elder of the desolate land Divine Palace. Qidong also asked Qin Shao about the situation of the Divine Realm in the past 100,000 years. When Qidong learned that the forces of the other universe had begun to attack the Divine Realm, he was clearly somewhat agitated and angry. After talking for a while, the Lord of Qidong City said, "Qin Shao, I've already ordered people to arrange a residence for you. 3 days later, I will hold a welcoming ceremony for you. It will also be the celebration ceremony for you becoming the Deputy City Lord. You don't have to go to the place where you cultivate it. I will have people take care of it. I will inform the people of 100 Treasures Conglomerate in Myriad Nation Manor. I believe they will be tactful. As for the other things, see if there is anything else you need. Perhaps I have not thought about it too thoroughly." Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, "That's about it. I will let you know when I think of something in the future. In any case, I will not be courteous with you. As for your side, you can arrange it as you see fit. Just don't make it too grand. I don't like publicity. Just keep a low profile." The Lord of Qidong City laughed heartily. "Ha, you want to keep a low profile, right? Good, good, good. Then we will do as you say. Qin Shao, you have just arrived at the City Lord's residence, so you must be unfamiliar with the situation here. I will have Yi Xian accompany you in the future. It just so happens that his residence is next to yours. It will be easier for you to find him." Qin Shao nodded. He did not mind. However, Qin Shao was not idle. He said, "Qidong, give me some cultivation methods first." "Haha, I have long heard that you are a cultivation maniac. It seems that it is true. You are in such a hurry to start cultivating. You are really desperate. All right, since you want them, I will give them all to you first. You could take your time to choose. As for the other cultivation resources, We will talk about it later. The Lord of Chidong City laughed heartily and waved his hand. Suddenly, more than a dozen jade slips flew toward Qin Shao. Each jade slip represented a cultivation method. Qin Shao quickly scanned through them. Among the dozen or so cultivation methods, only 3 of them were middle-grade cultivation methods. The rest were low-grade cultivation methods. It seemed that they were a little shabby. The Lord of Chidong City seemed to have seen through Qin Zhao's thoughts. He coughed dryly and said awkwardly, "Qin Shao, you don't mind. My foundation is indeed weak. It is lacking by a lot. These are some ready-made resources. As for the other resources, you will need to go to the Temple of All Things and the Temple of All Things to obtain. You can cultivate these cultivation methods for the time being. When you have settled down, you can look for other cultivation resources. In this regard, I will definitely do my best to get them for you. And a myriad city tournament of brilliance will be held soon. This is the main point. If you can get a good ranking in a myriad city tournament of brilliance, there will be rich rewards. These rewards can be exchanged for rich cultivation resources." Qin Shao picked 3 low-rank cultivation methods and 3 middle-rank cultivation methods. The rest were returned to the Chidong City Lord and said, "All right, then let's do this first. I will practice these 6 cultivation methods first." "Okay." The Lord of Chidong City nodded. At this time, the door of the main hall opened and Yi Xian walked in again. Yi Xian also knew that something good had happened. He walked over with a big smile on his face, bowed respectfully to the Lord of Chidong City, and shouted, "Adoptive father." The Lord of Chidong City said, "Yi Xian, this time you have made a great contribution. I will reward you later. However, I will now give you a very important task. From now on, you are responsible for accompanying Qin Shao and familiarizing him with everything in our City Lord Mansion. Wherever he needs to go, you will accompany him. Also, Qin Shao will be the Deputy City Lord of Bai City in the future. You are responsible for arranging the welcoming banquet and the celebration ceremony, so that I can rest assured. Also, you are responsible for responding to Bai Bao Hui in Wangu Mansion. It would be impolite to send someone over. You should go. I have already asked people to tidy up the East Palace. You will now take Qin Shao there. You will be responsible for selecting a group of good servants to serve him. I'll leave everything over there to you. Make sure it's done properly. Do you understand?" The Lord of Chidong City's words had a heavy meaning, which showed the weight of his words. Hearing his adoptive father's words, Yi Xian was also surprised and shocked for a while. He did not expect that his adoptive father would attach so much importance to Qin Shao and even directly confer him the title of Deputy City Lord. Although there were 3 places for the Deputy City Lord, these 3 places were very precious. Moreover, these 3 places were also recognized by the Temple of All Things. Yi Xian had been working hard for the position of Deputy City Lord, but his adoptive father had never intended to promote him to Deputy City Lord. He did not expect that all of a sudden, Qin Shao would be promoted to this position. It had to be said that his adoptive father was really generous. And from these words, one could hear the weight of his adoptive father's words. Yi Xian had never seen his adoptive father attach so much importance to anyone. Qin Shao was definitely the first. Even the other 2 deputy city lords had not been treated like this by Chidong City. Just now, Yi Xian and Qin Shao called each other brothers. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shao became the deputy city lord, so he had to treat him with respect. Chapter 1160. Undercurrents surging the news that Qin Shao had joined the City Lord Mansion quickly spread throughout Bai City. Since the dust had settled, it would naturally spread quickly. Moreover, the City Lord did not deliberately hide this matter. On the contrary, the City Lord Mansion hoped to spread the news as quickly as possible. Moreover, there would be a ceremony for the Deputy City Lord in 3 days. Qin Shao was directly appointed as the Deputy City Lord as soon as he joined the City Lord Mansion. This treatment was not ordinary. It was truly shocking. The Deputy City Lord held a high position. He definitely stood at the pinnacle of Bai City. He was a big shot who was recognized by the Universal Palace. When Qin Shao came out of the pool of all creation with endless glory, there was a lot of heated discussion in Bai City. Everyone was discussing which force Qin Shao would join in the end. Only the four forces were qualified to compete for such a peerless genius. The 100 Treasures conglomerate, the Red Mountain House, and a myriad country residents belonged to the 100 schools of thought. They all had extremely high status and were extremely powerful in the heart of all creation world. These three forces could be said to be evenly matched. No one had an advantage over the other. They all had their own strengths. Most importantly, it would depend on how much these three families valued Qin Shao and how much they spent on him. As for the City Lord Mansion, it was actually slightly weaker. After all, the City Lord Mansion could not represent the Universal Palace. It could only represent the City Lord himself. As for the City Lord himself, it was clearly not enough to contend against the forces of the hundreds of marquises. Moreover, Qin Zhao's first meeting was with the Red Mountain House. Therefore, everyone speculated that Qin Shao was more likely to join the Red Mountain House. Qin Shao stayed in the Red Mountain House for 3 days. There were even many rumors that Qin Shao had joined the Red Mountain House. Therefore, this speculation spread rapidly in Bai City. However, no one expected the situation to change so drastically. Qin Shao did not join the Red Mountain House, but joined the City Lord Mansion instead. Such an outcome was indeed a little surprising. What was even more surprising was that the City Lord of Qidong City was really courageous. He directly appointed Qin Shao as the Deputy City Lord. Putting aside Qin Zhao's strength for the time being, with his age and experience, how could he take on the position of Deputy City Lord? Even Yi Xianba had been in this position for many years, but it was not realistic. Who would have thought that Qin Shao would actually take the position of Deputy City Lord, which made people puzzled. Many voices also came out. 100 Treasures conglomerate and Myriad Kingdom conglomerate had already made preparations. They had raised their stakes a few times and had come prepared. But they didn't even have the chance to talk to Qin Shao, so they could only leave dejectedly. Red Mountain House, Red Mountain House. Zine was still drinking his wine, and there wasn't a trace of displeasure on his face. Yin Yang, who was sitting opposite him, was not so calm. She frowned slightly and said with a strange expression, "Zine, you don't seem to be surprised by this result at all?" Zine smiled and said, "That's right. Didn't I say it before? Even if Qin Shao chooses the City Lord's mansion in the end, I won't feel any surprise. You don't understand because you don't know Qidong. I've interacted with Qidong a few times, and he's a very charismatic person. He has lofty sentiments, lofty aspirations, and ambition. He is a person worthy of respect. His strength is not below mine. His talent and potential may not be below mine. I don't dare to say where he will go in the future. In short, he is absolutely extraordinary." Yin shook her head and said, "Even so, I still don't think his City Lord Mansion is better than our Red Mountain House. I thought we would win this time, but I didn't expect that we would be defeated by the City Lord of Qidong City. I really don't understand." Zine shook his head and said with a smile, "There is nothing to be puzzled about. Some things can't be explained clearly. Some things I can't explain. In short, it's just a feeling. Qin Shao is not an ordinary person. If he really agreed to our proposal, he would have agreed before and not wait to see the City Lord of Qidong City. The reason why he didn't agree at that time was that he still had hesitation in his heart. He couldn't make up his mind. Once the heart hesitates, there will naturally be changes. This is also my bad premonition before. Now it turns out that this premonition is right. What's done is done. What's done is done. There is no point in saying anything. This is Qin Zhao's choice. We should respect him. If we can't get a genius, we shouldn't provoke him. In any case, not being an enemy is a very good result for us." Yin Yang nodded. At this point, this was the only way. Zine stood up and looked out of the window. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, I am looking forward to your growth. I am looking forward to the day when I can fight side by side with you. I even want to compete with you." The City Lord's mansion, a mansion. Two majestic men sat there, their powerful auras causing the space around them to distort. From the way they dressed, it could be seen that the two people had a very high status in the City Lord's mansion. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely recognize that these two people were Deputy City Lord in Xian and Deputy City Lord Mosin. And from a mark between their eyebrows, it could also be seen that these two deputy city lords were two-star all things possessors. There were only a few two-star all things possessors in the entire Bai City. The three forces like 100 Treasures Hub, Red Mountain House, and Myriad Kingdom Mansion would generally only send one two-star all things possessor. Therefore, the City Lord's mansion usually had the most two-star all things possessors. The City Lord of Chidong City was an extremely experienced person. Although he had only been a City Lord for a few 100,000 years, his business was much better than many old antiques who had been in business for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years. It could be seen from the fact that he recruited two two-star all things possessors as deputy city lords to work for him. Many two-star all things possessors failed to become a city lord and could not become a city lord. These two-star all things possessors either joined a force, set up their own mountain, or joined a city lord's mansion. Most of them could become a deputy city lord. The position of deputy city lord was also an identity recognized by the All Things Palace. Although it was not as good as the city lord's mansion, it could still get some benefits. Furthermore, this identity was considered a pretty good choice over there. Of course, many two-star all things possessors were not willing to stay in a small city. Most of them went to a place of a higher level. For example, an abyssal prefect's territory or a famous city would do. Bai City was just a small place. Mosin, what do you think about this matter? And Xian's face was gloomy, and her face was filled with displeasure. Mosin's face was also cold, and his cold voice rang out, "What else can I think? This is an order from the city lord himself. The city lord made him deputy city lord. What else can we say?" And Xian shook her head and said, "Although that is the case, can you swallow your anger? I really don't know what the city lord is thinking. He's just a brat who is still wet behind the ears. Didn't he just have a monstrous result in the pool of all things? A monstrous result in the pool of all things does not necessarily represent one's talent and potential, right? Even if he has monstrous talent and potential, he is only a one-star all things possessor. I really did not expect that the city lord would bestow him the position of deputy city lord in order to rope him in. Now, he is on equal footing with us. Moreover, he is staying in the Eastern Palace. That place represents the highest position. In terms of aura, he is vaguely above us. You and I have been loyal and devoted for the city lord for hundreds of thousands of years. We have worked hard for the city lord. But now, the city lord actually allowed a brat to ride on our heads. How can we tolerate this?" Mosin's expression was even gloomier as he said, "And Xian, I can completely understand your feelings. Previously, we were worried that the city lord would make his adopted son, Yi Xian, deputy city lord to keep us in check. If the city lord made Yi Xian deputy city lord, we really have nothing to say. After all, he is the city lord's adopted son. Moreover, Yi Xian is in the city lord's residence and can be considered to be very popular. He is good in all aspects. In Bai City, he can be considered to be extremely radiant. It is indeed difficult for us to say anything. This is something we have been worried about. However, the city lord is not in a hurry to make Yi Xian deputy city lord. We originally thought that the city lord was taking our feelings into consideration, but we did not expect that he would catch us off guard. He did not make Yi Xian deputy city lord, but actually made a brat deputy city lord. What is the meaning of this? Is this a show of force to us? Is he starting to keep us in check?" Mosin dash, and Xian's voice was a little harsh as she said, "This can't be said carelessly. We should still believe in the city lord's character. Even if he wants to keep us in check, it should not be like this. In short, I really can't figure out the city lord's move. It feels too profound. It's just that I really can't swallow this anger. And Xian, you and I have been wearing the same pair of pants for a long time. If the city lord really wants to keep us in check, then none of us can escape. So now we are on the same side. I asked you to discuss this matter because I also want to hear your opinion and see if there is any good way to deal with it. We can't just acquiesce to this matter without a word, right? If that's the case, then I'm afraid we won't have any dignity to stay in the city lord's residence in the future. Yes, Mosin, you are right. I also have the same intention. We definitely can't swallow this humiliation. Otherwise, we will have no dignity to speak of. And Xian nodded with a ruthless face and said, since the city lord has already decided on this matter and has already informed, there will be a banquet in 3 days. So at this juncture, we can't go to the city lord to talk about this matter. Even if we do, the city lord will not take back the order. It can be said that what's done can't be undone. So, what we have to do now is to start with Qin Shao. Wasn't he appointed as the vice city lord? Then let's see what kind of ability he has to be able to sit in this position. If he wants to sit in this position, he can't do it without strength. Mosin sneered and said, On Xian, you're thinking the same thing as me. I have the same idea too. If we can't start with the city lord, then we can only start with him. Moreover, he is just a young boy. We can definitely do anything to him. If he wants to sit in the position of deputy city lord, then we have to see if he has the strength and courage to sit in it. And Xian, you're the best in this aspect. Why don't you make a trip? Chapter 1161. And Xian's visit to East Palace was now renamed to Qin Mansion. The news that Qin Shao had joined the City Lord Mansion and was appointed as the Deputy City Lord had already spread like wildfire. Everyone in the city knew about it. There were voices of doubt, astonishment, and some cheers. In this storm, Qin Shao paid no attention to the outside world and was immersed in cultivation. Xian quickly found Babado and recruited him into the City Lord Mansion. He gave Babado an identity so that he could follow Qin Shao and serve Qin Shao. This was tantamount to turning Babado from a pheasant into a phoenix. He immediately leaped over the Dragon Gate and became a top figure. In the past, Babado had always lived at the bottom of Bai City, the most humble kind. But now, Babado had also turned over a new leaf. Xian directly helped Babado to obtain the identity of a one-star, all-knowing expert. He was also arranged to hold an important position in Qin Zhao's Deputy City Lord Mansion. On Qin Zhao's side, he also directly gave Babado the position of Chief of Internal Affairs. To put it bluntly, in the Qin Mansion, besides Qin Shao, Babado had the highest position. Everyone in the Qin Mansion had to listen to Babado's orders. This position could be said to be very high. Even in the entire City Lord Mansion, Babado was now considered a top figure. Such a huge change made Babado follow Qin Shao even more wholeheartedly, even if he had to die. He could finally see some light in his gloomy life. Babado's life had also become a story passed down by mouth in Bai City. In the cultivation room, Qin Shao had been comprehending and cultivating here. After receiving 6 cultivation methods from Qidong, Qin Shao also devoted himself to the cultivation of these 6 cultivation methods. The 3 low-grade cultivation methods were very easy. For Qin Shao, there was no trace of difficulty. He easily got started and soon completely mastered them. The 3 middle-grade cultivation methods were still a little difficult. In theory, only a 2-star all-knowing expert could cultivate middle-grade cultivation methods. A 1-star all-knowing expert had a huge threshold just to get started. Moreover, even if one could learn the basics, it would be very difficult to cultivate to a high level. The difference in cultivation level still had a great influence. However, to Qin Shao, these techniques were merely external aids that could aid in the cultivation of the Tao of all things. Cultivation arts were originally a bridge, a connecting hub. Once he truly saw through it, he would know that cultivation techniques were nothing more than that. The greatest use of a cultivation method was to guide a cultivator's cultivation. Using cultivation techniques to improve one's fighting skills was superficial. At this moment, Qin Shao had reached the bottleneck of his breakthrough. He was only a step away from breaking through the intermediate usage of the Tao of all things. However, this step was like a natural moat, which troubled Qin Shao for a long time. Qin Shao had no way to cross it. It seems that relying on these cultivation methods is still far from enough. This step had trapped me. It was too difficult to take this step. In terms of time, it was indeed a little too rushed. If you don't have enough accumulation, you won't be able to achieve success when the conditions are right. Cultivation matters can't be rushed. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. Although he really wanted to break through earlier, cultivation wasn't something that could be achieved just because you wanted it. Cultivation was something that defied the heavens. Cultivation breakthroughs were harder than ascending to the heavens. Every step was like a natural chasm. Now, relying on this kind of simple cultivation method was no longer effective. Therefore, Qin Shao was now thinking about what his next step should be. How should he cultivate? How should he raise his strength as much as possible? If he completely relied on time to accumulate, it would seem a little too long. In terms of time, Qin Shao couldn't afford to waste it. He also didn't want to wait that long. Babada hurriedly walked over and said to Qin Shao, "Lord, Deputy City Lord in Xian has come to visit. She's drinking tea in the guest hall." And Xian? Hearing the person who came, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. "I haven't been officially conferred yet. The conferring ceremony hasn't been held yet. This Xian came to visit in such a hurry. I'm afraid she doesn't have any good intentions." Qin Shao was naturally very clear about matters of human nature. Qin Shao also knew a little about the two deputy city lords, Xian and Mosen. He knew that these two people were not to be trifled with. Both of them had followed Qi Dong since he became the city lord of Bai City. Over the years, they had made great contributions to the construction of Bai City and Qi Dong's firm control over the power of Bai City. They were absolutely great contributors. These two deputy city lords could be described as having unparalleled power. Therefore, Xian's visit made Qin Shao understand that she was obviously looking for trouble. She didn't come with good intentions. It seemed that she wanted to give him a show of strength. From the perspective of Xian and Mosen, Qin Shao could quite understand their feelings. No matter who this kind of thing happened to, he was afraid that it would be more or less the same, right? It was human nature. Qin Shao was too lazy to say anything more. Since she had already come, Qin Shao naturally had no reason to refuse her. At least logically, he couldn't lose. So Qin Shao got up and said to Babatu, "Let's go. Take me to meet this deputy city lord." "Sir, I see that Deputy City Lord in Xian is coming with great momentum. I'm afraid she doesn't come with good intentions. So, sir, you still have to be careful. I'm afraid that many people are envious and jealous of you for being in this position." Babata reminded. Qin Shao smiled indifferently and said, "The visitor is definitely not good, but it doesn't matter. Since she is here, no matter what move she uses, our Qin's mansion can handle it. We don't cause trouble, and we're not afraid of trouble. This is our Qin's mansion's code of conduct in the future. We just need to stay in our own land and cultivate in a low-key way. No matter who it is, if they dare to invade our land, it's absolutely impossible. This is our bottom line." Babata looked at Qin Shao in a daze and couldn't help but nod his head. The admiration in his heart was also indescribable. It was very easy to say a sentence, but it was very difficult to do it. Babata knew that Qin Shao was the kind of person who would do what he said. The words from his mouth were absolutely not empty talk. Qin Shao and Babata quickly came to the reception hall, and Xian was there alone, tasting tea. He was also very leisurely, without a trace of impatience. Seeing Qin Shao come, his eyes lit up slightly, but he didn't have the intention of getting up. Instead, he sat there and tasted tea unhurriedly, as if he was the host and Qin Shao was the guest. This relationship between host and guest seemed to have been reversed. A small action could also see many problems. Sure enough, as expected, the visitor was indeed very unfriendly. Qin Shao saw it in his heart and remembered it in his heart. He didn't change his expression and walked over. He curled his lips and took the initiative to say, "Deputy City Lord in Xian, we're honored by your presence. I'm really sorry for not going out to meet you. I wonder if my tea suits Deputy City Lord in Xian's taste? I'm cultivating in seclusion. If my subordinates treat you differently, Deputy City Lord in Xian, please forgive me." While speaking, Qin Shao also sat on a seat of honor, looking down at Xian with a somewhat condescending aura. Originally, when receiving such an important guest like Deputy City Lord Xian, Qin Shao shouldn't sit on the seat of honor. He should sit on the same level as Deputy City Lord Xian. This way, he could show respect to the guest. However, Qin Shao did not do so. This was clearly intentional on his part. Deputy City Lord Xian didn't you want to take me down a notch? Then I'll return one to you. It was obvious that the two of them were secretly competing with each other. Deputy City Lord Qin Shao is a busy person. I'm the one who disturbed you. How dare I let you welcome me from afar? I came to pay a visit. It should be the guest following the host's wishes. And Xian's words obviously had a bit of tit-for-tat taste. Qin Shao didn't give him enough respect, which obviously made Xian very unhappy. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, I don't dare to be the Deputy City Lord. I haven't been officially conferred the title yet, so strictly speaking, I'm not the Deputy City Lord of Bai City. As the saying goes, if the name isn't right, then the words won't follow. Vice City Lord and Xian calling me, that is a bit inappropriate. Oh, is it inappropriate? And Xian sneered. Why do I feel that you have already sat in this position? With your current posture, who dares to say that you are not the Deputy City Lord? Not to mention the Deputy City Lord. Even if you say that you're the first Deputy City Lord, I'm afraid no one dares to say anything. I think, in a few days, I'm afraid I won't even be able to enter your house. In the face of the aggressive Deputy City Lord and Xian, Qin Zhao's face was calm. He didn't pay much attention to this pressure, but curled his lips and said indifferently, If you can't enter my house, then you must have done something that offends the heavens and the gods. Otherwise, my house will always be open to anyone. I, Qin Shao, like to make friends with the world. I welcome friends no matter when. But for enemies, no matter when, I will be angry. I have this kind of character, and I can't change it. So, I have always felt that it is better to be my friend than my enemy. At least this way, you don't have to make a bloody scene with me. In addition to cultivation, I don't care about anything else. I won't fight for anything external. It has no practical meaning to me. But if you insist on dragging me in, then I can only say that you may not be able to bear the consequences. Without batting an eyelid, Qin Shao had already struck back at the Deputy City Lord Xian and even gave a heavy warning. Qin Zhao's words could be said to be incomparably domineering. When Xian heard this, his face was filled with shame and anger, and his expression became very ugly. Damn it, this was simply a slap to his face. He originally came over to give Qin Shao a show of strength, but he didn't expect to be warned by Qin Shao. Such a situation really made Xian want to kill someone. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. He was just a young and inexperienced brat. How dare he be so arrogant? He actually dared to give him a warning. Young man, it's better not to be too arrogant. Otherwise, there won't be any good consequences. And Xian's face was gloomy, and he shouted in a very ugly manner. But Qin Zhao's face was indifferent. He smiled coldly and said, You're right. Young people really shouldn't be too arrogant. I'll give you the same words. All right, Deputy City Lord and Xian, I didn't prepare a banquet here, so there's nothing to entertain you. I also want to continue my cultivation, so I won't keep you any longer. Please leave. This was a direct order for him to leave. Chapter 1164. Light descends soon. Lord Bao walked out of the Zhou mansion. From afar, he saw Qin Shao surrounded by the Zhou family's guards. Lord Ba, Zhou Shiyun, stopped and looked at Qin Shao for a long time. According to the image he saw before, he was completely sure that the person in front of him was the real Qin Shao. After confirming that it was Qin Shao, Zhou Shiyun hurriedly walked over and shouted from afar, A group of bastards. Why aren't you scrambling to the side and kneeling? Who allowed you to be so rude to Vice City Lord Qin? The guard beside Zhou Shiyun was also scared out of his wits and immediately knelt down. Just now, he was rude to Qin Shao and even attacked Qin Zhao's followers. If they really wanted to blame him, it would be a crime punishable by death. Therefore, he was truly frightened. Vice City Lord Qin, what brings you here? Why didn't you say hello in advance? Look at me. I'm sorry for not coming out to meet you. I'm sorry. I hope Vice City Lord Qin can be magnanimous and forgive me. Although Zhou Shiyun was usually serious, he was also very cunning. In front of Qin Shao, he also put his attitude very low. Qin Shao didn't put on any airs. He waved his hand and said with a smile, Sir, you don't have to be so polite. Besides, I haven't become the Vice City Lord yet. How should I address you? Sir, This is Lord Ba, Zhou Shiyun of the Zhou family. Without waiting for Zhou Shiyun to speak, Babadu had already whispered in Qin Zhao's ear. Qin Zhao didn't know much about the Zhou family, so he didn't know who Zhou Shiyun was. However, Lord Ba's name made Qin Zhao know that Zhou Shiyun was a core member of the Zhou family. Since he was a core member of the Zhou family, it was fine. Zhou Shiyun saw that Babada had introduced him, so he didn't say anything more. Instead, he squeezed out a smile and said, "Haha, Vice City Lord Qin is too modest. It's just a procedure. Now, who in Bai City doesn't know about this matter? The conferring ceremony is in the midst of intense preparations. The invitations have already been sent to the various forces. Our Zhou clan has also received one. This matter is set in stone. Vice City Lord Qin, you don't have to be modest." Qin Zhao didn't continue to harp on this matter. Instead, he went straight to the point. "Zhou Shiyun, I don't visit you without a reason. Today, I did come to your Zhou clan because of something." Oh. Zhou Shiyun was also a shrewd person. Qin Zhao's formation did not seem like he was here to cause trouble. If he wanted to cause trouble, it would not be so easy to talk to. Therefore, Zhou Shiyun felt that it shouldn't be a big deal. It might even be a good thing. With this thought in mind, Zhou Shiyun, Qin is. Forgive my ignorance, but I really don't know why Vice City Lord Qin is here. Qin Zhao nodded and said directly, "It's like this. I made a friend when I was in the assessment area. His nickname was Little Fatty. He was white and plump and seemed to be the honest and straightforward type. According to what I know, Little Fatty accidentally offended someone from your Zhou family 2 years ago. Thus, he was captured by your Zhou family. Later, he was locked in the Ghost River by your Zhou family. It has been 2 years since then. What? How could there be such a thing?" Although Qin Zhao said it very calmly, in Zhou Shiyun's ears, it was like being struck by lightning, shocking him to the point that his heart was incomparably worried. This matter was not ordinary. It could be said that it was big. Therefore, Zhou Shiyun suddenly became cautious. "Vice City Lord Qin, I'm really sorry. It's our Zhou family's fault for not disciplining him properly. Don't worry, Vice City Lord Qin, I will definitely investigate this matter clearly and give Vice City Lord Qin a satisfactory explanation. No matter who it is, I won't underestimate him. As for your friend, I'll send someone to the Ghost River to pick him up right away. Please wait for a moment." Qin Zhao waved his hand and said, "I'm worried about others, so I'd better trouble you to go in person. Otherwise, you can take me there." No. Hearing that Qin Zhao wanted to go, Zhou Shiyun was shocked. He also knew the importance of Fatty in Qin Zhao's heart. Not only did he find the Zhou family in person, but he also wanted to go to the Ghost River to pick him up. This was enough to show his importance. Therefore, Zhou Shiyun was not careless at all. He promised again, "Vice City Lord Qin, don't worry. Don't worry. This is a small matter. I'll definitely do it properly for you. There won't be any mistakes. The Ghost River is dirty and messy. Vice City Lord Qin, you'd better not go there." "Well, I'll let the servants arrange for Vice City Lord Qin to sit in the living room and have some tea." "No, I'll wait here." Qin Zhao directly refused Zhou Shiyun's words, and his tone was firm, leaving no room for doubt. Waiting here also showed Qin Zhao's firm attitude. Such a tone made Zhou Shiyun's back ooze with cold sweat. Even if he wasn't angry, it was enough to make him afraid. Moreover, he didn't know what Qin Zhao meant. It was hard to say whether he would take the opportunity to get angry. Although he wasn't angry now, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be angry when he saw Fatty. He had stayed in the Ghost River for 2 years. That was an inhumane place. After 2 years of torture, he didn't know what he had become. Vice City Lord Qin was so affectionate to Fatty. He really didn't know what would happen in the future. But in front of him, Zhou Shiyun had no other choice. He could only say, "Okay, Vice City Lord Qin, please wait for a moment. I'll bring him here personally. I'll come back quickly." After he finished speaking, Zhou Shiyun did not dare to hesitate for even a moment and ran towards the Zhou residence. At the same time, Zhou Shiyun also transmitted a message to the head of the Zhou family and the person in charge of the Ghost River. He quickly explained the matter. At this time, The most important thing was to ensure the safety of Fatty. If anything happened to Fatty, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, Zhou Shiyun was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it might even bring disaster to the Guema Zhou family. Would the Zhou family be able to withstand the anger of the Vice City Lord? This was really a big question mark. On the other side, the head of the Zhou clan quickly brought a few core members of the Zhou clan and rushed out as fast as he could. He wanted to welcome Qin Xiao into the residence and entertain her, but Qin Xiao rejected them all. He decided to wait at the entrance and not enter the Zhou mansion. Qin Xiao's actions caused the Zhou clan members to feel even more anxious. They were also praying in their hearts that nothing would happen to Fatty. If not, the situation would be very serious. Qin Xiao was now like the sun in the sky. His name shook by. The Zhou family didn't dare to offend him. Furthermore, the Zhou family was in the wrong first. Thus, they didn't dare to do anything. They could only deal with this matter carefully. At the same time, the Zhou family also ordered to find out who the B*ST*RD who captured Fatty was. If they didn't find out who the mastermind was, they wouldn't be able to appease Qin Xiao's anger. It was naturally easy to investigate this matter. After all, Fatty was brought back to the Zhou family. Furthermore, this wasn't the first time something like this happened to the Zhou family. The mastermind was quickly found out. Zhou Mansion, in a courtyard. Several beautiful courtesans were dancing there, while two young masters in brocade clothes were drinking wine and enjoying the dance of these courtesans. Their faces were filled with lust. With one look, one could tell that they were profligate young masters who liked to indulge in sensual pleasures. Pong! At this moment, the sound of a door being smashed open could be heard. The door was smashed open with an explosive force. Wooden shards flew everywhere. A middle-aged man led a group of soldiers in a line and rushed in quickly. He was majestic and full of killing intent. The middle-aged man had a cold expression on his face. His face was filled with majesty and anger. As the courtesans saw this, they were all scared out of their wits and hid in a corner. The two rich young masters were disrupted by this sudden change of events. Naturally, they were unhappy. Just as they were about to scold, they saw the person who came in and immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. The two rich young masters immediately stood up and quickly came forward. They stood in front of the middle-aged man respectfully and lowered their heads as though they did something wrong. Father, sixth master, Pa, Pa. However, the dignified middle-aged man responded with two resounding slaps. The two brocade-robed young masters were stunned. They had no idea what was going on. Although they were profligate young masters and indulged in sensual pleasures, but this wasn't something that happened in a day or two. Everyone in the family knew about it. It can't be like this, right? Father. The rich young master on the left looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. The middle-aged man looked at the rich young master with an exasperated expression. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and his face darkened. Bastard, you unfilial son. Unfilial son. You have caused a great disaster. Do you know that? You two bastards, I told you to put more effort into cultivation, but you didn't listen. Instead, you wanted to swagger through the streets and commit crimes. Now that a great disaster is imminent, I can't protect you, the clan master can't protect you, and our Zhou clan can't protect you. You two bastards, you are really infuriating me. Infuriating me. When he became agitated, the middle-aged man wanted nothing more than to teach these two a lesson. The two rich young masters were still confused and didn't know what was going on. They looked at each other. Recently, they didn't do anything. They didn't even leave the Zhou clan. They didn't do anything wrong, right? Father, I don't understand what you mean. What's going on? The rich young master on the left asked. The middle-aged man was furious and shouted, Unfilial son, let me ask you. More than 2 years ago, did you catch a man named Fatty? A one-star all-creation cultivator who just entered by city. He is white and chubby and looks very honest. Fatty, the rich young master on the left tried hard to recall for a while and then remembered. Yes, father, more than 2 years ago, I did catch such a person. What's wrong with him? Isn't he just a newcomer who just entered by city? Very ordinary. Slap. However, Before he could finish speaking, the dignified middle-aged man gave him another resounding slap to the face. The slap caused the young master in embroidered clothes to feel like vomiting blood. What was going on? Did his father take the wrong medicine today? Why was he so inexplicable? He was just a nobody. Even if he was killed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Did he have to be like this? Chapter 1165. The Eighth Lord's Flattery. Father, I don't understand. I don't understand. The child in brocade clothes on the left had always been submissive. As the son of the sixth Lord of the Ghost Horse Zhou family, he was also the first young master of the Zhou family. Naturally, he had a high status in the Zhou family. It was not a day or two that he had been running amok in Bai City, oppressing men and women and pretending to be in the wrong. In this area, the Ghost Horse Zhou family was the king and the overlord. As long as he didn't go too far, the mayor's mansion wouldn't care. Therefore, the child in brocade clothes on the left had always been arrogant and insufferably arrogant. His father knew all the things he had done before, but he had never scolded him. This time, he just caught a newcomer who had just entered the city and threw him into the Ghost River. What was the fuss about? It was no big deal. Did he have to beat him? Therefore, he didn't understand. He couldn't understand. Sixth Master was angered to the point his face turned green and white. Filled with anger and hatred, he clenched his teeth and pointed at the nose of the silk-robed young noble and said, "You're already in trouble, and you still don't know. Do you know the background of that little fatty whom you caught? I've already told you to restrain yourself. You should know when to stop. Don't make a scene that no one can turn back." Fatty is a good friend of Qin Shao, Deputy Mayor Qin. Deputy Mayor Qin is now denouncing our Zhou family. He came to ask for Fatty in person. The Lord went out to welcome him, but he didn't give face to the Lord. You can imagine how angry he is. "I can't protect you in this matter, and neither can the Zhou family. You unfilial son, unfilial son." What? Qin Shao? The famous Qin Shao in Bai City? The child in brocade clothes finally understood what was going on. It turned out that he had offended Qin Shao. How could he be so unlucky? How could he offend Qin Shao by catching a newcomer? This was 8 lifetimes of bad luck. But the child in brocade clothes was still not convinced. "Father, it's just a Qin Shao. He hasn't become the deputy mayor yet. Besides, he hasn't been in Bai City for long. He doesn't have any foundation. Our Guema Zhou family is a big family with a deep foundation. Even the Lord of Qidong City has to give our Guema Zhou family some face. Why should we be afraid of him? Didn't we just catch his friend? We didn't kill him. It's not to the point of no return, right? Why don't you just return her to him? Why do you have to make it sound so serious?" The sixth master was so angry that he wanted to hit him again. "You still don't know how to repent even when death is at hand. Stupid. How did I give birth to such a stupid bastard like you? Men, arrest the 2 of them and take them away." Sixth master made up his mind. He had no other choice but to give the order to arrest them. Only now did the 2 brocade-robed young masters know that the sixth master was serious. Their expressions changed greatly and became very ugly. He panicked, but he was powerless to resist. "Father, I am your son. Do you really have the heart to let me die? Father." "Sixth master, don't kill me. Spare me." But the sixth master ignored him. He waved to the guards and motioned for them to take the people away. The sixth master's face was full of pain and helplessness. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. How could he have the heart to send his son to a dead end? But he was very clear about the seriousness of this matter. He knew the importance of Qin Shao in the heart of the Lord of Qidong City. The Guema Zhou family seemed powerful, but in front of the Lord of Qidong City, it was not worth mentioning. As long as the Lord of Qidong City was willing, he could easily remove the Guema Zhou family from Bai City. So in the face of Qin Shao, who came to question them? How could the Zhou family dare to offend him? Now, they could only abandon the carriage to save the general. Ghost River, mining area. It was damp, dim, and gloomy. The 2 guards beat little Fatty until he was on the verge of death, and his divine body was seriously damaged. If they continued to fight, his divine body would definitely collapse, and he would die. The 2 guards were still not appeased, and they kept on cursing. As guards, they had great authority in the Ghost River mining area. Killing a few slaves was a common occurrence for them. As long as they were willing, they could occasionally kill 1 or 2 slaves, and the higher-ups would not say anything. After all, this was the cruel management method used here. Bah! A slave dares to shout here. Today I will kill you. Forget it, forget it. This slave has only been here for 2 years. If we kill him like this, I am afraid the higher-ups will criticize us. He is just a slave. Let's teach him a lesson. Humph, you are lucky today. Next time you dare to say half a word, I will kill you. The 2 guards had just stopped when they saw a group of people descending from the sky and quickly approaching. The 2 guards glanced over. When they saw the dusty Lord Ba leading a group of soldiers over, their powerful aura immediately suppressed them to the point of suffocation. They immediately knelt down respectfully on the ground. Lord Ba soon landed on the ground. His eyes fell on little Fatty, who was dying on the ground. The muscles on his face could not help but twitch fiercely. What he was most afraid of came true. The thing he was most worried about still happened. Lord Ba's anger erupted like a volcano as he stared fiercely at the 2 guards. Being stared at by Lord Ba, the 2 guards were scared to the point their hearts almost jumped out. They knelt there trembling, not knowing what was going on. But from Lord Ba's frightening gaze, they could see killing intent. A frightening killing intent. They had never felt such a terrifying killing intent, a monstrous killing intent. Just this killing intent was enough to break their minds and make them know that a calamity was about to befall them. It's over. They would definitely not be able to keep their lives this time. But the 2 of them could not understand what kind of grave mistake they made, to actually cause Lord Ba to come here personally with boundless anger. Just how big of a matter did it have to be for Lord Ba to come here? Lord Ba only gave the 2 guards an extremely furious gaze. That boundless killing intent was enough to explain everything. Lord Ba quickly walked in front of little Fatty and hurriedly took out a golden pill and fed it to little Fatty. The golden pill also caused all the guards to stare with their eyes wide open. This was the myriad pill. A single pill was worth millions of myriad stones. Furthermore, there was no market for it, and it was extremely difficult to buy. Regardless of whether it was for cultivation or healing one's body, it had a miraculous effect. As long as there was some remnant of the divine body, a single myriad pill would be able to heal it completely. The myriad pill was definitely a life-saving treasure. For Lord Ba to take out one, it could be seen how generous he was. The 2 guards who were kneeling on the ground were extremely shocked. At this moment, they finally understood what was going on. It seems like this little Fatty really knew Qin Shao. Not only did he know him, their relationship was also pretty good. If not, there was no other explanation. It's over. It's really over this time. After little Fatty consumed the myriad elixir, his divine body began to recover rapidly. Furthermore, with the help of the myriad pill, his Tao of all things also improved by a lot. In a short while, little Fatty had completely recovered. He also felt much more comfortable, and the pain in his body had completely disappeared. His divine body had also completely recovered, and he was completely energized. After being tortured in the Ghost River for a full 2 years, little Fatty had indeed suffered a lot. At this moment, he finally felt relaxed. However, little Fatty also looked at Lord Ba in confusion, not knowing what was going on. But his instincts told him that something good was about to happen. Perhaps his fate would change because of this. As expected, Lord Ba opened his mouth with a smile. "Brother little Fatty, I'm really sorry. It was our Zhou family's mistake that caused you to suffer here." As he said that, 8th Master grabbed little Fatty's hand with a meaningful look, expressing an apologetic look as though he was begging for forgiveness. Little Fatty had never seen such a scene before. Although he did not know who the person in front of him was, he knew that he was a big shot from the Zhou family. For such a big shot to be so polite to him, it naturally made him feel a little confused. Wasn't this happiness coming a little too quickly? Just now, little Fatty thought that he was going to die. But now, a big shot from the Zhou family came to save him and was even so polite to him. This was the feeling of going from hell to heaven. "Brother little Fatty, we have already captured the 2B*ST*RDS who captured you. They are at your disposal. Those 2 unfilial sons are the disgrace of our Zhou family. Our Zhou family is still very friendly. This time, we have caused you to suffer so much. Our Zhou family is very guilty. On behalf of the Zhou family, I sincerely apologize to Brother Little Fatty. Whatever compensation Brother Little Fatty wants, you can ask for it. Our Zhou family will definitely satisfy you. Eighth Master said again. Little Fatty's heart trembled. Just what was going on? Facing such a wave of attacks, Little Fatty felt that he was unable to withstand it. Until now, he still did not know what was going on. But Little Fatty could vaguely guess. To be able to save him and make the Zhou family so humble, who else could it be other than Qin Shao? Brother Qin Shao. Thinking about Qin Shao, Little Fatty's eyes turned red and sour. It was Qin Shao again. In his despair, it was Qin Shao who came to save him again. This debt of gratitude, he would never be able to repay it in his lifetime. Brother Little Fatty. Seeing that Little Fatty did not say anything, Lord Ba carefully shouted again. Only then did Little Fatty regain his senses. He shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'm fine. This matter is over. You have already apologized to me. I don't need any compensation. I just want to leave this place quickly." Okay. I'm also here to bring Brother Little Fatty away." Hearing what Little Fatty said, Lord Ba secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His face was full of smiles as he hurriedly nodded his head. Then, Lord Ba said, "Brother Little Fatty, I still have a presumptuous request. I hope Brother Little Fatty can be understanding and bear with it. It's like this, Brother Little Fatty. When you see Vice City Lord Qin later, I hope Brother Little Fatty can put in a few good words for him. For this matter, we really did not know about it. Causing Brother Little Fatty to suffer so much, we are all very guilty. As for those few people, we will definitely punish them severely. So, Brother Little Fatty, how would Little Fatty not understand what Lord Ba meant? He did not put this matter to heart. Besides, he was timid and did not dare to cause any trouble. How would he not know the strength of the Zhou family? Thus, even without Lord Ba saying anything, Little Fatty also knew, "Don't worry, I will not say anything." Chapter 1166. The Zhou family's orders Little Fatty was filled with fear and trepidation. After all, he was just an insignificant character. If not for the things that Qin Shao left behind, he would not even be able to become a one-star, all-knowing being. Even if he could, who knows how many years it would take him to accumulate it. For a small character like him, not to mention the 8th master of the Zhou family, even if he was facing an ordinary one-star, all-knowing being, he would still have to be careful and not offend him. But what was very dramatic was that such a big character actually lowered himself to curry favor with him. This made Little Fatty anxious and a little out of his wits. At this moment, he really did not know where to go. Little Fatty also did not say anything else. He only wanted to leave this dark place quickly and see Qin Shao quickly. He wanted to see the light that belonged to him. After pacifying Little Fatty, the 8th master's heart finally settled down. As long as Little Fatty was willing to say a few good words, then this matter should be able to be settled. At the very least, Qin Shao would not be so angry. The 8th master was unable to grasp Qin Zhao's character. As long as he grasped Little Fatty, this matter should be able to be resolved. Take the both of them away first. The 8th master glared at the 2 guards and roared. The 2 guards were already paralyzed on the ground, their faces ashen. At the entrance of the Zhou family residence, there were many people present, but the atmosphere was not very good. Amidst the tension, there was also a sense of oppression. Standing in the center of the Zhou mansion's core members was Qin Shao. Not a single trace of emotion could be seen on his calm face. It was unknown whether he was happy or angry or hateful. But such a silence made people nervous. It felt as though there was an endless amount of anger hidden within, waiting to explode. The Zhou family head was old, but he still looked extremely dignified. His white hair fluttered in the wind, making him look even more majestic. It was just that the Zhou family head was not like his usual self. Facing the calm Qin Shao, he could not understand him, but he still had to be careful. The other members of the Zhou family were as silent as cicadas in winter. They did not dare to make a sound. They could only stand there quietly and accompany Qin Shao. Master Lu brought over the 2 silk-clothed young masters who captured Little Fatty, kneeling there. The two young masters naturally knew that a calamity was about to befall them, and their faces were ashen. Although they were direct descendants of the Zhou clan, no one in the Zhou clan dared to protect him. Very quickly, Eighth Master also brought Little Fatty over. Seeing that Little Fatty was safe and sound, Qin Zhao's expression changed slightly. She looked over with some emotions in her eyes. Big brother Qin Xiao. Seeing Qin Xiao again, Little Fatty was so emotional that tears fell from his eyes. His voice trembled as he walked forward. A life-saving grace was greater than the heavens. The first life-saving grace was already beyond repaying. Now, it was the second life-saving grace. Little Fatty was already unable to find any words to express his gratitude. Seeing that Little Fatty was crying, Qin Xiao could not help but shake his head and smile. He patted Little Fatty's shoulder and said, "You're already an adult. Why are you crying? Can't you see that there are so many people watching? It's so ugly." "Okay, it's okay. In life, you have to experience some setbacks. If you don't experience wind and rain, how can you see the rainbow? These small setbacks are nothing. They will be of help in your life. Maybe in the future, when you think about it, you will feel that these memories are especially precious." Little Fatty wiped away his tears and said resolutely, "Big brother Qin Xiao, my life has long been yours. In the future, no matter what Big brother Qin Xiao asks me to do, I, Little Fatty, will definitely not frown. This kindness, even if I, Little Fatty, am a cow or a horse, I will never be able to repay it. Big brother Qin Xiao, you're a good person. You're the luckiest person in my life. My life has become brighter because of you, Big brother Qin Xiao." Qin Xiao patted Little Fatty's shoulder and said, Okay, don't be sour. I can't stand being so sour. Your life, it's better to leave it to yourself. You have to remember, strength is everything. Only strength can change your destiny. I can only take care of you for a short period of time. Your future path still needs to be walked by yourself. Without strength, you will eventually fall under the sword of others." Little Fatty looked at Qin Xiao in a daze. How could he not know this principle? But at this time, when it came from Qin Zhao's mouth, it gave him a deep shock. Babatu, who was at the side, was also deeply shocked. But Babatu also laughed bitterly in his heart. Everyone knows the principle, but how many people can do it? How could he not want to become stronger? How could he not want to become a person above others, a dragon among men, standing in a high position, looking down at the heavens? How could he not want to become a big shot in Bai City, high and mighty? But reality is always thousands of times crueler than imagination. At times like this, you can't succeed just because you work hard. Often, you work hard for your whole life, but it's just a dream, and in the end, it's all for naught. Talent, perception, perseverance, luck, hard work. Wait, there were too many factors involved in a person's success or failure. All the factors have to be well and gentle together, and in the end, it can be turned into a miracle, and then one can achieve great success. All these factors are indispensable. If one is missing, then it's incomplete. So to judge whether a person is a genius or not, it involves many aspects and is very broad. It's not just measured by talent and potential. The principle is often very simple, but to do it is more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Qin Xiao comforted Little Fatty and signaled him to step aside. Babata came up and chatted with Little Fatty warmly. They were all Qin Zhao's followers, worshippers, and stood on the same side. Naturally, they could walk together quickly. Qin Zhao's expression became cold again, and there was a bit of coldness in the calmness. Qin Zhao's gaze swept across the four people kneeling on the ground. The two young masters of the Zhou family were the ones who caught Little Fatty. The two guards, presumably, were the ones who had abused Little Fatty. Qin Xiao could understand the situation at a glance, even if he didn't ask. The head of the Zhou family came forward and said with a bit of guilt, "Deputy City Lord Qin, I have understood the whole thing just now. Regarding such a thing, as the head of the Zhou family, I really don't discipline my descendants well, and I'm really ashamed. Here, on behalf of the Zhou family, I solemnly apologize to Deputy City Lord Qin and Brother Little Fatty. In this matter, it's our Zhou family's fault. I have brought these four people here, and they will listen to Deputy City Lord Qin." The head of the Zhou family's attitude was quite humble. Even if the attitude of sincerity was pretended, at least it was enough. The other people of the Zhou family had different expressions, but they all kept calm and looked serious. The Guema Zhou family had been in Bai City for more than 10 billion years, but it was the first time they had been so humble. Qin Shao didn't bother to guess the thoughts of the Zhou family, but said coldly, "Head of the Zhou family, it's not wrong to be ignorant. My friend can walk out of your Zhou family safely, and I shouldn't fight with your Zhou family anymore. But I also know what kind of place the Ghost River is, and what kind of treatment he will receive if he stays there for 2 years. If I just leave like this, it will be too unfair for my friend." The head of the Zhou family had lived for so many years, and he was as smart as a ghost. He naturally understood some of the meaning in Qin Zhao's words. The biggest meaning was that Qin Shao wouldn't fight with the Zhou family, which was what he had been worried about, and now it could be resolved. Since he said so, there was room for discussion. So, the head of the Zhou family immediately said, "Then why don't you just say directly, 'What do you want us to do?' We will accept it humbly. Brother Fatty has suffered for 2 years, and our Zhou family should give him the compensation he deserves." Qin Shao looked at Fatty and asked, "Fatty, how do you want the Zhou family to compensate you?" Fatty shook his head and said, "Forget it, Brother Qin Shao. You see, I'm fine now, and the Zhou family didn't do anything to me. Why don't we just forget it?" "Forget it?" However, Qin Shao shook his head and said, "We can't let it go. We can't allow this to happen. No matter who it is, he should be responsible for what he has done. Fatty, since you don't want to say it, then I will make the decision for you." After saying that, Qin Shao looked at the head of the Zhou family and said, "Head of the Zhou family, I, Qin Shao, have always been a person who distinguishes between kindness and hatred. I always have my own principles and bottom line. I have always respected the principle of not offending people if they don't offend me. But if they offend me, I will definitely not be polite. Today's matter, my friend spoke up for you, so I will be magnanimous this time. I don't want anything else. I just want the lives of these 4 people. What do you think, head of the Zhou family?" Hearing that he wanted the lives of these 4 people, the corners of the mouth of the 2 men in the crowd twitched fiercely, and one of them was the 6th master. After all, his son was among them. But the 6th master also knew that the conditions proposed by Qin Shao were already considered magnanimous enough. The head of the Zhou family had always been worried that Qin Shao would use this as a pretext to make a fuss and would propose very harsh conditions. The head of the Zhou family's worry was not unreasonable. Firstly, Qin Zhao's reputation was now flourishing, and he was deeply appreciated by the Qidong city lord. Secondly, he was also wondering if Qin Shao would use this opportunity to establish his prestige, knocking on the mountain to scare the tiger. After all, it was not so easy to sit firmly in the position of the vice city lord. But this worry, now it seemed that it was unnecessary. Qin Zhao's request was indeed not excessive, and it was completely reasonable. Even if Qin Shao did not speak, the head of the Zhou family would not spare the lives of these 4 people. He had long heard what kind of character his 2 descendants were. They were not good people at all. Killing these 2 descendants, he would not even bat an eyelid at all. Haha, Vice City Lord Qin is really magnanimous. Even if Vice City Lord Qin did not say it, I would still carry out the family law. The head of the Zhou family laughed and cupped his hands to Qin Shao, saying, "Vice City Lord Qin, thank you for today's matter. I think Vice City Lord Qin is not in the mood to drink a few cups in my residence today. After all, I will go to the conferring ceremony in 3 days to congratulate Vice City Lord Qin in person." "Okay, then see you in 3 days." Qin Shao nodded and left with Babadu and Little Fatty. After sending off Qin Shao respectfully, the head of the Zhou family retracted his gaze, and it quickly became incomparably cold. He fiercely fell on the 4 people kneeling on the ground and sternly shouted, "Old 8, carry out the family law. Put these 4 people to death row and directly execute them." Old 8 did not dare to hesitate. He immediately nodded and went to carry out this matter. Chapter 1167. Qidong's thoughts after returning to the city lord's residence. Little Fatty was still unable to calm down. The ups and downs of life really made people sigh with emotion. Once upon a time, little Fatty felt that his life was gloomy, and it was difficult to see the light. He had to work hard and risk his life to become a one-star all-knowing, and he could not even reach this level in his entire life. But after a few bumpy days, he actually saw the light, and the blazing light had already illuminated the path of life for others. And all these changes were because of Qin Xie, the benefactor of his life, his great benefactor. Thousands of words could not express little Fatty's gratitude to Qin Xiao. This kindness was greater than the heavens. Little Fatty and Babado settled down in the city lord's residence and became Qin Xiao's personal guards. They were also given a status by the city lord's residence. Their status in the city lord's residence was not low, and they could enter and leave freely. They could even command some troops. Little Fatty and Babata's current status was not low. Their fates were also completely changed because of Qin Xiao, allowing them, who were originally lowly, to be able to hold high position. 3 days later, the conferring ceremony was held as scheduled, and all the famous people in Bai City were also present. Qin Xiao's face was still quite big. The managers of the 100 Treasures Red Mountain House and Wangor residents were also present personally to congratulate Qin Xiao. Although the three forces did not get Qin Xiao to join them, they still showed great generosity and sent their sincere blessings to Qin Xiao. The city lord of Qidong City had also put in a lot of effort for this conferring ceremony. It was very grand, and it could be seen that he had put in a lot of effort. In this way, it also showed how much the city lord valued Qin Xiao. It could be said that he had given Qin Xiao a treatment that was beyond everyone's imagination. Such a high treatment naturally attracted the jealousy of many people. The two vice city lords, Xian and Mosin, had already expressed their dissatisfaction with Qin Xiao. Previously, Xian had personally visited Qin Xiao's door, but she had suffered a loss in the hands of Qin Xiao. At this conferring ceremony, the two deputy castellans, who had been in Bai City for many years, were not easy to deal with. They also wanted to show Qin Xiao a little bit of carelessness, so that they could figure out where the bottom line of the Qidong City Lord was. Until now, they still couldn't figure out the bottom line of the Lord of Qidong City. Therefore, the two of them also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Qin Xiao's spirit and probe the bottom line of the Lord of Qidong City. This way, it would be much more convenient for them to do things in the future. Otherwise, holding in like this would indeed be very unpleasant. However, the two deputy castellans, Xian and Mosin, had suffered a lot during this conferring ceremony. Not only did they fail to show off their power to Qin Xiao, but they were also severely humiliated by Qin Xiao. Moreover, the Lord of Qidong City was obviously on the side of Qin Xiao, and even gave the two of them a clear warning. The two deputy castellans were defeated at the conferring ceremony, and they finally understood that Qin Xiao was not someone they could provoke. If they dared to provoke Qin Xiao, they would suffer. Under such circumstances, the two of them did not dare to provoke Qin Xiao again. They could only end up with their tails between their legs. And it was precisely because of the two of them that the famous people in Bai City saw a fact clearly. They all knew that Qin Xiao was extraordinary, and they could not provoke him now. Qin Xiao's prestige was also established invisibly. Qin Xiao could achieve such a high prestige and reputation in Bai City in such a short time. It was probably unprecedented in the history of Bai City. However, these false reputations were nothing more than passing smoke to Qin Xiao. He had never placed these things in his eyes. Qin Xiao, you stay in a mansion all day to practice. Don't you feel bored? I see that you have been in the mansion for more than a month, but you haven't gone out. The Lord of Qidong City came to the door one day. Qin Xiao stopped practicing, shook his head, and said, "There is nothing better. It is better to practice. One could also find great joy in doing one thing with one's heart. From cultivation, I can find happiness. So, practice is not boring for me." Haha, that's right. After all, you have been practicing for a very short time. Taking everything into account, you're at most 400,000 years old, right? The Lord of Qidong City nodded and said with an envious look, "Although I have not lived for a long time, I have lived for nearly 10 billion years. Now, your life is not even a fraction of mine. So, you really don't feel the pain of practice. When you have lived as long as I have, I am afraid you will also feel bored. 10 billion years to do one thing is unimaginable. Qin Xiao smiled. He really did not think about this. Indeed, he was still too young. His practice was too short. So, there were many things that he could not feel. Youth was a form of capital. Maybe. Anyway, I'm not bored now. Qin Xiao curled his lips and said. After chatting for a while, the lord of Qidong City got to the point. Qin Xiao, this time I came to find you because I have something to discuss with you. It is like this. I told you last time that there will be a myriad city tournament of splendor soon. Now the time has been set. It will start in 300 years. 300 years is a very short time. The myriad city tournament of splendor is a chance for you to shine. If you can perform well in the myriad city tournament of splendor, you can get many rewards and even some precious cultivation resources from the Universal Temple. So, for this myriad city tournament of splendor, I want you to prepare well and give it your all. I am looking forward to you getting first place. Haha, the reward for the first place is not ordinary. For the current you, it is definitely a great temptation. If you can win, I will also bask in your glory and receive some corresponding rewards. Qin Xiao had heard about the myriad city tournament of splendor from Qidong before. Later on, Qin Xiao learned about it himself and knew what it was about. Simply put, the star mansion that ruled the myriad city tournament of splendor was held once every 360,000 years. All the elites of the myriad city tournament of splendor would compete in a big arena. The generous rewards were set, so it was very attractive. Moreover, the myriad city tournament of splendor was held by the Universal Temple. Every mansion would hold it, so it was very lively. If one could get a good ranking in the myriad city tournament of splendor, he would be really famous. Therefore, those geniuses would try their best to get a good ranking. This was the best chance for them to become famous. However, the competition for the myriad city tournament of splendor was very fierce. It was conceivable that the elites of the myriad city tournament of splendor would gather together. For example, in Bai City, no one had entered the top 100 in the myriad city tournament of splendor for thousands of years. The results were really terrible. This was also the first time Qidong was leading a team to participate in the myriad city tournament of splendor. He did not care about personal glory. What he cared about was the generous rewards after getting a good ranking. Qin Xiao was naturally the same. He nodded and said, "Yes, for the sake of the rewards, we have to fight hard. However, it is indeed a little rushed to start in 300 years." Although that was what he said, the pride in Qin Xiao's heart still gave him some confidence and confidence. There was a sense of tenacity there. Qin Xiao would not fail once he decided to do something. This time, in the myriad city tournament of splendor, he must go all out and get a good ranking. This was a small goal that Qin Xiao set for himself temporarily. Qidong, with my current strength, I'm afraid it's still not enough. There are still 300 years left. I must make good use of it, Qin Xiao said. Qidong nodded and said, "Yes, I also have the same intention. Therefore, this time I came here mainly to discuss this matter with you. I don't know if you have any good ideas." Qin Xiao looked at Qidong and said, "Let's hear your thoughts first. Since you came prepared, I should let you speak first. Besides, you know more about Bai City than I do, so your opinion will definitely be better." Qidong shook his head and smiled. However, he did come prepared. Since Qin Xiao let him speak first, he spoke first. "Qin Xiao, my temporary thoughts are like this. 300 years is still relatively short. So if you want to improve greatly in these short 300 years, you naturally have to give it a try. In our Bai City, do you think you can go to 2 places to give it a try? You should have heard of these 2 places. The first one is the ferocious beast battlefield, which is managed by the all-knowing temple. If you choose a mission that is more abnormal, then the training will be very shocking. The ferocious beast battlefield is definitely a very good place to train people. Moreover, as far as I know, the more dangerous it is, the easier it is for you to break through." Qin Xiao nodded. He naturally knew about the ferocious beast battlefield. It was also a favorite place for one-star, all-knowing experts in Bai City to train. It was similar to the assessment area, but much more dangerous. Furthermore, the Omnipotent Temple would also be divided into different levels of missions. The most terrifying level was that even a 2-star Omnipotent might die inside if they were to enter. Therefore, Qi Dong said that the ferocious beast battlefield was a very good place to train people. As for the second place, it is the all-knowing arena. You should also know that the all-knowing arena does not belong to the all-knowing temple, but belongs to the myriad kingdom residents. The all-knowing arena is quite novel. I have played there a few times, and it is really good. In the early stage, it is indeed very good for training people. Qin Xiao nodded again. He also knew about the all-knowing arena. The ferocious beast battlefield and the all-knowing arena were also the third place that Qin Xiao was considering. Qin Xiao smiled and said, Qi Dong, it seems that great minds think alike. We have the same idea. If I have to think about it, I can only consider these two places. Haha, I think so too. These were probably the only two places he could consider. Since you already have an idea, I won't say anything more. As for other specific things, there is nothing easier to understand than going there in person. If you're not familiar with any place, you can let Yixian accompany you. Well, I won't disturb you today. Qi Dong said his goodbyes and left. He did not stay here any longer. After seeing Qi Dong off, Qin Xiao pondered for a while and finally decided to go to the all-knowing arena to take a look. Qin Xiao did not know much about the all-knowing arena, and Qi Dong did not explain much to Qin Xiao. Therefore, Qin Xiao thought of Yixian. Babada could not explain the specific situation. Chapter 1168. Universal Arena. Yixian had been ordered by Qi Dong to listen to Qin Xiao's orders, so it was easy for Qin Xiao to find Yixian. After Yixian knew what Qin Xiao was thinking, he said, Brother Qin, the Universal Arena is indeed a great place. It's a virtual world, a huge virtual world. This virtual world can connect to almost every city in the core of all creation. As long as there is a city in the myriad nation residence, the Universal Arena will be built, forming a huge net. You only need to buy the All Creation card of the myriad nation residence to enter the world of the Universal Arena. You can enter with your consciousness and then form a body inside. Everyone in the Universal Arena is formed by the consciousness of others and represents their true identity. Therefore, such an arena is equivalent to encompassing almost everyone in the heart of all things world. Incredible. It really is incredible. After listening to Yi Xian's explanation, Qin Xiao couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. Although he had encountered a similar virtual world in the realm of the gods, it paled in comparison to this one. The virtual world wasn't much, but could form a huge net that covered the entire core of all creation, allowing countless people to enter this virtual world. Coming to compete, that was very unusual. Such a method was indeed amazing, and he didn't know how it was done. In short, even with Qin Zhao's eyesight, he couldn't understand at the moment and was very surprised and curious. Yes, it really is incredible. It's too amazing, and I can't help but admire it. However, it's said that when the Myriad Nation residents first built the Universal Arena, the Temple of All Creation also provided a lot of help. Therefore, the Universal Arena is considered something of the Temple of All Creation. However, it has always been managed by the Myriad Nation residents, but it's open to everyone. Yi Xian said. Qin Xiao shook his head. This has nothing to do with us, and it makes no difference to us. But Yi Xian, the All Creation card you mentioned just now, how did you get it? Could a small card allow a person's consciousness to enter that huge world net? That sounds incredible. Yi Xian nodded and said, yes, it's just a small card, but this All Creation card is extraordinary. If you want to buy it back, the price will be very, very expensive. It can only be bought with 1 million myriad stones. 1 million Omni stones? Hearing this price, Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown. This price was indeed a bit too frightening. This price isn't considered expensive. The main thing is that it won't be sold easily. If one wasn't a reputable figure, they wouldn't be able to buy it. And even if I let you buy it, I won't let you buy too much. The quantity will be limited. Even our city lord's mansion didn't manage to buy many of them. Moreover, these were bought so that everyone could use them. There was no restriction that only one person could use them. There's no time limit, so it's more affordable, Yixian explained. If that was the case, then it was indeed not too bad. If he bought it, it would completely belong to him. Yixian continued, however, you don't necessarily have to buy it. If you really have to buy it, there aren't many people who can afford it and enter the all-creation arena. Other than buying the all-creation card, you can also enter the all-creation arena from the mansion of 10,000 countries. But the cost isn't low either. It seems to be dozens of myriad stones or 100 myriad stones each time. Qin Xiao was relieved. If that was the case, then it was still okay. No wonder it could be promoted. Qin Xiao's curiosity towards the all-creation arena grew. He wanted to go in and take a look. Yixian flipped his palm. A palm-sized, snow-white card with extremely complicated runes engraved on it gave off a dazzling light. Even without Yixian's introduction, Qin Xiao knew that this was the all-creation card. Big brother Qin, this is my all-creation card. My foster father told me just now that he's going to the mansion of 10,000 countries to buy another one. But it might take some time. So for the time being, Big brother Qin can use my all-creation card, Yixian said. After thinking about it, Qin Xiao didn't refuse. Instead, he took it and nodded. Okay, then I'll use yours first. Thanks. Haha, Big brother Qin, you don't have to be so polite. The all-creation card will tell you how to enter the all-creation arena. Big brother Qin, you'll understand after thinking about it. Big brother Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. I won't disturb your rest. After my foster father buys your all-creation card, I'll go to the all-creation arena to play with you. Qin Xiao nodded and said, Okay, you go first. After saying that, Yixian also took his leave. Both Babadu and Fatty looked at the all-creation card in Qin Xiao's hand eagerly. They looked so envious that they were about to drool. They had also heard of the all-creation arena. They naturally wanted to go in and experience such a wonderful consciousness world. They wanted to see what it was like and how magical it was. At least, once you enter the all-creation arena world, you won't die. If you die in the all-creation arena world, you only need to withdraw your consciousness once and enter again. Then you'll be revived on the spot with full blood and life back. So, the all-creation arena could revive without limit. You would never have to worry about dying. And this was also one of the most attractive aspects of the all-creation arena. You don't have to worry about life and death. After entering the all-creation arena, you can be unscrupulous. You don't have to care about anything. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want for once. And it was because of this function that many people were unwilling to come out after entering the all-creation arena world. They were willing to stay in there for the rest of their lives. I've heard of the magic of the all-creation arena long ago. I've always wanted to play in the all-creation arena. I didn't expect to finally see the legendary all-creation card today. I didn't expect it to look like this, Babata said with a laugh. He had longed for it before, but later on, he didn't dare to. Little Fatty didn't know what the all-creation arena was. He only felt that it was very powerful. Qin Xiao patted Babatu on his chin and said, Don't pester me. When Qidong buys the all-creation card for me, I'll let you go in and experience it. Babatu immediately grinned happily and nodded repeatedly. Great, Big brother Qin. I've long wanted to experience it. Then I'll wait for Big brother Qin. Little Fatty was also elated. Looking at this pair of buffoons, Qin Xiao smiled knowingly. After instructing the two of them, Qin Xiao entered the practice room. Qin Xiao still didn't like to be disturbed by anyone when he was practicing. So, Qin Xiao would practice in the practice room most of the time. Especially for this kind of more critical practice, he would do it in the practice room. Sitting down cross-legged, Qin Xiao's hand moved slightly. He threw the all-creation card into the air, where it slowly spun. A little card is actually able to bring my will into the world of the all-creation arena. Countless cards were used to connect the wills of countless people, forming a huge and complicated net. People who have this kind of thinking are really too smart. In the God realm, I've never heard of such a magical thing. But maybe the world of the all-creation heart is too small. It's easy to cover it all. If it was in the God realm, it would be difficult to cover it all. After sizing up the all-creation card, Qin Shao shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. These distracting thoughts really shouldn't exist. He calmed his heart down and became calm. Chapter 1169. Rules of the Arena. Once his consciousness entered the universal card, a large amount of information was transmitted over. After digesting this information, Qin Shao had a basic understanding of the universal arena. The universal arena was divided into 4 regions according to their levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Heaven was the most important, and Huang was the last. The Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang regions corresponded to the strength of 1, 2, 3, and 4-star all-knowing experts. In theory, the Huang region was suitable for 1-star all-knowing experts, the Xian region was suitable for 2-star all-knowing experts, and so on. Of course, this was only in theory. It was something that followed the rules, but it wasn't a hard and fast rule. Therefore, as long as you were willing, you could go to any region. However, if you were weak and wanted to go to a higher region, you would definitely be abused. This situation was considered normal. After all, some people still wanted to feel some pressure, so they would go to a higher region. However, if the situation was reversed, it would be less common. If a 2-star all-knowing expert went to the Huang region, wouldn't that be bullying? It was believed that not many 2-star all-knowing experts would be willing to bear such a reputation. Therefore, in general, the order of the universal arena world was quite good. Everyone would consciously follow it. Other than the Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang regions, each region also had different rules. The first was the hunting mode. The so-called hunting mode was to put a lot of people into a world and then kill them at will in that world. 1 point for every person killed. 1 point was deducted for every death. In the universal arena, all the segments used a point system. Then, one could use the points to exchange for rewards. Using points to rank, if one could get a name on the list, then one's name could shake the entire universal core world. The universal arena's list was very persuasive. After all, the universal arena was connected to the entire universal core world. Basically, all-star all-knowing experts would go to the universal arena to play. How difficult was it to get a ranking among the countless all-knowing experts? It was because it was too difficult that it was so shocking. The influence of the universal arena was far from what the universal pool could compare to. After all, behind the universal arena was the support of the universal temple. Many people even believe that the all-creation arena was created by the all-creation temple and was only managed by the all-nations manor on the surface. However, the truth of the matter was not important to those ordinary cultivators. The second was the arena mode. It was a one-on-one arena, and anyone could go up and fight. 1 win, 1 point. 1 point would be deducted for each loss. This kind of model was relatively normal, and it was also a model that many people were very keen on. It was a one-on-one competition in the ring, and there would be many people watching. The atmosphere was naturally very good. This kind of method could make cultivators hot-blooded. Many people who were bloodthirsty liked to fight in this way. The third mode was called the challenge mode. There would be a series of terrifying checkpoints to go through. After passing through different stages, there would be corresponding reward points. Of course, if they failed, they would be punished accordingly. In short, everything in the all-creation arena was based on points. The strength of one's strength could also be measured by points. Moreover, the all-creation arena also had its own standard to judge a person's strength. It was not like a 2-star all-creation expert could pretend to be a 1-star all-creation expert. This situation would not happen in the all-creation arena. When one's consciousness entered the all-creation arena world would create a new body for you, test your strength, and determine your star. The standard for determining a star in the all-creation arena was completely dependent on the level of the all-creation Tao. Actually, this was the most standard way to determine a star. This was the fairest way to do it. The Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow zones all had the same model. The 4 zones all had their own rankings, which were called the Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow rankings. The Yellow rankings had 100,000 rankings. 100,000 rankings sounded like a lot, but it was actually not. One had to know how many one-star all-creation experts there were in the entire all-creation world. Moreover, this was the accumulation of countless years. With the accumulation of generations of people, the number had reached a terrifying number. It was simply unimaginable. With such a huge base, 100,000 rankings were nothing. The Xian rankings had 10,000 rankings, the Earth rankings had 1,000, and the Heaven rankings had 100. The Heaven rankings corresponded to a 4-star all-creation expert. A 4-star all-creation expert was definitely standing at the peak of the all-creation world, reaching the level of an overlord. The number of 4-star all-creation experts in the entire all-creation world would be pitifully small. Qin Xiao was still a 1-star all-creation expert, so he could only enter the yellow zone for now. First, he would go to the yellow zone to experience the situation. However, these 3 modes made Qin Xiao ponder slightly. The 3 modes indeed had their own advantages and disadvantages. However, Qin Xiao first eliminated the challenge mode and only chose between the hunting mode and the arena mode. If it was the hunting mode, it would be more thrilling. If it was the arena mode, it would be more hot-blooded. The hunting mode was not only about strength, but also about experience, wisdom, and luck. After all, there were no rules in the hunting mode. To a newcomer, the hunting mode was indeed more dangerous. After all, if you were unfamiliar with the place and the people, you would not understand the environment and so on. It would be easy to be hunted by others as prey. Just by looking at the name of the hunting mode, you would know how thrilling the hunting mode was. If it was the arena mode, you could encounter this. You could go and take a look first. If you felt that it was enough, you could go on the stage. You could watch the battle first before going on the stage. If you felt that you could not win, you could just not challenge. Even if you did not go on the stage, you could always watch the battle there and learn something from watching the battle. Of course, if you wanted to gain anything just by watching, it would definitely be minimal. The hunting mode, the arena mode. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Qin Xiao made the final decision. There's no point in fighting in the arena. My strength should be considered to be in the front among the 1-star all things beings. If I go to the arena mode now, I am afraid that I will attract hatred. Fighting against an ordinary 1-star all creation expert is not meaningful. Normally, I don't think there will be any decent experts in the arena. Let's go to the hunting mode first. Thrilling and exciting is what I need now. After making the decision, Qin Xiao did not hesitate and immediately entered the hunting mode. As soon as his consciousness entered the hunting mode, the world will of the all-creation arena mode condensed a body for Qin Xiao. However, this body could be shaped according to Qin Xiao's wishes. Of course, once it was shaped, it could not be changed again unless he entered with a new identity. But if he entered with a new identity, everything would be returned to 0. It was equivalent to starting all over again. If he did not have many points, it did not matter. But if he had many points, he would definitely not be willing to do this. Qin Xiao naturally would not condense into his own appearance, but change his appearance. However, it was about 30% similar to him. It was just that he looked more mature and colder. He carried a heavy sword on his back, had long flowing hair, and wore a white robe. He was also unusually handsome. Entering the world will of the all-creation arena mode, I'd better use a new identity. I don't want to be too ostentatious. Qin Xiao curled his lips and made a decision. A new body would also use a new name. Qin Xiao's new name for himself was Sword Mountain River. Sword was Qin Xiao's true love. Mountain River originated from his hometown, from the Mountain River sword technique. Qin Xiao had always had an indescribable feeling for the mountains and rivers of his hometown. Sword Mountain River was Qin Xiao's new name in the arena mode. Landing on the ground, Qin Xiao's eyes swept around. It was a gloomy forest with yin qi lingering around. In the air, there was a strong smell of blood. All around, there were undulating mountains, rugged rocks, and deep valleys and yin abyss. Everywhere, there was a scene of broken fences and dilapidated walls. It was a scene of devastation. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the ground was dark brown and dark purple. In the air, there was a fog-like smell of blood. This place was simply the 9 Serenities' hell. It was simply the most evil place in the world. The monstrous, murderous intent permeated every inch of the land and every space. It's really a place full of extreme killing. If ordinary people came in, they would be scared out of their wits. Only this place can arouse my interest a little. Come on, let's go all out and fight. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sinister smile. His fighting spirit suddenly became incomparably high. Getting back the feeling of fighting was also very helpful for cultivation. Qin Zhao's growth was inseparable from fighting and killing all the way. Only in dangerous situations could people's potential be stimulated. Qin Zhao had always been very happy with such a way of cultivation. Moreover, it was indeed very effective for him. Qin Zhao walked quickly in the forest of strange rocks like a shadow. Whether it was the strange rocks or the trees, they all looked very strange and ferocious. The darkness around always made people feel that there was something dangerous hiding, which could jump out at any time to take people's lives. For Qin Zhao, who was very experienced in fighting, he would always be vigilant of the surroundings while walking. As long as there was even the slightest movement, it would not be able to escape his eyes. Moreover, he could walk silently, like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. This was the experience of fighting, which needed a long time to accumulate. All the newcomers who entered the hunting ground were basically here to be killed. Some of them were even killed before they had time to see the hunting ground clearly. Behind a big tree, a figure was hiding there, almost blending into the tree. It could be seen that his concealment method was very clever. Only a pair of dark eyes could be seen. They flickered with a particularly eerie light, carrying a sinister aura. It was like a starving beast looking for its prey. Soon, a white figure appeared in its sight, which immediately made the black figure's eyes brighten. It sneered in its heart. Hee, it must be a newcomer. How dare he wear white clothes? Doesn't he know that it is very conspicuous and the easiest way to expose himself? A newcomer is a newcomer. It's no wonder that he doesn't know anything when he just enters the hunting ground. A newcomer needs to mature slowly. This prey is mine. There is a hint of cruelty in his eerie and sinister eyes. Chapter 1170. The hunt, however, just as the man in black was about to attack, he was shocked to find that his prey had disappeared. Where is he? He was just here a moment ago. Why did he suddenly disappear? The man in black's gaze turned even colder. He suddenly had a bad premonition. As expected, he quickly felt the arrival of danger. After surviving in the hunting ground for so long, his vigilance was definitely high. Sensing the danger, the man in black did not dare to hesitate. He knew that he had been exposed. What a clever prey. It seemed like he was pretending. How cunning. Sure enough, when the black-clothed man was surprised, the white-clothed man actually appeared behind the black-clothed man in an incomparably strange manner, and a faint sword attack faintly came at him. What a fast speed! What a fast sword! The strange sword was like a bolt of lightning. It brought with it an extremely cold sword aura. It was extremely sharp and gave people a feeling that it was unstoppable. All power would be pierced and destroyed by this sword. So strong. The black-clothed man was truly frightened. When he smelled the scent of danger, his face immediately turned cold and pale. This was definitely not a newbie. He was definitely an experienced person. Damn it! The black-robed man's reaction was extremely fast as well. He unleashed a powerful technique that transformed everything into an absolute defensive domain. He wanted to use the defensive power of the domain to block the man in white's attack. The corners of the white-robed man's mouth curled up into a slight smile. Using the myriad materialization domain, that's not a bad technique. However, your use of the Tao of creation is still lacking. If you want to use it like this, you are still lacking a little if you want to block my attack. As expected, the man in white's sword stirred up the entire domain. It was as if there was an invisible giant hand that forcefully broke into the domain. Then, with a grab of the giant hand, the entire domain was turned upside down. With another grab, the domain was on the verge of collapse. With the final grab, the entire domain collapsed. Without any obstruction, the powerful force smashed heavily onto the black-robed man's body. Not good. The man in black was shocked. In his panic, he was already at a loss. His defensive domain was broken. How could he still have the strength to resist? He could only watch helplessly as Bai Yi's terrifying power smashed onto his body. The Tao Might of all things was like a huge rock falling from the sky, bombarding the black-robed man wildly. The terrifying might of the way tore apart the black-robed man's divine body and crushed his will. Once the divine body was destroyed, that person would naturally die as well. Once his willpower was destroyed, he would naturally lose his life. He only needed to kill one of them. The white-robed man's attack could be said to be two-pronged. This kind of attack could be said to be destructive. Therefore, under such a terrifying attack, the black-clothed man naturally felt that he had reached a dead end. He treated others as prey, but he didn't expect that he would be the one being slaughtered instead. He had slaughtered in the hunting ground for so many years, but he had never suffered such a great loss. This time, it could be said that he had failed miserably at such an easy task. With his god body torn apart, the black-clothed man retreated in panic. This attack actually didn't kill him directly. The white-robed man's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. Clearly, he didn't expect the black-clothed man to be able to survive. However, the white-robed man didn't hesitate at all. He didn't give the black-clothed man any chance to breathe at all. Taking advantage of the victory, he attacked again aggressively. Another attack. This time, the black-clothed man had no chance to resist. "Kid, I'll remember you. I'll come back to take revenge on you." The black-clothed man let out a final roar. His body turned into nothingness, and he died in the white-robed man's hands. The white-robed man put away his sword and curled his lips. The first prey, and it wasn't easy to kill. This black-clothed man should be a relatively ordinary character in the hunting ground. It took a bit of effort to kill an ordinary character. It seems that the hunting ground isn't as easy as I thought. It seems that I really can't be careless. I have to be alert. I don't want to fall here. In the hunting ground, everyone is a hunter. Everyone treats others as prey. Here, there is only killing, only cruel hunting. The game of wolves and sheep. Interesting. This white-robed man was naturally not someone else. He was Qin Shao, who had just entered the hunting ground. How could Qin Shao not know that wearing white clothes was very eye-catching? It would make it easier for the hunters to find him. But in fact, Qin Shao did it on purpose. First, Qin Shao didn't like wearing black clothes. Second, Qin Shao deliberately let the prey find him. This way, he would have an opportunity to take advantage of it. In the yellow zone, all the people here were one-star all things possessors. Among the one-star all things possessors, Qin Shao still had some strength and confidence. Therefore, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. So what if he showed off a little bit? In the worst-case scenario, they would just have to fight a good battle. Qin Shao had originally come to the hunting area to pursue a vigorous slaughter. He had to kill to his heart's content. Only then would he feel refreshed. Qin Shao continued to hunt prey. There were many people in the hunting ground, so it was easy for him to meet prey. Qin Shao didn't know whether he was too lucky or too unlucky. The prey he met wasn't very strong. With Qin Shao's experience, he could easily kill them. However, there were also a few times when he encountered trouble. Because there were no rules in the hunting ground, some people formed hunting groups. Some people would stay in a fixed area and set traps in that area. As long as the prey passed by and fell into the trap, it would become a turtle in a jar. Once it fell into the trap, it would be at their mercy. Although Qin Shao was cautious, it was impossible to guard against it. Qin Shao wouldn't fall into the trap easily, but he was still surrounded by several hunting groups. The scariest thing about the hunting ground was these groups of preys. Once one was trapped by them, even if one was a powerful one-star all-creation wielder, one would only be able to nurse a grievance. And there were many hunting groups like this in the hunting ground. They could be met from time to time. Of course, the strength of many hunting groups was very ordinary. They were composed of some ordinary people, and they weren't very good in all aspects. Such hunting groups weren't very intimidating. In the most dangerous time, Qin Zhao's divine body was shattered and only 20% was left. Only then did he manage to survive. However, under the training of these hunting groups, Qin Shao made a lot of progress in all aspects and accumulated more. If he continued to accumulate in this way, breaking through to a 2-star all things possessor was just around the corner. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shao had been in the hunting ground for half a year. In the past 6 months, Qin Shao had experienced no less than 100 battles. Basically, there was a battle every day on average. Such a frequency was very high. From this, it could be seen how intense the killing in the hunting ground was. However, Qin Zhao's harvest was also not small. The victory of more than 100 battles also brought Qin Shao 200 points. Although 200 points wasn't a lot, it was only half a year's harvest. In this way, it was very impressive. However, if he wanted to kill his way onto the yellow board, he didn't know how many points he needed. It must be very high. Qin Shao stopped a man behind a huge stone. When he saw the man clearly, Qin Shao couldn't help being stunned. He couldn't help laughing out loud. "Why are you here again?" The man in front of him was not a stranger. It was the man in black that Qin Shao first killed when he entered the hunting ground. He didn't expect to meet the man in black again half a year later. It was really interesting. This kind of feeling was like fate was playing tricks on people, making Qin Shao somewhat unable to restrain a smile. "Buddy, how should I address you?" Qin Shao asked. After killing the man once, he met him again. He didn't even know his name. The man in black twitched the corner of his mouth. He ignored Qin Shao and snorted angrily. "Why don't you tell me your name? Anyway, it's just a code name. It's not a secret. It's easy to find out. I'm Jian Shanhe." Qin Shao curled his lips and said casually. It was really easy to find out a person's name. He could do it directly through the system of the all-creation arena. However, it would cost him 1 point each time. 1 point was nothing for Qin Shao. He just didn't want to use it. If the man in black was willing to tell him, Qin Shao didn't bother to find out his name. Anyway, it was meaningless. After all, he was just a loser. Jian Shanhe. "Okay, I'll remember you. Why? Do you want to kill me again?" The man in black gritted his teeth and remembered the name. He looked at Qin Shao coldly and asked. "Well," Qin Shao hesitated for a moment and said, "We're so fated. I shouldn't kill you again. However, I feel that it's unreasonable to not kill you. After all, this is the hunting ground. We're not familiar with it. I don't even know your name. So, I'd better kill you." The man in black almost choked and spat out blood. What was this? Why was he so unlucky? The man in black was not convinced. He gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, don't boast too early. Last time, I was too careless and was attacked by you. This time, I'm prepared. Don't think you can succeed again." "Yes, I also wish to test your strength head-on." Qin Shao nodded. After speaking, he immediately attacked without any hesitation. The man in black was really going to vomit blood. Detestable. This was too detestable. This was too much of a bully. Kill. The man in black was boiling with blood. Naturally, he had no choice but to fight back. However, the man in black was not as strong as Qin Shao. Last time, he was killed by Qin Shao in 2 moves. This time, although the situation was a little better than the last time, it was not much better. He only survived 3 moves in Qin Zhao's hands. "Brother, it seems that your strength is not enough. You need to work harder." Qin Shao curled his lips. He did not mean to mock him. He just felt that it was a little interesting, so he said it out of kindness. Qin Shao was a person who believed in fate. This kind of thing felt a little like fate. Besides, there was no enmity between them when they entered the hunting ground. They did not know each other. Therefore, it was not worthwhile to treat him as an enemy. Being killed here did not mean that he was dead. He would only lose 1 point. This price was actually relatively small. "Boy, I'll be back." This was the last voice of the man in black. As soon as his voice fell, he disappeared. He died again. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. "Don't let me meet you again after a while. That will make things difficult for me." Chapter 1171. Young Master Yulin in the blink of an eye. Qin Shao had already been in the hunting ground for a year. It wasn't easy for a newcomer to survive for a year in the hunting ground for the first time. The hunting ground was a world with heavy killing. The lifespan of those in the hunting ground was very short. Many people who entered the hunting ground were quickly killed. However, there was a large number of people there. Therefore, there would be a large number of people entering the hunting ground every day. Moreover, after being killed, they could revive and enter the hunting ground again. Therefore, the hunting ground was always filled with endless bloodshed. Endless slaughter could temper a person. Through slaughter, one could temper oneself and grow. Comprehension was one aspect of the usage of the Tao of all creation. However, comprehension alone wasn't enough. Sometimes, it would be better to practice through practice. After all, the usage of the Tao of all creation was endless, and the usage of the Tao of all creation would be more easily reflected in battle. All sorts of methods and the usage of the Tao of all creation would be easier to unleash in battle. Moreover, when fighting with others, one would be able to see how others were using the Tao of all creation. One could also learn from it and learn from it. The usage of the Tao of all creation was different from the cultivation of the Tao itself. The Tao itself was more about comprehending the Tao from the heaven and earth. Such comprehension was more important. However, the usage of the Tao was already at a sufficient level because one had already grasped the Tao itself. As for the remaining comprehension, it was more about using it in actual battle. How to use it and how to unleash the Tao of all creation was the core of the usage of the Tao. The guidance of the Tao of all creation and one's own comprehension were far from enough. Killing and battling would often result in better results. This was also the greatest use of the hunting ground. In a year's time, Qin Shao had gained some fame in the hunting ground. The myriad arena was a huge illusory world. The information within it could be easily circulated. As long as one knew someone, one could use one's consciousness to contact them. Moreover, one could obtain a lot of information in the myriad arena. Of course, one had to pay points. In the year that Qin Shao had been in the hunting ground, he had already killed no less than 400 people. More than 10 teams had been hunted down by him. The more people he killed, the more people he would be remembered. The more people remembered, the more his name would be known. The name Jian Shanhe was remembered by many people. In just 1 year, Qin Shao had earned nearly 500 points. These points could be exchanged for a lot of rewards. Of course, Qin Shao didn't want to exchange for rewards. Qin Shao wasn't interested in ordinary rewards at all. Only through killing did Qin Shao find a feeling of cultivation. If he followed this feeling, then he wouldn't be far from breaking through to 2-star all things. Of course, although it felt like it wouldn't be too far away, a breakthrough of this level was like a heavenly chasm. Every step forward was like breaking through a heavenly chasm. It was too difficult. It was simply too difficult to advance from a 1-star all things expert to a 2-star all things expert. Even if he was a genius, it would take him millions or even tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years of accumulation. Rome wasn't built in a day. Cultivation was not something that could be accomplished overnight. The higher one went, the more difficult it would be. Pucci. Qin Zhao's sword slashed across a prey's body beautifully, directly cutting the prey's body into 2 halves. The prey's divine body collapsed and died. This was the use of the All Things Tao aura. It gathered the All Things Tao aura into a single point and erupted in an instant. It was a peerless edge. The 500th one. Qin Shao put away his sword and curled his lips. This was the 500th prey he had killed since entering the hunting ground. To be able to kill 500 prey on his first time entering the hunting ground, such a result was probably hard to find in the entire heart of all things world. However, this was just the beginning for Qin Shao. It wasn't the limit. Qin Shao had just put away his sword when a message suddenly popped up in his mind. This was the message that the All Things Arena sent to everyone. At the same time, everyone in the yellow zone of the All Things Arena received it. After reading the message, Qin Shao was stunned. He smiled bitterly and helplessly. What is this? I can't even keep a low profile. This message was about Qin Shao. The message was, congratulations to Jian Shanhe for completing 500 consecutive kills on his first time entering the hunting ground. He is rewarded with 50 points. Qin Shao didn't expect that there would be a reward for completing 500 consecutive kills. Moreover, the message was pushed across the entire region, letting everyone know about it. Wasn't he famous all of a sudden? Jian Shanhe's name instantly spread across the yellow zone. Discussions followed. Jian Shanhe? Where did he come from? I've never heard of him. It's normal that you haven't heard of him. It's his first time entering the hunting ground. He must be a newbie, unless he has never entered the hunting ground before. Even if he hasn't entered the hunting ground before, such a ruthless person should have some fame in other places. But I've never heard of him. That's true. I've never heard of him in the arena or the challenge ground. It's him. Last time, I was defeated by this guy. I didn't expect him to complete 500 consecutive kills. It seems like I didn't lose unjustly. Jian Shanhe. Which city is this monster from? Don't you know him? I don't know him. I've never heard of him. I don't know him. He's probably using a fake name. The heated discussion went on, making the Yellow District unusually lively. Not only was the Myriad Arena lively, but the real world was also quite lively. Those who heard the news also spread it in the Myriad Arena, causing some heated discussions. Of course, this kind of heated discussion would soon die down. After all, it wasn't a very big deal. It was just a small wave. In a short period of time, it would cause a stir in the yellow zone. After a while, it would die down. Anyway, Qin Zhao's face was full of bitterness. He couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. The Myriad Arena was a stage to show oneself. It was a stage where one's skills were very intense. As long as you had the strength, the Myriad Arena could make you famous. Becoming famous was probably something that most people dreamt of. If it was someone else who had such a good thing, they would probably be overjoyed. It definitely wouldn't be like Qin Zhao. Since he couldn't keep a low profile, then he wouldn't keep a low profile. Anyway, he was using a fake identity. As long as he didn't say it, no one would know that he was Jian Shanhe. This was still okay. The Myriad Arena wouldn't leak his identity. It would keep it a secret. No matter how many points he gave, he wouldn't be able to find out. Anyway, it was an illusory world. It had nothing to do with reality. If he was famous, then he was famous. It didn't matter. Sure enough, this liveliness only lasted for 3 days before it slowly died down. After all, there would be such fierce people appearing every once in a while. Those who stayed in the Myriad Arena for a long time would encounter many of them. It could be said that they were used to it. If it wasn't for the fact that it was Qin Zhao's first time entering the hunting ground, it wouldn't have caused such a big reaction. Only the first time would make it seem more impressive. After familiarizing himself with the reward rules, Qin Zhao found out that there would be a corresponding reward for every 500 consecutive kills. Moreover, the reward would increase as the number of consecutive kills increased. For example, when Qin Zhao completed 1,000 consecutive kills, the reward would become 100 points. Then, every 500 points would be pushed up, and the points would also be pushed up. 1,000 consecutive kills. That was a terrifying number. It sounded like an impossible mission to complete, especially for those who entered the hunting ground for the first time. If it wasn't their first time, then the difficulty would be doubled and the reward would be halved. In other words, if it wasn't their first time entering the hunting ground, then they would have to kill 1,000 consecutive kills to obtain 50 points. Then, after 2,000 consecutive kills, there would be another reward. The reward would be 100 points, and so on and so forth. This reward system is quite interesting. If you can keep on killing, then the reward will be better and the points will be earned faster and more quickly. If you want to kill your way to the yellow board, then it's too difficult to just rely on killing prey. Moreover, it's very slow. After all, killing a prey only gives you 1 point. But if there's a reward, then the more you kill, the more points there will be. Interesting way to play. Moreover, as your fame increases, there will be more people paying attention to you. The more famous you are, the more difficult it will be. I guess you will be targeted by some experienced people or some terrifying teams. Then, you'll be in big trouble. Therefore, every time the Universal Arena rewards you, it will send a message to all the people in a district so that others will target you. On the one hand, it's to be vigilant. On the other hand, it's to let the experienced people target you. Moreover, there will even be some missions to snipe you. There are really many ways to play this game. There are also many ways to play it. The more experienced you are, the more famous you will be. Then, the Universal Arena will think of ways to deal with you. But I'm very happy to play this kind of game. The more ruthless he played, the more exciting it would be and the more benefits it would bring to Qin Shao. Wasn't cultivation for these benefits? As for the rest, it didn't matter. Qin Shao didn't bother to care so much. On this day, Qin Shao met a strange person. This was a man with an elegant demeanor, an imposing appearance, and an unbelievably beautiful appearance. He was dressed in a brocade robe with golden silk and jade silk. He held a jade fan in his hand and looked very arrogant. He raised his chin slightly and looked at Qin Shao with contempt in his eyes. He looked down at Qin Shao with a condescending aura. Being looked at by this man, Qin Shao felt that he was despised. This kind of feeling was really unpleasant. Moreover, this man was swaggering and didn't hide at all. This kind of person was either too arrogant or very powerful and fearless. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't figure out the man in front of him. He didn't know which kind of person he was. "Are you Jian Shanhe, who has been in the limelight recently?" The man in front of him asked lightly. There was a hint of disdain in his tone. Qin Shao frowned slightly and looked at the man calmly. He said, "Yes, I am Jian Shanhe. May I know who you are?" "Me?" The man in front of him raised his eyebrows and snorted. He said, "Actually, you're not qualified to know my name. But since you asked, I don't mind telling you. Anyway, you're going to die soon. I will take it as your last request before you die." Chapter 1172. Puffing oneself up at one's own cost. Young Master Yulin? Qin Shao frowned slightly. He had never heard of this person before. Perhaps he was too ignorant, but at least there was no such person on the yellow board. Since he wasn't on the yellow board, no matter how famous he was, he should be just SOSO, right? Therefore, Qin Shao shook his head lightly and said, "Sorry, I've never heard of you." "What? What did you say? You've never heard of my name? You actually said that you've never heard of my name?" Hearing Qin Shao say that he had never heard of him, young Master Yulin immediately became extremely excited. His voice rose a few octaves, and he glared at Qin Shao with a very surprised and shocked attitude, as if all of this shouldn't have happened. Then, young Master Yulin squinted at Qin Shao with a very pitiful look and snorted softly. "Humph, it seems that you've only been in the hunting ground for a short time. It's normal for you to be so ignorant. I won't lower myself to the level of a rookie like you, but you'll soon remember me, and you'll never forget me for the rest of your life. Boy, if I want to kill you, it's no different from killing an ant. That bit of strength of yours is completely insignificant in this young master's eyes. So, boy, I advise you to be sensible and end your own life. In that case, it wouldn't be as simple as death. You can be proud that you can die in front of me. Hurry up and do it. I don't have much patience." Hearing such funny and somewhat childish words, Qin Shao really couldn't help but want to laugh. Wasn't this guy a little too narcissistic? Where did he get the confidence to say such insufferably arrogant words? Looking at this extremely arrogant young Master Yulin, Qin Shao only felt that it was funny. This person was a little different from the usual arrogant and domineering young masters. The words that came out of his mouth were more amusing. This kind of person was more like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tiger. He was overconfident and liked to brag. True arrogance was arrogance with strength. But Qin Shao didn't think that young Master Yulin in front of him was very strong. Therefore, the arrogance that young Master Yulin displayed was even more comical and amusing. "Okay, then I'll do it." Qin Shao curled her lips and replied casually. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, young Master Yulin smiled proudly. "That's more like it, HM." However, before he could finish his happy words, a sharp sword edge came at him. Clearly, Qin Shao didn't make a move against him. Instead, he charged towards young Master Yulin. This was a move that did not follow common sense. Young Master Yulin's expression instantly exploded like thunder. He looked flustered and exasperated. "Jian Shanhe, why are you so untrustworthy? Didn't you say that you would end your own life? You actually attacked me. Humph. You're making this young master very angry, very angry. Therefore, this young master can very responsibly tell you that Jian Shanhe, you're going to be unlucky today. Don't think that your 500 consecutive kills are very powerful. It's nothing in my eyes." The more Qin Shao looked at young Master Yulin, the more he felt that he was bluffing. From the looks of it, he didn't look like a very powerful person. You speak as if you've completed 500 consecutive kills before. Qin Zhao's teasing words carried a hint of mockery. Instantly, young Master Yulin's face flushed red. Reality proved that he definitely hadn't completed 500 consecutive kills before. Seeing young Master Yulin's comical red face, Qin Zhao simply stopped and didn't continue to attack. It was also a good opportunity to see how famous this famous young Master Yulin was. After a moment of exasperation, young Master Yulin refused to admit defeat and said, "Who said that this young master can't complete 500 consecutive kills? Isn't it just 500 consecutive kills? This young master just disdains to do things that show off. This young master has always been very low-key. Okay? If this young master wanted to, not to mention 500 consecutive kills, even 5,000 consecutive kills would be a piece of cake. It's just that this young master is too lazy to do it and disdains to do it. This young master came to the hunting ground to cultivate, not to compete for a moment of victory and to kill. In fact, this young master doesn't like killing at all, okay? So, this young master can't even be bothered to make a move against ordinary people. Of course, ordinary people are also tactful. When they see this young master, they will kill themselves, saving this young master the trouble of doing it personally. Today, it's you who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. At this time, he was actually still stubborn. Qin Zhao shook his head and smiled. He was rather interested. Perhaps it was because his life had been too boring recently. So when he met such an interesting person, Qin Zhao also felt a little playful. It was rare to meet such a top-notch person. In any case, Qin Zhao was still in the mood, so he played with this young Master Yulin. "All right, young Master Yulin, since you're so experienced, then I'll take this opportunity today to experience your skills. Young Master Yulin, you're so experienced, so you must be able to easily defeat me, right? You'll definitely be able to convince me of my defeat. Come, young Master Yulin, make your move," Qin Zhao said, curling his lips. The corners of young Master Yulin's mouth twitched, but his face was still full of arrogance. He glanced sideways at Qin Zhao and said, "Boy, you're really not afraid of death. All right, since you insist on looking for a beating, then this young master will fulfill your wish today. I'll also let you know that this young master's reputation is not undeserved. This young master's great reputation is earned through my own strength." Great reputation? Qin Zhao didn't really believe in the words he fought, but the words he boasted were true. "Then let's fight." The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled up into a wicked smile. Without saying another word, he directly attacked. Qin Zhao's sword slashed toward young Master Yulin. The sword, which carried the might of all things, instantly arrived in front of young Master Yulin. The powerful force turned into a destructive calamity and smashed down. This boy's strength is so strong." Young Master Yulin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he smelled the powerful aura. He knew that Jian Shanhe had some strength, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. It seemed that Jian Shanhe was indeed a difficult character to deal with, a bone that was hard to chew. However, the battle had already begun. Young Master Yulin didn't have anything else to think about. He could only attack with all his strength. He waved the jade fan in his hand and drew a circle in the air. As he waved his jade fan, it seemed to open a door to a foreign realm. A powerful force surged out from the door of the foreign realm. It turned into an incomparably powerful, ferocious beast, roaring wildly as it charged toward Jian Shanhe. In terms of aura, young Master Yulin was full of it. He had the demeanor of an expert. The jade fan in his hand seemed to be able to control a foreign realm. Strange phenomena appeared one after another, turning into powerful attacks. This young Master Yulin did have some tricks up his sleeve. However, in Qin Zhao's eyes, these attacks were flashy but impractical. They were full of flaws. They were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. They didn't have much power at all. Therefore, under the surging of Qin Zhao's sword, young Master Yulin's attacks were directly stirred up and destroyed. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. They couldn't block Qin Zhao's strength at all. The moment young Master Yulin made his move, Qin Zhao completely saw through him. With Qin Zhao's vision, it was naturally easy for him to see through a person. Young Master Yulin indeed didn't have much strength. Of course, he still had strength. His strength was probably even above Yi Xian's. All in all, in the hunting ground, he wasn't considered weak. Qin Shao hadn't met anyone stronger than young Master Yulin in the past year. Unfortunately, young Master Yulin had encountered Qin Shao, so he was destined to fail miserably at such an easy task. What? He actually defeated my attacks with a single blow? How could this be? Young Master Yulin's heart also turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that his attacks would be so weak. Instantly, young Master Yulin's expression changed. He cursed in his heart, but at this moment, he didn't have any other methods to block Qin Zhao's attack. So, he could only watch as the terrifying power of all things smashed down fiercely. His defense completely collapsed. In the end, the powerful force smashed heavily on his body, directly sending young Master Yulin flying. 20% of young Master Yulin's divine body was instantly destroyed. He almost vomited blood. Young Master Yulin's expression finally changed slightly. He lost some of his insufferably arrogant aura. The way he looked at Qin Shao also changed a little. He no longer had the arrogant aura from before. The situation had naturally undergone a subtle change. Oh, young Master Yulin, it seems that your strength isn't as strong as you said. I think that you must have gone easy on me and hidden your strength, right? Qin Shao teased. Young Master Yulin hurriedly nodded and said, Yes. I was going easy on you just now. I only used 10% of my strength. Okay? Otherwise, how could you hurt me? I was just afraid that I would hit you too hard and kill you in an instant. That wouldn't be fun. Kid, I have to admit that I underestimated you a little. You do have a little bit of strength. No wonder you could complete 500 consecutive kills. That's not bad, but you're too young and a little too arrogant. This isn't a good thing. Kid, if you admit your mistake now, I can consider letting you go. You still have a chance. You might be able to complete 1,000 consecutive kills. At that time, you might have some qualifications to talk to me. As for now, you're still far from it. Even at this time, he still didn't forget to boast. Qin Shao had really never seen such a narcissistic person before. Brother Pure was also very narcissistic, but he was far from being like this. This was a classic case of puffing oneself up at one's own cost. But for some reason, Qin Shao didn't feel that young Master Yulin was very hateful. Instead, he felt that this kind of person was very funny and fun. In fact, many of these narcissistic people were not evil people. Qin Shao didn't hate such narcissistic people either. Perhaps it was because he had spent so much time with Brother Pure. So Qin Shao had always been tolerant of such narcissistic people. I see. I knew that young Master Yulin wouldn't only have this little strength. All right, young Master Yulin, let's continue. After winning so many times, I always want to lose once. Who knows, I might even need young Master Yulin to fulfill my wish today. Young Master Yulin, why don't you use some strength to fight with me? Qin Shao pursed his lips and chuckled mockingly. Young Master Yulin almost gritted his teeth. The corner of his mouth twitched violently. He gritted his teeth and said, Forget it, kid. I don't want to bully you. I already know your strength. At most, you only have 20% of my strength. If I really use some strength, I'll definitely slap you to death. Chapter 1173. Begging for mercy. Obviously, young Master Yulin knew that he couldn't defeat Qin Shao, so he wanted to escape. But he couldn't go back on his words just now, so he could only pretend to be profound. Yulin wanted to be merciful, but Qin Shao was very tactless. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, young Master Yulin. I think I can try again. Sometimes, winning or losing isn't important. What's important is that I can accumulate experience from it. To be honest, after winning for so long, I really want to experience the feeling of losing. Young Master Yulin, why don't you take this opportunity to fulfill my wish? These words made people feel like they were going crazy. Wasn't it a little too despicable? Anyway, young Master Yulin was very speechless. They had fought once just now, so young Master Yulin didn't want to continue fighting with Qin Shao. But he had no choice but to fight. The other party actually didn't want to let him go. What should he do? If he continued to fight and really lost, then there would be no turning back. If he didn't fight now, he could still cover it up. Therefore, this made young Master Yulin very depressed. How could one's shoes not get wet if they often walked by the river? Today, he had kicked a hardboard, but since he had already bragged, he couldn't be weak now. Therefore, young Master Yulin still looked at Qin Shao with an arrogant expression and said, "What's wrong, kid? Do you really want to fight with me? I started to appreciate you a little, but why do you make me hate you so much? It wasn't easy for you to achieve 500 consecutive kills. Do you really want this result to be ruined here? It's very easy for me to fulfill your wish. I just have to make a move. But you have to be clear about the price you have to pay. I really don't understand you. You just have to ask for a rebuff, right? Young man, you're still a little too arrogant." Young Master Yulin looked like an elder lecturing a junior. Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. "Look at you, you're not old." Cough. Young Master Yulin's face turned red and he stuttered a little. He retorted, Who? Who said I'm not old? I'm already 30,000 years old, okay? 30,000 years old. This is also considered big?" Qin Shao wanted to laugh out loud. Although Qin Shao was not old, he was at least 400,000 years old. In the divine realm, 30,000 years old was no different from a little brat. Qin Shao shook his head. He didn't want to waste any more time with this young Master Yulin. "All right, young Master Yulin. Since you're not going to make a move, then I'll make a move." "What?" Seeing that Qin Shao was actually so stubborn and was really going to make a move, young Master Yulin was so scared that his face turned a little pale. His heart was filled with bitterness, and he even felt like crying. The sword in Qin Zhao's hand suddenly pointed towards the sky. Suddenly, rays of light gushed out from the tip of the sword. It looked like an exploding galaxy. Endless rays of light surged out and stirred up the heaven and earth. "What is this?" Young Master Yulin was greatly shocked. The moment Qin Shao made her move, he could sense that Qin Zhao's technique was extraordinary. He could already faintly smell the impending danger. What a terrifying feeling. This feeling was even more terrifying than before. In fact, it even made young Master Yulin feel powerless. What a terrifying feeling. The rays of light brought with them endless might of the Tao of all things as they descended. They transformed into numerous invisible shackles and numerous invisible walls. Very quickly, they formed a prison that surrounded the heaven and earth, imprisoning the heaven and earth. In an instant, young Master Yulin was thrown into the prison. After being trapped in the prison, young Master Yulin attacked with all his might. However, he discovered that there was no way to break free from his prison. Instead, he was sinking deeper and deeper. The destructive power of the prison madly bombarded him, causing him to scream in pain. "What kind of technique is this?" Young Master Yulin shouted. Seeing this comical appearance, Qin Shao wanted to laugh even more. "It's just a mid-level cultivation technique. It just so happens that I haven't used it yet. Today, you can be considered the first person to experience it. Using you as a practice, it seems that the effect is quite good." This cultivation technique was called Heavenly Prison. It was a mid-level cultivation technique that Qin Shao obtained from Qidong. Although Qin Shao hadn't cultivated it for a long time, she could be considered to have just entered the door. She was able to unleash some of its power. That was why it had such power. What? A mid-level cultivation technique? You actually managed to cultivate a mid-level cultivation technique? You're a monster. After hearing this, young Master Yulin was quite shocked. Generally speaking, only a 2-star all-knowing expert could cultivate a mid-level cultivation technique successfully. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn to successfully cultivate the 1-star all-creation technique. At this moment, how could young Master Yulin not know that he had completely fallen today? "Brother Jianshanhe, please stop. If there's anything, let's talk it out. We can discuss it again." The insufferably arrogant young Master Yulin finally admitted defeat and begged for mercy. However, Qin Shao didn't pay attention to him. Instead, she smiled playfully and said, "Don't, young Master Yulin. You haven't used your strength yet. It's not fun to stop so quickly. Don't hide it. Come, 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 come. Use your true strength. That way, we can have a good fight. Even if I lose, I want to lose to my heart's content. Come, it's fine. I'm already prepared to lose." Young Master Yulin even had the thought of dying. With a long face and an ugly expression, he said, "Don't, Brother Shanha. Young Master Shanha, can I admit defeat?" Admit defeat? Hearing young Master Yulin lower his head and admit defeat, Qin Shao almost laughed out loud. This was completely different from the arrogant person just now. However, Qin Shao still continued to tease him. It's not good to admit defeat so quickly, right? Why don't we continue playing? I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore. I sincerely admit defeat, Brother Shanha. Brother Shanha, please stop. I was just bragging just now. Brother Shanha, please don't take it seriously. Young Master Yulin finally gave in completely and admitted defeat. Hearing young Master Yulin admit defeat, Qin Shao thought for a moment and stopped. Originally, Qin Shao didn't have the intention to kill young Master Yulin. He just wanted to play with him and see how long he could pretend for. Now that his lie had been exposed, it was about time to end this. All in all, Qin Shao felt that young Master Yulin was quite an interesting person, so he was willing to play with him. Qin Shao stopped, and young Master Yulin escaped the calamity. He wiped off his cold sweat and panted for a while before calming down slightly. If Qin Shao didn't stop just now, then he, young Master Yulin, would definitely die here today. After calming down, young Master Yulin didn't forget to tidy up his clothes so that he wouldn't look so disheveled. His narcissism was really deep in his bones. After tidying up, young Master Yulin regained his aura of an expert. However, when he saw Qin Shao walking over, young Master Yulin's face immediately filled with a flattering smile. He hurriedly expressed his goodwill. Brother Shanha, why are you so strong? I really have eyes, but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I kicked Brother Shanha's hardboard. No wonder Brother Shanha can kill 500 people in a row. You really live up to your name. I'm impressed. Just now, young Master Yulin was disdainful of Qin Shao. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, he would become so respectful. Such a change really made people unable to restrain their laughter. However, Qin Shao didn't care about these compliments. He waved his hand at young Master Yulin and said, "It's not that I'm strong. It's just that your strength is indeed very ordinary. I think you'd better not be so narcissistic. If you brag too much, it will be exposed sooner or later. You're lucky to have met me today. If you met someone else, then you wouldn't have such a good ending." Cough, cough. Young Master Yulin's face turned red. Well, my strength is actually not bad, right? I'm a well-known figure in our city. I'm definitely an outstanding young talent. Besides, I've never suffered a loss in a hunting ground. Today, I only suffered such a huge loss because I met you, Big Brother Shanha. My strength is not bad. Young Master Yulin's strength was indeed not bad. If he was in a small city, he could indeed be an outstanding existence. However, in Qin Zhao's eyes, he was still a little lacking. All right. If you think I'm not bad, then I'm not bad. All right, I made an exception by not killing you today. None of the prey that was originally in my hands managed to escape alive. You were the first one. All right, let's part ways here. Otherwise, I'll regret not killing you. Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to argue with young Master Yulin. However, young Master Yulin had no intention of bidding farewell to Qin Shao. Instead, he leaned forward and said, very familiarly, "Brother Shanha, don't be anxious. Let me introduce myself. My real name is Yulin. Others like to call me young Master Yulin. I'm from Xiangshan City. What about you, Brother Shanha?" Seeing young Master Yulin so close, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. He said, "Just call me Jian Shanha." Obviously, Qin Shao wasn't willing to say anything else. He still wanted to keep a low profile. Therefore, he couldn't reveal these things. Otherwise, it would probably spread very quickly. If there was a second person who knew about it, then there might be a third person who knew about it. Once the news spread, it would definitely spread rapidly. Therefore, in this aspect, Qin Shao was still quite cautious. Seeing that Qin Shao wasn't willing to say, young Master Yulin didn't give up. Instead, he continued, "Brother Shanha, just tell me. Don't worry, I'll definitely not reveal a single word to anyone. I'm a very tight-lipped person. You can rest assured and just tell me. What are you afraid of? Look, I'm not afraid of anything. We can be considered friends from an exchange of blows. Let's be friends. Actually, I'm quite easy to get along with. Don't think that I'm quite narcissistic and like to boast occasionally. In fact, after you get to know me better, you'll know that I'm actually quite low-key most of the time. Low-key. Qin Xiao really didn't think that this word had anything to do with young Master Yulin. Therefore, Qin Xiao didn't pay attention to him and left on his own. However, young Master Yulin seemed to be sticking to Qin Xiao and continued to follow him. Brother Shanhe, say a few words. Don't ignore me. I sincerely want to be friends with you. The people I respect the most are strong people like you. You're definitely a peerless genius. I, young Master Yulin, am also a peerless genius. As the saying goes, heroes appreciate each other. This should be what it's like. Hey, Brother Shanhe, don't walk so fast. Wait for me. I still have a lot to say to you. Young Master Yulin was a little talkative. He chattered nonstop with Qin Xiao and always liked to ask about this and that. Even if Qin Xiao was unwilling to say, he wouldn't let go. Qin Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. If he wanted to ask, then ask. If he wanted to follow, then follow. Chapter 1174. It was truly fate. After parting ways with young Master Yulin, Qin Xiao didn't stop. Instead, he continued to hunt. To him, the 500-kill combo was just the beginning. His goal was far more than just a 500-kill combo. Of course, as he became more and more famous, he would receive more and more attention. It would definitely be more difficult for him in the future. In the Universal Arena, one could also issue missions by spending points. Therefore, some experienced teams could come and hunt Qin Xiao. Moreover, as long as you were willing to spend points, you could get Qin Xiao's information at any time. That was equivalent to having nowhere to hide. This mode also increased the excitement of the hunting ground. Therefore, the more dangerous you were, the more trouble you would encounter and the more danger you encounter. This was also a form of invisible restraint. The more dangerous you were, the more the hunting ground would restrict you, increasing the difficulty of the hunt. The hunting ground wouldn't allow an invincible person to exist. Even at a certain point, the hunting ground itself would create some trouble for you, or give you a high reward of points to stifle you. Of course, Qin Xiao was still far from reaching that level. However, Qin Xiao had killed so many people along the way. Moreover, more than 10 teams had been trapped by Qin Xiao. Therefore, he had provoked many enemies. These enemies were the ones who were most likely to issue missions to kill Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao didn't care about these. Even if the wind and rain came more fiercely, Qin Xiao didn't care. What he wanted was this kind of training environment. It was this kind of dangerous situation. It was this kind of terrifying stimulation. Only in this way could his potential be stimulated and push him to move forward. Qin Xiao's hunting speed was basically the same. On average, there would be a battle every day. It was about the speed of obtaining 500 points in a year. 1.5 years later, Qin Xiao's points had already exceeded 800. In another half year, he should be able to complete the 1,000-kill combo. On this day, after Qin Xiao finished off a prey, he discovered that there was another one hiding in the dark. Qin Xiao made a decisive move, severely injuring the prey with one blow and forcing it out. When she saw the prey that had been forced out, Qin Xiao's sword, which was in midair, could not help but stop. She stared at the man and said, "Why is it you again?" This man turned out to be the guy who had been killed twice by Qin Xiao. It really felt like enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Speaking of which, it was really a coincidence that he would meet this guy once every half a year. He had been killed by Qin Xiao twice before. This was the third time. This situation was really strange. One must know that the hunting ground was very vast, and every time one entered, they would be randomly assigned to the hunting ground. Therefore, after dying once, there was a very small chance that they would appear in the same place as before. Most of them would appear very far away. Under such circumstances, it would be very difficult for them to encounter it twice in a short period of time. Except for the man in front of him, Qin Xiao had not encountered anyone else twice. This was the third time the man in front of him had done it. Qin Xiao was quite surprised. It was as if he was playing a game. Moreover, wasn't this too much of a joke? Anyway, Qin Shao himself was also a little speechless. The man in front of him wanted to cry, but had no tears. He looked at Qin Shao with a resentful face and said with a long face, "Jian Shanhe, how did I offend you? How did I offend you? Why are you still haunting me like a ghost? I have been killed twice by you. What else do you want? I beg you to be merciful and let me go, okay?" As he spoke, the man in front of him looked as if he was about to cry. This was really too much of a bully. How could he play like this? Was it not enough for him to be killed twice? Did he want to do it again? He only came once every half a year. How could he live well? Qin Shao said, "Don't be like this. I don't want to. You can't blame me. How about I don't kill you this time?" After killing him twice, Qin Shao did not have the heart to kill him again. He always felt that it was too cruel. After all, there was no grudge between them. There was no need to do this. Besides, the strength of the man in front of him was ordinary. Killing him would give Qin Shao 1 point and a kill. There was no other benefit. It was just a kill. Qin Shao could choose not to take it. Therefore, whether he killed him or not did not have any effect on Qin Shao at all. Seeing that the man in front of him wanted to cry but had no tears, Qin Shao was a little soft-hearted. It was better not to kill him. However, Qin Shao's kindness did not get the man's understanding. He became a little emotional and said, "Humph, don't try to lie to me. I don't believe your nonsense. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Don't think you can humiliate me. This time, I don't want you to kill me. I will kill myself. Anyway, I won't be able to leave here alive today." After saying that, the man really blew himself up. Qin Shao wanted to say something to stop him, but before he could say anything, the man had already blown himself up. There was no time to stop him. Seeing this, Qin Shao was also stunned. It took him a long time to come to his senses. He shook his head with a wry smile. This man is really miserable. I don't want him to be like this. If it were anyone else, they would probably break down. I said I wouldn't kill him, but he didn't believe me. Hey, do I look like a bad person? Qin Shao always felt that he should look like a good person. He did not look like a bad person, but there was no other way. Things had come to this, and he could not say anything more. After calming down, Qin Shao continued to hunt prey. In a cave. Swish, swish. A few silhouettes quickly approached this side, and soon, a total of 7 people had gathered. These 7 people were dressed differently, but they all looked very majestic and had the demeanor of an expert. They gave people the feeling that they were not good people. The leader of the 7 people was obviously a silver-haired man. He was so beautiful that it was as if he had walked out of a dream. This kind of beauty was enough to make any man jealous or even tempted. She had a head of silver hair and was clad in silver armor. Coupled with her slender figure and snow-white skin, she looked very beautiful. His blue eyes and eagle-like nose also looked very sharp. Looking at the badges on the 7 people's clothes, those who were knowledgeable would recognize that this was the symbol of the Silver Fox. Silver Fox was an infamous team in the hunting ground. They had quite a reputation in the hunting ground, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they caused people to tremble in fear upon hearing their name. There were many people who had fallen into Silver Fox's hands. In the hunting ground, there were countless teams like this. Moreover, the teams were also ranked. But the ranking of the teams was only recorded in the last 1,000,000 years. In other words, it must be a team that appeared in the last 1,000,000 years to be counted. If they did not appear in the last 100 years, it would not be recorded. According to the teams in the last 1,000,000 years, there was also a ranking. There were 10,000 names recorded, and this Silver Fox team was ranked in the team ranking. Although they were ranked at the bottom, they were still a team that made it into the team ranking. So, their strength could still be predicted. Boss, this financial backer is really willing to part with his capital. He actually offered 300 points for our Silver Fox to take action. It's just to kill a brat. There's no way we can refuse such a price. A burly man grinned. Immediately, another man agreed. Yes, of course we can't reject this price. Isn't it just to kill a kid who is in the limelight now? After all, he's just a kid. It hasn't even been 2 years since he entered the hunting ground. He's still very inexperienced. The hunting ground is not a place for him to behave atrociously. If he wants to become famous in the hunting ground, he has to ask if we agree to it. That kid got 500 consecutive kills. He can forget about 1,000 consecutive kills. We can't let him do what our silver fox couldn't do. 1,000 consecutive kills in the hunting ground for the first time was an extremely difficult task. Very few people could do it. For a team to do it, it was even rarer. The silver-haired man in silver armor waved his hand. Instantly, everyone quieted down and looked over. The corners of the silver-haired man's mouth curled up slightly. It was a strange and evil sneer. It was a faint smile, but it was as if he was possessed. It gave people a strange and deep feeling. All right, stop arguing. Since we've accepted this mission, we have to start moving. It wasn't easy for our Silver Fox team to make into the team ranking, but this is just the beginning. Now, we should compete for the ranking, accept more missions, and earn more points. That's what we should do. 300 points, that's a feast for me. If it's a big meal, we should eat it quickly so that we don't have to worry about it. I've also done some research on that Jian Shanhe. He's a guy with some strength. Let's not be careless. Once we let our guard down, there might be some unforeseen events. The silver-haired man in silver armor said, with an unparalleled dignity. It was a dignity that didn't allow anyone to go against. The other 6 people also listened to this dignity and didn't dare to go against it. The silver-haired man in silver armor waved his hand and pointed in a direction. Let's go. We'll just rob him over there. Looking at his route, the secluded valley is where he has to pass by. If we stop him at the secluded valley, we can easily kill him. Haha, boss. It's just killing a kid. You don't have to be so nervous. Why do we need to stop him at the secluded valley? We can just kill him directly. He's just a kid. I don't think he has the ability to escape from our hands. The muscular man didn't think much of it and said with disdain. Obviously, he didn't care about Jian Shanhe at all, since Jian Shanhe had achieved a good result of 500 consecutive kills. The silver-haired man in silver armor glanced at him coldly. Immediately, the muscular man was scared and shut up. He smiled at the silver-haired man in silver armor. I've always told you that you shouldn't be careless when facing any opponent. Even if the opponent is weak, we should take it seriously. Even a weak ant can bite an elephant. In every battle, we must be prepared to go all out. So, in this battle, we have to be careful. We can't be careless. The silver-haired man in silver armor said sternly. These words were also for the other 6 people to hear. The other 6 people nodded, as if they had been taught a lesson. In fact, they didn't know how many times they had heard these words. Although they didn't agree with it in their hearts, they obviously didn't dare to go against the silver-haired man in silver armor. They could only obey. Let's go. Chapter 1175. The Silver Fox Team Swoosh. A figure flashed past like a shadow, and did not even cause the space to fluctuate. It could be seen how exquisite the control of the body movement was. Just as he was about to enter a secluded valley, the figure suddenly stopped and moved to the side of a huge rock. Through a small gap, he looked at the secluded valley in front of him vigilantly. He seemed to be very careful. Something is wrong. There is a murderous aura in the secluded valley in front. It seems that someone is lying in ambush there. It is not easy to set up an ambush in this kind of terrain. Ordinary people lying in ambush here are easy to be detected. But if it is an expert, it is not the same. It seems that there is an expert lying in ambush there. Qin Shao frowned and thought to himself. He had been in the hunting ground for almost 2 years, and he was about to complete the 1,000 consecutive kills. Qin Shao had been in the limelight all the way. He had expected that someone would be secretly watching him. However, Qin Shao was not sure for the time being. Was the ambush in the secluded valley targeted at him, or was it just a coincidence? Qin Shao felt that the possibility of a coincidence was not high. After all, such an experienced person would not set up an ambush like this unless he was specifically targeting others. Moreover, the other party was very good at hiding. If it was not for Qin Zhao's high realm, he would not have discovered it at all. With such an elaborate ambush in such a place, was it possible that he wanted to deal with some small fish and shrimp passing by? This should be completely unnecessary. Therefore, this ambush must be targeted. However, whether it was targeted at Qin Shao or not, There was no way to be completely sure for the time being. However, Qin Xiao felt that there was an 80% to 90% chance that they were coming for him, so he was a little vigilant. Let's take this as a stumbling block in my 1,000 consecutive kills. If I can't even kick this stumbling block, it will be difficult for me to go far. In the past 2 years of training in the hunting ground, I have improved a lot in all aspects. I have accumulated a lot of experience in the various applications of the myriad things doctrine. The 3 intermediate cultivation methods that Qidong gave me have also been cultivated to a certain degree. They can be of great use in battle. It's true that killing some small fries doesn't have much meaning. It's just collecting some heads. I still need some challenging battles to motivate me. Then let's do it. Qin Zhao's heart surged with a strong desire to fight. His eyes flashed with a sharp dim light. Burn, battle intent. Qin Zhao's figure flickered as he rushed toward the secluded valley. The secluded valley seemed peaceful and tranquil, but it was filled with murderous intent. A sturdy figure was hiding in a tree hole. The outside of the tree hole was covered by a thick thicket of trees. The concealment was very good. Even if one was close enough, it would be difficult to detect that there was a person hiding inside. The remaining aura in the air had long been erased, so unless one was very experienced, they would not be able to discover it at all. The sturdy man's black and shiny eyes scanned the secluded valley. He was the outpost, so the entire secluded valley was within his line of sight. As long as there was a small ant, it would be difficult for it to escape his eyes. When he was bored, the sturdy man transmitted his voice to the others. Calculating the time, this kid should be here soon. Why hasn't he appeared yet? We have been guarding here for almost a day. Mountain, don't worry. What will come will come. Just keep an eye on him. Don't let him slip away. A voice was transmitted over. The sturdy man, Mountain, immediately replied, Tisk, he's just a kid. How can I let him slip away under my nose? Then I, Mountain, will have wasted my years. Not to mention a kid, as long as he is targeted by me, even if he is on the yellow board, he will not be able to slip away. Hey, Mountain, when can you change your bad habit of bragging? If an expert from the yellow board really comes, then we have to think about it carefully. Those who can make it to the Huang board are not easy to provoke. That voice had a hint of sarcasm. Bah, Lu Laosi, why do you only know how to boost the morale of others and diminish our prestige? So what if he is on the yellow board? Silver Wolf is also on the battle team list. Do you think we are afraid of an expert on the yellow board? If you're not convinced, ask an expert on the yellow board to come and have a try. Silver Wolf will definitely defeat him. Mountain was not convinced. Suddenly, a somewhat dignified voice was heard. Well, stop quarreling. Concentrate on what you are doing. The prey should be appearing soon. Since the boss had spoken, everyone naturally stopped quarreling. Mountain laughed embarrassedly. Boss, we are just playing to kill time. Don't worry, boss. I am watching. He can't slip away. Just after he finished speaking, Mountain vaguely felt that something was wrong. It seemed that he smelled a trace of danger. Yes, it was a trace of danger. Strange. Why would there be a trace of danger? Something was wrong. If there was any movement, even if he did not find it, the others should have found it. They were hiding here. Could there be danger in front of them? If that was the case, then the Silver Fox battle team had been in vain for so many years. This feeling made Mountain wonder if it was an illusion. However, before he had time to think, a cold dim light attacked him rapidly. This dim light was extremely cold and terrifying. The extremely cold Tao of all things attacked. The sharpness of the Tao of all things was used to an extremely terrifying extent. The power of all things condensed into a point. The supreme Tao of all things condensed into a sharp light. It turned into a sword and attacked. All the power of the Tao of all things converged on the tip of the sword. It attacked in extremely fast speed, leaving only a blurry shadow in the air. Fast. Extremely fast. Even a one-star master of all things could not catch it. It was so fast that people could not react in time. Therefore, before Mountain could react, the sharp light had arrived in front of him. This sudden killing intent frightened Big Mountain quite a bit. His face turned pale instantly and became very ugly. Danger! Danger! The change here immediately made the other members of the Silver Fox battle team come to their senses. One by one, They rushed over to help Mountain. However, it was obviously too late. Mountain, be careful. Dodge. Mountain. The other members of the Silver Fox battle team became anxious. Mountain complained in his heart. How could he not want to dodge? However, he could not dodge at all. Damn it. Therefore, Mountain could only clench his teeth and let out a roar. He could only try his best to block the power of the sword. Trying to dodge? It's too late. Die. The person who launched the sudden attack was none other than Qin Shao. Before Qin Shao entered the secluded valley, he noticed that something was wrong. He knew that someone was ambushing him here. Therefore, Qin Shao was naturally alert. In terms of concealment, how could the Silver Fox battle team be compared to Qin Shao, who had rich experience? Although he did not bring his strength in the realm of gods, his vision, experience, and the use of some skills were all brought in. Once these skills were used, they naturally had a miraculous effect. Therefore, it was not surprising that Qin Shao could get close to Mountain quietly without being discovered by the Silver Fox battle team. After getting close to Mountain, Qin Shao suddenly launched a fierce attack. How could Mountain dodge it? How could he withstand it? Therefore, at this moment, he could only attack in a panic. However, in a panic, he could not exert his strength at all. Qin Shao did not give him any time to defend. Qin Zhao's sword, with the sharpness of the Dao, came for the kill. Poof! Qin Zhao's sword was too sharp. Qin Zhao's sword easily pierced through Mountain's attack. Then, without any obstruction, the sword pierced into Mountain's body and tore his divine body apart. As soon as the sword entered his body, Mountain screamed in pain. He could smell the aura of death. The sharpness of the Dao contained in the sword suddenly exploded. With an unstoppable force, it destroyed Mountain's divine body. Without any resistance, Mountain could only watch helplessly as his divine body was destroyed rapidly. Bit by bit, his vitality was draining away rapidly. I'm going to die. What? How could he be so strong? When the other 6 members of the Silver Fox battle team saw this scene, they were shocked. When they saw Qin Shao suddenly come out, they had a very bad premonition. They already understood that they had greatly underestimated Jian Shanhe and made a big mistake. Jian Shanhe's strength was far from what they had underestimated. Just the fact that he was able to approach them without making a sound was already very terrifying. At this moment, when they saw that Jian Shanhe could kill Mountain with one strike, they were even more shocked and broke out in cold sweat. What a powerful strike! What a powerful strike! This was definitely a middle-grade cultivation skill. Moreover, the level of application had reached a very high level. His precise counter-control had reached a very high level. From all aspects, the person in front of them was an expert, a real expert. With such strength, he should be at the level of the yellow board. Mountain could not resist at all. He could not even struggle. Soon, he died under Qin Zhao's sword. When they saw that Mountain was dead, the expressions of the 6 members of the Silver Fox battle team turned cold. Although it was not a big deal to die in the hunting ground, and they could be revived immediately, their pride and dignity were mercilessly crushed by Qin Zhao's sword. Their confidence was shattered by the attack. It seemed that this battle was far more difficult than they had imagined. However, their arrogance was completely aroused. Mountain was dead. They had to fight this battle. They had to avenge Mountain. They had to prove the name of the Silver Fox battle team. Since they had accepted this mission, they had to complete it. Otherwise, the Silver Fox battle team would be nailed to the pillar of shame. This was something that they could not allow. The Silver Fox battle team was a recognized battle team on the battle team ranking. A defeat could possibly knock them down from the battle team ranking. With this honor, they could not afford to make any mistakes. Therefore, they were determined to win this battle. Even if they had to fight to the death, they had to fight and win. A strong fighting spirit and a strong killing intent gushed out like a raging sea. The 6 of them stared at Qin Shao as if they wanted to eat him alive. Qin Shao looked at the 6 of them calmly. He curled his lips and said casually, "So it's the Silver Fox battle team. I was wondering who could hide so well. It's no surprise that it's the Silver Fox battle team. It seems that you have set up an ambush here to deal with me." Chapter 1176. Battle with Silver Fox. Qin Shao knew about the Silver Fox battle team. It was one of the top 10,000 battle teams in the hunting zone. Although none of the 7 members of the Silver Fox battle team was an expert on the yellow list, the battle team paid attention to the cooperation of the team and the coordination of tactics. When the 7 of them worked together, the deterrent force was terrifying. Qin Xiao was getting more and more curious. Just what kind of person would be able to do such a thing? It must have cost a lot to hire the Silver Fox battle team to hunt him down. Could be the unlucky guy who died 3 times in his hands? It shouldn't be. He didn't plan to kill him the last time. Jian Shanhe, you don't need to know. Good boy, you're quite smart. We hid so well, but you still found us in advance. Furthermore, they were able to sneak into our hinterland and launch a sneak attack on us. This move of yours is quite ruthless. Even Deshaun fell in your hands. The one who spoke was a short man. His appearance was ugly and ferocious, and he had a fiendish appearance. Qin Xiao wondered what kind of person liked such an appearance. With one look, one could tell that this person was definitely not a kind person. He was definitely an extremely vicious person. His name was Lu Laosi. It wasn't because he was the 4th in the battle team. Everyone was used to calling him Lu Laosi. Lu Laosi usually liked to bicker with Dashan. When he saw Dashan die in Qin Xiao's hands, he was furious and wanted to avenge Dashan. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, I'm just curious. With the reputation and strength of the Silver Fox battle team, why would you ambush me here so carefully? You think too highly of me, don't you? I wonder how much my head is worth now. Let me guess. 200 points? Lu Laosi said with a fierce face. Humph. I thought it wouldn't take so much effort to kill a young boy like you. It seems that we miscalculated this time. Even if we ambush you here, you still attacked us. No wonder someone is willing to pay 300 points for your life. 300 points? Qin Xiao had thought that 200 points was already very high. She did not expect it to be 300 points. One had to know that he had worked hard in the hunting ground for more than half a year to accumulate 300 points. Moreover, his various aspects were not comparable to the average person. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to accumulate 300 points in the hunting field. Therefore, 300 points was definitely a high price. If he used these 300 points, he could do a lot of things in the universal arena. He could even exchange them for a lot of rewards. However, he did not expect that someone would offer 300 points to the Silver Fox team to kill him. Qin Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. How big of a grudge is this? To be willing to pay 300 points, it is indeed a good move. Dying once would only result in a deduction of 1 point. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to achieve 1,000 consecutive kills, I would have been willing to exchange my life for these 300 points. You can't really kill me, so there's no need for that, right? Qin Xiao shook her head. After all, the Myriad Arena was an illusory world. So what if one died 1,000 times? In reality, there was no effect at all. Dying once would only result in a deduction of 1 point. If some people had too many points deducted, they could just enter with a new identity. Therefore, very few people would bring hatred into the killings in the universal arena. Life and death were only a measure of strength. If you died, you could only blame yourself for being inferior. Who could you blame? It was also because of this that one could kill to their heart's content in the universal arena. Moreover, most of the people who entered the universal arena used fake identities. Therefore, as long as you did not say anything, no one would know your identity. Under such circumstances, no matter how many people you killed in the universal arena, no one in reality would know. It was precisely because there were so many peculiarities that the atmosphere in the universal arena was very good. The killing atmosphere in the hunting ground was very intense. This place was a paradise for killing. Everyone came here to kill. They could kill without fear and without regard for anything. If they killed in the universal core world, it would definitely cause people to be cautious. They would probably attract a lot of enemies. Moreover, if the impact was too great, even the Universal Palace would intervene. It was because there were many restrictions in the universal core world that people had a strong desire to enter the universal arena. They desired to kill. It was a way to release the repressed emotions in their hearts. The universal arena was a free world. It allowed you to unleash your inner world to your heart's content. There were relatively few people who made enemies in the universal arena. Moreover, it was useless to make enemies. No one knew each other in reality. It's none of our business how great the hatred is. I thought it would be easy to earn 300 points to kill you. Now it seems that we have taken a loss in this mission. Your life is worth more than 300 points, Lu Laosi said sinisterly. Silver Fox's 6 people were also ready to attack at any time. After the incident just now, the 6 of them did not dare to be careless. They all became alert and treated Qin Xiao as a real opponent. They had to give it their all. Qin Xiao curled his lips and leaned against a tree. He looked at Silver Fox's 6 people with a faint smile and said, "Actually, I also think that your lives are worth more than 300 points. So, why don't you give me the 300 points and we'll call it a day? We can also avoid a fight." In the eyes of Silver Fox's 6 people, such words were undoubtedly a provocation. A great provocation. Therefore, how could the 6 of them tolerate it? All of them were furious. "Kid, you're so arrogant. Humph, don't think that you're great just because you got 500 consecutive kills. The hunting ground is not a place where you can behave atrociously. In front of the Silver Fox battle team, you can't be so presumptuous. Today, our Silver Fox battle team will take your life. If you know what's good for you, you can end your own life now. It'll be less painful. If you don't know what's good for you, we'll naturally kill you." Lu Laosi jumped up in exasperation and pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and scolded him. Such provocation was also a kind of humiliation to the Silver Fox battle team. How could the Silver Fox battle team be humiliated by others? Qin Xiao shrugged his shoulders with a regretful look. "Looks like it's really hard to be a good person these days. I wanted to let you guys go, but it seems like I can't. All right then, since you guys insist on fighting, then let's fight. It's just as well. I want to have a good fight too. Indeed, I haven't met any decent opponents along the way. I believe that your Silver Fox battle team will be worthy for me to sharpen my sword." Sharpen his sword? Use the Silver Fox battle team to sharpen his sword? Arrogant. Arrogant kid, you're courting death. Go to hell. Kill him. Qin Zhao's words completely infuriated the 6 members of the Silver Fox battle team. All of them jumped up in anger and charged towards Qin Xiao ferociously. The leader of the Silver Fox battle team, Bo's expression became colder and colder. His eyes were cold and eerie. He didn't say a word, but his silence also showed his calmness. "Everyone, be careful. Pay attention to cooperation. Don't be too careless. Don't repeat Big Mountain's mistake," Bo reminded everyone through telepathy. Bo didn't take the lead. Instead, he charged towards Qin Xiao from the back. However, it was obvious that he was the most lethal weapon. He was waiting for an opportunity to strike. Once he found an opportunity, he would strike at lightning speed and catch Qin Xiao off guard. Old Lu and the other 4 charged towards Qin Xiao from 5 different directions. Their footsteps were very synchronized, and their cooperation was very tacit. The 5 of them attacked from 5 different directions at the same time. Light surged and Tao might rumbled, locking down the heavens and earth. Rays of terrifying light surged out, and strange scenes were shot out from the 5 of them. Endless Tao might of all things surged in the heavens and earth, and the 4 seas rose. It was mighty and had the power to destroy the world. The eerie light turned into terrifying attacks. Moreover, the methods were different and the way they were used were also different. However, each of them was extremely terrifying. They were all capable of taking one's life. Moreover, they cooperated very well. There were binding techniques, attacking techniques, entangling techniques, hallucinating techniques, and strange techniques. When different techniques were used together, they formed an unbreakable prison, trapping Qin Xiao to death. The crazy bombardment of various techniques was indeed terrifying. The destructive power was extremely strong. Qin Xiao was prepared. He knew that the Silver Fox battle team was not ordinary, so he naturally did not dare to be careless. "You came at the right time. I'll let you have a taste of my afterimage kill." Qin Xiao became even crazier, and his fighting spirit was burning. Afterimage kill was a middle-grade cultivation skill. It was also the most powerful of the 3 middle-grade cultivation skills that Qi Dong had given him. Just now, Qin Xiao had sneakily attacked Mountain and killed him with one move. It was this afterimage kill that made him unable to defend himself. Cultivation skills were a form of embodiment of the Tao of all things. Theoretically speaking, a middle-grade cultivation skill corresponded to the middle-grade cultivation skill of all things. Theoretically speaking, it should be something that only a 2-star all things master could cultivate. However, Qin Shao could be said to be an exception. Although he had not reached the middle-grade cultivation skill of all things, he had used some ingenious techniques to cultivate some power. Although he could not unleash the true power of this middle-grade cultivation skill, he could still unleash about 30% of it. 30% of its power was not small at all. It was naturally a terrifying killing move to deal with a 1-star all things master. It was precisely because of this that Qin Zhao's afterimage kill was able to directly slash Dashin under his sword. Mountain strength was definitely not weak. It could even be said that he was quite strong. At least, he was about the same level as young Master Yulin. His strength was even above Xiantai Peak and the rest. He was definitely an expert. If he was placed in a city, he could be a young talent. However, under Qin Zhao's sword, he could not withstand a single blow. Of course, there was a miraculous effect of sneak attacks. At this moment, facing the joint attack of Old Liu and the rest, Qin Zhao's fighting spirit was incomparably high. Afterimage kill was pushed to the extreme. Although the cooperation of the 5 could be said to be flawless and impeccable, there were no weaknesses in all aspects. However, this was only relative. Nothing in the world could reach absolute perfection. To pick a bone in a big egg and to pick a flaw from perfection, this required an extraordinary vision. How high was Qin Zhao's vision? How much experience did he have? Therefore, facing the attacks of the 5, Qin Zhao naturally found some ingenious ways to deal with them. He avoided the important points and focused on the trivial points. He cleverly dodged some attacks, and then attacked accurately from the weak points. No matter how vicious the attacks were, if they could not hit Qin Zhao, it would be useless and would not pose any threat. Chapter 1177. Hunting this lady was called Red Fox, the only female in the Silver Fox battle team. In terms of strength, she was relatively weak. Qin Zhao broke through the obstacles and arrived in front of Red Fox. He curled his lips and said, "I'm sorry, lady. If we were in the real world, I wouldn't kill you so easily. However, in this hunting ground, it doesn't matter. So, sorry for the offense." Seeing Qin Zhao arrive in front of her, Red Fox's beautiful face instantly turned pale. The shock at her heart wasn't small. Jian Shanhe was actually able to break through the encirclement of the 5 of them. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of her and caught her off guard. Under such circumstances, if she wanted to resist, she immediately felt a little pale and powerless. In terms of strength, Red Fox knew her own limits. Even Dashin was killed by Jian Shanhe with a single slash. She definitely couldn't defeat Jian Shanhe. Moreover, Jian Shanhe's sword was extremely sharp and terrifying. When the sword slashed down, it carried with it a destructive force that wanted to tear everything apart. It was unstoppable. She couldn't block it. Red Fox, be careful. Despicable brat, you actually broke through our encirclement so easily. Lu Laosi and the other 3 saw Qin Zhao easily arriving in front of Red Fox and wanted to use the method of killing her one by one. If the Red Fox were to die in the hands of Jian Shanhe, then the situation would be far from good. Therefore, they naturally became anxious at this moment. However, the 4 of them were in different directions and had no way to rescue her. Oomph! A cold snort abruptly resounded. A figure suddenly rushed out. It was unknown where this figure had come from. It was very strange. In an instant, he stood in front of Red Fox and blocked Qin Zhao's attack. The person who charged out was naturally none other than Yinbo. As the leader of the Silver Fox battle team, the core figure of the team and the leader of the spirit, Yinbo's strength was naturally unquestionable. Based on his individual strength, he should be at the level of the yellow board. It was only a matter of time before he got on the yellow board. The yellow board, to a certain extent, could represent one's strength. However, it wasn't completely accurate. After all, the yellow board could be accumulated over time. Therefore, the longer one stayed in the universal arena, the more advantage one would have. Therefore, some people who were not on the yellow board did not mean that they did not have the strength to be on the yellow board. The Huang board actually represented a kind of honor, a great honor that was accumulated over time. The Huang board was still unable to determine their true strength. Just like Qin Xiao, he had the strength to be on the yellow board, but he was still far from being on the yellow board. After all, he hadn't even stayed in the Myriad Arena for 2 full years. It would be strange if he could make it to the yellow board in such a short time. Unless everyone gathered together and allowed Qin Xiao to kill them without any resistance, it was still possible to deliver Qin Xiao's head. However, such a thing was obviously not going to happen. Inho held a silver spear in his hand. The silver spear spun rapidly in the air, forming a huge whirlpool. Meanwhile, this huge vortex seemed to have opened up a passage to the other side, allowing the endless Tao, might of all things on the other side, to surge out in all types of forms. Be it a huge beast, a blade or a spear, or a mountain rock, suddenly, a vision appeared and streaks of terrifying power surged out. Such a formation seemed to want to annihilate and devour Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's sword was like a ray of light in the darkness, crushing the endless darkness. All the power, all the phenomena, all the methods, all the darkness, all the might of the Tao, all of it collapsed and dissipated before Qin Xiao's sword. The blade slashed down and cut through everything. This was an extreme use of the Tao might of all things, and it was extremely powerful. Inho's strength was also very strong. The technique he used was also a middle-grade cultivation skill. However, his cultivation level was obviously not as high as Qin Xiao's. Moreover, his grasp of timing and control of the situation was obviously much weaker than Qin Xiao's. Therefore, in the battle between the two, Qin Xiao naturally gained the upper hand easily and suppressed Inho. Clang! As the two of them clashed, the powerful Tao might forced Inho to retreat. Obviously, he was at a disadvantage. What? Boss can't stop that kid. That Jin Shanha is definitely not a newbie. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? That kid, who is he? Is our silver fox going to kick a hard board today? Don't be stunned. Go and calm boss down. I don't believe that the 6 of us can't suppress him. After Lu Laosi and the other 3 recovered from their shock, they charged over one by one. The current situation was obvious. Based on individual strength, no one could match up to Qin Xiao. Therefore, they had to work together as a team. Otherwise, the Silver Fox battle team would definitely be unlucky in this battle. After forcing Inho to retreat, Qin Xiao did not hesitate and continued to charge towards the Red Fox. To destroy a battle team, one could only use the method of defeating them one by one. Otherwise, once the 6 of them worked together, Qin Xiao's chances would be lower. Now that the 6 of them had not fully realized the situation, Qin Xiao had a chance to defeat them. There was a great opportunity in front of him. Therefore, Qin Xiao did not care about showing mercy to the fairer sex. He wanted to kill the Red Fox first. After killing the Red Fox, the pressure would be much lighter. After tearing a hole, he could slowly devour her. Red Fox, retreat. At this moment, Inho was also somewhat anxious and quickly shouted. The Red Fox also smelled the approaching danger. However, how could it be so easy for her to retreat now? Inho attacked with all his might. Lu Laosi and the other 3 also attacked with all their might. They used all their techniques to prevent Qin Xiao from killing the Red Fox. With one less person, the Silver Fox battle team would lose a portion of their strength. The Red Fox wanted to escape, but Qin Xiao did not give her the chance. As soon as she retreated, she discovered that pillars of energy had appeared all around her. Strange phenomena had appeared one after another. Very quickly, a prison completely imprisoned the area where the Red Fox was, forming a heavenly prison. This was the technique of Qin Xiao's intermediate cultivation technique, heavenly prison. It was very powerful to trap and kill the enemy. It made the enemy unable to escape, and there was no way for them to escape. In these 2 years in the hunting ground, Qin Xiao had used the heavenly prison many times to kill his prey. It always had good results. Once this technique was used, it was enough to trap and kill the opponent. Therefore, it was very terrifying. After being trapped in the heavenly prison, The red fox attacked with all her might, wanting to break out of the heavenly prison. However, her strength was still weak. Therefore, she had no way to break out. She had no way to get out. The more she resisted, the more terrifying the heavenly prison's devouring power was. The faster she died. It was as if she was trapped in the heavenly punishment. Unable to resist, she could only obediently wait for death. Good technique. I didn't expect you to have cultivated 2 middle-grade cultivation methods. Moreover, both of them are quite powerful. I really underestimated you. Inbo's cold face couldn't help but have a hint of admiration. It was really too difficult for a 1-star all-creation technique to cultivate intermediate cultivation techniques. He had also cultivated an intermediate cultivation technique. Therefore, he had experienced it personally. Just cultivating one intermediate cultivation technique was difficult enough. He had used up a lot of energy before he finally cultivated some power. However, cultivating another intermediate cultivation technique would be even more difficult. It was so difficult that he immediately gave up on the idea. It was better to wait until he became a 2-star all-creation technique before cultivating intermediate cultivation techniques. That would be more practical. Crossing realms to cultivate was indeed an inhumane thing to do. Inho charged forward again. At the same time, he said to Lu Laosi and the other 3, "I'll block Jian Shanha. You guys hurry up and save the red fox." Lu Laosi and the other 3 originally wanted to lend Inho a hand. The 5 of them combined their strength to deal with Qin Shao. However, after hearing Inho's order, they could only turn around and charge towards the red fox. If they did not save the red fox, she would obviously die in the heavenly prison. Therefore, her life was at stake. "Inho, you can't stop me." Qin Zhao's lips curled into a smile. The sword in his hand charged towards Inho. Inho's face was filled with determination. Instead of retreating, he charged towards Qin Shao. At that moment, he could only buy time for Lu Laosi and the other 3. He unleashed all of his techniques. He brought the surging Tao of all creation to attack. He did not hold back at all. He wanted to stir up the wind and clouds in this area. It was as though he wanted to shock the heavens and earth. His long spear was like the sharp weapon of the ancient god of war. It could shock the heavens and earth. Wherever the long spear went, it was invincible. Clang! Qin Zhao's sword was like an extreme point of sharpness. The sharpness of the Tao of all creation turned into an extreme point. The extreme point was at the tip of the sword. The tip of the sword hit Inho's long spear heavily. Boundless Tao of all creation exploded instantly. It was as though it could destroy the heavens and earth. Everything that stood in its way would be destroyed. Everything that stood in its way would be destroyed. Everything that stood in its way would be suppressed. This was Qin Zhao's afterimage kill. It was as fast as afterimages and as sharp as the extreme point. Inho was pushed back once again. However, this time around, Inho was prepared. He did not care about anything else and fought with his life on the line. Although he was pushed back, he still tried his best to block Qin Zhao's path. However, Qin Shao had expected that Inho would do that. Hence, after he pushed Inho back, he moved and turned into a shadow. He swept across the void and arrived in front of Red Fox in an instant. At that moment, Lu Laosi and the other 3 had arrived as well. They were prepared to attack together. They wanted to break through the heaven prison cell and rescue Red Fox. However, Qin Zhao's arrival naturally shattered their fantasy. Qin Shao naturally would not give them the chance to rescue Red Fox. Qin Zhao's sword slashed out. Terrifying Tao of all creation gushed out and roared. It turned into rays of sharp light and attacked the 4 of them. Not good. Retreat. Danger. The 4 of them had a drastic change of expression. They instantly sensed danger and knew that the situation was not good. However, it was too late for them to retreat. Rays of sharp light slashed down heavily. The 4 of them who were retreating could only face the attack with all their might. Boom, 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 boom. For powerful forces slammed down and forced Lu Laosi and the other 3 to retreat. Their divine bodies were shaken and they were badly injured. They flew far away and looked miserable. On the other hand, Red Fox had lost her last chance. How could she survive? She died in the heaven prison cell very quickly. Chapter 1178. Fight to the end, Red Fox is dead. They watched as Red Fox was killed by Qin Shao. However, they could not do anything about it. This feeling was really unbearable. The Silver Fox battle team could be said to have been triumphant all the way in the hunting ground. They made it all the way to the top of the battle team rankings. How strong was their pride? When had their dignity ever been infringed upon? However, today it was ruthlessly trampled on by others. Mountain was dead. Now, Red Fox was also dead. They could only watch helplessly. They could not do anything about it. There was no way to stop it. To the members of the Silver Fox battle team, this was simply a great humiliation. Bo and the other four could feel Qin Zhao's powerful strength. He was indeed a tough nut to crack. It would not be easy to deal with him. After getting rid of another one, the situation naturally became much easier for Qin Shao. With two less people, the overall combat power of the Silver Fox battle team would be greatly weakened. They might not even be left with 60% of their original strength. If Qin Shao adopted the strategy of ambushing and defeating them one by one, it would be more difficult for him to win against the Silver Fox battle team. Even if he could still win in the end, he would definitely have to pay a price. It would take time to wear him down. In a battle, strength was one aspect. The application of experience and skills was also very important. Qin Shao looked at Bo and the other four with high fighting spirit. He said, "Come, let's have a good fight now." Bo and the other four looked at each other. They had a tacit understanding and unsheathed their swords. Kill. The five of them attacked at the same time. They were extremely precise. 5 destructive forces rushed towards Qin Shao from 5 directions at the same time. The Tao of all things could destroy everything. A strange brilliance could destroy heaven and earth. Light was completely devoured. Darkness instantly shrouded the entire world. The aura of death seemed to have rushed out from the netherworld realm and occupied this part of the world. The 5 of them used all their means. They went all out and unleashed all of their strength. All kinds of means were used. It was as if demons were dancing, dazzling brilliance. Every ray of light was like a blade that could destroy the world. Being trapped by the 5 of them, Qin Shao felt as if she had fallen into a prison of death, just like the desperate situation that the Red Fox had faced earlier. Clearly, Bo and the other 4 were very smart. They knew that Qin Shao was strong, so they didn't confront Qin Shao directly. Instead, they trapped Qin Shao first. First, they had to make sure that Qin Shao was trapped in their circle and then slowly kill her. They couldn't let Qin Shao break out of this circle. They wanted to control the situation. Once they lost control of the situation, the outcome would be the same as before. The 5 of them were unable to stop Qin Shao even if they joined forces. Instead, Qin Shao had killed the Red Fox right under their noses. Learning from mistakes of their predecessors, they also changed their strategic thinking and did not want to repeat the same mistakes. Therefore, right from the start, their main focus was to trap Qin Shao. All of their means were meant to trap Qin Shao. First, they had to trap her and prevent her from escaping. Then, it would be much easier to deal with her slowly. Otherwise, once the formation was disrupted, the power of the formation would lose its advantage. Without that advantage, the Silver Fox battle team would definitely lose today. Bo and the others naturally wouldn't allow such a situation to happen. All kinds of means were used, forming a prison of heaven and earth. Qin Shao curled her lips. Is this called giving someone a taste of their own medicine? Just now, I used this move to deal with the Red Fox. Now, they're using the same move to deal with me? The Silver Fox battle team still has some strength. To be able to make it to the battle team ranking, they indeed deserve their reputation. Unfortunately, the current Silver Fox is no longer a complete Silver Fox. Silver Fox's battle power has been greatly reduced with the loss of 2 members. If it was a complete Silver Fox, she might really be able to trap me. Obviously, it's difficult to take care of everything when 5 people attack together. There's still some weaknesses that are exposed. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it, but how high was Qin Zhao's vision? Even if it was a little weak point that was hidden deeply, he would be able to find it with a single glance. Qin Zhao's figure suddenly became extremely strange in the air. It was faintly discernible, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right. Amidst this strangeness, he was able to penetrate layer after layer of restraints and break through the weak spots. Then, he was able to break out of the terrifying prison. What? He's going to rush out? How can this be? How could he break out of the prison formed by the combined efforts of the five of us? Who the hell is this? Is he really someone on the yellow board? We can't be so unlucky, right? Lou Lousy and the others were shocked. It was really hard for them to believe what they saw in front of them. It was really hard for them to accept such a situation. They were the famous Silver Fox battle team, an extremely strong battle team that had killed their way into the battle team rankings. In a hunting ground, they had an extremely great reputation, and their name was illustrious. When they attacked, they would never fail. However, they didn't expect that they would really fall today. So powerful, to be able to break through our prison so exquisitely. His control of all aspect has reached an extremely high level. It's really hard to imagine that a one-star all-knowing could be so strong. He has reached an extremely high level in all aspects. What kind of monster is he? Imbo was also shocked. He thought that he was also a peerless genius. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was a monster. However, he didn't expect that there would be someone who was more monstrous than him. He couldn't help but be impressed. Hence, Imbo was certain that this Jian Shanha definitely had a strong background. He was definitely an outstanding disciple of the 100 Warlords' forces. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so strong. With such strength, he could definitely get on the yellow board easily. So strong, he's really strong. He had to be impressed. Although his family's strength was close to the level of the 100 Warlords, it wasn't the 100 Warlords' forces after all. He would always be a level lower and weaker. However, no matter how powerful he was, the situation had already reached such a stage. There was no turning back. They could only stop with a battle. Retreat. There was nowhere to retreat. Only by fighting could they stop the battle. Brothers, let's go all out. Inho gritted his teeth and uttered a resolute sentence. This sentence also showed the situation of the situation. If they were to fight with their lives, the situation was obviously not good. Fight. Isn't it just dying once? Only 1 point will be deducted. Kill. Elder Lu and the other three became bloodthirsty and crazy. Since they weren't going to fight for the reward for consecutive kills, it didn't matter. Dying once would only result in a deduction of 1 point. Such a small loss was insignificant to them. It was just that they felt uncomfortable after being killed once. Other than that, there was nothing else. Imbo and the other four had no other choice but to fight with their lives. All of them became extremely crazy. This kind of crazy and suicidal fighting style was naturally the most terrifying. The five of them pounced forward one by one, using their lives to fight. Qin Shao naturally didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. This kind of fighting style could really bite off a few pieces of his flesh. It's rare for you guys to go crazy. Then I'll go crazy with you guys today. Such craziness stimulated Qin Shao instead. It aroused Qin Zhao's passion and hot blood, surging violently. Under the monstrous fighting spirit, Qin Shao also went crazy. If they wanted to fight head-on, then so be it. Qin Shao repeatedly performed after-image kill and sky prison. Although the power of these two middle-grade cultivation techniques was only 20 to 30%, when performed by Qin Shao, it was always just right and accurate. This was the most important and most terrifying thing. Just like a small stone, if it was casually thrown at an ordinary mortal, it definitely wouldn't hurt. At most, it would just scratch an itch. However, if this stone were to accurately strike the vital point of this ordinary mortal being, then it was possible to kill him in one strike. And this was also a manifestation of one's methods. No matter how skillful one's methods were, if one's control wasn't precise enough and couldn't hit the opponent, then it would be useless. Qin Zhao's experience and control in this aspect obviously completely crushed Imbo and the other four. So, every time Qin Shao attacked, he was very accurate and could hit the vital points of Imbo and the other four. And Qin Shao was always able to skillfully avoid the attacks of Imbo and the other four, reducing the damage to the minimum. In this way, Qin Shao could naturally use the smallest price to exchange for the biggest reward. So in this kind of battle, The situation was completely under Qin Zhao's control. Although Yin Bo and the other four tried their best to turn the situation around, in terms of control, how could they possibly be Qin Zhao's opponent? If they were placed in the divine realm, they would at most be equivalent to a slightly injured fourth step heavenly god. But Qin Zhao's level had reached the dominator level. The huge difference in level was simply impossible to make up for. So, even though Yin Bo and the other four were crazily trying their best, it was difficult for them to hurt Qin Zhao. Even when they were hurt, it was only a small injury. But when Qin Zhao's power hit their bodies, it was a serious injury. So very quickly, Lu Laozi and the other three were all heavily injured. More than half of their divine bodies were shattered by Qin Zhao. Their situation wasn't good. Yin Bo's situation was a little better, but not by much. Pooh! Qin Zhao's sword suddenly pierced through Lu Laozi's divine body, like an afterimage. The destructive power burned and devoured Lu Laozi's divine body. After Lu Laozi let out a final ferocious roar, he turned into nothingness and died under Qin Zhao's sword. Lu Laozi's death made the battle even crazier and more bloodthirsty. And under this craziness, bloodshed occurred frequently. Die. Another person died under Qin Zhao's sword. The fewer people the Silver Fox battle team had, the less pressure Qin Zhao had, and the easier it was for him to kill his enemies. The remaining 3 people didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Obviously, they wanted to fight to the death. So much so that one of them charged forward madly, wanting to use the most brutal method to deal with Qin Zhao. But Qin Zhao didn't give him the chance. Instead, he used the heavenly prison to lock him up, making it impossible for him to escape. Another person fell. Soon, only 2 people were left in the Silver Fox battle team. Yin Bo's blood splattered across the sky. Although he was in a sorry state, his fighting spirit didn't decrease. Rumble. Another person died under Qin Zhao's hands. This was the 6th person. Only Yin Bo was left in the Silver Fox battle team. Yin Bo was also heavily injured and didn't have much fighting strength left. Chapter 1179. Famous again, he built the Silver Fox battle team single-handedly. From nothing to being ranked in the battle team rankings, he had put in a lot of effort over the years. He single-handedly brought up his team and led everyone to grow and become stronger. Bit by bit, his battle team formed a terrifying fighting power. In the hunting ground, they only used less than 30,000 years to be ranked in the battle team rankings. This result was definitely something to be proud of. It definitely made them proud. It definitely gave them a limitless halo. In the Universal Arena world, there were probably not many people who didn't know about the Silver Fox battle team. For the Silver Fox battle team to have today's achievement, Yin Bo naturally contributed greatly. If he was given more time, he was confident that he could get into the yellow board. This wasn't blind confidence. This was absolute confidence. He was even confident that if he was given another 10,000 years, he would have some confidence to become a 2-star universal expert. Today's defeat had indeed deeply provoked Yin Bo and hurt him. Such a huge sense of defeat was really unbearable. Facing defeat, how many people could let it go? How could they face it calmly? Everyone had their own pride. Everyone had their own pride. Even for Qin Zhao, it was hard for him to accept defeat. The more talented he was, the stronger he was, the stronger his desire to excel. The stronger he was, the more he couldn't accept defeat. Jian Shanhe, are you really a newbie? Yin Bo stared coldly at Qin Zhao and asked. By newbie, he meant that it was Qin Zhao's first time entering the Universal Arena. It wasn't a situation where he changed his identity and entered again. There were such situations. There were even some existences on the yellow board who felt bored and wanted to play, so they changed their identity and entered to play. There were even some who entered the yellow board with a few identities, but they were actually the same person. There were many such situations in the historical records. This was only known by people. There were definitely some unknown situations. Therefore, Yin Bo couldn't help but wonder if Qin Zhao was in the same situation. Was he originally on the yellow leaderboard and changed his identity to come in and play? If that was the case, then he could only blame himself for being unlucky this time. He, Yin Bo, had always been a cautious person. He had investigated Qin Zhao thoroughly before accepting this mission. He felt that there was nothing wrong with it before accepting it. However, he did not expect that the result would be far beyond his expectations. Qin Xiao said, "Yes, I am indeed a newcomer. This is my first time entering the all-creation arena. I haven't been there for long. It's only been 2 years." Yimbo looked at Qin Xiao in surprise. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit it. If it was someone on the yellow board who changed his identity, it would be easier for him to accept it. Falling into the hands of the existence of a yellow board was pardonable. However, the truth was not as beautiful as he had imagined. Naturally, his heart was dealt a heavy blow. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that there are indeed talented people in every generation. Yimbo shook his head and had to admit it. The strong should be respected. Qin Xiao was a strong person. Naturally, he deserved Yimbo's respect. Not necessarily. Maybe it's because I haven't entered the all-creation arena. Qin Xiao pursed his lips. Yimbo shook his head and said, "It doesn't seem like it. Although I have only fought with you for a short time, I can feel that you are a hot-blooded person who loves to fight. You came to the hunting ground to train yourself. The all-creation arena is a good place to cultivate. It can train people. Most cultivators are willing to stay in the all-creation arena to train. You don't seem like the kind of person who keeps a low profile. There is a hint of brashness in your personality. Therefore, I don't think you can always stay outside to cultivate. After reaching such a level of strength, you can enter the all-creation arena to train yourself. This doesn't make any sense no matter how you look at it. Therefore, you shouldn't have cultivated for long. If I'm not wrong, it shouldn't be more than 10,000 years. However, I really want to know, which power are you from? Are you a disciple of 100 vassal forces? 10,000 years? Qin Xiao laughed in his heart. It hadn't even been 500 years since he entered the all-creation world. It was still very far from 10,000 years. Of course, if he were to extrapolate based on the geniuses in the all-creation world, it would be reasonable for Yimbo to say 10,000 years. Qin Xiao's situation couldn't be generalized. After all, he came with endless glory. He had a huge advantage. Therefore, if he were to compare the geniuses in the all-creation world, he would obviously be at a disadvantage. Qin Xiao shook his head again and said, "Although I want to admit it, I am just a normal person. Therefore, I don't dare to force myself to join the 100 vassal forces." However, there were 3 vassal forces that wanted to recruit me. However, I rejected them all. Rejected them all. 3 vassal forces trying to rope you in? Yimbo was quite surprised as well. Since he was born lowly, how could he reject the recruitment of the 3 vassal forces? However, after thinking about it, Yimbo didn't think too much about it. There could be a lot of reasons behind this. Everyone had their own aspirations. One couldn't force others to do what they wanted. Qin Xiao didn't say anything else. He pointed his sword in front of Yimbo and said, "All right, Yimbo, since your Silver Fox battle team has accepted this mission, you should fight to the death. I respect you as a person. Now it's only us left. I still respect you a lot. Therefore, I will still fight you seriously. Come, make your move." Hearing Qin Xiao's respectful words, Yimbo was stunned. He thought that he would be humiliated by Qin Xiao today. This world was like that. The weak could only be bullied. It was a matter of course for the strong to bully the weak. However, Qin Xiao didn't bully Yimbo. Instead, he gave him enough respect. Therefore, Yimbo's view of Qin Xiao changed greatly. Yimbo nodded solemnly and said, "All right, come on, let's fight again. It's an honor to lose to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yimbo didn't hold back and made the first move. The long spear in his hand pierced through the sky. Wherever the long spear passed, heaven and earth collapsed. The Tao might of all creation seemed to have turned into a destructive demonic spirit. This was Yimbo's final attack. He gathered all of his techniques. He used all of the Tao might of all creation in his attack. It made the power of the spear reach a terrifying level. However, Yimbo was heavily injured. Therefore, even if he gave it his all, the power he could unleash was still limited. Qin Xiao did not hesitate. Once again, he pushed out after-image kill with all his might. The sharp sword turned into an extremely sharp point as it charged forward. The two instantly clashed. It was a clash of experts. Rumble. The power of the Tao might of all things exploded like boulders colliding with each other. The tremor caused the world to churn as if it was about to be destroyed and collapse. Under the terrifying roar of Tao might, Enbo was defeated. The terrifying Tao might rushed over and devoured Enbo's divine body. It destroyed it. Defeated. He was defeated without any suspense. All of this was within his expectations. Enbo's divine body slowly shattered. Soon it disappeared. Dead. However, it was just a death in the myriad arena world. He could be resurrected soon. Qin Shao destroyed the Silver Fox battle team by himself. If such a battle result were to spread, it would shake the entire hunting ground. However, it was nothing to Qin Shao. It wasn't easy to destroy the Silver Fox battle team, but at least it wasn't too bad. Mainly, it was because his strategy worked well. That was why he could easily defeat the Silver Fox battle team. In this battle, 40% of Qin Zhao's divine body was shattered. However, destroying the Silver Fox battle team allowed Qin Shao to complete 1,000 consecutive kills. It was a great reward. 1,000 consecutive kills. Looks like I have to be high profile again. Qin Shao curled his lips and shook his head. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to be high profile. Since he was already high profile, he might as well forget it. As expected, soon, a message entered Qin Zhao's mind. Congratulations to Jian Shanhe for completing 1,000 consecutive kills. Reward, 100 points. Previously, when he completed 500 consecutive kills, a message was sent directly to his mind. It was sent to everyone in the hunting ground. Because of this, in an instant, countless people knew about Jian Shanhe. Previously, the 500 consecutive kills had already caused quite a stir. Now that he had completed 1,000 consecutive kills, it would be even more sensational. Qin Zhao's fame would obviously rise. He would become a popular figure in the hunting ground. After completing 1,000 consecutive kills, Qin Zhao's total points had reached 1,150 points. This was a lot of points. However, to Qin Shao, it was nothing. There was nothing to be happy about. Even if he killed his way to the yellow board, it was nothing much. To Qin Shao, the most important thing was to accumulate experience bit by bit. The killing had to continue. The next target was 1,500 consecutive kills. Just as Qin Shao was about to leave, another message came. Congratulations to Jian Shanhe for eliminating the Silver Fox battle team. Reward, 100 points. What? Hearing this message, Qin Shao was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. How could there be a message about eliminating a battle team? For a moment, Qin Shao was speechless. He did not want to make this matter public. Annihilating the Silver Fox battle team was definitely more destructive than 1,000 consecutive kills. After all, the Silver Fox battle team was a battle team that was ranked in the battle team ranking. Their overall strength was very strong. If this news were spread, Qin Shao would really become famous in the hunting ground. What he was afraid of would happen. Being able to eliminate the Silver Fox battle team was enough to prove his strength. He was definitely at the level of the yellow board. The more famous he was, the harder it would be to hunt down prey. He was afraid that in the future, when others saw Qin Shao, they would run as far away as possible. They would definitely be scared out of their wits. Forget it. Since it has come to this, I can only take one step at a time. Let's continue the hunting mission. I want to see how many consecutive kills I can complete. Actually, this is not a bad thing. The greater the attention, the more experts I can attract. This could be considered a good thing for me. With this kind of training, I can improve myself better. What I need now is this kind of training. A storm is coming. Let it come even more fiercely. Chapter 1180. The Savior is here. First, he completed 1,000 consecutive kills. Then, he eliminated the Silver Fox battle team. The news spread across the hunting ground at the same time. Naturally, it caused a huge uproar. Heated discussions instantly engulfed the entire hunting ground. What kind of monster is this Jian Shanhe? Even the Silver Fox battle team was defeated by him? Isn't that right? That's too much. That's the Silver Fox battle team we're talking about. They're a battle team that's on the battle team rankings. Yet, they actually fell in the hands of Jian Shanhe. Instead, they helped Jian Shanhe achieve his 1,000 consecutive kills. I reckon the Silver Fox battle team has no place to cry now. I think it must be a new identity of someone on the yellow ranking. Yes, I think so too. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so strong. I heard that Jian Shanhe kills anyone he sees. It's better for us to stay away from him. No, for safety's sake, let me check where he is now. I have to avoid his area. It had been a long time since the hunting ground was so lively. In the past 10,000 years, it was rare to see someone like Jian Shanhe who could be discussed by everyone. At this moment, Qin Xiao, who was in the midst of the heated discussion, was unaffected. No matter how strong the wind and rain were, he remained unmoved. Somewhere in the forest, a battle was about to break out after accumulating power. There was a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. A team of 5 people surrounded an elegant and handsome young man. The handsome young man's face was filled with arrogance and disdain as he swept his gaze over the 5 people. The jade fan in his hand was gently waving, and his voice carried a hint of contempt as he said, "You 5 ignorant fellows. You actually haven't even heard of the great name of young Master Yulin. I really don't know how you guys managed to survive in the hunting ground. No wonder you're in such a miserable state. Look at how shabby the 5 of you are. You're just a motley crew. You want to learn from others and form a battle team? You don't look like a battle team at all. You're unlucky to have met me today. However, I've always been kind and generous. I'm too lazy to kill you. Leave quickly, and you'll be able to keep your lives. If you were any later, this young master might have changed his mind and spared your lives. To be able to be spared by this young master, you guys can be considered to have accumulated good fortune in your previous lives." The 5 of them were stunned by young Master Yulin's words and looked at each other. Young Master Yulin's face was full of arrogance as he looked down on the heavens. But very quickly, a man pointed fiercely at young Master Yulin and said, "Humph, young Master Yulin, don't try to bluff here." "Bah, young Master Yulin, I think you're not even a dog's fart." "Humph, why haven't we heard of your name before? I think you're just bluffing. If you don't make a move, then we will. I want to see how capable you, young Master Yulin, are. How dare you spout nonsense in front of the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain?" "5 tigers of the Black Mountain? You guys?" Young Master Yulin sneered. "I think we should be called the 5 worms of the Black Mountain. Since you guys want to die, then this young master will fulfill your wish. Come on, you 5 little bugs. Come and die. Brothers, kill him. Go." The 5 tigers of the Black Mountain and the other 4 attacked together with fierce expressions, charging towards young Master Yulin. When young Master Yulin saw that the 5 of them actually dared to attack, he immediately shouted in his heart, "They really came?" However, the pride in young Master Yulin's heart did not allow others to provoke him. But when the 5 of them attacked, young Master Yulin's heart turned pale with fright. He almost jumped up and shouted, "What kind of sin have I, young Master Yulin, committed? Why do I always get involved in such unlucky things? Why are these 5 tigers of the Black Mountain so powerful? Could it be that I, young Master Yulin, am too weak? That doesn't make sense. I, young Master Yulin, am so strong. I should be able to make a name for myself in the hunting ground. How can this be? It doesn't make sense. It definitely doesn't make sense." Young Master Yulin's heart was filled with bitterness. When the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain attacked, young Master Yulin felt that he couldn't defeat them. This was really too difficult for him to accept. He was the dignified young Master Yulin. His strength should be very strong. How could he not be able to defeat 5 people who randomly jumped out? As expected, after one exchange, young Master Yulin suffered a great loss. His somewhat disheveled figure finally stabilized with great difficulty. Young Master Yulin did not forget his elegant image. He tidied his clothes and hurriedly gestured for them to stop. "Stop, stop, stop!" Young Master Yulin hurriedly shouted. The 5 tigers of the Black Mountain also very cooperatively stopped. Each of them looked at young Master Yulin with a playful expression. They wanted to see what tricks this guy could play. It was rare to meet such a top-grade person. Young Master Yulin did not show any weakness. He put on the appearance of an expert and said, "Those 5 tigers of the Black Mountain, right? Let me tell you, it's not that I, young Master Yulin, can't defeat you. Just now, I was just letting you guys win. In fact, this young master doesn't like to fight at all. This young master is so elegant. What I like the most is to win people over with virtue. You guys, why don't you have any awareness at all? If you really want to fight, are you guys a match for this young master? Do you believe that this young master won't beat you guys up in minutes? It's just that this young master feels that there's no need. We don't have any grudges, right? Besides, this young master is in a good mood today, so I don't want to kill anyone. If you guys stop now, this young master can still pretend that nothing happened just now. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you guys won't have a place to go even if you regret it. He was full of vigor and arrogance. Such a posture was really quite intimidating. If it was someone who was not confident, they would definitely be intimidated. However, these 5 tigers of the Black Mountain were obviously not so easily intimidated. The playful expression on their faces became even heavier. They looked at young Master Yulin just like that, quietly watching him boast. Young Master Yulin saw that the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain did not reply. For a moment, he felt that he could not do anything. He couldn't help but feel a little timid. However, in his heart, he still continued to hold his head high and said, "You don't dare to speak, right? Forget it. I see that you guys know your mistake. I won't argue with you guys. I'll let you guys off today." After saying that, young Master Yulin was about to leave. But how could the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain let him leave? Naturally, they were blocking his path. Seeing that his path was blocked, young Master Yulin's heart skipped a beat. He knew that today's matter would be difficult to deal with. Instantly, he wanted to cry. What kind of matter was this? Last time, he kicked a hardboard, Jin Shanha. This time, he actually kicked a hardboard again. Why was he so unlucky? Young Master Yulin really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He didn't do anything outrageous. He had only entered the hunting ground for less than a year. Why did he repeatedly hit a wall? Can't you let me have some fun in the hunting ground? How could the boasting be so easily broken? Young Master Yulin, continue boasting. I'll see how long you can boast. With your little strength, why are you still pretending to be an expert? Why don't you take a look at your own ability? Why don't you take a piss and see how much you're worth? A man said mockingly. Young Master Yulin's face slightly turned green, but he still said stubbornly, "My strength is not something that you guys can take away. Is there a need to boast about this? If you don't believe me, you can come and try. But don't blame me for not reminding you. If you die, don't blame others. Brothers, kill him. I hate this kind of boastful person the most." That man was also angered. He waved his hand, indicating for everyone to attack again. The 5 tigers of the Black Mountain also attacked again. If it was one-on-one, then young Master Yulin still had some confidence that he could fight. But 1 against 5, there was no way to fight at all. The 5 tigers of the Black Mountain had obviously been in the hunting ground for many years. They had a lot of combat experience. Young Master Yulin had entered the hunting ground for less than a year. Naturally, he didn't have any advantage in any aspect. In addition, his strength was indeed a little weak. So, facing the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain, he naturally couldn't win. At this moment, the 5 people attacked again. The corner of young Master Yulin's mouth twitched. He knew that it would be difficult to deal with the aftermath today. This was really a self-inflicted disaster. Young Master Yulin was beaten very badly again. Moreover, he was suppressed by the 5 people. He almost only had the strength to defend himself. Fortunately, young Master Yulin's strength wasn't too bad. For the time being, he could still barely hold on. However, the situation was obviously very bad. He could block for a while, but he couldn't block for a lifetime. If the battle dragged on, then it would obviously be a situation of defeat. What should he do? What should he do? Could it be that he, young Master Yulin, was really going to die here today? That would be too weak and embarrassing, right? This shouldn't be the treatment that he, young Master Yulin, should receive. Young Master Yulin's eyes moved and suddenly lit up. He saw a ray of light in the darkness. He saw a glimmer of hope in the despair. It's Jin Shanha, big brother Shanha. Young Master Yulin saw a figure walking over from afar. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. The person who walked over was none other than Qin Shao. It was Qin Shao who was in the limelight just now. Qin Shao, who had completed 1,000 kills. Qin Shao, who had killed the Silver Fox battle team with his own strength. Qin Zhao's appearance naturally made young Master Yulin feel as if he had found his savior. He hurriedly shouted, "Big brother Shanhe, quickly come and save me." Shanhe, Jian Shanhe. When the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain heard this name, they couldn't help but become vigilant and looked over. When they saw Qin Shao, who was walking over, they immediately confirmed that what young Master Yulin said was true. The person who walked over was indeed Jian Shanhe. Jian Shanhe was in the limelight now. Probably everyone in the hunting ground knew about him. He was famous for his fighting prowess. When they saw Jian Shanhe, the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain naturally stopped their attacks. Each of them became vigilant. Qin Shao saw the situation here from afar. Actually, Qin Shao had arrived a long time ago. It was just that he didn't show up. The situation just now was also seen by him. When he saw young Master Yulin again, Qin Shao really wanted to laugh. This guy was really too narcissistic. Why did he have to be so narcissistic? This was great. He kicked a hard board again. However, young Master Yulin's heart wasn't bad. Although he was a jerk, he was quite interesting. Therefore, Qin Shao still decided to come out and save him. Since he had bumped into him, he naturally couldn't leave him to die. Chapter 1181. You're really my brother, big brother Shanhe. I knew you were my benefactor. You're my lucky star, young Master Yulin said in a mushy manner. Seeing young Master Yulin like that, Qin Shao was speechless. He wanted to turn around and leave, pretending that he didn't know this guy. Looking at this guy's narcissistic look, not to mention the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain, even Qin Shao wanted to beat him up. This guy was born with the attribute of asking for a beating. Anyone who saw him would probably want to beat him up. After suffering a huge loss last time, he actually didn't change. He deserved to be blocked by the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain. You're thinking too much. I'm not here to save you. Qin Shao pursed his lips and pretended to say. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, young Master Yulin instantly cried and said with a pleading face, "Don't, big brother Shanhe. If you don't save me, then I will definitely die in their hands today. Big brother Shanhe, we can be considered to have some friendship. Do you have the heart to not save him? Bear with it. I'm not familiar with you," Qin Shao said again. Young Master Yulin was about to cry. What did he mean by not familiar with him? Even if they were really not familiar with each other, he couldn't just leave him in the lurch, right? Don't be like this, big brother Shanhe. I beg you, save me. I promise, I won't be narcissistic in the future. I will definitely change this bad habit. Young Master Yulin looked pitiful. Qin Shao was also speechless. This guy, he really didn't know what kind of personality he had. Narcissism could reach the extreme level, but he could also be so humble when showing weakness. His personality had changed too much, right? And this change was incomparably huge. Big brother Shanhe, if you don't save me today, I will pester you in the future and not let go. I will follow you wherever you go. Anyway, I don't care about those points anymore. If I die, I can revive. As long as you are in the universal arena, I will be your shadow and pester you." Seeing that Qin Shao still didn't respond, young Master Yulin said again. Qin Shao was speechless. He was actually threatening him? If that was really the case, Qin Shao could only say, Okay, I'm afraid of you. Okay, I'll save you. Seriously, if you do this again next time, I won't bother about you. There definitely won't be a next time. There definitely won't be a next time. Big brother Shanhe, you're a good person. I knew that you wouldn't leave me in the lurch. Young Master Yulin instantly laughed. His life was saved. Young Master Yulin was happy, but the 5 tigers of the Black Mountain were displeased. The 5 God you their eyes translations. Their gazes. Qin Shao Chun Yulin translations Heaven Star. And Yulin. Translations translation Yulin translation die. Qin Zhao's words were considered very polite. It was mainly because young Master Yulin was in the wrong. Qin Shao naturally didn't use force to snatch this kind of thing. The 5 tigers of the Black Mountain were worried that Qin Shao would attack them without saying a word. Even the Silver Fox battle team had died in the hands of Jian Shanhe. How could they have the confidence to fight with Jian Shanhe? When they heard that Qin Shao was negotiating with them so politely, the 5 tigers of Black Mountain were naturally very surprised. After the 5 of them hesitated for a moment, one of the men said, "All right, since Sir Jian Shanhe has spoken, we will naturally not be enemies with Sir Jian Shanhe. We admire your strength very much. We also admire your character even more. Today's matter is just a misunderstanding. We'll take our leave." Qin Shao nodded. He smiled at the 5 of them and said, "Okay, goodbye." The 5 tigers of Black Mountain left immediately. Even if they were to fight, the 5 tigers of Black Mountain would be at a disadvantage. The 5 tigers of Black Mountain were naturally very willing to settle the matter without fighting. Qin Shao wanted to save young Master Yulin, so he didn't want to make a big fuss. It would be best if they didn't fight. After sending the 5 tigers of Black Mountain away, young Master Yulin heaved a sigh of relief. He tidied up his clothes, played with his hair, and sorted out his emotions. He regained some of his arrogant look. The arrogance on his face was back a little. "Don't do it anymore. You're already handsome enough." Qin Shao shook his head. He was a little speechless at young Master Yulin. Young Master Yulin smiled at Qin Shao and said, "Brother Shanhe, there's a popular saying in our place. You can break your head, but you can't mess up your hair." The image problem was a big problem. I'm recognized as the most handsome man in Xiangshan City. So, no matter what, I have to pay attention to my image. I have to maintain my handsomeness at all times. This is my biggest asset. Brother Shanhe, let me tell you, you definitely don't know how popular I am with the girls in Xiangshan City. I'm not bragging, but I don't even dare to go out of my house. Every day, there are many crazy girls guarding my door. As long as I appear, I will definitely be surrounded by those crazy girls. Sigh. Being too handsome is also a kind of trouble. I'm so sad. Young Master Yulin sighed. But after he finished sighing, he fixed his eyes and realized that Qin Shao had actually disappeared. With a glance, he didn't know when she had walked far away. "Hey, Brother Shanhe, don't walk so fast. Wait for me. I still have a lot to say to you." Young Master Yulin immediately chased after her. Seeing that this guy was chattering nonstop, Qin Shao immediately gave him a warning. "Don't tell me about your glorious past. If you want to tell me, stay away from me. I'm afraid that if I hear too much, I won't be able to help but hit you." Young Master Yulin coughed dryly. Okay. If Brother Shanhe doesn't like to hear it, then I won't say it. But Brother Shanhe, thank you very much just now. If it weren't for you, I would definitely have died here. Brother Shanhe, you came at the right time. Big Shanhe, you're really my biological brother. Qin Shao shook her head and said with some gravity, If you kept a low profile and were more pragmatic, you wouldn't be in such a predicament. I can save you once, but I can't save you twice or 10 times. If you continue to be like this in the future, you will suffer a big loss sooner or later." Young Master Yulin curled his lips and said with some unwillingness, "Brother Shanhe, you can't say that. Even if I keep a low profile, I still have to meet what I have to meet. No matter how low profile I am, I'm afraid the 5 tigers of Black Mountain won't let me go. So, this has nothing to do with being high profile and keeping a low profile. The main thing is that the 5 tigers of Black Mountain are indeed very strong. In addition, they're very experienced, and the 5 of them work together, so I suffered a small loss. If it was one-on-one, then I could torture them like I was torturing dogs. As for me, I'm just unlucky." Qin Shao didn't say anything more. She was afraid that this guy wouldn't listen to her no matter what she said. Young Master Yulin kept talking Qin Shao all the way. Qin Shao had to be patient and be a listener. After being quarreled by young Master Yulin for a long time, Qin Shao really couldn't bear it anymore and said, "Can't you stop? I feel like my ears are going to be pregnant. You see, I can't do anything along the way, and I can't hunt prey. If you do this, it will seriously affect my plan. So, don't you think you should act on your own?" Cough. "Well, Brother Shanhe, I'm afraid that you'll be too bored along the way, so I want to talk to you," young Master Yulin said. Qin Shao said speechlessly, "Thank you for your kindness. I'm not bored at all. Don't follow me, otherwise it will seriously affect me. Then, okay. Although young Master Yulin was very reluctant, he could only agree. At this moment, a strange voice came. F***CK. Hearing this voice, Qin Shao and young Master Yulin looked over at the same time, and their eyes fell on a figure. After seeing clearly who it was, Qin Shao also wanted to say F***CK. This person was actually not a stranger, but the man who was met by Qin Shao once every half a year and had already died in Qin Zhao's hands 3 times. This was the 4th time. They met once every half a year, and now it was exactly 2 years. It couldn't be more accurate. Looking at this man, Qin Shao felt very helpless. It felt as if fate was purposely arranging things for him. But what was the point of this arrangement? When the man saw Qin Shao, he even wanted to die. In the first 2 times, he died in Qin Zhao's hands. The 3rd time, he chose to commit suicide. But now, they met again. What should he do this time? Commit suicide again? He had already committed suicide once. Would he do it again? Hey, brother Shanha, do you know this person? This person looks relatively weak. He looks like a noob. Look at how scared he is. Isn't he too weak? He's so scared. Hee, I like to torture noobs the most. Brother Shanha, leave this prey to me. Qin Shao had no intention of making a move, but young Master Yulin became excited. He sized up that man as if he was looking at prey. When a man saw young Master Yulin's playful gaze, he wanted to cry, but had no tears. If Jin Shanha didn't kill him, would others come to kill him? What kind of sin did he commit? Seeing that young Master Yulin was about to go up to make his presence known, Qin Shao shook her head and stopped him. Forget it, don't make things difficult for him. This man is already miserable enough. Let him go. Let him go. Young Master Yulin stopped and looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression. But since Qin Shao had spoken, young Master Yulin naturally wouldn't object. However, young Master Yulin was very puzzled. He asked, Brother Shanha, there seems to be something interesting between you and this man. Come, I love to listen to stories. Tell me about it. I have a feeling that this story will be very interesting. Qin Shao smiled and said, It's nothing. It's just that he died 3 times in my hands before. And coincidentally, I'll meet him once every half a year. It's very accurate. This is the 4th time. So, I'm not willing to kill him anymore. It's really a little apologetic. What? Ha ha ha. After being stunned for a moment, young Master Yulin also laughed very unkindly. He laughed so hard that he swayed back and forth. He was very happy. Looking at this heartless appearance, the man looked at young Master Yulin with a resentful expression. But he wasn't strong enough, so he naturally didn't dare to say anything. He could only look over with resentment. After a while, young Master Yulin finally stopped laughing. He looked at that man with interest. Hee, I say, brother, you must have 8 lifetimes of bad luck, right? I thought that I was unlucky enough, but after seeing you, I'm not sad anymore. It turns out that there's someone even more unlucky than me. I, as your brother, can only sympathize with you mentally. You are indeed quite miserable. If you were you would also have a breakdown. However, you can actually be considered lucky to be able to die in the hands of my brother Shanha. After all, my brother Shanha is now very famous. Come, I think we can have a good chat. Chapter 1182. Huang Pujian, Shanha the man, was startled. He looked at Qin Shao with a complicated expression. Indeed, at this moment, he was a little confused. For a moment, he didn't know how to locate Jian Shanha. But after thinking for a while, he said to Qin Shao, I misunderstood you before. I'm sorry. Thank you for not killing me. Your name, Jian Shanha, is like thunder in the hunting ground. I know that you are very strong. If you want to kill me, it's no different from killing an ant. In just 2 years, I met you 4 times and died 3 times in your hands. Maybe it's fate. But this fate, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Young Master Yulin smiled, as if he was taking pleasure in someone else's misfortune. He even put his arm around the man's shoulder and said, Your fate is really great. Even I am envious of you. Speaking of which, I'm also quite fated with Big Brother Shanha. In just half a year, we met twice. The first time, I was beaten up. The second time, I was saved. This is also fate. Look at me. You've met 4 times. so I have to work hard. The man looked at young Master Yulin and smiled bitterly. Then he said, I'm Qin Feng from Bai City. Qin Feng? Hearing the man's introduction, Qin Shao almost bit his tongue. His eyes widened as he looked at the man. He was Qin Feng? If it was just a name, it might be the same name. But he came from Bai City. This couldn't be fake. He must be the Qin Feng Qin Shao knew. This, Qin Shao wanted to laugh. He didn't expect this unlucky guy to be Qin Feng. Qin Shao had interacted with Qin Feng before. In general, Qin Shao felt that Qin Feng was a good person. He came from a poor background. It was not easy for him to become one of the 3 geniuses of Bai City. Qin Shao could relate to this kind of young genius who came from a poor background and grew up from a humble background. After all, Qin Shao also came from a humble background, so she had a better innate sense of resonance with this kind of people. He didn't expect that he would have such an interaction with Qin Feng in the hunting ground. It really felt like fate was playing with people. It was too coincidental. Fate was truly a miraculous thing. Qin Feng looked at Qin Shao and asked, What's wrong? Qin Shao shook his head and said, It's nothing. It's just that I know someone called Qin Feng as well. But it wasn't you. So when I heard your name just now, I was slightly surprised and thought that I had bumped into an acquaintance. Only then did Qin Feng feel relieved. He didn't think too much about it. The heart of all things world was so big, there should be quite a few people called Qin Feng. It was normal to have someone with the same name. Even in Bai City, there are many people with the same name. In fact, there were many people named Qin Feng in Bai City. Of course, the others were all unknown, so naturally, no one paid attention to them. Young Master Yulin got along well with Qin Feng. He also introduced himself. Brother Qin Feng, I'm called Yulin. Everyone likes to call me Young Master Yulin. I'm from Xiangshan City. I've seen your Bai City on the map. We're not too far away. However, it's not easy to leave the city. So, if we want to meet in reality, it won't be that easy. It's fine. We can keep in touch in the universal arena in the future. Every city was sealed off. It was indeed very difficult to leave the city. Ordinary people could be said to have no chance to leave their own city in their lifetime. Those who could leave the city represented their identity and strength. Either you were a 2-star all things master, then you could leave freely and enter any city freely. Or you were a person of a big power, and someone from the big power would take you away. And this kind of big power was limited to a few situations. Firstly, people from the city lord's mansion. Secondly, people from the 100 vassals. Thirdly, people from the universal temple. Moreover, these 3 situations all required a 2-star all things master to take care of them. Therefore, the vast majority of people would never be able to leave their own city in their lifetime. This was also a kind of law that the world of all things managed order. Qin Feng, since we're so fated with Big Brother Shanhe, I think you should follow me and call him Big Brother Shanhe. Big Brother Shanhe is really easy to get along with. He's very loyal and enthusiastic. Previously, I treated him so badly, but in the end, he didn't kill me. In any case, I don't care. I'm definitely calling him Big Brother. Even if Big Brother Shanhe doesn't agree, I'll still be thick-skinned and call him Big Brother. However, Big Brother Shanhe is still quite good. Although he didn't explicitly agree, he didn't explicitly object either. So, I'll take it as a tacit agreement. Brother Qin Feng, let's take advantage of this opportunity and follow me. This is also called strength in numbers, and we'll get warmth from each other. Now that you've acknowledged this big brother, then you can't run away. Look at my big brother Shanhe. He's getting more and more awesome. If you don't hurry up and hug this thigh tightly, then you definitely won't be able to hug this thigh in the future. Young Master Yulin encouraged Qin Feng enthusiastically. Qin Feng stared blankly at Qin Shao. He looked at Qin Shao with a strange expression. Qin Shao was also speechless as he glared at young Master Yulin. This guy really knew how to cause trouble. Qin Shao didn't chat much with them and continued to hunt. Time passed day by day, year by year. Jian Shanna's name wasn't only famous in the hunting ground. It was even famous in the entire Yellow District. There were more and more discussions about him. New battle records were refreshed one after another, causing waves time and time again. Naturally, Jian Shan's name was completely famous. In fact, the people watching were already numb. They only wanted to know how far he could go in the end and how high he could reach. There were also many people who started to investigate Jian Shan, wanted to know who he was. However, after all kinds of investigations, there were no results. Obviously, this was a virtual identity. It didn't have any similarities with reality. Moreover, Jian Shan himself was very low-key. He did a very good job of keeping secrets. He didn't tell anyone. There were even people who wanted to investigate through the skills that Jian Shan used. However, After Image Kill and Heavenly Prison were skills that were widely spread. Not only were they spread in the Universal Temple, but many other powers were also spreading them. Therefore, just by relying on these two skills, there was really no way to confirm anything. Moreover, if one wanted to investigate in the entire Universal Core world, there were 9 million cities. Naturally, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. No one had the ability to investigate. 2,000 consecutive kills, 5,000 consecutive kills, 10,000 consecutive kills. Qin Zhao's consecutive kills kept on rising. It was as if no battle team, could stop his progress. First, it was the Silver Fox battle team. Next, it was the 100 Wind battle team, Heaven Fiend battle team, Bifong battle team, Starship battle team. One by one, the battle teams on the battle team ranking were defeated by Qin Zhao. They followed in the footsteps of the Silver Fox battle team. It was precisely because of this that Qin Zhao was able to achieve his goals time and time again. Qin Zhao's reputation was increasing day by day. Not only did the battle teams on the battle team ranking come out to stop Qin Zhao, even the existences on the yellow board came out to stop Qin Zhao. Although they were at the bottom of the yellow board, they were still very strong and terrifying. However, in the end, they were all defeated by Qin Zhao. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, as time passed, the commotion caused by Qin Zhao continued to increase. Of the battle teams on the battle team ranking, there were a total of 5 that were defeated by Qin Zhao, out of which 3 of them came to find him. 2 of them happened to meet him and fought him. There were also 2 people on the yellow board that died in the hands of Qin Zhao. As for the others, they were countless. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. As for Qin Zhao, he completed a shocking 100,000 consecutive kills. Such a result broke the record of the Yellow District for the past 1 billion years. It caused a huge commotion. As for Qin Zhao, who completed 100,000 consecutive kills, naturally, he easily killed his way to the yellow board. However, the ranking on the yellow board was not important to Qin Zhao. He did not care about these things either. It was just that these 100 years of killing and tempering really gave Qin Zhao too much harvest and too much improvement. He was getting closer and closer to the breakthrough. The more he accumulated, the more Qin Zhao could clearly feel that his foundation was solid. Soon, when the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. Everyone was talking about which battle team would be the next to challenge Qin Zhao and which person would be the next to challenge him. They were talking about how high Qin Zhao could push this result to. They were discussing whether it was possible for Qin Zhao to break the historical record. They were talking about how high Qin Zhao could reach on the yellow board. Many people felt that if Jian Shan was given enough time to develop according to the current trend, he might really be able to create a very terrifying result. In just 100 years, he was able to create so many brilliant achievements. It was really hard to believe that if he was given another 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years, how far could he go? Such strength, such talent, and potential were really frightening. It was really admirable. Of course, there were also many rumors that were spread as the discussion increased. However, Qin Zhao did not care too much about these things. As the saying goes, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. Therefore, this situation was very normal. When everyone was talking about it, the hunting ground suddenly became quiet. Soon, everyone found that Jian Shan had quietly left the hunting ground. Moreover, he did not go to other grounds. He directly left the myriad arena world. What was this situation? Did he give up? Or was he afraid of being too dazzling, so he did not dare to lose now? Such a situation caused another round of heated discussion. The wave of heated discussion even quickly swept the entire hunting ground. On the other side, Qin Shao directly left the myriad arena world and returned to reality. In the cultivation room, Qin Shao curled his lips. The 100 years of killing and tempering is almost enough. I have achieved the effect I wanted. If I continue to kill like this, the effect will not be great. Such a crazy killing is really not what I want. If it was not for the sake of tempering myself, if it was not for the sake of killing people in the illusory world, it would be really difficult for me to kill so many people. In 100 years, the number of people who died in the hands of Qin Shao had exceeded 100,000. In just a short 100 years, if this happened in reality, it would be very terrifying. If I continue to stay here, I am afraid that it will increase my killing intent. Qin Shao shook his head. He had always disliked killing. If it was not a last resort, he would not easily kill people. Qin Shao had always disliked killing people. Therefore, if he could avoid killing people, he would not kill people. Let's take a break first. I will not go to the hunting ground in the future. Next, I will go to the battle arena and the mission field to have a look. The mission field is secondary. The battle arena is more important. Some experts on the yellow board will not go to the hunting ground. They prefer to go to the battle arena. The battle arena is still full of passion and passion. Chapter 1183. Mental state problem back in reality. Qin Shao asked Babadu and Little Fatty if anyone came to find him in the past 100 years, and if anything happened. In the past 100 years, only Yeshin came a few times and no one else. The Qidong City Lord had already ordered that no one was allowed to get close to the East Palace, so most people did not dare to come to the East Palace. Yeshin either came to find Qin Shao himself, or the Qidong City Lord had something to do and asked Yeshin to come over. In the past 100 years, Qin Shao had been in closed-door cultivation, so there was nothing to do. Babadu and Little Fatty were more relaxed in the past 100 years and could spend more time on cultivation. Not bad. It seems that you have improved a lot in the past 100 years. Qin Shao looked at Babadu and Little Fatty. It was obvious that Babadu and Little Fatty's strength had improved. Speaking of strength, Babadu and Little Fatty both laughed happily. Babadu grinned and said, "Yes, big brother Qin Shao. The Qidong City Lord also treated us very well, and many of the cultivation resources in the City Lord's residence were open to us. So, Little Fatty and I have improved a lot in the past 100 years. Before, we did not have many resources for cultivation. Now that we have such good resources, if we can't improve a little, it would be too much of a waste. But our little improvement is nothing. If word gets out, it will only disgrace big brother Qin Shao's reputation." Qin Shao smiled and waved his hand. "I don't care about this reputation. Cultivation is one's own. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Everyone has their own path. Both of you are ambitious and diligent in your cultivation. As for talent and potential, some things can't be changed or can't be changed in a short period of time. Some of these things are innate, and some of them are nurtured later on. Maybe you have missed a lot of opportunities before, but as long as you cultivate diligently, you have a clear conscience. No matter what, a clear conscience is the most important." Babadu and Little Fatty nodded with a look of understanding. Yes, it was indeed so. No matter what you do, a clear conscience is the most important. As long as he had a clear conscience, he wouldn't have any regrets even if he died. Humans could defy the heavens and change their forms. They could tread on the heavens, but not everyone could do so. Success, after all, only belonged to the minority. Being unable to succeed didn't mean that you didn't work hard enough or didn't have enough talent. There might be thousands of factors that could lead to success, but you lacked one, so you failed. Both Babadu and Little Fatty felt that they were lost in the past. Ever since they met Qin Shao, they finally recognized the path they wanted to take. It was very important to a person and could change their life. Qin Shao also encouraged Babadu and Fatty a lot. However, their talent and potential were indeed a little lacking. In addition, they had not developed good cultivation habits for so many years, so it was indeed difficult for them to change now. However, as long as the two of them were willing to work hard, small changes were still possible. Yi Xian soon arrived. The moment Yi Xian came, he looked at Qin Shao with a strange gaze and a strange smile on his face. Looking at this slightly evil look, Qin Shao couldn't help but ask, "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not a girl. Look at you, if I was a girl, I would be scared by you." Ha ha ha. Yi Xian immediately laughed happily. "If you were a girl, then I wouldn't look at you. If I like a girl, I won't be so slow. I'll just go up and snatch her. That would be so satisfying, right? Dilly-dallying, that's what women do. We don't like that. But I must say, Big Brother Qin, this time, you've really been the limelight in the Myriad Arena. You've made a name for yourself. TSK, TSK. I'm so impressed that I want to prostrate myself on all fours." Because Qin Shao didn't like Yi Xian calling him Deputy City Lord, Yi Xian called him Big Brother Qin like Babatu and the others. This made their seniority a little strange. His adoptive father, Qi Dong, and Qin Shao called each other brothers. Now, he also called Qin Shao Big Brother Qin. Obviously, Yi Xian knew about Jian Shanhe's matter in the all-creation arena, so he believed that Jian Shanhe was Qin Shao. It was no wonder that others didn't know, but there were two people who should be able to guess. The first was definitely Qi Dong. The three middle-grade cultivation methods that Qi Dong gave Qin Shao were the cultivation methods that Jian Shanhe frequently used in the hunting ground. In terms of time and cultivation methods, it all matched. How could Qi Dong not know that Jian Shanhe was Qin Shao? It would be strange if there was such a coincidence. The second was Yi Xian. As Qi Dong's adoptive son, Yi Xian definitely knew a lot about Qi Dong's matters. Yi Xian definitely knew about the cultivation methods that Qi Dong gave to Qin Shao and even practiced them. Plus, the all-creation card was given to Qin Shao by Yi Xian, so the timing matched perfectly. So, how could Yi Xian not associate Qin Shao with Jian Shanhe? It was because of this that Yi Xian was so sure. But Qin Shao curled his lips and didn't admit it. Instead, he said with a calm face, "What are you talking about, Yi Xian? I was so low-key in the all-creation arena. What limelight did I get? I didn't tell you about my identity in the all-creation arena world." Yi Xian laughed and said, "Big Brother Qin, there are no outsiders here. You don't have to be afraid of the walls having ears. You don't have to hide anything. I can be 100% sure that Jian Shanhe is you. You are Jian Shanhe. Big Brother Qin, you don't know how popular you are now. You can hear the discussion about Jian Shanhe in the streets and alleys of Bai City. It's even bigger than the waves you stirred up before. Jian Shanhe's name has completely blown up half the sky in the all-creation arena world. TSK, TSK. Such a monstrous talent. You can't help but be impressed. It's not that exaggerated, right?" Qin Shao curled his lips and said lightly. He really didn't take these to heart. To Qin Shao, this bit of achievement was indeed nothing much. The waves he stirred up in the God Realm were not just these. His reputation in the God Realm was not just these. After experiencing so much, it became dull. In the God Realm, he was known as the #1 genius in the primordial universe. This was the highest praise for Qin Shao. In comparison, the results in the all-creation arena were really nothing. If Qin Shao was willing, he could totally improve these results. Of course, there was no need for Qin Shao to do so. Moreover, Qin Shao had already promised Qi Dong to participate in the Myriad City Battle of Brilliance. There wasn't enough time. Qin Shao didn't care about anything else as long as he achieved the results of the training. Cough, this is not that exaggerated. It's very exaggerated, okay? Yi Xian widened his eyes and looked at Qin Shao with a face full of shock. You won't have any friends like this. If you go out like this, you'll be beaten to death. If you're a genius, I'm afraid you'll make him vomit blood. Are geniuses so fragile? Qin Shao curled his lips, but didn't think much of it. Yi Xian said, "You see, I was beaten half to death by you. That's possible. You're not a genius." Qin Shao joked. After vomiting blood, Yi Xian said, "Okay, I finally know the reason. No wonder I was beaten half to death. It turns out I'm not a genius." What a painful realization. However, Yi Xian also knew that Qin Shao was joking with him. He wasn't so petty and weak. After laughing, Yi Xian asked curiously, "But Big Brother Chin, I don't understand. You're obviously in the limelight. So why did you leave the hunting ground without saying anything? With your momentum, you could have created an even more amazing result. Once you left the hunting ground, you don't know how many rumors came out. They said you were afraid of losing, that you were warned by a strong person, that you were beaten to the point of automatically leaving, and even that you were killed. There were countless rumors. There were all kinds of rumors and all kinds of attacks on you. It's really infuriating. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "What's there to be angry about? What does it have to do with me if others slander me, praise me, or praise me? Those who spread rumors are mostly clowns. These people's words don't affect me at all. Why should I care about them? Cultivation requires you to face your own heart. If you can't even face yourself, then you'll be easily slandered and slandered by others. That will only add to your troubles. If you even doubt yourself, then your divine heart has already been shaken. It's impossible to succeed with a weak heart. Being influenced by others will only cause you to regress. If you can't stay true to your heart, then it's difficult to become truly strong. This is also a mistake that many geniuses make, a misconception that they all walk into. Once you enter this misconception, it's very difficult to walk out. If you place yourself in the darkness, then your heart will naturally become dark. If you place yourself in the light, then everything will become bright. Therefore, there's no distinction between light and dark. It's your own heart that forcibly separates them. Qin Zhao's words caused Yi Xian to fall silent. She pondered, analyzed, and understood what Qin Shao had said. From this, Yi Xian had indeed gained some insights and learned some great principles. After a while, Yi Xian nodded solemnly. He looked at Qin Shao with a look of enlightenment and said, "Big Brother Qin, you're very right. It seems that my heart is indeed somewhat dark, so I can't face some problems head-on. I care too much about what others say and those rumors outside. But I don't know that this is unknowingly sinking my own heart into darkness. The more I care, the more I'll think about it, pay attention to it, and even change it all. And these are originally dark. If I still want to think about changing it, it will only make it even darker. From this, I've fallen into a dead cycle. To put it bluntly, this is a problem of the state of mind. It's no wonder that I've been unable to improve my state of mind all this time. All kinds of problems will always appear. In fact, foster father told me a similar principle before, but I didn't understand it. Now that I hear Big Brother Qin say this, I finally understand a little. Regarding this matter, if it were me, I might have a momentary dispute due to personal feelings. I might have killed my way back to the hunting ground to shatter those rumors." Qin Shao shook his head and said, "But have you ever thought that even if you enter the hunting ground to break those rumors, you'll only break temporary rumors? The next time you leave the hunting grounds, there will be a new rumor. In the face of these new rumors, you'll be powerless to resist. Once the situation expands, it will only get bigger and bigger to the point where it's difficult for you to control it." Chapter 1184. The Arena. After chatting with Qin Shao for a while, Yi Xian was touched by all kinds of things. This feeling would be very meaningful to him. Perhaps it would be a metamorphosis in his life. Every little thing on the path of cultivation was actually very important. It might seem like a small thing, but it could affect your entire path of cultivation. Cultivation was an incomparably long process, and in this incomparably long process, there would be many problems. How to face these problems and how to overcome them would become particularly important. If you can overcome these problems one by one, then your path of cultivation will be much smoother. The gap between people would gradually widen on this long path, and the distance between them would be widened. Countless points, countless problems, countless choices, and countless ways of doing things would all make a difference. A difference of 1 point was very small, but when countless points were added together, the gap would be very, very big. After seeing Yi Xian off, he did not expect Qi Dong to come in person again. "Brother Qi Dong, it seems that you are very well informed," Qin Shao said with a smile. Qi Dong also laughed heartily and said, "How could I not know such a big thing? I often go to the Universal Arena. Besides, even if I don't go there, the news is already spread like wildfire in Bai City. So how could I not know? Haha, I knew you would make a big splash in the Universal Arena. but I still did not expect you to make such a big splash. That's why when I heard the news, I was taken aback. Only then did I realize that my estimation of you was still very low. TSK. In just 100 years, you completed 100,000 consecutive kills, and several teams on the battle team ranking list and experts on the yellow list died in your hands. In the nearly 1 billion years of the Universal Arena's history, you have never achieved such a result. So, think about it. How amazing you are this time. I have also been to the Universal Arena, but I only completed 10,000 consecutive kills, which is far worse than you. If you didn't leave the hunting ground, you might have been able to complete 1,000,000 consecutive kills. Ha. You should have continued to play. 1,000,000 consecutive kills? Qin Xiao had never thought about this. Qin Xiao smiled and shook her head. There's nothing fun about it. It's better to keep a low profile. Playing like that, other than becoming famous, was meaningless. Therefore, I don't want to waste my time on that false reputation. I'm not someone who pursues false reputation. There are still benefits. There will be corresponding rewards for the points earned. Those rewards are still quite tempting, Qi Dong said. However, Qin Xiao didn't really care. It doesn't matter. You win some, you lose some. I also don't need to use those false titles to exchange for rewards. Instead of putting my mind on this, I might as well put my mind on cultivation. I've never relied too much on external forces, and I've never thought of using external forces. It's fine to make use of it occasionally, but it's not a good thing to think about it wholeheartedly. Qidong nodded. This was indeed the case. Qin Zhao's idea was very good. Of course, Qidong was just saying it casually. He didn't really want to suggest Qin Xiao to do this. Men were afraid of being famous, just like pigs were afraid of being fat. Being too famous might not be a good thing. Qidong also knew that the killing and tempering of the hunting ground had already reached a certain level. Then the effect was actually negligible. Therefore, to stay in a hunting ground all the time, unless one was a bloodthirsty person who liked to kill very much. Qin Xiao, there are still 200 years left. It seems that I'm not worried at all. Your current strength is already close to the edge of a breakthrough. And with these 100 years of killing and tempering in the hunting ground, you should have reached a very high level in all aspects. And your combat experience is also very rich. So in all aspects, your strength has reached the peak level that a 1-star all-creation master can reach. In this myriad city tournament of brilliance, you will definitely be able to get a very good result. But there are still 200 years left. What are your plans? I think you're also someone who can't stay idle. These 200 years, you will definitely still use it on cultivation, Qi Dong continued. Qin Xiao was also considering this issue and said, rest for a few days first, then go to the all-creation arena world. I won't go to the hunting ground. I want to go to the arena world to take a look. There are still 200 years left. I naturally can't waste it. If I make good use of it, I can totally improve my strength a little more. Qidong nodded and said with a smile, I also feel that you will go to the all-creation arena to take a look. The all-creation arena is still pretty good. That's a place full of hot-bloodedness. It can stimulate a person's competitive spirit, the heart of a powerhouse. In a battle, strength is one aspect, cultivation method is another, and experience is also a very important aspect. Control of the battle situation is also especially important. All aspects added up is the embodiment of a person's true strength. If it's just one aspect, then there will be a weakness. If you have a weakness, then you will become very dangerous on the battlefield. It can even be fatal. Qin Xiao nodded and agreed with Qi Dong's statement. It was indeed so. Even a small weakness could become a fatal thing. Battles between experts were often very fast. Everything was decided in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. A true expert was good at grasping everything. Even a small weakness exposed during a battle will be grasped by them. A dike of 1,000 miles collapses because of an ant's nest. After chatting with Qi Dong for a while and exchanging their experiences in cultivation, Qi Dong left. After sending Qi Dong off, Qin Xiao also took the time to teach Qin Batu and Fatty. After resting for a few days, Qin Xiao once again entered the all-creation arena world. This time, Qin Xiao directly appeared in the arena world. The arena world was very lively. It was an incomparably huge arena. The arena world was filled with arenas. There were as many as 99,999 arenas in the arena world. The surroundings of the arena were densely packed with layers upon layers of spectator stands. There were countless of them spiraling upwards, forming an incomparably huge arena. It looked very awe-inspiring. And this was the arena world. It could hold 99,999 arenas at the same time. The entire arena world could accommodate countless people. It was enough to be counted in trillions. Therefore, it would be very lively here. No matter what time it was, there would be a lot of people. Qin Shao came to the arena world. At a glance, he could not help but be slightly surprised. He knew that there were many people in the arena world, but he did not expect there to be so many. It was really too many. At a glance, there were people everywhere, densely packed, a sea of people. It was really too lively. There was a boiling cauldron of voices, and all kinds of discussions were incessant. And in the arena world, all the arenas were full. One arena battle after another was going on there. The battles were like fire and tea. It was very intense. Battle cries, cheers, and cheers also soared into the sky. Here, it was really enough to make people's blood boil. The atmosphere in the air was enough to ignite people's fighting spirit in an instant. Coming here gave people the desire to fight. The longer they stayed, the harder it was to control. Therefore, there were still many people in the stands who were eager to go up and fight. So many arenas are going on at the same time. It's full at every moment. The arena world is really a place for arena battles. But ordinary battles are meaningless to me. Qin Shao curled his lips and thought to himself. Fortunately, in addition to these ordinary arena battles, there was a more special arena battle in the arena world. This special arena battle was called the Battle of Guarding the Arena World. When the Battle of Guarding the Arena World was started, it could attract many experts. Because the Battle of Guarding the Arena World had very high requirements for the people in the arena, the requirements for the initiator were even higher. Moreover, the initiator himself could set the threshold. Only those who reached the threshold were qualified to participate in the Battle of Guarding the Arena World. Therefore, with a high threshold, it could naturally keep most people out of the Battle of Guarding the Arena World. The most basic requirement for the Battle of Guarding the Arena World was that the initiator's points were more than 10,000. And to start a Battle of Guarding the Arena World, the initiator had to pay 1,000 points as the starting bet. Then, for every battle, there would be a relatively high number of points. The final winner would win all the points. Therefore, if the initiator lost, he would also suffer a heavy loss. In addition to the 1,000 points as the starting bet, he also had to lose the points for every battle. In this way, it was possible that even 10,000 points would not be enough. In addition to the 1,000 points as the starting bet, the points for every battle would be at least 100 points. Moreover, as the battle progressed, it could only increase, not decrease. At least 100 points had to be added. Moreover, the Battle of Guarding the Arena World would only end after at least 36 battles. Therefore, the final winner of a Battle of Guarding the Arena World would win at least tens of thousands of points. The Battle of Guarding the Arena World was also the best place to win points. Because the requirements for the participants were very high. If one was not a real expert, he or she would not be qualified to participate in the Battle of Guarding the Arena World. In the Arena World, Battle of Guarding the Arena World was relatively rare. Generally, it could only be seen once every 10,000 years. Before entering the Arena World, Qin Shao had already prepared to start a Battle of Guarding the Arena World. An ordinary Battle of Guarding the Arena World was too meaningless. It was probably no different from a hunting ground. If there was a Battle of Guarding the Arena World, it would be more exciting. Moreover, it would attract all the experts. That way, it would be exciting enough. What Qin Shao needed now was to compete with experts. Only in this way could he get some improvement. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to gain anything in 200 years. Hey, brother, why do I feel that you look so familiar? Qin Shao watched there for a long time before a voice suddenly sounded beside him. Qin Shao glanced at the other party. The other party was also carefully sizing up Qin Shao, up and down, left and right. He was very careful and did not miss out on even the smallest detail. Qin Shao smiled faintly and replied casually, "Maybe I have a common face, so I look like a lot of people." After looking at Qin Shao carefully, the other party's eyes suddenly widened. With a look of surprise and joy, he pointed at Qin Shao and said, Aren't you that Jian Shanha? Jian Shanha, who has been in the limelight recently." Yes, it's you. No wonder I feel that you look so familiar." Chapter 1185. The Battle of Defending the Platform. "You've got the wrong person," Qin Shao replied. However, the man did not believe Qin Zhao's words. Instead, he became even more excited and said, No, how could I have mistaken you for someone else? You are Jian Shanha. Absolutely. I can't be wrong. Everyone in the Universal Arena world had different faces. It was impossible for two identical faces to appear. Therefore, as long as one recognized him clearly, he could not be wrong. Moreover, there was no way to change one's appearance in the Universal Arena world. Therefore, there was no way to impersonate him. Qin Shao wanted to cover it up, but it did not work. Instead, it made the man's voice become louder. As soon as his voice became louder, it naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Just the name Jian Shanha alone was enough to arouse people's interest. Therefore, soon, all eyes fell on Qin Shao. Naturally, they recognized him immediately. Who else could it be but Jian Shanha? Jian Shanha, whose name shook the Yellow District. His information had long been spread. Therefore, it was difficult for Qin Shao to keep a low profile now. It's really Jian Shanha. That's right, it's him. He's not in the hunting ground anymore. He actually came to the arena world. Could it be that he wants to dominate the arena world again? Didn't they say that he was very arrogant? Why doesn't it look like it? Jian Shanha, idol, I admire you so much. Can we be friends? Handsome Shanha, I'm looking for a Tao companion. What do you think of him? No one could snatch him from me. Jian Shanha is mine. I'm going to pursue him and make him fall in love with me. Ha ha ha. As soon as he was recognized, Qin Shao was immediately surrounded by people. They looked at Qin Shao as if he was an animal. They were surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside. Sounds of discussion came from them. Some were discussing, some were admiring, and some were shocked. Many girls even expressed their love to Qin Shao. They were so bold that Qin Shao was speechless. He felt like he had been flirted with. Qin Shao helplessly let out a bitter laugh when he heard everyone's words. He shook his head and said, "Everyone, please excuse me. I am just an ordinary person. There is no need for everyone to praise me so much." Qin Zhao's words immediately narrowed the gap between her and the crowd. Many people also had a good impression of Qin Shao in their hearts. He didn't put on any airs and wasn't arrogant at all. He was very amiable. Such a peerless genius was even more admirable, and even more people were willing to get close to him. Some people who previously scoffed at Qin Shao in their hearts immediately changed their attitudes at this time. Although Qin Shao didn't do anything about it, some rumors and slanders seemed to have collapsed on their own. But he got more and more support. There was an invisible force on his side. Many people had a good impression of Qin Shao. Naturally, they would support him. Unconsciously, they stood on the same side. Qin Shao said to the crowd, "Everyone, please make way. I still have something to do, so I can't accompany you. I'll go to the arena later. If you're interested, you can support me." Qin Shao was going to fight in the arena. Naturally, it was something that made everyone excited. Many people had only heard of Qin Zhao's name, but they didn't have a chance to meet Qin Shao. This could be said to be a great opportunity. Many people wanted to see how capable this peerless genius in the Yellow Zone was. Therefore, they were naturally full of curiosity about his challenge tournament. After everyone quieted down, Qin Shao requested to start the battle of defending the stage. Qin Shao was naturally qualified to start the challenge tournament now, so the application was successful. A message was directly sent to everyone in the Yellow Zone. Jian Shanha has started the challenge tournament. Requirements: more than 100,000 points to participate. The starting bet is 1,000 points, and it will be accumulated in the future. Seeing the message, people looked at Qin Shao in surprise. They were speechless for a while. They were completely shocked. What a big deal. Just now, some people thought that Qin Shao wasn't arrogant at all. On the contrary, he should be more easygoing and low-key. But after seeing the message, many people felt that they should re-examine this matter. The minimum requirement for the challenge tournament was to have more than 10,000 points. The starting bet was 100 points. Of course, if the sponsor was willing, the standard could be raised. But the higher the standard was, the more powerhouses would be attracted. Naturally, it would be more difficult to defend the challenge tournament. If the score was more than 100,000 points, it was obviously very powerful. The starting bet was 1,000 points. That was to say, the lowest bet was 1,000 points, and the increase for each subsequent challenge tournament wouldn't be less than 1,000 points. The increase for each challenge tournament couldn't be less than the points for each challenge tournament. This was the rule of the challenge tournament. Therefore, this bet could be said to be extremely huge. If one could stand at the end and defend the challenge tournament for 36 challenges tournament, he could earn at least hundreds of thousands of points. Earning hundreds of thousands of points at one time was probably attractive enough. According to Qin Zhao's experience, about 500,000 points could make it to the yellow list. Qin Zhao's points were about 700,000 now, but he was still at the bottom of the yellow list. He was still in the 90,000 range. Therefore, it could be seen that this challenge tournament was simply a big gamble. Therefore, the people who saw this news were also shocked. Many people stared at Qin Shao with their mouths agape, as if they were looking at a monster. This seemingly low-key and easygoing youth, how could he initiate such a large-scale battle to defend the stage? It really gave people a strange feeling. As soon as Qin Shao initiated the challenge tournament, a huge challenge tournament appeared in the sky above the challenge tournament. It was specially prepared for the challenge tournament. This huge arena would only appear when there was a battle to defend the arena. Standing in the center of the challenge tournament, it was high in the sky, so that everyone could see it clearly and all eyes were focused on it. Ahem, are you really going to play so hard? You are seriously attracting hatred. I guess you will provoke a lot of strong people on the yellow list. Why do I feel like he's playing a game of self-immolation? Many people broke out in cold sweat for Qin Shao. They were very worried for him. It was not a good thing to be too arrogant. Once he provoked public anger, he would definitely get into big trouble. Qin Zhao's actions were clearly to incur the wrath of the masses. However, Qin Shao didn't care about this. He didn't explain much, but responded to the crowd with a faint smile. Then, step by step, he walked towards the huge challenge tournament with firm steps. As soon as he took a step, there was an invisible force guiding Qin Shao. Qin Shao came to the huge challenge tournament in an instant. Standing on the challenge tournament, one could see the whole challenge tournament and overlook all living beings. Standing on the top of the clouds, people couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism. Qin Shao stood on the huge challenge tournament, which also indicated that the challenge tournament had begun. Most of the ordinary challenge tournament below also stopped. They all looked at the huge challenge tournament with curious eyes. They wanted to watch the challenge tournament. It was rare to see such a wonderful challenge tournament in 10,000 years. So, they naturally wouldn't miss it today. And the news here spread quickly. Many people rushed to the challenge tournament. The heated discussion naturally spread like a waterfall. Originally, Qin Zhao's topic had been incessant recently. It wasn't easy for there to be no news about him after a few days. Everyone thought that he had stopped. But unexpectedly, he popped up again. And this time, he made a big move. Do you think that this Jian Shanhe is crazy? It's fine to start a challenge tournament. It's fine to follow the most ordinary standard. But look at him. He actually raised the bar so high. With such a high threshold, doesn't it mean that his target is those on the yellow board? Isn't that so? The bar is high enough. It will definitely attract some real experts. Such a crazy move. I'm afraid that he will shoot himself in the foot. I think so too. Anyway, with such a crazy move, there will definitely be a lot of people who can't stand it. Really, can't he be a little bit more low-key? If he takes it slow and steady, then the achievements he can achieve in the Universal Challenge Tournament will be immeasurable. But now that he is so frivolous, I'm afraid it will ruin his career. Young people are young. They are still too inexperienced. They haven't experienced some cruel training. It's no wonder. Forget it. Let's wait and see. Humph, ignorant thing. Let's see how you die. Discussions once again swept through the crowd. Many people came to the challenge tournament area. Of course, most of them came to watch the show. For a moment, the challenge tournament area became unprecedentedly lively. Not only the challenge tournament area, but also the hunting field and the mission field. Somewhere in the hunting field, Big Brother Shanha is playing so ruthlessly. This is really, although young Master Yulin didn't spend a long time in the Universal Challenge Tournament, he clearly understood how dangerous the challenge tournament was. Regarding Qin Zhao's crazy actions this time, he was naturally greatly alarmed. Qin Feng also nodded and said, "Yes, it's indeed a bit too much. The main thing is that the bar is so high. Isn't it obvious that he is showing off? Maybe Big Brother Shanha doesn't mean that. But in other people's eyes, they will definitely think that Big Brother Shanha is very arrogant. They will see it as a provocation. Once it rises to such a level, there will definitely be people who will make a move. So, Big Brother Shanha is probably going to suffer a big loss this time. Yes, he will definitely suffer a loss. If he dares to play like this, there will definitely be many people who can't stand it anymore. The water in the Universal Challenge Tournament world is very deep. Although Big Brother Shanha is very famous, the time that he rose to prominence is too short. He doesn't have any foundation at all. Under such circumstances, it is naturally very difficult to do anything, young Master Yulin said again. However, the two of them were also very helpless. They didn't have the strength to help Qin Zhao. They could only sigh with emotion. The two of them looked at each other and had a tacit understanding. Let's go and take a look at the challenge tournament. No matter what, we have to stand on Big Brother Shauna's side, young Master Yulin said. Qin Feng nodded. He also had the same intention. The two of them quickly arrived at the challenge tournament arena. At a glance, they saw Qin Zhao standing on the huge challenge tournament arena. A wisp of white clothes fluttered in the wind, fluttering in the wind. He was extraordinarily handsome, and his aura covered the sky. With a sword on his back, his hands were crossed in front of his chest. His eyes were slightly closed as he stood there, like a standing war god, waiting for the gods to challenge him. As long as he was here, he would not be defeated. Chapter 1186. Gathering at the arena mission field, on top of a cloud, there was a piece of jade. On top of the jade, a delicate man sat cross-legged. His body was surrounded by a strange phenomenon, which made him look very mysterious. Light surged, sword light flashed, and all living things were beautiful. In the darkness far away, there were a few strange figures lurking there. They were terrifying beasts. In the mission field, other than the danger of humans, the most terrifying danger was the terrifying beasts. This was something unique to the mission field. The mission field itself was filled with terrifying dangers. Entering the mission field, one had to face those terrifying dangers. Beasts were one of them. However, those beasts did not dare to come close. They could only look at him from afar. Nameless Heart was filled with fear. To be able to make these beasts feel fear, one could see how powerful this delicate man was. How powerful was the light that lingered around him. The delicate man suddenly opened his eyes, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Jian Shanha? The Jian Shanha, who completed 100,000 consecutive kills and made it to the Huang board in a short 100 years. After that, he started a battle to defend the stage. Moreover, the threshold is set so high. How ambitious is he? It's not a good thing to be so arrogant. Oh well, I'm tired of staying in the mission field. Why don't I go and watch the show? After he finished speaking, the delicate man stood up and disappeared from where he stood with a slight movement. The disappearance of the delicate man made the beasts in the distance widen their eyes in confusion. Liangfang City, in an elegant restaurant. High mountains and flowing rivers, music and dance, elegant sandalwood, and celestial music lingered in the air. Sitting in the private room, drinking wine and singing, it was also a joyful thing. Two men in noble clothes sat opposite each other. Their auras were extraordinary. One look, and one could tell that they were not ordinary people. They were definitely people with status. Between their eyebrows, they unintentionally emitted a strong aura. Brother White, we haven't played in the Myriad Arena world for a long time. Have you heard? Recently, there's a kid called Jian Shanha who suddenly became a force to be reckoned with. In a short 100 years, he completed 100,000 consecutive kills. The Silver Fox battle team and the 100-win battle team all fell at the hands of this kid. The one who spoke was a man with a square face. The one who was called Brother White Shirt was a dark-skinned man who was dressed in white. It was a stark contrast to Brother White Shirt. He gave off a feeling of being out of place. He drank a mouthful of wine before saying, "I've heard about it. It's been spreading like wildfire recently. How could I not have heard about it?" Most likely, it was another expert from the Yellow Board who was bored and changed his identity. Otherwise, there's no reason for a newcomer to be so strong. Let's not get involved in this kind of thing. Naturally, someone will stand up for us. The square-faced man nodded and said, "Yes, I think so too. Our ranking on the Yellow Board is not high. If this guy is really the new identity of a top expert on the Yellow Board, then it will be hard for us to infiltrate. Why don't you just be a spectator and watch the show?" But I say, this kid's heart is really big. He actually initiated such a high-threshold battle to defend the stage. Isn't it obvious that he wants to provoke those guys on the Yellow Board? There are many arrogant guys. Surely, many people won't tolerate such a thing. Bonnie nodded and said, "That's for sure. Those who are too arrogant will be dealt with. So, it's better not to be too arrogant. You think you're very strong, but you don't know that there's always someone better. So what if he can fight his way into the Yellow Board? There are many experts in the Yellow Board, especially those guys at the top of the Yellow Board. They're the real experts. Those in the top 100 of the Yellow Board can easily kill a 2-star all-creation wielder. No matter how heaven-defying this kid is, can he compete with those existences?" The square-faced man waved his hand and said, "Forget it. After we finish drinking, let's go to the arena to watch the show. I reckon that this time, it will attract a lot of people to watch the show. We haven't been to the all-creation arena world for a long time. Let's take this opportunity to join in the fun." "Yes, let's go." Hunting ground, one place. A figure who was running suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing with a strange sharpness. Battle of defending the stage? Jian Shanha? Interesting. Let's go and take a look. Once the battle of defending the stage was announced, the experts on the Yellow Board received the news. Many of them directly rushed to the arena. Some of them came purely to watch the show, while some came with arrogance. The arena was originally very lively. Once the news of the battle of defending the stage spread, it became even more lively. A large number of people came every moment. Powerful figures arrived one after another, causing a commotion from time to time. "Look, Pajun is here. Haha, it's really Pajun. Look at the strange weapon on his body. This weapon was created by Pajun. It's also called Pajun Tisk Tisk. Pajun hasn't shown up for 10,000 years. I didn't expect him to show up this time. There's a good show to watch. Pajun is also a battle-thirsty person. He killed his way to the Yellow Board 100,000 years ago. Then, he kept a low profile, but after 100,000 years, his strength must have become more powerful and terrifying. Yes, I thought he had already become a 2-star all-creation expert. Look, the white-clothed swordsman is here too. That white cloak, that black face, that long sword. Where there's a white cloak, there must be Yu Shao. Yu Shao is here too. Over there, Fox Daredevil Wolf is here too. And over there, Bing Hui. It's Bing Hui, my idol. Powerful figures arrived one after another. They were all existences on the Yellow Board. These experts rarely showed up, especially in the arena area. There were very few people who were on the Yellow Board. After all, those who killed their way to the Yellow Board had been training in the all-creation arena world for a long time. They had accumulated enough experience. If they continued to stay in the all-creation arena world, the effect would become very weak. Hence, after many experts killed their way to the Yellow Board, they rarely came to the all-creation arena world to train. They would only come here once in a while to relieve their boredom. Figures arrived one after another. Waves of commotion surged out. The arena became more and more lively. It was a boiling cauldron of voices. Many of the people on the yellow board also started chatting with each other. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on those experts on the yellow board. Many of them sized up Qin Zhao with sharp gazes. In a lively atmosphere, there was a terrifying, murderous aura. The smell of gunpowder also spread out invisibly. It was clear that an earth-shattering battle was about to break out very soon. In the crowd, Qin Feng and young Master Yulin were watching. When they heard the malicious attacks and even insults directed at Qin Zhao from the surrounding people, they were filled with righteous indignation and spoke up for Qin Zhao. There were more and more people. There were already more than 1,000 experts on the yellow board, and the number was still increasing. More than 1,000 existences on the yellow board. This was a very spectacular scene. It was an extremely rare scene. Old Demon Gui, why are you so low-key today? Usually, when you encounter such things, aren't you the first one to step out? Today's first battle, I'll leave it to you to start. That's right. Old Demon Gui, this isn't your style. Don't you like to take the first credit? Today, it's rare for so many of us old friends to gather in the arena. This arrogant brat is waiting for you to teach him a lesson. That's right. Use your heavenly demon divine technique to teach this arrogant brat how to behave. Go, Old Demon Gui. If you don't go, then I'll take the credit from you. Old Demon Gui, who was ridiculed by some people, was a man who looked very crazy. His dressing was very eerie and strange. He was extremely sloppy and looked a little crazy. Old Demon Gui lived up to his name. He gave people the impression that he was a crazy devil. He was definitely an extremely eerie and evil person. His body emitted an evil demonic aura, as if he was a peerless devil. Old Demon Gui let out a strange laugh and smashed the demonic pestle in his hand heavily on the ground. Suddenly, a monstrous demonic aura surged and surged in all directions. The powerful evil Qi caused many of the weaker people to involuntarily retreat to the side, as if they were afraid of provoking this devil. Ha ha ha, this prey is mine. Don't try to snatch it from me. Otherwise, I'll get angry with you. As soon as Old Demon Gui finished speaking, he took the lead and charged into the giant arena. Obviously, he wanted to take the credit and be the first to fight. Seeing Old Demon Gui, Qin Zhao couldn't help but frown slightly. Qin Zhao also heard the people who ridiculed Old Demon Gui. It seemed that Old Demon Gui was very gullible. Just a few words from others, and he was hooked. Even a fool could tell that those words were meant to provoke him, but Old Demon Gui was very receptive to it. At first glance, one could tell that he was an extremely arrogant person. Qin Zhao also didn't like the evil demonic aura that surrounded his body. At first glance, one could tell that this person was an extremely murderous person. He was an evil person. Qin Zhao had never liked such evil people. Seeing Old Demon Gui enter the arena, the battle was finally about to begin. The lively arena quieted down a lot. Everyone's eyes were focused on the huge arena, ready to see how exciting this shocking battle would be. A lot of heated discussions also sounded. Old Demon Gui is the first to fight. Do you think Jian Shanhe will be defeated in the first battle? That's very possible. Old Demon Gui has been famous for a long time. Moreover, his ranking on the yellow board is close to 90,000. His strength is still relatively strong. In addition, Old Demon Gui has rarely fought recently. No one knows how strong he is now. Yes, there's no need to say more about Old Demon Gui's strength. I also think that Jian Shanhe will be defeated. It will be a big joke if he loses in the first battle. Not necessarily. I think that Jian Shanhe might win. After all, no one knows Jian Shanhe's true strength. He feels that he is far from reaching his limit. Yes, that's true. Jian Shanhe probably hasn't shown his true strength in the hunting ground yet. Let's wait and see. The battle is about to begin. It will be a good show. The experts on the yellow board also started discussing. Do you think Old Demon Gui can suppress Jian Shanhe? Yu Xiao asked. He shook his head and said, emotionally speaking, I don't like Old Demon Gui. However, Old Demon Gui's strength is indeed strong. Even we don't dare to say that we can defeat him. Therefore, it's hard to say. Chapter 1187. The battle begins. The first battle was about to begin. The wind howled and the arena quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on the huge arena. Qin Shao stood there like an immovable god, allowing the wind to howl and the aura to surge. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on Old Devil Gui. He also learned a little about Old Devil Gui. He was ranked 93,652 on the yellow list. Overall, his ranking was relatively low. However, it had been tens of thousands of years since Old Devil Gui had fought in the myriad arena world. Therefore, it was hard to say how strong he was now. This person was definitely not easy to deal with. However, Qin Shao had already made his preparations. He had started the battle of defending the stage. Naturally, he wanted to attract some true experts to fight him. After the battle of defending the arena, Qin Shao of the Yellow District would not come in again. Since he had achieved his goal, there was no point in staying any longer. Jian Shanhe, you've been quite arrogant recently. The myriad arena world is not a place for you to be arrogant. Old Demon Gui looked at Qin Shao with a sinister smile. His eyes shone with a strange light, like a beast staring at its prey. If you want to compete in verbal skills, you must be very good at it, Qin Shao said sarcastically. His tone was obviously very sarcastic. Hearing Qin Zhao's sarcasm, the sinister smile on Old Demon Gui's face deepened. Boy, it seems like you're really arrogant. You're the first newcomer to be so arrogant. If that's the case, I should feel honored. Qin Shao curled his lips. Oomph. Old Demon Gui was thoroughly enraged. After a cold snort, he attacked Qin Shao. The demonic pestle in his hand moved, as if it had opened the gates of hell. Endless demonic energy gushed out and filled the entire arena. The nether devilish chi surged and roared, turning into a terrifying devil, bringing with it endless ferocity as it charged towards Qin Shao. What a powerful formation! At this moment, Old Demon Gui was like the king of all demons. He stood on his throne in the 9 heavens, commanding millions of demons to attack. Such a battle formation was frightening enough. Many people who saw it were frightened. Looks like Old Demon Gui's demonic arts are quite impressive. His 10,000 years of dormancy really weren't wasted. It's normal for Old Devil Gui's evil cultivation method to cause harm, but I don't think he'll go far on this path. If you kill too much, you will eventually be punished. That's right. If you walk by the river all the time, how can your shoes not get wet? This is a dark path, and Old Demon Gui won't be able to go far. This kid is crazy beyond belief. I think he's going to die at the hands of Old Demon Shao in the first battle. Many of the people on the yellow board began to communicate with each other privately. In their eyes, Qin Zhao's actions were too arrogant, so naturally, no one would stand on Qin Zhao's side. Caught in Old Demon Gui's frenzied attacks, Qin Shao calmly observed the entire situation and found Old Demon Gui's weakness. In the face of Old Demon Gui's frenzied attacks, Qin Shao was still able to deal with them calmly. The sword in his hand seemed ordinary, but was able to accurately block the frenzied attacks of the demons. Using offense as defense allowed Qin Zhao's defense to reach an invulnerable level. One man and one sword formed an impenetrable defensive domain, preventing the frenzied demons from reaching Qin Shao. Oh, you have some tricks up your sleeve. You can actually achieve such a perfect defense? However, I like to see how powerful you are if it's just a defense. Old Demon Gui raised his eyebrows slightly. Even though Qin Shao had blocked his attacks, he still didn't care about Qin Shao. Dance of 10,000 demons. Old Demon Gui's eerie eyes emitted an extremely gloomy light. He shouted coldly and waved the demonic pestle in his hand, causing the whole world to shake. 10,000 demons danced wildly in the huge arena, howling across the world as if doomsday had arrived. A terrifying aura surged across the world, devouring everything. The light was completely devoured, leaving behind endless darkness. The terrifying devilish chi crazily rushed towards Qin Shao. This was the application of the Tao Might of All Things. The dark power of the Tao Might of All Things had reached an extremely terrifying level. The Tao Might of Darkness could devour and destroy everything. Go to hell, kid. Today, I'll teach you how to behave properly. You should be proud to die under this old devil's dance of 10,000 demons. This is the ultimate move that I've spent 10,000 years to cultivate. You should be honored to be the first to try it. Old Demon Gue smiled sinisterly with absolute confidence. He had been dormant for 10,000 years to cultivate this ultimate move, Dance of 10,000 Demons. It was his most powerful move now. Relying on the ultimate move of Dance of 10,000 Demons, Old Demon Gue was confident that he could enter the top 90,000 on the yellow board. Today, it was time for him to show his prowess. The Soar Mountain River was his sacrifice for this move. Old Devil Huang's ultimate move immediately shocked many people. Some of the more cowardly people even hid far away, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. What a terrifying ultimate move. Even some existences on the yellow ranking were secretly amazed. This old Devil Gue was truly experienced. In just 10,000 years, he managed to cultivate such a powerful technique. No wonder he dared to be the first to jump out. He wanted to use this opportunity to become famous. Many people were worried for Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao was still as calm as an ancient well. He did not make any move. His eyes suddenly lit up and emitted a strange luster. It flashed and disappeared without a trace. However, Qin Zhao's sword moved. It was motionless like a mountain. When it moved, it was like the wind. When it moved again, it was like lightning and thunder. In an instant, heaven and earth shook. The sword moved and illuminated the 9 heavens. Streaks of sharp sword chi shot out from Qin Zhao's sword and turned into heavenly blades. They tore open the darkness and cut down the devils. Qin Shao had accurately grasped the best opportunity in the midst of Old Demon Gue's terrifying attack. His sword moved and aimed at the weakest point of Old Demon Gue's attack. Under Qin Zhao's terrifying sword, Old Demon Gue's dance of 10,000 demons was torn open. What? Such an unforeseen event truly caused quite a number of people to be quite shocked. How could Old Demon Gue's terrifying ultimate move be so easily torn open by Jian Shanhe? That wasn't all. After tearing open a hole, Qin Jian's sword slashed at Old Devil Huang with unstoppable momentum. Breaking through Old Demon Gue's ultimate move meant that Old Demon Gue was in great danger. Not good. Old Demon Gue's face changed drastically. His expression became strange and ugly. He was originally very confident in his 10,000 demons wild dance, and had quite a bit of confidence. He thought that he would be able to take down this arrogant kid, Jian Shanhe, after being in seclusion for 10,000 years and becoming much stronger. He wanted to use this opportunity to establish his prestige and make a name for himself. However, he didn't expect Qin Shao to be much stronger than he had imagined. Old Demon Gue didn't have time to think. He could only grit his teeth and clench the demonic pestle in his hand as he faced the attack with all his might. However, at this moment, he also felt a little powerless to resist. Therefore, under the surging sharpness of Qin Zhao's sword, it showed an unstoppable momentum and an unparalleled might. Old Demon Gue's demonic pestle couldn't stop Qin Zhao's attack at all. Old Demon Gue's divine body shook violently under the attack of the Dao Might. He spat a mouthful of blood and looked very miserable. Such a situation caused the entire arena to be filled with awe and silence. Old Demon Gue is going to lose. This Jian Shanhe seems to be much stronger than we thought. I feel that he hasn't even used his full strength yet. How could he defeat Old Demon Gue so easily? That's right. His control of timing is too strong. Obviously, he has a lot of battle experience. This Jian Shanhe doesn't seem like a newbie. Could it be that he's a new identity from the yellow board? If that's the case, who's so bored? If he's really an extremely powerful person on the yellow board, he doesn't seem to have the need to do this. It feels meaningless. It does feel meaningless when you think about it. However, some people have weird personalities. Looks like today's show is just the beginning. Old Demon Gue is going to suffer a big loss this time. However, I'm quite happy. I don't like Old Demon Gue. The experts on the yellow board at the spectator stand also talked in twos and threes. Each of them had their own thoughts. Old Demon Gue's expression was extremely ugly. He knew that the situation wasn't good. It seemed like he was going to be defeated by Jian Shanhe today. Old Demon Gue, your ultimate move is pretty good. It's powerful enough, and you've done a good job of using the Myriad Dao. However, you're too arrogant. You didn't notice the weakness of your ultimate move. Maybe it's because you don't care about it. Or maybe it's because you're not experienced enough to notice it. No matter how powerful an ultimate move is, once it has a weakness, it can be easily defeated as long as you grasp it accurately. Your disdain for me gave me a good opportunity. Therefore, I can accurately grasp your weakness and defeat you in one blow. Qin Xiao curled his lips and said. Old Demon Gue listened to Qin Xiao's words. His face turned green and white. It was a wonderful sight to behold. He really didn't notice the weakness of his ultimate move. Even though Qin Xiao pointed it out, he still couldn't figure it out. However, Qin Xiao's words were obviously a blow to him. It was a sarcastic remark that made him very uncomfortable. Brat, don't you dare be so arrogant. Old Devil Huang clenched his teeth and charged at Qin Xiao again, clearly unconvinced. Qin Xiao chuckled and shook his head. You're about to die, and you still don't know how to repent. Then die. Qin Xiao didn't show any mercy to old Demon Gue. He charged forward again. Qin Xiao executed the afterimage kill exquisitely. Although his mastery of the move wasn't very high, his control was very good. He was able to take advantage of the situation every time. Therefore, the power of the afterimage kill had become much stronger. At least, it felt a lot stronger. This kind of control over the battle wasn't something that ordinary people could achieve. Old Demon Gue's ultimate move, the Dance of 10,000 Demons, had been easily broken by Qin Xiao. He was already seriously injured. Therefore, he naturally didn't have much power to fight back against Qin Xiao. Therefore, old Demon Gue died under Qin Xiao's sword in just 5 rounds. Blood Drinking Sword, Vast World Song. Chapter 1188. Giant Tower. Old Demon Gue is dead. Jian Shanhe is too strong. What level is he at? With old Demon Gue's current strength, he should be in the top 90,000 of the yellow board. It's too easy. Old Demon Gue's strength is not on the same level as Jian Shanhe's. They are so far apart. Yeah, we were just saying that Jian Shanhe is a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. He is too arrogant and ignorant. Now it seems that he really has the strength to back him up. We can't help but be impressed. He is too monstrous. If I have even 1% of Jian Shanhe's talent and potential, I'll have a bright future. After the shock, some of the ordinary people started to discuss among themselves. Many of the people who sneered and even insulted Qin Xiao felt like they were slapped in the face. The faces of those who had looked down on Qin Xiao and looked down on Qin Xiao were burning. It was very unsightly. Indeed, many of them did not think highly of Qin Xiao. They felt that Qin Xiao did not have the strength to fight with old Demon Gue. But in the end, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Qin Xiao had caused a huge uproar in the Yellow District. This time, he attacked fiercely and caused quite a stir. Brother Bai Yi, what do you think? Yu Xiao asked. Bai shook his head and said, what else can I think? Anyway, this has nothing to do with us. Let's not get involved. But to be honest, I'm starting to admire this brother Jian Shanhe a little. Did you notice that his moves just now were actually not too powerful, but his control of the battle situation was really too terrifying? This feeling is like an adult fighting with a child. We did not notice old Demon Gue's weakness, but Jian Shanhe accurately grasped it. He controlled it very well and defeated it in one move. To be able to reach such a profound level in the application of the battle situation, this is truly beyond our expectations. Yu Xiao nodded and said, yes, yes. I was just about to say that. From what we know, Jian Shanhe shouldn't be that old, but his combat experience is so rich. This shouldn't be as simple as battle experience. His vision was also extremely high. It's really hard to imagine that the vision of a one-star, all-knowing has actually reached such a high level. Jian Shanhe is not a simple person. He is not simple at all. If there's a chance, we can be friends. After old Devil Gouet was defeated, those on the yellow board began to discuss among themselves. Yin Zhong, aren't you close to old Devil Gouet? Old Devil Gouet has been defeated. It's your turn now. Go and help old Devil Gouet regain his dignity. Bah, Xing, why don't you go up and fight? Haven't you always looked down on old Demon Chi? Didn't you always think that you were stronger than old Devil Gouet? Isn't today your chance to prove yourself? Hee hee, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Against such a small character, I wouldn't be in a hurry to go up. That would be too much of a bully. Yin Zhong, I'll leave this opportunity to you. Come on, Xing, why don't we have a fight first? Everyone, stop arguing. Let's discuss how to deal with this. This kid is provoking the entire yellow board. How can we tolerate his arrogance? That's right. What's the use of arguing? It's more practical to discuss how to deal with this. There are so many experts on the yellow board. How can we be suppressed by a kid? That was indeed the case. Initiating a battle to defend the stage was undoubtedly a provocation to the entire yellow board. Moreover, Qin Zhao's battle to defend the stage had such a high threshold. That was a great provocation. The battle to defend the stage was usually aimed at the experts on the yellow board. The higher the threshold you set, the stronger the provocation. Moreover, Qin Zhao was a newly promoted expert on the yellow board. He had just been promoted to the yellow board, and he initiated a battle to defend the stage. If that wasn't a provocation to the yellow board, what else could it be? Who wasn't a genius to be ranked on the yellow board? Who wasn't arrogant? Who wasn't an expert? How could such a person tolerate a slight provocation? There were 100,000 experts on the yellow board. Not many of them needed to come out. Only dozens of them would be enough to make Qin Zhao suffer. Only dozens of people from 100,000 people would come out. That was a very low proportion. In fact, it was far more than that. At this moment, there were more than 3,000 experts on the yellow board gathered at the spectator stand. Moreover, after the news of old Devil Gouet's defeat spread, a large number of experts on the yellow board came. The number was still increasing rapidly. There were more than 3,000 experts on the yellow board. There were always some arrogant people. Many experts couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in their eyes. Get out of the way. Let me do it. A thunderous voice suddenly rang out. Just the sound of this voice was enough to make those people involuntarily move aside to make a path. A giant man walked out of the crowd. He was more than 3 meters tall and had well-developed limbs. The muscles on his body were like a mountain. They were stacked together and looked very powerful. His muscles were strong and his momentum was strong. He gave people a very tough feeling. His voice was like thunder and his footsteps were like a mountain. He didn't need to make a move. It was enough to feel the powerful force emitted from his body. It was a kind of invincible feeling. Seeing the newcomer, many experts on the yellow board started to make fun of him. Haha, Zhu Ta is here. As expected, he has a bad temper. Zhu Ta is born with divine strength. It will be fatal to fight with him. Yes, I have been defeated by Zhu Ta before. His strength is too terrifying. Zhu Ta has made his move. I think he can win this battle. Whether it is strength or defense, Zhu Ta is much stronger than old Devil Gouet. Obviously, everyone was full of confidence in Zhu Ta. Boom! Zhu Ta jumped onto the huge arena and landed heavily on it. It was like a mountain falling down. The huge arena couldn't help but tremble slightly. One could only imagine how powerful the tower was. Zhu Ta. Qin Zhao's eyes slightly narrowed and fell on Zhu Ta. Zhu Ta was ranked 88,697 on the yellow board. Although the ranking was not much higher than old Devil Gouet's, it was close to 90,000. On the yellow board, it was considered to be at the bottom. However, the real strength couldn't be judged by the yellow board. According to Qin Zhao's understanding of the situation, Zhu Ta's lethality couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, Zhu Ta dared to come to the arena after old Devil Gouet died in his hands. Obviously, he had some confidence. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't dare to be too careless. He braced himself. Please. Qin Zhao cupped his hands toward Zhu Ta and made a gesture of inviting him to come up. However, Zhu Ta didn't pay attention to him at all. When he cupped his hands, Zhu Ta didn't say anything and directly launched an attack. Such a situation made Qin Xiao a little speechless. However, since Juta had made his move, Qin Xiao didn't dare to hesitate and immediately entered the battle state. Juta's weapons were very strange. They were two round stones that were almost twice the size of his head. They were like two huge fists. Juta's fists were covered by the huge stones, as if he was wearing two big boxing gloves. Juta waved his fists. From afar, Qin Xiao felt a strong and unparalleled power roaring towards him. With such a strong momentum, the entire arena seemed to be about to collapse. Boom! Under the pressure of such a strong power, Qin Xiao felt like a small boat facing a raging tsunami. What a strong power! Juta is indeed born with divine strength. He has the natal inheritance and has an innate talent in using the power of the Tao of all things. His power has been used to the extreme. Coupled with his strong body, his power has become his trump card. Before the battle, Qin Xiao had already felt the power of Juta. In the realm of the gods, Qin Xiao had met many gods who were good at using power. Not to mention others, Qin Xiao himself was good at using power. After all, he had cultivated the true meaning of power, which was purely to train his power. In terms of power, Qin Xiao was also very strong. However, this was the world of all things. There was only one kind of law in this world, and that was the law of the Tao of all things. Only the Tao of all things could be used. Nothing else could be used. Qin Xiao's true meaning of power couldn't be used at all. Juta could be considered an exception. He had broken through the bindings of some laws, which made him very strong. Without any hesitation, Qin Xiao met the attack with a heavy blow. However, as soon as Qin Xiao's sword touched Juta's fist, he felt a strong and unstoppable power crazily smashing towards him. Being smashed by this powerful force, Qin Xiao also could not help being shocked, flying out backward. What a strong power! Qin Xiao was shocked. Although he had been prepared, he was still a little surprised. He kept retreating, and he looked a little embarrassed. Humph! Jian Shanhe, weren't you so arrogant just now? Let's see how strong you are. How long can you be so arrogant? Juta sneered. He didn't want to give Qin Xiao any chance to breathe. He wanted to win the battle in one fell swoop. Boom! Boom! There were two more exchanges. Each time, Qin Xiao was beaten back by Juta's strong power, which made Qin Xiao feel very uncomfortable. As soon as the battle started, Juta seemed to be in control of the situation. He immediately suppressed Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao looked a little embarrassed. He only had the strength to resist. Moreover, every time they exchanged blows, he would be at a disadvantage. He kept retreating, and it seemed that he was going to lose. Such a situation made many people who were looking forward to the battle happy. Aha, Juta is still the best. He can dominate the world with one move. His power, I feel like it's unfathomable. That is to say, Juta's attacks are all direct. They are too domineering and powerful. Anyway, I don't like a fight with this guy. It seems that Jian Shanhe is going to lose. It's not bad to win this battle. That is to say, losing to Juta is not a disgrace. This kid is so arrogant. He will definitely lose. Those experts of the yellow board felt that the outcome was already decided. In the crowd, young Master Yulin and Qin Feng were worried. They broke out in cold sweat for Qin Xiao. Big Brother Shanhe, you must hold on. Qin Feng, we have to believe in Big Brother Shanhe. He hasn't used his full strength yet. I believe that since Big Brother Shanhe dared to start the battle, he should have some confidence. He won't be defeated so quickly. Yes, Big Brother Shanhe, you could do it. In the crowd, there were a few people who supported Qin Xiao. Chapter 1189. It was getting more and more exciting. Jian Shanhe was completely suppressed by the giant pagoda. The outcome was clear. However, it was admirable for Jian Shanhe's strength. He was suppressed by the giant pagoda the moment they started fighting. He was losing his ability to defend himself. Obviously, everyone thought that Jian Shanhe would be defeated soon. However, what was surprising was that Jian Shanhe did not lose even after waiting for so long. Jian Shanhe was like a strong cockroach. He had a strong vitality and could not be killed. This feeling was like a small boat in the middle of a terrifying tsunami, but it was still able to avoid being swallowed up. It was swaying, but it did not fall. It gave people a very strange feeling. It was a weak fluorescent light, but it could compete with the sun and the moon. What kind of heaven-defying move was this? This Jian Shanhe is quite capable. He was at an absolute disadvantage, but he was able to hold on. He could turn the rotten into the miraculous and pull himself out of danger. Yes, he is indeed experienced. His control of the battle situation could be said to have reached the pinnacle. If not, he would have lost his ability to defend himself. This is not only his battle experience, but also his high vision. He could see through everything in an instant. Jian Shanhe is indeed an anomaly. I now suspect that he is the new identity of a perverted existence on the Huang board. This possibility is not high. After all, those guys on the Huang board, even if they're using new identities, they are easy to recognize. After all, their cultivation methods, their moves, and even their fighting style had their own style. This wasn't something that could be changed just because he wanted to. There will be traces left behind. However, we can't see any traces on Jian Shanhe's body. That's why I don't know where this monster came from. There hasn't been any monstrous geniuses in the major cities recently. Although those experts on the Huang board did not want Qin Shao to win, they could not help but admire Qin Shao. The giant pagoda had attacked for more than 30 rounds. He was obviously suppressing Qin Shao, but he did not defeat Qin Shao. Such a situation was indeed very uncomfortable for the giant pagoda. Brat, it seems that you do have some ability. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, you only have some ability. Look at you now, you only have the strength to defend. What do you have to be arrogant? Tower's words were full of sarcasm. You only have the power to parry? Qin Zhao's lips suddenly curled into a sneer. Then I'll let you see if I'm really only capable of parrying. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Zhu Ta couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that this Jian Shanhe was hiding most of his strength? Judging from his tone, it didn't seem like he was boasting. Therefore, the giant pagoda couldn't help but become vigilant. As expected, with that, the sword in Qin Zhao's hand suddenly became sharper and more powerful. Streaks of resplendent light surged out of the sword, whistling through the sky. Streaks of Tao might of all things intertwined, and the heavenly prison descended, instantly enveloping the giant pagoda and imprisoning him in this terrifying prison. Heaven and earth in all directions, the four seas calamity, and the heavenly prison burned everything. After 100 years of training and improvement, Qin Zhao's heavenly prison became even more terrifying. At this moment, the giant pagoda was trapped in the heavenly prison, and the power of the heavenly prison was about to suppress him. Qin Shao, who had been suppressed all this time, finally made a desperate counterattack, which made the eyes of the spectators suddenly light up. Those people who originally thought that Qin Shao would be defeated very quickly also changed their minds at this time. It seemed that the situation wasn't going as smoothly as they imagined. It wasn't that easy to defeat Qin Shao. It's just a small trick. You want to trap me? You must be dreaming. The giant pagoda, who was trapped in the heavenly prison, snorted disdainfully. His fist surged, and he punched out one punch after another. Every punch caused the heavens and earth to tremble and the four seas to collapse. The entire arena shook violently. The power of every punch was so great that it was frightening. The giant pagoda's punches were so powerful that the heavenly prison was on the verge of collapse. Obviously, the heavenly prison couldn't trap the giant pagoda. Such a situation was within Qin Zhao's expectations. The giant pagoda was definitely a difficult character to deal with. He was straightforward, and his power was straightforward. No matter what kind of power he faced, he would use his fists to solve the problem. Everything was about power. No matter how powerful your cultivation method was, or how powerful your moves were, he would only respond with a punch. His fists were the pinnacle of power. Using strength to break all techniques, everything would be broken under his fists. The heavenly prison couldn't trap him at all. However, Qin Shao didn't mean to trap the giant pagoda. He just wanted to use the heavenly prison to exhaust him. After dozens of rounds, Qin Shao had a precise understanding of the giant pagoda's strength. He knew the best way to deal with him. Soon, the giant pagoda broke the heavenly prison. However, when he was about to come out, Qin Shao used the heavenly prison again and trapped the giant pagoda again. The giant pagoda had to attack about 20 times to break the heavenly prison. Although the delay wasn't long, 20 times wasn't a small amount. This time was enough for Qin Shao to prepare for a new round of attacks. The second time, the third time, the fourth time, Qin Shao used the heavenly prison again and again, and the giant pagoda broke it again and again. It was as if the two of them were playing a game. Such a tug-of-war situation made the situation a little strange. Is he stalling for time? What's the point? This way of fighting is a little shameless. He's going to lose anyway. It's useless. He's just stalling for time. It won't decide anything. Is he just stalling for time? Why do I feel that things aren't that simple? There was a lot of discussion. At this time, the giant pagoda who was trapped in the heavenly prison again and again was very unhappy. Such a way of fighting was indeed very uncomfortable for him. Therefore, the giant pagoda roared angrily, "Jian Shanhe, do you only know how to stall for time like this? What's the point of fighting like this? You don't even dare to fight with me fair and square. You're really a coward. I really thought that you had some ability. I think that's all there is to it. You can't beat me, so you use such a tactic. Isn't it disgusting?" Qin Shao ignored such a provocation. He curled his lips and said, "There's no difference between good and bad tactics. Whether it's stalling for time or a shameless way of fighting, what's there to be disgusting about? What's wrong with using one strength to counter the others? No matter what the tactic is, it's a good tactic that can win in the end. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. I'm not cheating, right? I'm also fighting with you fair and square. Why can't I? You can't break my attack, so you say some unpleasant words. Don't you think you're very despicable? You're born with divine strength. Why should I fight with you head-on?" The giant pagoda was also speechless by Qin Zhao's words. Although this way of fighting was a bit shameless, it couldn't be said that others were not allowed to fight like this. The winner takes all. Not to mention this kind of tactic, even if he used some despicable means, there was nothing wrong with it. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. History was always written by the victors. Let's see how long you can trap me. The giant pagoda snorted angrily and continued to attack wildly. The heavenly prison was still broken again and again, and the time it took to break was getting shorter and shorter. Obviously, the giant pagoda's anger made him erupt with more powerful and terrifying power. However, Qin Zhao's control of timing was really heaven-defying. No matter how the giant pagoda broke the heavenly prison, Qin Shao was always able to use it again in time and trap the giant pagoda again. The giant pagoda roared again and again, getting angry again and again, but it still had no effect. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. As the number of confrontations increased, the giant pagoda's attacking power obviously slowed down, and it felt a little powerless. Such a crazy attack naturally couldn't be unleashed without limit. The divine power was always limited. Once it was exhausted, it would naturally weaken. At this point, someone finally realized what was going on. No. He's deliberately consuming the giant pagoda's divine power. He wants to use this to break the giant pagoda's power. Yes, what a sinister move. How could he have such a thought? The giant pagoda had been suppressing him previously, but it couldn't defeat him. Jian Shanhe was naturally very unhappy. Jian Shanhe used the trap tactic again, which angered the giant pagoda even more. I feel that the situation is not good. I'm afraid the giant pagoda is really going to suffer. The giant pagoda also realized this problem. He stared fiercely at Qin Shao, and his anger was monstrous. "Jian Shanhe, you despicable villain, how dare you scheme against me?" "Despicable villain?" Qin Shao sneered and said, "You think too highly of yourself. It's just a tactic. You're too stupid to understand it, and you're blaming me? I fought with you fair and square. So many people saw it. How am I despicable and shameless? Don't find excuses for your stupidity. That will only make you look too clumsy." The giant pagoda was furious, but it couldn't refute. In fact, it couldn't really say anything. The giant pagoda roared again. "Jian Shanhe, I'm going to smash you to death." The giant pagoda broke the heavenly prison again, But this time Qin Shao didn't use the heavenly prison to trap him. It was almost time to close the net. The giant pagoda's divine power was almost exhausted, and he could only use 50% of his strength at most. However, Qin Shao was almost unaffected. Qin Zhao's sword was pushed to the limit again, and he attacked with all his strength. It was a sharp contrast with the situation just now when the giant pagoda was suppressed. It was a huge contrast. This time, the power of Qin Zhao's sword directly shook the giant pagoda, and the giant pagoda flew out. The situation was completely reversed. Of course, Qin Shao wouldn't give the giant pagoda a chance to breathe. He attacked again and again, and the giant pagoda flew out again and again. Seeing this scene, the crowd was dumbfounded. They thought the giant pagoda would win, but they didn't expect the situation to be reversed like this. The giant pagoda was going to be defeated. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The giant pagoda kept roaring. It was obviously difficult for him to accept the defeat. However, he couldn't change the fact in front of him at all. He couldn't reverse the situation at all. Qin Shao attacked again and again. In the 13th round, he finally chopped the giant pagoda under his sword. The crowd was in awe. The giant pagoda was also defeated by Qin Shao. The crowd looked at each other, and the scene became very quiet. It was so quiet that it was even a little depressing. Those experts on the yellow board looked at Qin Shao with some obvious changes again. Chapter 1190. 128 on the yellow board. Old Devil Shao and Giant Pagoda, the two famous experts of the yellow board, were killed by Qin Shao one after another, which made Jian Shan's name known throughout the yellow district. Those who wanted to laugh at Qin Shao had to shut their mouths. Qin Shao used his strength to prove that he had the right to speak, proving that he had the strength and qualifications to be frivolous here. Of course, everyone had different opinions about the second battle with Giant Pagoda. Many people felt that Qin Shao was able to defeat the Giant Pagoda because he was opportunistic. He had grasped the Giant Pagoda's weakness and exhausted the Giant Pagoda's divine power by trapping it. Only then did he win. This could be considered a success in restraining Giant Pagoda. In the arena, there were more than 5,000 experts of the yellow board. The speed of increase had slowed down, and it was estimated that there would not be much more. 5,000 experts of the yellow board gathered. This was a grand event. After a heated discussion, another person jumped into the arena. It was Bing Hui, who was 100 places higher than Giant Pagoda. Although Bing Hui was not as famous as Old Devil Shao and Giant Pagoda, he grew very fast. He was considered a rising star and had a good reputation. His unique skill, Icebound 10,000 miles, was extremely terrifying. It was an application of the myriad things Tao, and it was used to a terrifying extent in his hands. Bing Hui was only one step away from breaking through to the intermediate application of the myriad things Tao. He could step into the intermediate application level at any time. Coupled with a middle-grade cultivation method, it indeed made this unique move very powerful. However, no matter how powerful his unique skill was, Qin Shao always had the ability to find a way to break it. Even if their strengths were similar, Qin Shao could easily control the situation and win in the end. At most, it would just drag on for a little longer. The third battle, Qin Shao won. In the fourth battle, Qin Shao faced a woman. She had a beautiful face, but she was a ruthless woman. She had the aura of a heroine. The fourth battle, Qin Shao won. In the fifth battle, he faced a Xinghua. A Xinghua was ranked over 80,000 on the yellow board. His unique skill was the myriad things doppelganger, which was extremely strange and powerful. Against Ah Xing, Qin Shao had to expend a bit of effort. The two of them fought for 3 days and 3 nights before the outcome was decided. Qin Shao won. In the 11th battle, Qin Shao faced Yan Zhong. A Xinghua. Qin Shao won. In the 23rd battle, it was Qin Shao Pagoda, Xinghua, 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 Qin Shao won. Xinghua, Xinghua, Mountain River Sword Technique, Mountain River Sword. The exposure of the Mountain River Sword scripture could be said to have completely exposed Qin Zhao's strength. It also allowed others to understand Qin Zhao's true strength. Xinghua, Xinghua, Qin Shao. Studio from Studio Since, well, Xinghua XS Wa. After all, his strength had been completely exposed. Moreover, he had defeating armies, who was extremely famous in the Yellow Zone. Naturally, the challengers after him would be more cautious. If one didn't have some strength, they wouldn't have come up the stage to challenge him. That would only be courting death. The longer the battle went on, the more attractive it became to those who were on the yellow board. After all, the accumulated points were constantly increasing. With hundreds of thousands of points placed there, who wouldn't be tempted? Moreover, so many famous masters of the yellow board had been defeated by Qin Shao. Therefore, if he could defeat Qin Shao, it would be equivalent to defeating so many masters of the yellow board. This was a supreme honor. For the generous rewards, for the honor, many masters of the yellow board were willing to fight. Anyway, even if he lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, so many people had lost before, including Pajun. But if he wanted to win, he would have to succeed in one go. Therefore, the battle of defending the stage would become more and more exciting as it progressed, and it would attract more and more experienced characters to take action. The battle that Qin Shao initiated this time was quite successful. At the beginning, everyone thought that he would be defeated in the first battle. Now, more than 2 years had passed, and there had been 30 battles in the arena. However, Jian Shanhe, who wasn't favored at the beginning, had been standing in the arena all the time. The 31st battle, Qin Shao won. The 32nd battle, Qin Shao won. The 35th battle, Qin Shao won. In more than 2.5 years, 35 battles, Qin Shao had won all of them. If there was one more battle, there would be 36 battles. When there were 36 battles, the initiator could end the battle of defending the stage and finish it perfectly. Being able to complete a battle of defending the stage was also a magnificent feat, and he would also be rewarded handsomely. There were very few people who initiated the battle of defending the stage, and those who could successfully defend the stage were even fewer. On average, there would only be one in every 100,000 years. He had won 35 battles in a row, and only one more battle was needed to finish it perfectly. At this time, Qin Shao was in high spirits. He stood in the arena with his sword in hand, and his eyes swept around. He had the aura of looking down on the world. Standing in the 9 heavens, overlooking the 10 earths, this was an invincible pride. Who dared to come up and fight? The audience in the arena was completely silent, and even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Those experts on the yellow board seemed to have lost their temper. They were as silent as cicadas in winter, and they didn't have that insufferably arrogant air. Jian Shanhe's powerful image was also formed in everyone's mind. Jian Shanhe's name would also be famous in the world of all living things because of this battle. As long as it spread in the world of all living things, the whole world of all living things would certainly discuss this matter. After the 35th battle, the situation seemed to be in a deadlock. No one came up to challenge Qin Shao again, even though the accumulated points were high enough and the rewards were rich enough. Moreover, the 36th battle was also the battle of finishing it. If one succeeded, it would naturally bring great honor. The bloodlust of cultivators was to fight for honor and die for honor. Such a temptation naturally made many masters on the yellow board itchy and eager to make a move. But in the face of the powerful Jian Shanhe, those restless people became cautious and didn't dare to act rashly. This wait lasted for 2 months. If they waited any longer, they might miss the battle of myriad cities. Therefore, Qin Shao was a little anxious. Since no one came up, Qin Shao had to take the initiative. Qin Shao glanced at those experts on the yellow board, and a provocative cold smile appeared on his lips. What? Was there no one else? I only ask, who dares to come up and fight? I only ask, who dares to come up and fight? These words were filled with lofty sentiments that could shake the heavens. This sentence was so arrogant and overbearing. This sentence immediately ignited the anger in many people's hearts and ignited their blood. After a while, Qin Shao didn't get any response, so he raised his voice and said again, I only ask, who dares to come up and fight? Arrogant. He's simply a madman. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Those on the yellow board were also very angry at Qin Shao's arrogant words. But no matter how angry they were, who dared to come up and fight with Qin Shao easily? With strength, one was qualified to point at the world and look down on the firmament. With strength, one was respected. With strength, one could be a venerable. He could stand at the top of the world and trample on all the disobedience. "I'll do it," a voice suddenly came out. The voice wasn't loud, but it had an extremely powerful penetrating force. From this voice, one could feel the strength of the speaker, extremely powerful. Hearing this voice, everyone looked around. Just by listening to the voice, they couldn't tell where the speaker came from. Soon, everyone's eyes fell on a figure. This was a handsome man wearing silver and blue-colored soft armor. He had a big red cloak on his body that fluttered in the wind. He looked like a god of war that had descended. The man walked over step by step, emitting a powerful aura that made people involuntarily step aside and make way for him. After a short silence, someone finally spoke. "It's Qian Shaojun. It's actually Qian Shaojun. He actually came out." "Ha ha. I've admired Qian Shaojun for a long time. I didn't expect to have a chance to meet him today. He's indeed Qian Shaojun, giving people a different feeling. I also want to see Qian Shaojun beat up Jian Shanha. Jian Shanha's luck is really good. Even Qian Shaojun was provoked. But it's also his misfortune. With Qian Shaojun here, he's bound to lose." "Yes, with Qian Shaojun here, how can Jian Shanha not lose?" Qian Shaojun's appearance had indeed surprised many people. Qin Zhao's gaze also fell on Qian Shaojun. His eyes narrowed and the corner of his mouth curled up into a strange smile. You really gave me a big surprise. I really didn't expect that I would be able to fish out such a big fish during this battle." Qian Shaojun ranked 128 on the yellow board. Just by looking at the ranking, you can see how powerful he is. Interesting, it seems that this battle won't be easy. But this is also what I want. The greater the pressure, the more my potential can be stimulated. This is also what I want. Facing Qian Shaojun, Qin Xiao was not worried at all. Instead, he became more excited and his fighting spirit was even higher. Qian Shaojun was ranked 128 on the yellow board, which was powerful enough. Moreover, the experts on the yellow board couldn't be judged purely by their ranking. Their real strength couldn't be reflected by their ranking. For example, the strength of a number 1 on the yellow board might not be as powerful as Qian Shaojun. This was because many old antiques who had lived for a long time didn't dare to break through in order to keep their ranking on the yellow board. In order to keep the glory, they had been suppressing their realm and maintained at the level of 1-star all things expert. This method sounded stupid, but there were indeed many experts on the yellow board who did this. After all, once they broke through to the level of 2-star all things expert, they would be automatically removed from the yellow board. What they needed to compete for was not the yellow board, but the ranking list of young masters. The competition for the ranking list of young masters couldn't be compared with the yellow board. Because of this, many cultivators who didn't have much ambition kept suppressing their breakthrough and kept occupying the position on the yellow board. This caused a big problem on the yellow board. It was impossible to reach a high ranking if one only had the strength without the accumulation of years. But Qian Shaojun was an experienced person. He hadn't been on the yellow board for a long time. It was only 10,000 years. However, his strength was publicly acknowledged to be powerful. There were many experts on the yellow board who were defeated by him and many teams on the battle team list. Furthermore, he had once initiated a battle to defend the platform and had won that battle as well. Qian Shaojun frequently fought in the all things arena world. Every time he fought, it was amazing. Chapter 1191. The battle against Qian Shaojun. Qian Shaojun was not in a hurry as he slowly stepped onto the arena. Following his footsteps, everyone's eyes followed his footsteps all the way until he landed on the arena. With his hands behind his back, he looked indifferent. Between his eyebrows, there was a sense of arrogance. Above thousands of people, standing at the peak, a crane and a flock of chickens, swallowing mountains and rivers. As Qian Shaojun stood there, his aura was completely revealed. It was not something that the experts of the yellow board could compare with. This was the aura of a true expert. Facing Qian Shaojun, Qin Xiao also felt a strong pressure spreading rapidly. He could clearly feel that the surrounding temperature had dropped by a lot. This was an invisible aura. The stronger the expert, the stronger his aura. It was as if there was a law following his every movement. Qin Shaojun was definitely one of the top ones among the one-star all-things experts in the world of all things. He was not the strongest, but he should be in the top 10 or 20. There should not be any problem. Qin Shaojun could probably kill an ordinary two-star all-things expert. His aura was pressing, but Qin Shao was calm and indifferent. He did not show any weakness in his aura and did not lose to Qin Shaojun. Qin Shaojun was the first to speak. His tone was calm and not aggressive. You were able to win 35 rounds. Pajun and the others were all defeated by you. During this time, I was also paying attention to your battles. I felt that you were not pushed to your limit. Your strength is even stronger than what you're showing now. I have not had a good battle for a while. I am itching for a fight, so I came to learn from you. Hearing Qin Shaojun's words, everyone was shocked. Qin Shanha had not shown his full strength? This was too scary, right? After winning 35 rounds consecutively, he had not been forced to show his true strength. How strong was he? However, everyone naturally believed Qin Shaojun's words. With Qin Shaojun's eyesight, he was not lying. Moreover, Qin Shaojun did not fight for glory. He admired Qin Shanha and wanted to learn from him. This was the appreciation between experts. Since Qin Shaojun treated him in a friendly manner, Qin Shao naturally returned the favor. He smiled faintly and said, I've heard of Qin Shaojun's reputation, but I didn't expect that it would draw you out. Since Qin Shaojun thinks so highly of me, Qin Shanha, I will do my best. Qin Shaojun, there's no need for words when meeting a bosom friend. Please. You're straightforward enough. Please. Qin Shaojun nodded and made a gesture to Qin Shao. Qin Shaojun's demeanor was still there. Obviously, she let Qin Shao make the first move. In terms of reputation, Qin Shaojun was naturally much stronger than Qin Shanha. In terms of ranking on the yellow board, it was unknown how high it had gone. Qin Shaojun, who was standing in a high position, also showed her proper demeanor. In the face of the powerful Qin Shaojun, Qin Shao did not hold back. Her eyes suddenly turned cold, and she entered the state of battle. Whoosh! She unsheathed her sword. Shadow move. Qin Shao rushed out directly. His sword moved into shadow, and rays of sharp light instantly burst out, weaving into terrifying shadows. In an instant, he cut through the void and directly attacked Qin Shaojun. This was after-image kill. After nearly 300 years of tempering in the myriad arena world, although Qin Shao hadn't reached a very high level, in terms of control, it was clear that Qin Shao had already reached the point of perfection. The sword was as fast as a shadow. The rays of sharp light formed an impenetrable big net and directly attacked. Qin Shao had been using this skill for many years. The attack was powerful and could often suppress the opponent as soon as it came. Qin Shaojun was obviously familiar with Qin Zhao's skill. She was neither slow nor slow. Obviously, she had already prepared a countermeasure. When Qin Shao arrived in front of Qin Shaojun, under the sword light of the shadows, Qin Shaojun suddenly disappeared. Where'd she go? She disappeared into thin air? The onlookers were also quite shocked. One after another, cries of surprise rang out. Qin Zhao's brows couldn't help but slightly frown, but Qin Shao was able to see how they came back. Qin Shaojun's instant disappearance just now was not teleportation, but a kind of body movement. Using speed was a kind of use of space, so the sudden burst of speed was like teleportation. In an instant, she was far away and directly avoided Qin Zhao's attack. With Qin Zhao's eyesight, as long as he caught some clues, he could figure it out. At the same time, Qin Shaojun's figure quietly appeared behind Qin Zhao's side, and Qin Shaojun slapped at Qin Shao. It was silent, but full of murderous intent. Qin Shao perceived the trajectory of Qin Shaojun's body movement. Naturally, he also expected where Qin Shaojun would appear, so he was already prepared. When the sword missed, Qin Shao also exerted his body movement to the extreme. With a large movement, he instantly teleported to a distance of 10,000 feet. Qin Shaojun's palm directly went through the shadow left by Qin Shao. This scene made many people tremble with fear and even broke out in a cold sweat for Jian Shanhe. When they saw clearly that it was just a shadow, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They thought that they would be defeated in this exchange. In this first exchange, Qin Xiao and Qian Xiaojun did not touch each other. Both of their attacks were easily dodged by each other. The two of them staggered and stood facing each other. Not bad. You were able to dodge my attack. Your reaction and the use of your body movement have reached an extremely high level. According to what I know, you haven't been cultivating for a long time, but you can reach such a level in such a short time. It's comparable to my tens of thousands of years of cultivation. I really admire you. Qian Xiaojun actually praised Qin Xiao. However, this praise was also sincere. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and curled his lips, but did not say anything. Qin Xiao did not know how to explain this kind of thing. After all, he came in with a halo, so naturally, he could not be measured by the people of this world. If they had the same foundation, then there would be a comparison. Qin Xiao had cultivated in the divine realm for nearly 400,000 years. If he did not have this advantage, then wouldn't he have lived in vain? Qin Xiao rushed towards Qian Xiaojun again. Although it was the same move, the way it was used was completely different. It was a different way of fighting. This time, Qian Xiaojun did not dodge like before. Instead, she confronted Qin Xiao directly. Qian Xiaojun's hands were like swords, blocking Qin Xiao's sword repeatedly. No matter how Qin Xiao's sword changed, Qian Xiaojun was able to block it easily. Moreover, Qian Xiaojun did not use her sword, which showed how confident Qian Xiaojun was in herself. Although a sword was only a weapon, in a battle, a good weapon would allow the power to be transmitted to the opponent more easily, and the power would be greater. Qin Xiao's sword became faster and faster, and the changes in the sword became more and more strange. The Tao of all creation also became sharper, heavier, and fiercer. Several different Tao of all Tao forms were integrated into Qin Xiao's sword, causing Qin Xiao's sword to become unpredictable. This also caused Qin Xiao's sword to become even more terrifying. The sword that Qin Xiao was using now was not purely the afterimage kill. Instead, it was based on this middle-grade cultivation technique, and then added in Qin Xiao's comprehension of the Tao of all creation. Although it was possible to become a controller of the Tao of all creation if one continued to walk in one direction, there were many paths. However, the Tao had countless directions. If one were to break through in only one direction, it would be extremely difficult. It was precisely because he knew this that Qin Xiao tried to cultivate in all aspects. This method seemed to be much more difficult and complicated, but the further one went, the smoother the path would be. Different Tao of all Tao would be displayed in different directions. In terms of speed, power, sharpness, heaviness, defense, and so on, these were all directions that Qin Xiao had comprehended. Just comprehending these aspects was not enough. One also needed to be able to use these aspects well. Only then could one truly display the power that one should have. Therefore, the cultivation of Tao was a huge and complicated journey. The path of a controller was way too difficult. However, Qin Xiao could be considered to have rich experience in this aspect. After all, he was already a controller of the primordial chaos Tao and an ultimate controller of the sword Tao. In terms of experience, he could borrow some. In terms of the primordial chaos Tao, Qin Xiao could only become a controller so quickly because he had the assistance of the primordial chaos cauldron and the primordial chaos origin energy. However, in terms of the ultimate sword Tao, Qin Xiao could be said to have taken one step at a time and walked solidly. He had also slowly walked from being weak to being strong. Although there were many aids, Qin Xiao's comprehension of the ultimate sword Tao was still an absolute factor. With these experiences, Qin Xiao's cultivation of the Tao of all creation would naturally be of great help. It was best to know how one should walk on the path. Therefore, Qin Xiao had chosen the best path, at least for now. This was also one of the reasons why Qin Xiao had come to the universal arena world to train. Over the past 200 years of battles on the arena, Qin Xiao had accumulated a lot. At this moment, there were naturally many techniques that he could use. If Qian Xiaojun didn't draw his sword, Qin Xiao would force him to. As Qin Xiao's attacks became stronger and stronger, Qian Xiaojun also felt the pressure increasing. Qian Xiaojun, are you still not willing to draw your sword? Qin Xiao suddenly said. Qian Xiaojun flew back, but his face was still calm. He chuckled and said, Haha, looking at the situation, I have no choice but to draw my sword. You have been forcing me to draw my sword. If I don't draw my sword, I will be defeated. Not bad, not bad. You forced me to draw my sword so quickly. You are much faster than I expected. Looks like you are very smart. That's why you forced me to draw my sword right from the start. I have to say that you have succeeded. Since you want to see my sword, do it. As soon as his voice fell, Qian Xiaojun's hand moved and a plain sword appeared in his hand. In the universal arena world, there was no distinction between good and bad swords. They were all ordinary swords, and everyone was the same. Therefore, in terms of weapons, no one had an advantage. It was just a matter of having a weapon and not having a weapon. With the sword in hand, Qian Xiaojun's aura seemed to have increased by a lot in an instant. Qian Xiaojun's sword only lightly flicked, and it was like a snake that entangled Qin Zhao's sword. A strong force seemed to want to take away the sword in Qin Zhao's hand. Chapter 1192. Sword comes. Qian Xiaojun's sword was like a whale that could devour everything. This terrifying, devouring power clearly contained the many directions of the Tao of all creations. Combining the different directions with a very good gentleness, it formed this terrifying move. Although Qin Zhao's level of using the Tao of all creations was still relatively low, he was after all the controller of the primordial Tao and the ultimate sword Tao. With the experience of these two controllers, his horizons were naturally extremely high. With Qin Zhao's horizons, he naturally had some reference points when analyzing the usage of the Tao of all creations. Some of them were different approaches that led to the same result. Although the paths were completely different, some principles could still be used. There was not much difference, it was just a change in form. In Qian Xiaojun's sword, Qin Xiao also saw many layers that he had not touched upon. There were many directions to use. A point and a line could converge to form a surface in the end. A point to form a line to form a surface. If one followed a point, one could also form a surface in the end. However, this would be much more difficult. In the end, one had to understand everything. One had to break through the void and achieve a qualitative leap. The more points there were, the more lines there were. Then, it would be much easier to form a surface. Qian Xiaojun's sword allowed Qin Xiao to see different points and different lines. Moreover, Qian Xiaojun's gentle methods also gave Qin Xiao some enlightenment. This was how a battle with an expert was. It was very important to be able to obtain enlightenment from the other party. This was the purpose of training. After understanding the profoundness of Qian Xiaojun's sword, Qin Xiao quickly found a way to break it. Qin Zhao's sword changed its path again. It released endless sharpness, as if it had transformed into a huge dragon. No matter how strong the devouring power of a whale was, it could forget about trapping a huge dragon that soared to the 9 heavens. The huge dragon roared, and the power of primordial chaos roared out. It shook Qian Xiaojun's sword and caused it to disintegrate. We sure are not bad. You actually broke my sword so easily. After being broken by Qin Xiao, Qin Xiaojun laughed instead. Meeting a worthy opponent was naturally a very satisfying thing. Experts were like this. They yearned to fight against experts. Only then could they fight to their heart's content. This was also the reason why Qin Xiaojun had come out to fight. He wasn't after glory, nor was he after the points reward, but rather, he wanted to fight against an expert. He saw Qin Xiao as an opponent, which was why he came out to fight. He longed for a fight. The stronger the opponent, the harder it was to fight. Although she had broken Qian Xiaojun's sword, Qin Xiao didn't feel happy at all. Instead, she said, Qian Xiaojun, it was truly satisfying to fight with you. Come on, don't hide anymore. Show me your true strength. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the audience burst into an uproar. Such a powerful sword move wasn't Qian Xiaojun's true strength? Just how terrifying was Qian Xiaojun's true strength? Qian Xiaojun smiled at Qin Xiao and said, All right, since you're so straightforward, then I'll be straightforward too. Then let's not hold back anymore. Let's fight to our heart's content. This move of mine took me tens of thousands of years to finally succeed. Although I've made a few moves before, it wasn't considered a great success. Today, you're considered a great success. After today's battle, I'll break through in a few days. Qin Shaojun had long been confident that he could break through, but he had been suppressing it. Today's battle could be considered as preparation for his breakthrough. Qin Shao seemed to be only a step away from breaking through, but it was extremely difficult to take this step. The main reason was that Qin Zhao's accumulation was too little. There was no other way. After all, Qin Shao had only broken through to the elementary application of all creation Tao for a few hundred years. In such a short period of time, no matter how heaven-defying Qin Shao was, his accumulation was definitely limited. It was naturally difficult to use limited accumulation to break through to a new realm. Due to the lack of accumulation, if he forcefully broke through, it would cause his foundation to collapse. The loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, this matter couldn't be rushed. It had to be done step by step, steadily and surely. Haha, then let's fight to our heart's content. Come on, Qin Shaojun. Let me have a taste of how powerful your ultimate move is. Qin Shao laughed loudly, and there was quite a bit of lofty aspiration in his voice. Qin Shao still had the mountain river sword scripture that he hadn't used, and some new insights that he could add in. Come on. Qin Shaojun placed one hand behind his back and raised his sword to the sky. His aura was imposing as he looked down at the heavens. Lofty sentiments rose to the clouds, swallowing thousands of miles of rivers. With a single glance, he could see the end of the world. Sword come. All of a sudden, Qin Shaojun let out a loud roar, and the entire huge arena began to boil like a raging sea. Swords jumped out of the void one after another, filling the 4 seas and the 4 directions of the world. Everything was filled with swords, completely enveloping the entire huge arena, forming an incomparably huge ball of swords. All the swords stopped horizontally in the void, their tips all pointing at Qin Shao. All the swords let out sword cries, as if they were living creatures. There were thousands of swords, and so were the sharpness. The cries of the swords shook the 9 heavens, and the sword chi shook the 10 lands. The terrifying sharpness engulfed the entire arena, causing the hearts of everyone in the spectators' stands to tremble. This made them all feel terrified. Even the experts on the yellow board were dumbfounded. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. What a powerful sword chi! What a terrifying sword formation! Was this Qin Shaojun's ultimate move? Terrifying, terrifying, it was too terrifying. Many experts on the yellow board thought that if they went up, they would be killed instantly. Qin Shaojun's strength was not to be underestimated. His shout, "Sword come," was full of heroic spirit. At this moment, Qin Shao, who was in the wind waterfall, sighed and said with admiration, "Good move, it's so powerful." It was a heartfelt sigh. The all-creation Tao transformed into swords, showing the ultimate sharpness. The sharpness that could destroy everything. It went to an extreme. Many application directions were perfectly fused together as if they were part of nature. No wonder Qin Shaojun was so confident. After this battle, he would break through to become a 2-star all-creation master. Qin Shaojun could easily break through to the intermediate application level of all-creation Tao, but he had been suppressing it. His realm in all aspects had already reached a very high level. In this aspect, Qin Shaojun had taken advantage of Qin Shao. He had a great advantage. Sword Mountain River, wherever my sword passes, everything will become ruins. My sword can kill all gods and demons. It's unstoppable. This move, I call it Sword Come. Qin Shaojun looked at Qin Shao, and Qin Shao also looked at Qin Shaojun. Their auras were not inferior. Qin Shao stood there. His aura did not diminish. Standing in the wind waterfall, he did not change his expression. Qin Shao slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. Sword, all things in the world, all swords come. With one sword, heaven and earth will collapse, and all things will be destroyed. 2 simple words, but they can exert all the power. Not bad, not bad. It suits this name very well. Qin Shaojun's heroic spirit can be fully expressed with one sword strike. The sword has the heavenly power and can kill gods and demons. But your sword can't cut through my myriad mountain river. As his voice fell, Qin Shao waved the sword in his hand. Instantly, the myriad mountain river appeared. Mountain peaks were uprooted from the ground. Rivers meandered between the mountain peaks like huge dragons. Dragons walked through the mountain range. Mountains and rivers appeared, and the sun and moon appeared. Heaven and earth were formed, and all things were awakened. This was originally the mountain river sword scripture. However, the sword Tao did not exist in the heart of all creation world. Under the laws of the myriad Tao, Qin Shao also changed the mountain river sword scripture, adding in more laws of the myriad Tao, as well as many uses of the myriad Tao. After 300 years of tempering in the myriad arena, he finally created this ultimate move. And this ultimate move was named by Qin Shao as the myriad mountain river. Infusing the Tao of all creation into the mountains and rivers, the power of the mountains and rivers formed an absolute domain, an absolute heaven and earth. In this domain of heaven and earth, Qin Shao was the only master. Sword kill. Qin Shaojuan's expression turned slightly serious. Without hesitation, he waved his sword, and all the swords rushed towards Qin Shao. Tens of thousands of swords covered the sky and covered the earth as they attacked. Such a vast and mighty formation was truly frightening. It was indeed sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 lands and killing all gods and demons. Wherever the sword tip passed, everything was destroyed. Qin Shaojuan's sword was domineering and sharp and could cut through all resistance. But Qin Zhao's myriad mountain river was formed by all things. As long as all things were not destroyed, the mountains and rivers were endless. So what if you destroyed it with a single sword? As long as all things are here, I can be reborn. Endless growth, all things are revived. Endless destruction, endless annihilation. This was the Tao of the endless growth of all things. Therefore, no matter how domineering Qin Shaojuan's sword was, it could not cut through the entire myriad mountain river. Qin Shao stood in the middle of the myriad mountain river, and naturally, he was in an invincible position. However, Qin Shao had no way to divide his strength to deal with Qin Shaojun at this time. Qin Shaojuan's sword was also endless. The contest between the two naturally entered a state of stalemate. No one could do anything to the other. In the void, the two men faced each other with their swords. However, the two of them laughed. This was the laughter of heroes appreciating each other. Jian Shanhe, it seems like I can't do anything to you today, Qin Shaojun said with a heroic look. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, Isn't it the same for me? I can't do anything to you. Qin Shaojun shook his head and said, You can't say that. After all, I have a slight advantage over you. Actually, I could have broken through long ago, but I have been suppressing it. But I can tell that you haven't reached the threshold to break through at any time. So, theoretically speaking, I can take advantage of you. If you have reached this stage, then the one who loses today will definitely be me. Qin Shaojun was right about this. In terms of using the myriad mountain river Tao, Qin Shao was indeed weaker than Qin Shaojun. If Qin Shao had improved further, then the result of today's battle would not be like this. Of course, Qin Shao did not dare to say that he could suppress Qin Shaojun completely, but it should be about the same. Qin Shao smiled faintly. There are no ifs. A win is a win, and a loss is a loss. Haha, that's right. So, I admit defeat today. Not because my strength is not as good as yours, but because I admit defeat in terms of heroism. In a battle on the arena, there is no tie, only victory and defeat. There is no point in us continuing to fight. I am about to break through, and the yellow board ranking is meaningless to me, Qin Shaojun said. Qin Shao also shook his head and said, The yellow board ranking is meaningless to me as well. I have never coveted some empty titles. Haha, even so, I will still admit defeat. Qin Shaojun laughed loudly and withdrew his sword momentum directly. He flew out of the myriad mountain river Tao arena and admitted defeat directly. Qin Shao also felt helpless. Even so, this was the only way. Chapter 1193. The three heroes of the City Lord Mansion. Since Qin Shaojun had admitted defeat, the battle was over, and Qin Zhao's battle to defend the stage was over. After 36 victories, Qin Shao received a total of 648,000 points as a reward. In addition to the 100,000 points that he had received, he now had a total of 748,000 points. A single battle had increased Qin Zhao's score by nearly 750,000 points. In addition to his own 200,000 points, Qin Zhao's total score had reached an astonishing 1 million points. His ranking on the yellow board had soared to more than 3,000, which directly overwhelmed the majority and jumped to a more prominent position. It only took Qin Zhao 300 years to enter the myriad arena world and reach the top 3,000 on the yellow board. In such a short period of time, many people probably used it to familiarize themselves with the myriad arena world. But Qin Zhao was able to do so. It was truly shocking. However, Qin Zhao didn't care about the ranking of the yellow list at all. After the battle ended, Qin Zhao directly left the myriad arena world, leaving behind only a heated discussion in the arena. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, Qin Zhao was calm and collected. She returned to reality. After leaving the cultivation room, Qin Zhao saw Babadu and Fatty whispering to each other. Listening carefully, it turned out that the two of them were actually discussing the defending battle in the Universal Arena world. He was the one who initiated the battle to defend the stage. He didn't expect that it would spread so widely in the heart of all things world. Even Babadu and the others knew about it. Qin Zhao shook her head and smiled. She walked over and asked, "What are you talking about? Why are you so excited?" Seeing that Qin Zhao was here, Babadu and Little Fatty stopped their discussion. Babada grinned and said, "Big Brother Qin, aren't you cultivating in the Myriad Arena? You should know about this. The battle that Jian Shanha initiated was so exciting. Big Brother Qin should have gone to the arena to watch, right?" "That's right, Big Brother Qin. It's said that Jian Shanha has only been in the Myriad Arena world for 300 years, and he has already created one legendary battle record after another." "Oh right, Big Brother Qin. Didn't you also enter the Myriad Arena world 300 years ago? What a coincidence. Brother Qin, don't tell me this is you?" Little Fatty asked. Qin Zhao smiled and said, "How could it be me? I'm not that powerful. All right, I'll go look for the city lord. You guys continue your discussion." After saying that, Qin Zhao left. After sending Qin Zhao off, Baba too scratched his head and said thoughtfully, "Little Fatty, didn't you tell me that Brother Qin has a unique skill called the Mountain River Sword?" This was very similar to Jian Shanha's myriad mountains and rivers. And you see, they both have the words Mountain River in them. Jian Shanha's name also has the words Mountain River in it. I feel that all of this is not a coincidence. Most importantly, did you notice that Brother Qin was in a good mood just now? And on this issue, he tried his best to avoid us. Don't you think it's strange? Little Fatty nodded and said, "Yes, I think it's strange. Don't tell me that Jian Shanha is really Brother Qin. Brother Qin doesn't want to be too high profile, so he didn't admit it in front of us? It should be. After all, there are many troubles when people become famous. Brother Qin has always been a cautious person." Batu nodded. Qin Zhao didn't admit it. It wasn't because he didn't trust them, but because he didn't want more people to know. Jian Shanha's name had shaken the entire Myriad Arena world. The commotion it caused wasn't small. "Haha, Brother Qin Zhao, I was just about to ask Yi Xian to invite you. I didn't expect you to come." The Qidong City Lord laughed when he saw Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao returned a smile and said, "It's about time. Naturally, I had to come. I naturally can't be negligent." "Haha, Brother Qin Zhao, you could be said to have shown in the Myriad Arena world this time. You have created a legendary record. You don't know how famous you are now. It can be said that your name has shaken the entire Myriad Arena world. With your current fame, I don't know how many streets you've left behind me. Compared to you, I've become an obscure pawn." Qidong said. Qin Zhao smiled faintly, but didn't take it seriously and said, "What does that have to do with me? The famous one is Jian Shanha, not me. Qin Zhao. I am still me. I have nothing to do with Jian Shanha." Qin Zhao's indifference to fame and fortune was also something that Qidong admired. "Qin Zhao, people like you who don't seek fame and fortune and don't like achievements are really rare. To be honest, I can't be as indifferent and free as you. As the saying goes, a tree lives with a layer of skin, a person lives with a face. When people live, they are more or less fighting for fame and fortune. Fame and fortune are also a kind of reward for strength, a kind of portrayal. Because only with great strength can you obtain these. Without strength as the foundation, then everything is just empty talk. With strength, you can obtain everything. You don't seek fame and fortune. To be able to view fame and fortune so lightly, it's really very admirable. The strength of your mental state is indeed far from what I can compare to. All along, Qin Shao had been relatively indifferent to fame and fortune. He also never went to fight for fame and fortune. Everything was just a matter of when the conditions were right. Furthermore, a lot of fame and fortune placed in front of him, he actually rejected them all. Qin Shao came from a lowly background in the first place. He was deeply aware of the bitterness of being lowly and also recalled the sweetness of being lowly. He had never felt that there was anything bad about being lowly. Therefore, when he became powerful, he also never felt that being lowly was a kind of disgrace. Since young, he didn't like fame and fortune. When he became powerful, he still didn't like it. He had always maintained that pure and innocent heart of his. For so many years, it had never changed or been shaken. I've always been relatively indifferent to it. Having suffered the bitterness of fighting for fame and fortune, it might have made me hate fighting for fame and fortune since young. What I pursue now is only strength. Everything else is illusory to me. If possible, I'm willing to remain unknown. This way, there will be less trouble and let me be able to cultivate more easily, Qin Shao said. Qi Dong smiled, but said, "But Qin Shao, you might not have thought of this kind of good thing. Your strength has already been revealed in the Myriad Arena world. Therefore, when you make a move in the Myriad Cities Tournament of Brilliance, others will immediately know that Jian Shanhe is you. You can hide it for a while, but you can't hide it forever. Therefore, you see, in the Myriad Arena world, many people are actually using their real identities. After all, this kind of thing can't be hidden for long. The stronger the expert, the harder it is to hide. Now that you're so famous, if you want to hide it, unless you don't make a move in the future, it's obviously impractical. And I reckon that after a long time, some clues will be found." Qin Shao nodded. He also knew this. Let's not care about this, lest we add more trouble. Let's hide it for as long as we can. As a person, it's best to follow your heart. There's no need to scheme too deliberately. It's meaningless. Haha, you're right. That's why you're so free and easy. It's me who's too limited. Qi Dong smiled and waved his hand. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Since you're here, why don't you sit here and have a drink with me? I'll go and line up. After 3 days, we'll leave for Xing Chen Mansion. The Myriad Cities Tournament of Brilliance is not only a good stage for you to show your face and stand out, but also a good opportunity for you to fight for cultivation resources. It's also a good opportunity for you to train. No matter how good the training in the Myriad Arena world is, it's still somewhat different from the training in reality. After all, in the Myriad Arena, you won't die. With this subconscious, there will be some restraints. The Myriad Cities Tournament of Brilliance is different. If you're not careful, you might really die. With the threat of death, it might stimulate you even more. I see that you've gained a lot in the 300 years of training in the Myriad Arena world. Now, you're just short of an opportunity to break through. Perhaps the Myriad Cities Tournament of Brilliance will be an opportunity for you. Qin Shao nodded and agreed with Qi Dong's words. He was looking forward to the Myriad Cities Tournament of Brilliance now. He felt that the Myriad Cities Tournament of Brilliance would be an opportunity for him to break through. He couldn't gain the accumulation of time in a short period of time, but the stimulation of battle could maximize his potential. This would speed up his accumulation of time. Quantitative change could lead to quality, but so could enlightenment. A large amount of comprehension would come at a great speed. Now, what Qin Shao lacked was this. 3 days later, everything was ready. Qi Dong stood up and said, "Brother Qin Shao, let's get ready to go." Qin Shao nodded. Soon, he saw 2 figures walking over hand in hand. One was Yi Xian, and the other was Qin Feng. Since Qin Feng could appear with Yi Xian, it meant that Qin Feng would also participate in the Myriad Cities Tournament of Brilliance this time. Qin Feng had already joined the City Lord Mansion. One had to know that only the City Lord Mansion's people were qualified to participate in the Myriad Cities Tournament of Brilliance. People from other forces weren't qualified. Take Liu Hushi, for example. No matter how strong he was, unless he was willing to join the City Lord Mansion, he wasn't qualified. However, Qin Feng believed that Liu Hushi wouldn't join the City Lord Mansion just because of the Myriad Cities Tournament of Brilliance. Big brother Qin, we meet again. Qin Feng politely bowed to Qin Shao. Qin Shao was now the Vice City Lord of Bai City. Qin Feng should have called him Vice City Lord. However, when Qin Feng came, he was reminded by Yi Xian, so he followed Yi Xian and called him Big Brother Qin. In terms of age in this world, they were older than Qin Shao. Yes, we meet again. Seeing Qin Feng, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel like laughing. It was mainly because he remembered what happened in the all-creation arena world. Qin Feng, that unlucky guy, died 3 times in his hands. This was an ill-fated relationship. However, Qin Shao still held back his laughter and nodded to Qin Feng to greet him. Hee, brother Qin Shao. Since you all know each other, I won't introduce you. Qin Feng also joined our City Lord Mansion 100 years ago. Now we are family. This time, the 3 of you will represent our Bai City and compete on the same stage with the outstanding talents of Myriad Cities to fight for the glory of Myriad Cities. Qidong's City Lord said. As expected, he joined the City Lord Mansion. However, Qin Shao wasn't moved or surprised. After all, Qin Feng's background was relatively ordinary. It was pretty good for him to join the City Lord Mansion. Yi Xian smiled and said, Foster father, Qin Feng, and I mainly want to broaden our horizons and experience setbacks to accompany Big Brother Qin, this crown prince, to study. As the saying goes, a red flower needs a green leaf to serve as a foil. We are that green leaf. Hee, Big Brother Qin, this time, we will be watching your wonderful performance. Qin Shao smiled and said, Yi Xian, how can you lose at the end of the battle? This isn't what a man should do. No matter what, you should give it a try. You don't need to compete for the title, but you need to have a clear conscience. If you can gain something, then this trip is a success. What you want is your own success, not the success in the eyes of others. Chapter 1194. Star Mansion, the heart of all things world, was divided into 9 territories. The 9 territories circled around the All Things Palace. 1 territory ruled over 100 mansions. 1 territory ruled over 10,000 cities. This was the world system of the heart of all things world. The All Things Palace stood above the 9 heavens. It ruled over the heavens and maintained the order of the entire world. The Star Mansion was one of the 900 mansions. Among the 10,000 cities it ruled, Bai City was one of them. Through the teleportation array, Qin Shao and the other 3 quickly arrived at the Star Mansion. There was no one to receive them. After leaving the teleportation array, Qidong found a nearby inn and prepared to stay there. There were still a few days before the start of the Battle of Myriad Cities. There was no hurry to go to the Star Mansion. Wow, this is the Star Disgrace Mansion. It feels so grand. It's not something our Bai City can compare to. Look, all the people on the street are 1-star all things practitioners. It's as if there are no starless people here. Qin Feng looked around in shock. Yi Xian didn't find it strange. It was probably because he came to the Star Mansion with his adoptive father Qidong a few times. Hence, he didn't find it strange. Qin Shao naturally didn't find it strange. Compared to the big cities in the divine world, what was this? Compared to the desolate land's divine palace and the heavenly court island, what was this? Yi Xian smiled and said, Qin Feng, don't look like a country bumpkin. There aren't many starless people in our Bai City. Naturally, starless people can't enter the Star Mansion. Those who can enter should be at least 1-star all things practitioners. Not to mention 1-star all things practitioners. Even 2-star all things practitioners aren't rare here. The Star Mansion is huge. What we see now is just the tip of the iceberg. There's still a few days. I'll take you around the Star Mansion and you'll know how big it is. Qin Feng had an expectant look. He really hadn't seen much of the world. However, Qin Feng admired Qin Shao quite a bit. He was sure that it was Qin Zhao's first time in the Star Mansion. However, he could be so calm. This state of mind was indeed far from what he could achieve. Soon, they arrived at the inn. Just as Xian had said, the innkeeper of the inn was a 2-star all-creation cultivator. That's crazy. That's crazy. Which organization wouldn't a 2-star all-knowing expert be a big shot? You're actually the shopkeeper of an inn? Tai Feng looked like he had been greatly stimulated. Yi Xian patted Qin Feng's shoulder with a mocking smile and said, "What's there to be excited about? Any decent store here would have a 2-star all-things expert overseeing it. Do you think it's easy to do business in the Star Mansion? An ordinary 2-star all-creation cultivator would only be able to do some errands. Only a 2-star all-things being with a bit of experience can become a city lord. Once you become the city lord, your status will be different." The Qidong city lord said to the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, give us a good courtyard to stay in for a year." "Oh, this city lord has really come at the right time. There's only one heaven-grade courtyard left. If he had come any later, it would have been gone. Our inn is the closest to the Star Mansion, and the conditions nearby are the best." "Hee," the shopkeeper said with a smile. Even if there was some element of exaggeration, it should be more or less the same. The Qidong city lord nodded and said, "All right, open it for me. How many universal stones are there in total?" Just as the shopkeeper was about to open his mouth, an untimely voice interrupted him. "Oh, isn't this Brother Qidong? Hee, what a coincidence. I met an old acquaintance the moment I arrived at the Star Mansion. Shopkeeper Tong, I'm a regular customer of yours. You must give me the last heaven-grade courtyard, right?" The one who spoke was a burly man. His body was emitting a strong, murderous aura. With one look, one could tell that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. The burly man brought along 5 young men. All of them were arrogant and had an extraordinary aura. The 5 youths were also looking at Qin Xiao and the other 2 with malicious intentions. Their arrogant faces were filled with disdain and contempt. Their faces filled with disdain and disdain. Their arrogant faces were filled with provocation. This group of people really pissed him off. Qidong squinted his eyes and smiled mischievously. He said, 9 Chaos City Lord, do you have to snatch food from me? How can there be no first come, first serve?" In his calm voice, there was obviously displeasure. The smell of gunpowder rose imperceptibly. It seemed that the 2 of them didn't match. The 9 Chaos City Lord smiled and said, "First come, first serve? What's that? I, 9 Chaos City Lord, have never heard of such a thing. I say, Qidong City Lord, are you getting worse as you live? How have you been a city lord all these years? Do I have a good relationship with you? Why can't I snatch food from you? I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Shopkeeper Tong, what do you think?" Shopkeeper Tong looked at the Qidong City Lord with an awkward expression. Although he was also a 2-star all-things cultivator, his identity was only that of a shopkeeper. The 2 men in front of him were city lords in charge of a city. Their statuses were naturally not something a shopkeeper like him could compare with. In terms of strength, he knew that he was not as good as the 2 city lords in front of him. Moreover, he knew the 9 Chaos City Lord and knew that he was not someone to be trifled with. Although he was not afraid of offending the 9 Chaos City Lord, he felt that it was not necessary. If the 9 Chaos City Lord really became the Star Mansion's mansion master one day, he could definitely settle the score with him after that. If he could avoid offending him, he would try his best not to. Qidong saw Shopkeeper Tong's pleading eyes, but he didn't care. Instead, he said, "Shopkeeper Tong, your inn has opened its doors for business. For your business to be so prosperous, don't tell me you don't even have the most basic sincerity? Don't tell me that in your inn, you talk with your fists instead of first come, first served? I've already told you that I want this heaven-class courtyard. Don't tell me that the verbal promise doesn't count. If this is your inn's business philosophy, I think it's necessary to let others know your inn's way of doing things." Upon hearing this, Shopkeeper Tong was frightened. He quickly said, "Qidong City Lord, you've misunderstood. Our inn has been passed down in the Star Mansion for hundreds of millions of years. I've always cared about reputation and reputation the most. Verbal promises naturally count, but the Qidong City Lord knew what Shopkeeper Tong wanted to say, so he didn't give him a chance to continue speaking. He directly interrupted Shopkeeper Tong's words. "Since it's counted, then it's fine. Then the last heaven courtyard should be mine. Give me a post so that I can pay you. I've traveled a long way to get here. I'm going to take a rest. Shopkeeper Tong, please don't waste my time. Shopkeeper Tong looked like she was about to cry as she looked at Chi Dong and then at the 9 Chaos City Lord. The 9 Chaos City Lord glared at Chi Dong angrily. He felt that he had lost face. A young man behind the 9 Chaos City Lord jumped out. He pointed at Chi Dong's nose and scolded, "Humph! Chi Dong City Lord, who do you think you are? How dare you disrespect our City Lord? When our City Lord was the City Lord, you didn't even know where you were. You're just a junior. How dare you shout like that? Are you tired of living? How dare you snatch something from us? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." His words angered Chi Dong. Slap! Chi Dong directly made a move, and a resounding slap landed heavily on the young man's face. The smell of gunpowder exploded in an instant. The aura of both sides became tense. A great battle was about to break out. After being slapped by Chi Dong, the young man was very unconvinced. However, when he saw Chi Dong's extremely cold and murderous eyes, he still felt some fear and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The 9 Chaos City Lord glared at Chi Dong coldly. "Humph! Chi Dong, I haven't seen you for a long time. You've become more and more arrogant. Who gave you the guts to lecture my man in front of me?" Obviously, the 9 Chaos City Lord was furious. However, the Chi Dong City Lord didn't back down. He replied coldly, 9 Chaos City Lord, since he's your dog, you should watch him. Since he let your dog bite people, he should be beaten. You only gave him a slap, which was light enough. If he wasn't in the inn, he would have been dead. How dare you? The 9 Chaos City Lord was enraged as though he had been greatly provoked. The Chi Dong City Lord sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? If I want to kill a dog, do you think you can stop me? The 9 Chaos City Lord was so angry that his face almost turned green. However, Chi Dong's domineering attitude made him very uncomfortable. The 9 Chaos City Lord swung his arm and said fiercely, Good, Chi Dong. It seems like you're really determined to be my enemy. Forget it. I've always disdained a wretched thing like you. Today, I won't lower myself to your level. However, I'll remember today's score. I'll definitely settle it with you later. After saying that, the 9 Chaos City Lord waved his hand and left with his people. However, when they left, the group of 6 people swept their eyes over Qin Shao and the other 2 like a 1,000-year-old viper. Their eyes were filled with a strong sense of threat. Obviously, Qin Shao and the other 2 would be the focus of their care. The Chi Dong City Lord's performance just now made Qin Shao and the others admire him. That was how a man should be. That was how a hero should be. After sending off the 9 Chaos City Lord and the others, Chi Dong didn't care. Instead, he continued to ask Shopkeeper Tong for a courtyard. Since the 9 Chaos City Lord had left, Shopkeeper Tong naturally gave Chi Dong the Heaven Courtyard without hesitation. Then, he asked a waiter to bring Qin Shao and the others to the courtyard. It was indeed a Heaven Courtyard. In terms of grandeur, it wasn't inferior to the Chi Dong City Lord Mansion. Of course, it was just smaller. However, Qin Shao and the others were only staying there temporarily, so it didn't need to be so big. Moreover, there were some servants who could be sent to run errands, buy food, and other small errands. After settling down in the courtyard, Chi Dong called Qin Shao and the other 2 over and said with a serious face, I had some conflicts with the 9 Chaos City Lord in the early years. This person is sinister and vicious. He's very good at holding grudges and will definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. Today, he was humiliated by me. Moreover, I taught his people a lesson in front of him. Therefore, he will definitely take revenge for this. It's not that easy to take revenge on me. Therefore, it's very likely that they will attack you. Be careful and don't fall into their trap. However, in the Star Mansion, they won't dare to act recklessly. They won't go too far. You just need to be careful. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yixian also said with righteous indignation, Foster father, these people are too arrogant and despicable. They don't take us seriously at all and want to trample us under their feet. How can such a thing happen? Humph, they want to take revenge on us. Why should we be afraid of them? We'll teach them a lesson if they come. Chapter 1195. Star Island. After giving some instructions to Yi Xian, Dong left. He needed to meet some old friends and register for the competition in the Star Mansion. There were some procedures to go through. In addition, he needed to confirm the specific time, meeting place, and the content of the competition. He had to understand some of the broken locks in advance so that he wouldn't be flustered when the time came. Obviously, Dong wouldn't come back so soon. So, Qin Xiao and the other two could arrange themselves freely. Anyway, Yi Xian had been to the Star Mansion several times and was familiar with the place. There was nothing to worry about. Of course, Dong also warned Qin Xiao and the other two that they had to be careful in the Star Mansion. They couldn't act rashly. Yi Xian also told Qin Xiao and Qin Feng about the rules of the Star Mansion. Generally speaking, the rules were similar to the rules of Bai City. They were under the same system, so there wasn't much difference. It just meant that the structure of the Star Mansion was much bigger and Bai City couldn't compare with it. There were countless big forces in the Star Mansion. Two-star all-things experts were everywhere. They weren't rare. So, it was better to keep a low profile in the Star Mansion. Qin Feng originally wanted to go out and have a look at the Star Mansion to broaden his horizons. However, Qin Xiao and Yi Xian weren't interested. Yi Xian had been here several times, so he wasn't interested in strolling around anymore. It wasn't new. As for Qin Xiao, he wasn't new either. So, in the end, the minority obeyed the majority. Yi Xian suggested that they go to the Star Island together. It was a good place, so it was worth a visit. Brother Qin, you may not know, the Star Island is a special feature of the Star Mansion. It can be said that it's a holy land for comprehension. It's said that when the Universal Palace built the 900 prefectures, they built a special holy land for comprehension and cultivation in each of the prefectures. Of course, the Holy Land for comprehension and cultivation is a special feature of the prefectures. The symbol of the prefectures is also managed by the Mansion Master. If you want to enter it, you have to pay a lot of universal stones. And this can be considered as a source of income for the Mansion Master's mansion. The Astral Islands also attracted Qin Xiao and Qin Feng. The two of them nodded, indicating that they could go and take a look. Qin Feng asked, Yi Xian, you should go in. How do you feel? Yi Xian nodded and said, it feels pretty good. But the duration of each session is relatively short, usually only 3 days. All in all, he still had a lot of feelings. Of course, the more he entered, the less effective it would be. The first few times I went in, the effect was definitely there. In any case, I think it's worth it. Many people can gain great enlightenment from it. There are even some who have broken through. Since Yi Xian had said so, Qin Feng and Qin Zhao's interest became even stronger. In that case, it was indeed a good place. It was worth going to take a look. The three of them quickly arrived at Star Island. As they approached, they saw a huge island floating in the void, like a god standing above the 9 heavens. The security of this place was incomparably tight. There was a powerful prefecture guard station here. Just the 2-star all-things wielders alone numbered 4. Every 2-star all-knowing person commanded an army to guard one area. All 4 directions of the world were guarded. Under such tight security, even a city lord would not dare to act rashly here. Moreover, this was the Mansion Master's mansion. Who would have the guts to act rashly here? It could only be said that the Mansion Master was too generous. Just to guard Star Island, he sent out such a powerful force. The price to enter the Star Mansion to comprehend for 3 days was as high as 100,000 universal stones. 100,000 universal stones. Most of the 1-star all-existence experts could not take out that much. So many universal stones. Qin Xiao could not take out that much now. However, Yi Xian was rich and overbearing. He took out 300,000 universal stones and paid for Qin Xiao and Qin Feng. Qin Xiao and Qin Feng did not stand on ceremony. After handing over the universal stones and receiving a token, the 3 of them entered Star Island. As soon as they stepped into Star Island, everything changed and the stars moved. They entered another world. There were all kinds of stars here. It was a small world built by stars. Everything in the world was a star. The entire island was a huge star. On the island, stars could be seen scattered everywhere. The most mysterious thing was the endless stars in the sky. All kinds of stars outlined everything in the world, perfectly integrating the mystery of all creation Tao. The usage of all heavens was also hidden in it. Of course, it was not an easy thing to comprehend from it. However, the inspiration it gave was also great. How much one could comprehend would depend on one's luck. As soon as they entered, Qin Shao was stunned by the stars in front of him. He was instantly immersed in it. It was as if he was soaring in the endless world of all kinds of stars. It was a wonderful feeling. It was difficult to describe it with words. Heaven and earth, all creation, cycle, alignment, trajectory, mystery, usage, these seemingly scattered and indescribable things were linked together in a wonderful way. They were fused together and displayed in a very special way. Exquisite. It's really exquisite. The person who set up this star island must have a very deep attainment in the usage of all creation Tao. It's very likely that it was done by a master of all creation Tao. Even if it wasn't done by a master, it was done by someone close to a master. Qin Zhao's vision was very high. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that the star island was very exquisite and not simple. To be able to set up this star island, one must have extraordinary means. And from this, Qin Shao was indeed touched and enlightened a lot of people. In many ways, he was touched. This touched, to a large extent, increased Qin Zhao's accumulation. What was accumulation? Accumulation was like picking up seashells by the sea. Every time you walked a distance, you would pick up a shell. The more you walked, the more shells you would pick up. This was a kind of accumulation that relied on time. If you couldn't walk that long, you wouldn't pick up that many shells. This was a decisive factor. But what was enlightenment? It was like suddenly finding a large pile of shells in a place. This would allow you to pick up a lot of shells even though you walked less. In this way, your accumulation would naturally increase rapidly. It would allow you to walk less. Immersed in the Star Island, Qin Shao was completely in a daze. But the effect of this enlightenment was much better than when he was in the world of all creation arena. Therefore, Qin Shao was instantly immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. After an unknown period of time, a harsh voice suddenly interrupted Qin Zhao's immersion and pulled Qin Shao back from that wonderful state. Having his comprehension and cultivation forcibly interrupted by someone made Qin Shao very unhappy. Only 2 days had passed. There was still one more day, so it couldn't be that the time was up. Qin Shao looked over and saw a few figures in front of him. When he saw those people, Qin Zhao's expression couldn't help but turn cold. He was very unhappy. Yi Xian and Qin Feng were also interrupted. Both of them stared at the 5 people in front of them with displeasure. These 5 people were naturally none other than the 5 young geniuses brought by the 9 Chaos City Lord. The 5 of them were all unfriendly. They stared at Qin Shao and the other 2 like ferocious beasts eyeing their prey. The corners of their mouths curled up in a playful, greedy, and sinister sneer. Their hostility was dense. Obviously, they didn't come with good intentions. The leader of the 5 was a man in purple clothes. It was rare for a man to wear purple clothes. Clothes of this color were usually worn by girls. That way, they would look beautiful. If a man wore it, it would more or less make people feel a little strange. The purple-clothed young man looked disdainfully at Qin Shao and the other 2. His eyes were full of contempt. The corners of his mouth curled up. His words were full of a strong sense of superiority. Humph! Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. I didn't expect to meet you 3 pieces of trash here. Trash. Such humiliating words instantly ignited the anger of Qin Shao and the other 2. Their expressions became a little ugly. Yi Xian was unable to restrain his anger. Bastard, who are you calling trash? I'm calling whoever answered trash. Is there a need to ask? I'm calling the 3 of you trash. Is there a need to ask? The purple-clothed young man was very proud and arrogant. After cursing, he laughed wantonly. The 4 young men behind him also laughed. Their laughter was full of sarcasm. Trash! Who are you calling trash? This time, without waiting for Yi Xian to get angry, Qin Shao coldly said. The purple-clothed young man pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and scolded. Of course I'm calling you trash. Trash is calling you guys. Oh, you're right. It's indeed trash who is calling me trash. There are really all kinds of wretched people these days. There are even people who call themselves trash. However, you're quite honest. You even know that you're trash. In this regard, at least you have self-awareness. Qin Shao curled his lips and said. Hearing this, the purple-clothed young man didn't react for a moment. Yi Xian and Qin Feng understood the meaning behind it. Their anger immediately turned into laughter. Haha, Qin Feng, did you hear that? So it's trash who is calling us trash. Don't say it's really trash. It's not bad to have this bit of self-awareness. Yi Xian laughed and said. Qin Feng also couldn't stop laughing. He said, I heard it. How can I not hear it when you said it so loudly? Since we're being called trash, then we'll be more generous. We can't stoop to trash's level, right? Wouldn't that make us seem a little too low? Yeah, trash. You guys go. We don't want to bicker with trash. Yi Xian waved his hand at the purple-clothed young man. Qin Shao Trio's chorus also finally made the purple-clothed young man and the other four understand what they meant. Only now did the purple-clothed young man realize that he fell for Qin Zhao's trick just now and suffered a great loss verbally. Such humiliation made the purple-clothed young man's face turn green with shame and anger. His shame turned into anger, and his killing intent surged. The other four also became extremely ferocious, like wolves, tigers, and leopards. Brat, you're courting death, courting death. The purple-clothed young man gnashed his teeth in anger, his killing intent surging. The five people surrounded Qin Shao Trio all of a sudden, especially the purple-clothed young man. He was bristling with anger and was extremely vicious, looking like he wanted to kill Qin Shao Trio and be happy. What? You guys still want to fight here? Qin Shao swept a glance at the purple-clothed young man and said indifferently. Chapter 1196. I don't believe you won't come out. Qin Zhao's words sounded like a sign of weakness to the purple-clothed teenager. The purple-clothed teenager sneered disdainfully. What? Are you scared? Ha ha ha. I forgot that this is Star Island. You can't do anything here. So you mean that you'll be safe as long as you hide here? That's right. If you hide here all the time, then I can't do anything to you. I don't dare to do anything to you. You three poor creatures who use Star Island to shelter you. Do you know that you're really sad? You're just three pieces of trash. How dare you shout here? Today, I'll make it clear. You can hide in Star Island all the time if you dare. Otherwise, let your Qidong city governor come to pick you up. Humph. Otherwise, as long as you dare to come out, I'll kill you. I don't believe you won't come out. Haha, let's go and guard outside. After that, the purple-clothed teenager waved his hand and left Star Island with the four people. The noise here attracted a lot of onlookers. Many young geniuses who came to participate in the Battle of 10,000 Cities came to Star Island to comprehend. Naturally, many geniuses gathered here. The purple-clothed teenager's insufferably arrogant words caused a lot of excitement. The crowd was also pointing and whispering. Who are these three people? Did they lose their temper after being scolded? Those five people are so arrogant. That's right. That purple-clothed teenager's strength should be good. Besides, they have the advantage in numbers. It's normal for them to be arrogant. Yeah, I guess there's going to be a good show. Do you think they dare to go out now? I don't think so. Those five people must be guarding outside. As soon as they go out, they'll definitely suffer. During each battle of 10,000 cities, many geniuses who come to participate in the competition die before the competition. Don't dare? Qin Zhao's mouth curved into a cold smile. Since he was born, there was nothing he didn't dare to do. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. They're bullying us too much. Let's go out and see what they can do to us. Yi Xian was angry. However, Qin Feng said cautiously, Yi Xian, don't be impulsive. Those people are obviously provoking us on purpose to find a chance to attack us. If we go out now, we're falling into their trap. Moreover, they have the advantage in numbers. If we go out and clash with them now, we will be the ones at a disadvantage. I think we should inform the city governor and see what he'll do. If we act rashly, we'll suffer. We came to the Star Mansion this time to participate in the Myriad Cities Battle of Brilliance. Everything should be based on the overall situation. Don't act on impulse. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and said, wouldn't it be too embarrassing to inform my foster father about such a thing? What kind of person would come crying to an adult before the fight even started? No, no, I can't do such a shameful thing, either. I don't care. If you want to fight, then let's fight. They have people they have the of studios is of to studio of don't be afraid of life and death. If you don't accept it, just fight. Why should we be afraid of them? If we hide here and don't dare to go out, won't we become a joke? I can't accept this kind of humiliation. Qin Feng, you're right to be cautious. However, for this matter, we should be hot-blooded. Otherwise, with so many people looking at us, they're waiting for us to become a joke. Qin Feng, are you willing to become a joke? How can you raise your head in the battle of 10,000 cities if you do that? Qin Feng's expression was also very unsightly. He shook his head and said with a bitter face, Yes, Xian, I know what you're talking about. It's just that, if we send ourselves to their door like this, we'll be at a disadvantage. Their goal is very clear. They are here to take our lives. If we really fall into their trap, we might really die in their hands. Death was indeed a very frightening thing. In the face of death, how many people could look at it calmly? On one hand, it was dignity. On the other hand, it was the threat of death. Two options, how to choose. Yi Xian was in the radical faction, while Qin Feng was in the conservative faction. Seeing the two of them arguing, Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled faintly. What's there to argue about? You're worrying too much. Aren't they just 5 clowns? Since they're here to kill us, let's warm up and make a name for ourselves. This is a good opportunity for us. They're giving us such a good opportunity. What else do we have to think about? Let's go. It's just a small matter. Don't be nervous. Leave it to me. After saying that, Qin Shao walked away with large strides. Such lofty sentiments and casual words stunned Yexian and Qin Feng to the point they looked at each other in dismay. They were shocked to the point they were speechless for a moment. Wasn't this confidence a little too big? Although Yi Xian and Qin Feng didn't know the strength of the 5 people in purple, they could feel that their strength was definitely not ordinary. Without a certain amount of confidence, would they dare to be so arrogant? One had to know that this place was filled with geniuses and experts. If they were so arrogant and despotic with ordinary strength, they might provoke a few masters. It wasn't impossible to directly humiliate them. After all, many experts were full of arrogance and couldn't tolerate a grain of sand in their eyes. Such a situation couldn't be more common. Yi Xian recalled Qin Zhao's heaven-defying performance in the all-creation arena world. Even Qian Shaojun, who was publicly recognized as one of the top experts in the Yellow region, was defeated by Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's strength should have reached the top level among the 1-star all-creation experts. Thinking like this, Yi Xian felt relieved. He didn't have to worry about anything at all. Anxious, chaotic. He didn't think in this direction just now. That's right. They're just 5 clowns. I believe that we don't even need to make a move. Big Brother Qin can settle them. Qin Feng, we don't have to worry about anything. Let's go and watch the show. Yi Xian patted Qin Feng's shoulder and said. Qin Feng was still in a daze. His face was puzzled. He looked at Yi Xian with a head full of fog. He didn't understand what was going on, but his intuition told him that there was a secret that he didn't know. Since Big Brother Qin and Yi Xian were so confident, then he should also go. The onlookers who originally thought that Qin Shao and the other 2 wouldn't dare to go out became interested when they saw that Qin Shao and the other 2 actually dared to go out. One by one, they were ready to watch a good show. Outside the Star Island, in an open space, the young man in purple and the other 4 stood guard in a battle array. The 5 people's faces were brimming with a playful smile. Big Brother Lei Ming, that was really satisfying. Big Brother Lei Ming is still the domineering one. Those 3 trash didn't even dare to reply. Didn't you say that? Just those 3 trash. Big Brother Lei Ming can easily kill them. Big Brother Lei Ming, those 3 trash definitely won't dare to come out. It's really annoying to let them go like this. What can we do? Fighting is not allowed on the Star Island. We can only wait here. The 4 people were complimenting each other. The young man in purple, Lei Ming, was enjoying it very much. He was obviously the leader of the 5 and the seeded player that the 9 Chaos City Lord had high hopes for this time. As for the other 4, they more or less felt like they were accompanying the Crown Prince. Lei Ming laughed very proudly. His face was full of thick arrogance. His nostrils were in the air, and he said, "Of course. Those three trash dare to call themselves geniuses? I know by city. It's just a small and barren city. There can't be any decent geniuses. With the strength of those three pieces of trash, I can cripple them with one hand. Humph, Chidong, that guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, dares to go against my father. He really doesn't know what he's talking about. I don't have the strength to deal with Chidong. Can't I vent my anger on those three trash? If we can kill them, we can also embarrass Chidong." "Ha ha." A young man beside the young man in purple, Lei Ming, said, "Brother Lei Ming, do you think those three trash will directly ask the Chidong city lord for help and ask him to come and pick them up?" Lei Ming curled his lips disdainfully and said, "There's still a possibility, and it's not small. But it doesn't matter. If they really ask Chidong to pick them up, then this shame will be nailed to them forever. At that time, we'll publicize it well. Humph, let's see if Chidong still has the face to stay in the Battle of One City. This is killing two birds with one stone. No matter what they do, we'll embarrass them." "Haha, yes, yes, yes. Brother Lei Ming is so wise. I admire you. Brother Lei Ming, you're so calculating. This is simply an unsolvable situation. Haha, this time we're going to make a name for ourselves. Hey, Lei Ming, look. That guy really dares to come out." Following this sentence, the five of them looked over. Sure enough, they saw Qin Shao walking out with a calm face. This calmness made the five of them very unhappy. "Death is at hand. Why are you still pretending to be calm? Can't you show a little fear and cowardice? You're not cooperating at all." Lei Ming glanced at Qin Shao from the corner of his eyes and snorted. "What's wrong, kid? Are you the only one here? Where are the other two? Are you so scared that you don't dare to come out? Humph, humph, humph. Looks like you have some guts. To be honest, I admire people with guts, but it's useless. Today, I said that you little trash will die. Then I'll definitely fulfill my promise. If I say that I want you to die, you will definitely die. Otherwise, won't I, Lei Ming, be a person who doesn't keep his word?" Qin Shao curled his lips and said, "Then I'm afraid that I'll really disappoint you today. It's not as simple as that. It's going to be extremely disappointing." Another voice sounded. It was Yi Xian and Qin Feng. Behind the two of them, there were many figures who came to watch. They were all geniuses from various cities who came to participate in the battle of myriad cities. All of a sudden, the place became lively. Lei Ming glanced at Yi Xian and the others. The playfulness on his face deepened, and his smile became even more wanton. "Looks like you three trash really aren't afraid of death. Between dignity and life, you chose the former. Very good, very good. I'm starting to admire your courage. Not bad, not bad. From this point of view, at least you trash have some value. Humph, but you're still going to die today. Now that so many people have come to send you off, you could be considered to have died a worthy death. Three pieces of trash. I'll let everyone see how you'll die in my hands. Remember, the person who will kill you is called Lei Ming. If you aren't too ignorant and inexperienced, you should have heard of this young master's great name. But don't be afraid, because it's too late to be afraid. It's all too late. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.